Oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby. Good morning here on the Frisco Friday / non-payday Friday / 50 Cent / DMX. / whatever you want to call it. Bay Area Friday. Who cares? It's the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. Good morning to everybody out there getting off their graveyard shift. Good morning to everybody out there getting ready for work. As I hear some sound from somewhere in the studio. You hear that? Echo, echo, echo. You hear that, Chesky? Get your mic on.
I think we're gonna have to mute one of the Zooms or something.
Right. Well,
we got John Lucan out here producing, so we're working on it. Huh?
No, it's not, don't throw John under the bus. It's not his fault.
Who's John?
Yeah, Big John. Big John's in the building for Sam Lubman. Sam Lubman takes a day off. We got shameless shout-outs today. We got Croc Time at some point. Howard Beck at some point. We're going to start this off with a Steph Appreciation Day. Because we need to appreciate Stephen Curry. I feel like we don't do it enough. And as the Warriors get ready for Oklahoma City tonight, and the group play of the in-season tournament starts tonight as they're in Oklahoma City. Of course, Oklahoma City will be without Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, which is unfortunate. He's an all-star. He's a hell of a player. I would have loved to see the Warriors tangle against him, but you know what? Josh Giddey and Chet Holmgren, that's what just have to do. And I'm excited about seeing Chet Holmgren. But I'm watching James Harden yesterday, Shasky, and I'm watching his press conference. You know how I feel about James Harden. There's no doubt he's a very, very good player. Some may say a great player. An MVP, guy who can get his own shot, create his own shot, all that stuff. But I'm watching his presser yesterday, his introductory presser with the L.A. Clippers. And to hear some of the things that he says, you know, I'm not a system player, I'm a system. Philadelphia had a leash on me. And Joel Embiid counters by saying, well, you had the ball in your hands every possession. And we have Stephen Curry. And all of these great players who have moved around and thrown teams under the bus and thrown players under the bus and thrown coaches under the bus, we've got one of the greatest superstars, not only in Bay Area sports history, but in North America sports history. And I'm watching James Harden, Shasky, and you can get in on this. He's up there talking and talking and talking. It's not going to work out with the Clippers. I know it's not. And we got Steph Curry, who continues to lead by example, who continues to be great, who continues to be one of the lowest maintenance superstars we've ever seen. So let's appreciate Steph Curry today. Let's do it. You want to do that, Shasky?
I really do. And I want to start local, and then we can zoom it out into the larger basketball conversation. I think if we're just talking like faces of sports right now in North America, right? Because I don't want to speak for, I don't follow soccer around the world, and I don't understand it. I just know North American sports. If I said to most sports fans or non-sports fans, give me the faces of American sports, I personally believe it's these three people right now currently: LeBron, Mahomes, Steph Curry. I don't think Shohei's there yet. I don't think anyone in baseball is there yet. Mm-hmm. And that's a whole nother conversation we could push to the side. I think a lot of people would still say Tom Brady, but he's been retired.
Right.
And so to me, I'm not putting Tom Brady in this conversation. So Steph's that dude. When I ask people, hey, who are the faces of Bay Area sports, right? Mm-hmm. For our athletes in this region, I think the majority of people are going to have an answer of Joe Montana, Barry Bonds, Jerry Rice. Now, I would throw Ricky Henderson in there. I don't want to omit the Oakland crowd.
But Willie Mays?
Yeah. I mean,
because some people will put Willie Mays here. Even though I know his career was in New York, the prime of his career, I think some people will put Willie Mays and Willie McCovey. But hey, look, we can argue about that later.
That was 51 years ago when he left the Giants to go to the Mets. You know, 51.
He still resonates, though.
No,
we still see that statue.
My dad's favorite player.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I wear it 24 times because of Willie Mays.
Right.
So, you know, saying someone like Rick Barry, saying someone like, you know, for example, any of the Raiders of the 70s, like, I'm not dismissing those. I'm just saying, let's be real. Like, your average 45-year-old, 55-year-old never saw those guys play live. Mm-hmm. So it's very difficult for me to throw Wilt Chamberlain into this conversation. So for the sake of simplicity, Jerry, Joe Montana, and Barry Bonds. Yep. And when I look at Steph Curry right now, he really is the combination of all three. He's got the championships of Joe Montana, the low maintenance factor of Joe Montana and Jerry Rice. Mm-hmm. He's got the individual excellence where he is record-breaking like right. Barry Bonds and Jerry Rice.
Right.
He's got the longevity of Jerry and Barry Bonds. And then I look at what he's done in terms of his influence on how that game is played Think of all of the wide receivers in the 2000s who modeled their game after Jerry Rice.
Right.
Think of all of the power hitters that are currently playing in Major League Baseball who their favorite player was Barry Bonds.
All the wide receivers who wore number 80 because of Jerry. They all wore 80 because of Jerry.
You can't go into a basketball gym, whether it's high school, college, the youth sports, CYO, go anywhere. Everybody's playing the game the way Steph Curry's playing it.
And not only that, you look at the impact off the court. His impact, Barry Bonds' impact off the diamond during his playing career wasn't really out and about.
That's a good
He
point.
played and was gone, right? Now you see him more out and about a little bit here and there, but not the same impact as Stephen Curry.
No.
Jerry Rice, not quite the same impact off the football field as Stephen Curry. Joe Montana, not the same impact off the football field as Stephen Curry. Stephen Curry now has resonated with the golfers,
I mean, it's just
HBCUs, the shoe game.
yes.
He has his own brand, the Curry brand, Under Armour. He's carried the Under Armour brand, which has had Cam Newton,
It's true.
Jordan Spieth, Tom Brady.
Yeah.
He is Mr. Under Armour, and now he has
Bryce
his own
Harper.
brand. Bryce Harper. You know, now the Curry brand. You think about that. Now he has De'Aaron Fox team with him, a legit NBA superstar up in Sacramento.
That kind of blows my mind. Can I pause it right there? NBA player who has his own brand, and while he's playing, other guys in the league are under his label.
Yep.
That's kind of crazy.
And not to mention,
It's kind of crazy.
Not to mention Joel Embiid has been on tour with him
Yes,
for Under Armour.
yes.
There's a couple others that is the names are omitted me right now, but his impact off the court and how he's embraced his community.
Yeah.
Now Jerry Rice has. I want to give Jerry Rice credit.
course
He's
he has.
embraced the Bay Area.
Steve Young.
He stays here. Steve Young, Ronnie Lott,
Yeah.
Eric Wright. A lot
Yes.
of guys have
a good
embraced his
point.
community.
It's a good
Barry
point.
Bonds, for the most part, has embraced his community. But I don't know if they've had the impact like Stephen Curry.
Well, I think Barry in particular, you know, there was such a cloud of negativity around
Right.
him for a variety of reasons that to me it was very complicated. The relationship with the Bay Area sports fan, although we loved Barry, it wasn't as simplistic as it is with Steph. Steph, he's a family man. You know what I mean? I do think that matters, you know? And seeing his bigger nuclear family and how they are all at the games, there's something relatable. Like, I've coached forever. You know this. And I don't want to pretend like I'm... But, like, when you go to games... Grandma's there watching little Timmy bat, or, you know, your aunt and uncle show up to watch your nephew go play ball or play soccer or whatever it is. When you see the Curry family in the stands and you see his brother show up after he's been eliminated from the playoffs and his sister is married to one of the players, like, I don't know, there's something relatable about the nuclear family cheering for him in the stands. I find that to be so endearing.
No, it is. He's a family guy, kids first. I remember when they couldn't find anything to rip him about, well, other than the finals MVP, and he finally got that. But even when he brought Riley to the court, and I get why players bring kids to the court, and some media members had the audacity to say, oh, we're trying to get a job done. We're trying to get articles, and this kid is ruining it. It's like, these NBA players are on the road so much. They don't get to see their kids every day.
Yes.
I don't even leave the Bay Area. And there's some days I got to do two jobs in one, and I don't see baby Ches other than FaceTime. That's hard. That's hard. So
a lot of people can relate to that.
So
a lot of people
shame
can.
on Stephen Curry for bringing his daughter to the dais for a post-game pressure. Think about the knocks that he gets. Well, you know, he doesn't have a finals MVP. Could he lead a team? These are good problems to have. But being the face squeaky clean and embracing the community and being who he is on and up, I'm telling you, man, this guy on the court, he's a killer, right? He's shimmying, he's shaking, but he keeps it real, right? Off the floor, Steph is that same dude. You got to meet Steph.
Oh, man, it was incredible.
We go to media day, and Steph Curry yells, hey, the hardest working man in the Bay Area. I'm like, what? That's Stephen Curry, right? He walks by, it's like, Steph, come meet Shasky. Turns right around, talks 5 minutes of golf with Shasky. That's who Steph is. And I don't think we appreciate him enough. Again, this team right now is off to a 4-1 start. The bench is playing great. We're all blown away by Chris Paul and how well he's fit. Dario Saric. We'll get into Draymond and what Steve Kerr said yesterday about the chemistry of the basketball team. And, you know, everybody wants to point the finger at Jordan Poole, which is just not fair. It's just not fair to put it all on him. That's just ridiculous. But in the backdrop, Stephen Curry through 4 games, most threes that has ever been made by an NBA player through the first 4 games of a season. You think about the averages. You think about what he's doing from an efficiency standpoint. And leading his team in year 16.
It's
all right.
It's incredible.
And still playing at a high level.
What year is it?
16.
Okay, just real quick here. Joe Montana, played 13 years for the Niners. And one of them didn't even suit up not once. Do you know how many years Jerry Rice played with the 49ers?
I would guess and say 13 or 14.
16 years.
16 years? Wow, was it 16?
I know.
85. Yeah, 85.
Barry Bonds. How many years with the Giants?
Signed in 93, retired in 07, 14, 15 years.
15 years. I mean, right now, you're looking at Steph is right there with all of those guys. Right now, we're in the middle of it. And it made me start thinking about this. Like, we know what Joe did, what Jerry's done, what Barry Bonds has accomplished. Like, those things are forever cemented. No one is knocking them out. This is with all respect. Like, when we're comparing the greats to the greats, we are respecting them at the highest. What did it take for Brady, for us to say while Brady was playing, what was the moment for the majority of people to finally tap out and say, all right, he's better than Joe?
Probably was a Seahawk game for a lot of people.
You think it was a Seahawk?
For a lot of people, because I hear from you and I quote you because you're a fan.
Yes. I hated him.
You know,
I hated Brady.
Him. I see. I always had a thing where patch a pass, and I actually liked Brady. I was actually depressed when they lost to the New York Giants and didn't go undefeated.
I didn't want him.
I was like, he's everything I want in a quarterback. He reminded me so much of Joe Montana that I was like, I want this guy to go 19-0. I love Randy Moss. Yeah. I love Wes Welker.
I was rooting against him. I didn't want him to get 4.
I wanted you to say out to get that ring. I wanted Rodney Harrison to get that ring.
But to me, the seminal moment for me, I don't know about others, when he was facing the Seahawks, I hated the Seahawks so much. I was rooting for them, and that 13-point comeback where he threw for like 200 yards in the fourth quarter, that was the moment for me. But I think the majority of people at minimum was that, at maximum 28-3.
Yeah.
That fifth championship.
Yeah. For me, it was obviously the 3 and 4 years. And then seeing him evolve because at first he was a quote unquote game manager, which I hate.
Yeah.
But the Patriots are led by defense.
100%.
But people forget that Carolina Panthers game. He was really, really good. Really good, throwing dimes all over the place. And so to see Brady evolve into a guy who, hey, I can throw the ball around the yard like Peyton Manning. I could throw the ball around like Drew Brees. His game evolved over time. Yes. Same thing with Stephen Curry. He's not just a three-point shooter. Oh, look at the way he finishes at the rim. Seriously, the way he finishes at the rim, moving off the ball, playing on the ball, screening. He became a better defender. Now, I'm not saying he's a lockdown defender, but damn, he knows how to defend, knows how to move his feet, right? So his game has evolved over time, and he's aging like fine wine. He's aging like a Tom Brady, like a LeBron James. So, I mean, to your point, though, the Seahawks game, I think for a lot of people,
yes,
that's what flipped it.
And I think, so I'm just talking about in real time where we see the passing of the torch.
But even Brady, real quick,
had
controversy.
No, he had Spygate. He had Deflategate. He had multiple things. One was the coach, and was that he had his own stuff. Plus, let's call it what it is. A lot of people dismiss the first couple of championships, at least early on. Now there's no question, right? I think a lot of people dismiss Steph's champion, not the first one, but
no, the first one they do. You know why?
Because of the Kyrie injury.
Kyrie and Kevin Love.
God.
They do.
Yeah,
Kyrie and Kevin Love.
Well, I'm just looking at it and I go, all right, now Jerry Rice in real time. Most people had no problem saying in 1994 when he passed Steve Largent, he's better than Steve Largent.
Right.
And then he went on to have another 10 years of excellence. Same way with Ricky Henderson, like Lou Brock. We all respect Lou Brock. Right. When Ricky Henderson broke Lou Brock's record at 31 years old, everyone was like, yeah, that's the greatest base stealer of all time.
Right.
Like, it was not a doubt. We all know in the middle of his career, he's the greatest shooter of all time, right? Like Steph Curry is.
Right.
But why are we afraid to take it the next step further and say, Steph does combine Barry and Jerry's statistical excellence individually with the winning and the team leadership that Joe Montana had. Why are we afraid to say he's the best? Not he's the most beloved. We know he's the most beloved. He's the best. Right now, we're watching the best. Yeah. Why are we afraid to do it?
I don't think. Are we afraid to do it?
I feel like some people are afraid to do it because they think it's a knock on Joe, even though we're not knocking Joe.
No, it just shows. It shows that Steph is that great.
That's what I'm saying.
That he's catapulted above Joe Montana. I mean, he's right there on the Mount Rushmore. Let's go to Joe in San Francisco. Joe, what's happening, man? Chime in on a conversation, man, about Stephen Curry. What's up, Joe? Good morning.
Good morning, guys, from Alamo Square here in the Western Addition.
Love it. Nice. Filmo is what we call it, Joe.
What's that?
I said we call it Filmo, but I like the Western Addition. You could go ahead with that one.
There you go. It's a wonderful part of town. Really I love the area. So, unfortunately, I'm a 55-year-old guy, so I've seen all these guys come and go, and it has to be Steph. The
Really?
reason Joe has to be, clearly, because Joe's post-career with the Niners has been problematic. Barry, he was going to be a Hall of Famer no matter what, and then he did what he did, and he was kind of a difficult guy to be with.
Agreed.
With Jerry also played with the Raiders. And let's not forget that importance of
Right.
the Oakland East Side for the Bay Area.
That's a good call.
But and he absolutely dominated all statistics. Steph represents the entire Bay Area clearly because of the Warriors.
Yeah.
And he's dominated. And he's been with only one team and will be with one team. He is the Mount Rushmore of Mount Rushmore in the Bay Area. And there's no competition for that because there's extra factors.
You're so
I'm
right about
100%
that. That's a
with
great call, Joe, and great call. And I'm thinking about the Raiders. I'm thinking who could represent the Raiders in the way that Steph Curry did. Now, Tim Brown was a great Raider for a long time. We're kind of quiet.
We didn't have a team
quiet.
around him for so long.
They were in L.A.
Yeah,
they came to Oakland.
yeah.
They weren't good, and they were finally good. And then it kind of felt like Jerry Rice maybe stole some of his headlines.
Yeah. If
Felt
you're
like
gonna
Rich Gannon stole some of those headlines.
If you're going to find a representative for the Raiders, unfortunately, similar to like the Willie Mays and Wilt Chamberlain and Rick Barry conversation, you're going to have to go back into the 70s.
Well, you gotta
It's
go
50 years ago.
Well, you got to go Gene Upshaw. You got to
Yeah.
go Howard Shell. Hell, you may even go to the owner and Al Davis.
You know?
He didn't even
But
play.
do those names resonate? Like Spadoni's our Raider
Yeah.
fan here on this show. Do those names truly connect to you?
Well, the thing with the Raiders is, and Al always, he prided himself on this. He took a lot of outcasts and cast-offs from other places and
Right.
brought them into the Raiders,
Gotcha.
and then they were a Raider, right? You think of Lyle Alzado, amongst
Yeah.
others. Like Howie
Jim
Long.
Plunkett.
Jim Plunkett. Howie Long was a Raiders' entire career, but no one looks at Howie Long. It's like, oh, that guy represents the Raiders. Very good, Hall of Fame player. But he's just very quiet.
Yeah.
And
He
the
didn't
LA
have that
guy.
Raider. Yes, he didn't have that
LA
Raider
guy.
image, right? So you think of
Seawood?
I think of Ken Stabler. Honestly,
Kenny
because he
Stabler.
was
The
he was
snake.
a badass.
Okay.
Always came from behind.
A renegade.
if
Yeah,
you will.
I
but
agree with that.
But he played at the Oilers at the end of his career.
Yeah.
He wasn't a career Raider.
I would say Al
Seawood.
Davis
Yeah.
is the.
That's
to
what I
me,
said, Al Davis.
Yeah, is the seminal, which is kind of crazy.
But he didn't play.
But he was a
He didn't
coach,
play. And-
an owner, a GM.
Madden as well. I'd go John Madden.
Madden, yeah, good call.
And Madden retired in what, 78, 79?
Again,
a long time ago.
40-something years
Right.
ago.
And Al Davis, his last 10, 15 years were not very good
No.
as an owner. There's a lot of bust. Now, Charles Woodson, the first stint with Charles Woodson as a Raider was underwhelming. Sure, they went to a Super Bowl, lost to Tampa Bay.
His best play was the tuck rule and it got called back.
Right, got called back. But then think about when he left. He needed that change of scenery because he wasn't taking things seriously.
Was he DPOI in Green Bay?
He was in Green Bay. That first stint with the Raiders was underwhelming. He was a great player alongside Eric Allen, but it was underwhelming because of some of the habits off the field. Some of the things off the field that was happening with Charles Woodson. It was best for him to leave the Bay Area. And I don't think he was relished here in the Bay Area until he came back with the Raiders as an OG vet and finished
I
his
agree with
career
that.
and played well. So I don't know if anybody out there with the Raiders really resonates with the Bay Area right now. A current Raider?
I just don't.
I don't know.
think it does.
Derek Carr?
No.
No.
Well, the other part of this, the Joe Montana factor is the Niners stunk in the 70s. Stunk. And there was a lot of turmoil going on in the city. And so Joe represented the rise of the Niners, the rise of the city, and the Niners did as well. Barry Bonds, same thing. Like when I think of Giants baseball, I think of Barry signing with the Giants, making them relevant, the stadium being built, and the team going from a has-been to ushering them into the financial wealth that they are currently. Not that he's the reason they won championships, but he's a big part of their evolution.
Yeah.
When I look at Steph Curry, think about what championships, relevance. We were the most decrepit franchise in sports, and then a new stadium, the house that Steph built, even though Joe obviously financed it and got it all done and stuff. But like, those are the metaphors I think of with Steph Curry.
888-957-9570. Really fun conversation for a Friday. We do have shameless shout outs today. We're going to move shameless shout outs to 8:45, not 7:45, 8:45, because we have Know the Show. We're going to qualify somebody for Knockout, the first ever 95-70 game knockout tournament. 888-957-9570. Have we underrated Steph Curry's greatness? Have we underrated Steph Curry's greatness? Because it feels like we have. We've taken it for granted. Like, we've gotten bored with LeBron James triple-doubles. We've gotten bored with his stats, and he's been doing it for over 20 years.
true.
As much as I can't stand LeBron now, the dude's a great player. And he's still dropping 30 in year 20. I mean, it's really impressive. But have we underrated Steph Curry's greatness? 888-957-9570. Good morning to YouTube and Twitch. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. I see everybody on YouTube and Twitch. We appreciate the participation in the show, as well as the Comcast Business text line. That's all coming up. 888-957-9570. Have we underrated Steph Curry's greatness? That's what's coming up. Sponsored by the Xfinity 10G Network, made for streaming live sports.
Drowning in IRS debt? If you can't afford to pay your IRS debt due to
888-957-9570. Have we underrated Steph Curry's greatness? Do we appreciate Steph Curry's greatness? As my camera, again, for some reason, just zooms out. I don't know what the hell the deal is with this, but, have we underrated his greatness?
Well, B, I want to kind of just rattle off just a couple of things, and you could stop me at any point, all right? But like Joe Montana, when you look at his accolades, you pull up his Wikipedia, his profile, if you will, and I'm talking about just with the Niners. I want to go just one team because I think that's important. Joe Montana, 3-time Super Bowl MVP, 4-time champion, 2-time MVP, 3-time first all-team All-Pro, 2-time second-team All-Pro, 8-time Pro Bowler, and an all-80s all-decade team.
Right.
2-time AP Athlete of the Year, and a 1990 Sportsman of the Year. And if you contrast that with Steph Curry, he's also a 4-time champ. Now, he only has the one Finals MVP. God, I know Iggy Iggy held LeBron to a triple-double and got that final. It should be two-time Finals MVP. Like, shouldn't it? Can we all agree?
I would think so.
All right.
I mean, his Game 5 against LeBron James and the Cleveland Cavaliers in that 2015 NBA Finals, he dropped 37.
Yeah.
I mean, he had a memorable Game 5.
Yeah.
Like, we all forget. Game 4, Game 5, Game 6, Steph Curry was amazing.
Yes. And so, like Joe Montana, 2-time league MVP.
Yep.
9 All-Stars.
Well, hold on, let me stop you there. And the first unanimous MVP
Good call.
in league history.
Good call.
Hands down. Every vote.
And you know what's crazy? I was looking at the 1990 MVP for Joe Montana, his finest season.
Right.
Okay? Like, in terms of just excellence. They lost to the New York Giants. He got knocked out in that game.
Yep.
Kind of reminiscent to 73-9.
Yeah.
And Steph Curry hurting his knee. I mean, it's almost eerie how similar it is.
But to Steph's credit, Steph hurt that knee in the first round.
Yes.
Comes back in Game 3 against the Portland Trail Blazers.
One of the great playoff
The greatest
moments.
overtime in postseason NBA history.
Off the bench.
Off the bench. I'm back. Then you rally from 3-1. You rally from 3-1 down against the Oklahoma City Thunder. And I to this day, Shasky,
Yeah.
it's one of the greatest series I've ever seen in my life. I was fortunate enough to be at those home games.
The OKC.
The OKC
You know what
Western
that is to
Conference
me?
Final was that.
I think it's a top 5 Bay Area sports playoff moment. That series as a whole.
Series as a whole.
Like the New
I'm with
Orleans
that.
game for me is up there. Niners, New Orleans, obviously
Yeah.
the 81 championship game. Just non-championship playoff moments.
That OKC series was an all-timer. And it ages so well. If you go back and watch
Yeah.
Game 5, when Curry's dribbling the ball at half court, and he's looking at the fans at Oracle Arena. I'm getting goosebumps just thinking about it now. We ain't going home. We ain't going home. And then they fly to OKC. And you have Clay go nuclear. And then Steph Curry makes the big-time shot in the corner. He crosses up Serge
So
Ibaka off the backboard.
And when Serge was good.
When Serge was good. And he looks at the OKC crowd and throws up to 7. Game 7. And then we all forget in Game 7, OKC went up double digits again on Memorial Day. And he goes out there and cooks them up. And he hits a game-clinching 3. I get chills thinking about that series. Because it reminds me of my childhood, of those great Rockets Sun series.
Is that
those
better?
great Lakers Kings series.
Was that better? Was the OKC series? I think it was. But was it better than the We Believe? Because the We Believe is one of the great. In terms of not winning a championship and just basketball moments, We Believe it stands alone, and I get it. It might be the height of heights for a lot of people. I think that OKC series might be better. The stakes were higher.
I'm getting feels just thinking about it
know.
because I remember the first game was the day before the Super Bowl 50 at Levi Stadium, and OKC came in. I have a Facebook status, believe it or not. And I said, please, NBA, give me 7 games of this. Because OKC was so close. Kevin Durant missed the 3. Warriors won it. But all 3 of those regular season matchups, even though the Warriors had won it that year, OKC was up double digits.
Yes.
And that was the double bang game by Mike Green. Bang! Bang! Oh, what a shot. Saturday night, ABC. Black jerseys. Draymond Green had one of the sickest stat lines. He almost killed Steve Kerr at halftime. But that series in the Western Conference Finals, I'll never forget.
I love how you just flippantly say that.
I mean, it's
he almost killed the coach at halftime.
Lisa Salter, security had to come into the locker room. Think about that. Now we got Draymond Green 8 years later. Not many things have changed.
Moses Moody for not cutting baseline.
But no, that OKC series with Stephen Curry, we ain't going home, down 3-1. Now, I remember him, they zoomed in on him, and he's dribbling the ball. We ain't going home. We ain't going home. And I'm thinking about it right now, and I'm getting feels just thinking about it. Like, damn, We really wasn't going home.
It was incredible.
And so for the fact that they even made it to Game 7, this guy played on one knee.
I know.
He doesn't get enough credit for that.
I agree.
Everybody else makes excuses for injuries, and this guy was hurt, that guy was hurt. This guy played through the knee. The knee was not, it was no more than 60%.
Well, I want everyone to think about the lasting image outside of the LeBron block or the Kyrie shot. The lasting image of the finals for me is Steph not being able to shake Kevin Love out on perimeter.
Yeah.
That showed how limited he was physically.
No doubt.
But to me, when he couldn't shake and bake him.
And he never made an excuse.
Dellavedova.
He never made an excuse.
I hate Dellavedova so much.
Well, he almost sent Dellavedova to the hospital. Dellavedova almost hyperventilated guarding Stephen Curry.
I mean, it's going back to the accolades here. 9-time All-Star to Joe Montana's 8-time Pro Bowl. 4-time first team to Joe Montana's 3-time first All-Pro. 4-time second team to Joe Montana's 2-time, second team. Also an AP Sports Athlete of the Year and also a Sports Illustrated Athlete of the Year. I mean, it's kind of crazy. Like when you compare Montana's numbers to Steph Curry's numbers.
Yeah.
I mean, it's nuts. We'll get to Jerry Rice and Barry Bonds because they've got some. I mean, I'm looking at Jerry, 3-time Super Bowl champ.
Well,
10-time All-Pro first team.
Well, here's where I'm at.
10 times.
Yeah. Well, here's why I'm at with Steph Curry and Jerry Rice. I'll look at their careers post 30.
I'll wait till I get to that.
All right. Post 30. Look at what Jerry Rice did and look at what Stephen Curry's doing right now.
Only Tom Brady and Jerry Rice in terms of like being able to who
and
didn't
LeBron
overlap.
James.
Well,
and
not
LeBron
about football.
James.
My bad. My bad.
Football. Yeah.
All decade team in 2 different decades.
Yeah, that's crazy.
All decade teams.
That's crazy.
Literally 2 different decades. The 80s
insane.
and the 90s. He also led the touchdowns in the 80s and the 90s. Like the numbers that he put up are crazy. He was a 13-time Pro Bowler.
Yep.
In the NFL.
Yep. Let's get to Sean in Oakland.
Yeah,
let's squeeze him in.
I want to hear from everybody. I want to hear from everybody. Let's have fun with this.
Sean in Oakland, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, what's going on, Bonte Shasky? How you doing?
I'm doing great, man.
Good.
Just enjoying Steph Curry.
Hey, yeah, man. Like, this is despite all the accolades. Like, you understand, in the beginning of his career, like his career was about to end before he even started because of the whole ankle injury thing.
Great point.
And just his fortitude of like not giving up and the organization not giving up on him because Monte Ellis didn't even want to play with the guy, talking about this whole front court thing is not going to work. So you got to get this man, like, he got that whole Jordan effect. He can't go nowhere without somebody recognize him.
Right.
That's, he got his own shoe and his accolades. And it's the Jordan effect. So that's why I'm glad that my kids not look up to him, but they like his game and everything. But, you got to give it to this man with his hard work ethic and his mindset is just strong. So, like, when you said that he was talking about Oklahoma City, he's not going home, that's just because all the stuff he already been through.
Yep.
Like, he's not giving up on this. So that's why I'm proud that we can represent Steph Curry in the Bay Area and the role models that he brings to these kids, man. He's a good role model, man. He's
Absolutely.
a family man, and I like him.
No, that's a good call. Good point, Sean. Good point on that Steph Curry there.
What he's doing for the 3-point record books, what he's doing is literally identical to what Jerry Rice did in terms of touchdowns. He's putting numbers so far out there in terms of excellence.
Yep.
Everybody's like, well, this guy's going to catch him and that guy's going to catch him. Nobody's going to catch him. What are we talking about?
No.
You know how good for how long you have to be? Right now, how many touchdowns in his career does Brandon Ayuk have?
Oh, my gosh.
And Ayuk's a good player.
I don't think he has 30.
20.
Yeah.
How about Debo? Debo's a really good player.
Is he in the 40s?
Receiving touchdowns, he has 13.
That's it? Rushing touchdowns?
So you're looking at 10 seasons combined between the two of them. 33 touchdowns.
That's incredible.
Let me give you what Jerry Rice had in 16 seasons with just the Niners. 16 seasons. 176 receiving touchdowns. 176 receiving touchdowns. Like
They were looking at me crazy. I was like, hey, Big John is Spinone's jaw dropped. Like, I was like, what happened?
Larry Fitzgerald was one of the greatest players the game's ever seen and needed to play another 5 years at prime level to sniff Rice's numbers.
Look at Curry's
Absolutely
numbers.
incredible.
And that's what I'm saying, like Curry with the 3. Trae Young's going to get him. No, he's not.
No, Trae Young's not going to get
he
close.
is not.
Steph Curry, 29 points a game, 6 assists, 6 rebounds, shooting 41% from 3.
At what age?
47% from the floor. This is post 30.
Wow.
This is just post 30.
God.
I mean, he's better post 30 than he was post 20 anyway. 888-957-9570. Warriors at OKC later. We have some James Harden sound. I got something to say. I want to get something off my chest at some point during the show. It's about Giants fans and baseball. No, I'm not ripping you, but I got something I want to get off my chest because it really hurt me. Really, really disappointed in some people out here in this market. I really am. 888-957-9570. Have we underappreciated and taken Steph Curry's greatness for granted? I feel like we have. I feel like we're not going to know what we had until he's gone. And I'm telling you right now, cherish every game, cherish every warm-up, cherish every dribble, cherish every game. Because it's not going to last forever. It may last a while. We may have another 5 years of Stephen Curry or 6 years. I don't know. But we need to cherish every single moment. Because this guy is all time. He's all time. We're chiming in on that. Don't forget about Knockout. We'll have some details on that coming up on the other side. And that'll be brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises.
My little
Hey, Dub Nation, it's Chris Paul, and you're listening to The Morning Roast with Bonta Hill and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
This beat is a top 10 beat all time. I'm sorry. Wanksta. It is that beat. I love it. I love it. It's aged so well. This is like 20 years old, damn near, right? Wow. Ended Ja Rule's career with this song.
I'm from New York, New York.
Yeah. He wasn't from anywhere after this song.
I look, I know what you're saying, and I've said this before. Ja did have an excellent catalog that still hits.
I never said he didn't.
Veni Vidi Vici was a very underrated album.
I've never said he didn't have a good career.
And that was before he went pop.
What I said was...
But 50 did destroy him.
He ended his career. Ja Rule was not heard from after Wankster was dropped.
Well, he was, but in a bad way. Yeah. Firefest.
Where is Ja?
That's it. That's it.
Get me that. I need that drop on our board. Where is Ja?
Jeffrey Jeff on YouTube. The streets are saying Ja Rule is doing house parties now. That's cold.
Like the Ghostbusters at the beginning of Ghostbusters 2. They show up to like the 5-year-old party and they're like, oh, we want He-Man. Because, they're so outdated.
No doubt. Spinoza, I need the Football Friday read in the box if you can. The Football Friday. I don't have it on the sheet. But I want to let the roasters know that as this segment is sponsored by Go to State Lumber, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoToStateLumber.com. By the way, Big Pun has sent me 2 voice memos. I got them, Big Pun. I'm listening. Go ahead, call the show, Big Pun. If you can not swear, it's all good, Big Pun.
In the first 4 seconds.
Yeah, Big Pun. Last time he called, first 4 seconds you dropped him and he knew it. South City Big Pun. He sends me voice memos, and he has great takes on the voice memos. I love his voice. His voice needs to be on the airways. Call us, Big Pun. Roasters, how would you like to get a few shots up at Chase Center?
I think most people would.
I think most people would, knee injury or not. 95.7 The Game is giving you a chance to
never going to live that
just
down.
that with our first ever 95.7 The Game knockout tournament at Chase Center. Tune into the roast all week long and next week. Make sure you're listening to each show, 12:30 in the afternoon, 4:30 in the afternoon. But this morning you want to listen at 7:30 a.m. All right, 7:30 a.m. You got to know the show. Know the show. Make sure you're locked in to 95.7 The Game during today and next week, and you have a chance to launch shots inside of Chase Center. It's going to be a lot of fun. A lot of fun here. And by the way, it is a Football Friday brought to you by First 5 California. Visit first5california.com to learn 4 things you could do to overcome toxic stress. 888-957-9570. Do you believe that Steph Curry's greatness has been taken for granted? How do you appreciate Stephen Curry? Is he on your Mount Rushmore for Bay Area sports athletes? Because what this guy is doing is incredible. Nah, Draymond Green steals the headlines. Steve Kerr steals headlines for what he said yesterday. Chris Paul has stolen headlines for what he's done, and he stabilized that second unit. Klay Thompson, his contract. But I feel like, and I said this the other day, Shasky, and every now and then I'll drop this in.
Mm-hmm.
I don't feel like we appreciate Steph Curry's greatness. And at times we take it for granted. Like I think back to Jimmy Garoppolo airmailing Kyle Juszczyk down the sideline in Nashville, Tennessee. And that same day, everybody was doom and gloom about the Niners. And that same day, Steph Curry dropped 46 against the Memphis Grizzlies. And it felt like nobody gave a damn. It was, it's just Steph. He dropped 41 on Sacramento last Friday. And we more so talked about the second unit and the ascension of Moses Moody and Jonathan Kuminga and Chris Paul's court leadership. And then he drops 42, or he lights up the Rockets in the fourth quarter for 14 and lights up Dylan Brooks and does the Home Alone. Oh, no. And he drops 42 on the Pelicans, and it still feels like we don't appreciate it. 8 threes in that game, 8 made threes. And it's like, why aren't we talking more about Steph? We have our own Michael Jordan. We have our own LeBron James. We have our own Jerry Rice right here playing in his prime, and he has his own brand. He's helping out golf. He's got me involved in golf, for crying out loud.
I know.
He's making eagle putts in the summer. He's got his own dock, and we don't talk enough about it. We have Stephen Curry, and a lot of markets don't. Because we have Stephen Curry, we'll have a chance at the championship. Not 1, not 2, not 3, not 4, but a 5th.
Which would put him in basketball, the Kobe, Magic, Duncan kind of triumvirate.
Rarefied air.
Yes.
And where are those 3 players out on everybody's top 10 list?
Oh, they're all in the top 10. I would say top 7, 8.
There you go.
It's hard because, Bill Russell and Wilt and Kareem, the bigs all go for the older people there, which is obviously fair. Those guys all go to the top, right? But like if we're going the last 40 years since Larry Bird and Magic Johnson entered the league, like you're looking at the winner of winners. Those guys, the guys that I referenced. It's Jordan and them.
Yep.
And Steph's right there. Right there.
And you think about all the records. 40-point games post 30. Steph's right there. Well, Michael
So
Jordan.
glad you're bringing this up.
I mean, it's really incredible.
Who was more dynamic in their 30s and into their 40s? Jerry Rice or Barry Bonds?
Ooh.
Off the top of your head.
More dynamic? Damn. I'm Aileen Barry.
Okay. It said that, but it goes to show how great the longevity was for both guys. Clearly, we know why with Barry, but like after Balco and all that stuff was exposed, I just want to give you a little hint of how great Barry Bonds was for those that are out there. His final season at 42 years old, it's one of the greatest seasons of all time, by the way. 42 years old, he had 28 home runs. That would have led the Giants this year.
Wow.
He had 66 RBIs. That would have led the Giants this year. He had 5 stolen bases at 42 years old. That would have been second on the Giants this year.
Wait a minute. 5 stolen bases would have been second on the Giants this year?
Yes, Conforto had 4. He was the second most.
Who was number 1?
Estrada had 22, 23.
Okay. Wow.
Okay? He would have had the most total bases, 192, of any Giant this year. Highest OBP for qualified at-bats. Second highest batting average on this year's Giants. Only Wilmer Flores had a higher bat. This is in his final season at 42 years old with a knee that was the size of a shoebox.
Wow.
Just to give you a glimpse, like I don't think, like we are going to look at Steph Curry one day in the way we look at Bonds and Joe and Jerry. But
what if,
in particular, your point about the 30s, I think that's the part where he's like, I don't think we've realized he's gotten better. Like Tom Brady got better from 30 to 39.
Well, that's incredible because you say that, you think you'll have to wait until Steph retires to be mentioned alongside Barry?
No, I'm ready to put him, boom, right
I
there.
think he's already there.
Yeah, agreed.
Isn't he already? I feel like he's already the number 1 athlete in terms of Q rating, success on the court in their respective sports.
Joy,
individual accolades,
the joy you get from watching him,
showmanship,
exactly. Like Magic.
Showmanship.
When I think of Magic, I think of the smile and the style of play and the upbeat,
around the back passes, fast breaks.
When I watch Steph Curry, he's not on the Magic level because Magic was just once in a lifetime. It's pretty close,
but we do. You know what?
It's pretty close.
Now that I'm thinking about it, I feel like we underrate his handles. Now I know he turns the ball over at times.
Yeah, he does.
But the handle.
How about conditioning? Because when I think of Jerry Rice, I think of conditioning.
Yeah.
Steph might even be on a whole nother level.
And Steph had his Jerry Rice. Steph had his Jerry Rice moment in Dubai, running the sand dunes.
Yeah.
As Jerry Rice ran the mountains and the hills.
Well, that's the thing with Jerry Rice that sticks out to me to this day. His contemporaries who went to work out with him all said, yeah, I couldn't do what he did.
Yeah.
And when you listen to De'Aaron Fox, who spent, I think, 3 days with Steph Curry this offseason, what did he say? It was the conditioning. Wow, I couldn't hang with him. The conditioning. And to me, that's the big separator.
Yeah, unbelievable. And like Jerry, remember Jerry Rice had that, what was that record where he had consecutive games with the catch?
Yes, 272.
Yeah.
It's off the top of my head.
272.
And I'll never forget when you had Rich Gannon on the sideline and Jerry is like blowing a gasket because Gannon can't find him.
So like Jerry Rice had that streak?
Yeah.
Steph Curry has dropped the 3 in an NBA record 250 straight games.
When was the last one?
Well, he's got like the top 3 records when it comes to making a 3 in consecutive games.
Hey, B, real quick, because I want to keep comparing and contrasting. I want to hear from the audience. Bonds had 15 years with the Giants. He hit 586 home runs. Bonds stole more bases with the Giants than he did the Pittsburgh Pirates, 262.
Wow.
He's a 5-time MVP with the Giants, a 5-time Gold Glover, a 9-time Silver Slugger, and a 12-time All-Star with the Giants.
That's incredible. I think his last year with the Pirates, he stole maybe 52 bases.
Yes, he did. Well, 1990, I believe.
1990, stole 52 bases. Barry Bonds.
Bonte.
I'm telling you, he had an MVP Hall of Fame career before the year 2000.
Can I just read this off to you? This is my favorite one. Okay. From 95 until the end of his career, here are the walks per year for Bonds. 120, 151, 145, 130, 73 because he hurt the elbow, 117, 177, 198, 148, 232, 115, 132. The Giants as a team. As a team this year. Do you want to know how many walks they had as a team?
Please, let me hear the number, because I don't know.
They had 500 as a team. Bonds had 232 by himself in a season. Come on, man. That's insane.
When you think about baseball, somebody tweeted at me saying, because I've been going at it with Giants fans, and I want to get something off my chest before we end this break. I'm going to get to Ryan at Fremont. As you are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. Don't forget, you could also watch us every single day on our YouTube and Twitch stream, sponsored by our very good friends at First NorCal Credit Union. Just log out and search 95.7 The Game. Be sure to like and subscribe to the channel while you are there. And shout out to the Comcast Business text line. You brought up the Giants.
Mm-hmm.
And somebody tweeted at me, because I've been going back and forth with Giants fans on Twitter, and I'll get to that in a second. Somebody texted me, they tweeted at me and said, well, Bo Mel said, when you think of the Giants, they are San Francisco, and they're the number one team in this market. And I laughed. Because Steph, you bring up this decrepit franchise that the Warriors were. They didn't make the playoffs for 14 straight seasons. Nobody cared about them. They had the one championship in 1975. They were not even sniffing in playoffs. That's why we believe think about it. They lost in 5 games in the second round. We were so happy that they made the playoffs.
The Baron Davis dunk happened in a series they lost in 5 games.
Right.
And we put it up there like it is the catch.
Right. That's how bad the Warriors were. He's uplifted this entire franchise, and he's made this market a basket. Like, the Warriors are competing with the Niners for numero uno in terms of cachet in this market. The Warriors are right there. If not, catapulted the Niners, because they've hung 4 banners.
Yes.
They've had parades. All right? The parade in Oakland, the first time in Oakland in 2015. I swear to God, the one in Oakland in 2015 is better than any Giants parade. I'm sorry. I love the 2010 parade. I love it. Memorable. That 2015 parade in Oakland was iconic. And then you had the championship parade a couple years ago. We were at Market Street. Unbelievable, right?
Especially given that we were coming out of COVID. That was a party.
It was a party.
And that signified more than just the championship. That was incredible.
Right.
Seeing them when Clay got off that bus going down Market Street, I mean, I can't even, I don't even know how to
describe it. Growing up, I never thought the Warriors would be able to compete with the Niners and the Giants. I never thought that.
No, I never did either.
We're here now. Let's go to Ryan at Fremont. Ryan at Fremont, what's happening?
Hey, guys. Great show. I love this topic. I just wanted to touch on thinking back on all the amazing things that Steph has done. I do think that Steph is appreciated in the Bay Area for sure and respected. It's more, I would say, national media that doesn't recognize him as well as probably that he should be. But just thinking of all the things that he's done individually, it seemed like in 2015 on for like the next 3-4 years, him and the team were like every single night. It was like some kind of record was being broken. And I was like, I didn't even realize these records were a thing. And maybe some of them were kind of, made up for the situation, but it was like every single night they're like, and they just broke the 3-point record of this game,
Right.
Every single night there was some kind of record being broken.
Right.
And then it got me thinking about all the teams that he dismantled. He dismantled the Clippers with Chris Paul, the Thunder with Kevin Durant, the LeBron Cavaliers. He's just,
the Rockets.
The Rockets.
Yep.
The Rockets.
The Blazers. The Blazers. What about Portland, Ryan? Portland they had a Warrior issue.
He stopped Cleveland from winning 3 in a row.
Yep, exactly, guys. And it's like all these teams got dismantled and they had to rethink how can we we have to flip the books and we got to figure out a new way to beat the Warriors. And the Warriors are still around with their core 3. So I love you guys. Let's get another one this year. Have a great show. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Ryan. Thank you, Ryan. Good call here. Good call.
The more and more I think about it, if we, I think we're all in unison here regarding his status in the Bay Area, right? I'm just looking at the game of basketball. And since Michael Jordan retired, right? Let's just say this era, this, post MJ era, it's really a couple of people, right? We're talking about Duncan, Kobe, LeBron, Steph. Am I omitting someone?
No, I don't think so.
5-time champion, Kobe Bryant. 5-time champion, Tim Duncan. 4-time champion, LeBron James.
Right.
1-time MVP, Kobe. 2-time MVP, Tim Duncan. How many does LeBron have? 4?
4 championships.
No, 4 MVPs?
Yes.
Four MVPs.
I would add Shaquille O'Neal to this.
Shaq.
Ooh,
with the one
okay,
MVP.
you know what?
And
You know what? You're probably right.
what?
Okay.
We're not talking about Kareem Abdul-Jabbar either.
Well, I said since MJ
Right.
retired.
Okay, MJ retired. I got you.
Since MJ retired.
My bad.
Because Michael
Right.
Jordan is the,
Right. Kobe,
to most
Duncan.
people, there's the Jordan era, and now there's everything since the Jordan.
Dwayne Wade was really good, 3 championships, but Steph's
Wade
got
is
to pull it in.
beloved in Miami
Right.
the way that Steph is
Right.
beloved here.
Yep.
I don't know if Wade resonates because, like, when I say Kobe, I think people
Oh,
like,
of course.
like, there's, I'm not, and I mean no disrespect to Kobe, but Kobe was a 9-time defensive first team.
Well,
Like,
we knew who Kobe
he
was before he even entered the league.
I mean,
when you take Brandy to your prom, and Brandy was at the height of her powers. Hell, we knew her as Moesha / Brandy. Like that, Kobe was in our life. He was in our households for a long time.
First team NBA All-Star, an 18-time All-Star, 9 times first team defense.
Yep.
9 times. Like, that's the thing with Kobe that I think we kind of sleep on.
No.
9-time first team defense.
Well,
that's
he would,
crazy.
He would take the assignment. Allen Iverson, whether it's Ray Allen, whether it's your best perimeter player, Kobe Bryant took that assignment. Can I?
Yeah.
Can you give me a second to riff off of something?
Yeah, what's that?
Just give me a second.
Yeah.
Because as we're talking about Steph Curry's greatness, and we're here trying to defend Steph Curry's greatness.
Yeah.
That's what we do. We try to defend our people. And when we talk to other markets, we try to represent our fan base, right? When we do crossovers with Dallas and Boston and Philly and Seattle, whoever it is, we try to represent our fan base.
Mm-hmm.
And we try to carry our fan base on our backs and represent our market, our county, right? So that leads me to the Giants because we are talking about some of the greatness of Stephen Curry. We're bringing up Barry Bonds. And I do want to get this off my chest because it depressed me a little last night. I'm not going to lie to you guys.
What depressed you?
It depressed me because it's just social media. And I just want to ask Giants fans, am I doing a good job of representing you? I've been very critical of Farhan Zaidi. I've been very critical of that organization. But I do it because I know the fans care about the Giants. I care about the Giants. I do. And I know I tweeted something yesterday about, I don't really care about the Giants to create false narratives. That's not my job. I don't like to create narratives. That's not what I do. I don't do narrative radio. I react to information. I react to the moments. I react to the games. So on social media, and I know everybody's not on social media, I'm getting a lot of heat. And I had to call one of my best friends, Philly Zoo. And he goes, Bonte, with the way you represent the Giants and the way you take ownership and the front office to task, we would love you in Philadelphia. We actually would love you in Philadelphia. And for some reason, here in this market, and maybe it's just social media, and I don't know if it resonates on the airways or not, but I'm trying my best to represent the fan base and fight for the fans and what they want. And what they want is a good product on the baseball field. And what they want is a team that's relatable to this market. And for me, getting backlash from some of the media members, from a lot of fans on social media, and I know maybe it doesn't resonate on the airways, it depressed me yesterday because all I've tried to do is represent the fan base and take this ownership and this front office to task and get a good baseball team because I want to care again about baseball. I want my team in the baseball playoffs. I don't want to see the Diamondbacks in the World Series. I don't want to see them in the playoffs. I want the Giants to be in the playoffs. And so when I see season ticket sales going down the drain and I see more and more empty green seats at Oracle Park, and I'm going down to pressers, I can't make every baseball game. I can't. It's not possible for me anymore to go to every single baseball game. I have a family. Yeah. I have Warriors Pre and Pulse. I have this radio show at 6 a.m. So I can't go to baseball games like I used to and go ask the questions that people want to ask. So when I go down there to ask Farhan questions, and I go down there and I tweet stuff out, and I get backlash from a lot of quote-unquote diehard Giants fans who just want to be told things that make them feel good, well, I'm just trying to keep it real and just trying to take the front office and ownership to task. And some of the backlash I got on Twitter, it actually depressed me.
Well,
it depressed me, Shasky, that so many people are buying what some of the beat writers are giving them and selling them when they're PR shills. They're mouthpieces for the baseball team that fail to hold this regime accountable, that fail to recognize that, well, the farm system right now is 19th in baseball when Farhan got here was 14th. I thought he was supposed to, like, reshape the farm system. And so it actually disappointed me that I got Giants fans who don't even recognize that I'm trying to help them out, that I'm trying to go out there for them to ask the questions that they want answered, and yet I get backlash for that. And it depressed me, Shasky. It really did last night, depressed me. And I got into it with the boss yesterday through text about it, and, oh, maybe you shouldn't reply to everybody. Well, that's what makes this show special, is that we do reach out to the fans, that we allow the fans to call this show, whether it's YouTube, Twitch, 888-957-9570, and we allow the fans to be a part of this show. When I go to games, I have no problem talking to fans. I've seen media members in this market ignore fans, not talk to fans, not take phone calls, talk at them, not with them, get snarky with fans. I appreciate conversations with the fans. And all I do is try to converse with the fans on social media because for some people, I'm a larger-than-life figure for some whatever reason because of television and radio. But I try to relate to them and try to be one of them. And for some reason, for a lot of Giants fans, it's just not good enough. And I was disappointed and depressed last night about it. So I wanted to get that off my chest because I don't know if should I do something better? Should I just tell you what you want to hear?
This is what I would say to you is that I run in big baseball circles, whether it's coaching kids, whatever it is. Just like you, I got family and friends that are diehard Giants fans. There's not one person outside of the false stuff you see on social media that doesn't carry over to real life. Real life, people are mad at the Giants. Real life, people are like, what's going on with them? Like, that's what real life people are saying. Not on social media, just carrying water. In real life, people are like, yeah, I either don't care as much as I used to, or what are they doing? That's what the average Giants fan's telling me. So I know on social media, people do stuff and say things, Bonte, but I would say more people in real life appreciate your point of view as opposed to maybe what you're seeing reflected on social media.
Yeah, I hear you. I just want to get off my chest because I don't know what I could do better. I'm trying to do things for the fan base, hold these guys accountable. And for some reason, it's deemed negative, and it's not good enough. All right, we'll continue the conversation. Steph Curry. Are we taking his greatness for granted? 888-957-9570. That's all coming up. Sponsored by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises.
This is the Lunch Rush.
Bay Area is Draymond Green. The Morning Roast with Bonta Hill and Joe Shasky is live on YouTube and Twitch right now. Time for you to like and subscribe.
All right, Day-Day, we'll see you in OKC. This is a Football Friday, though, brought to you by First 5 California. Visit first5california.com to learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress. Should have used it last night. Eric Crocker, he'll join us at 8 o'clock Croc time, because I want to know what's going on with the scheme with the 49ers. Are they running the same scheme? Remember Croc time joined us, it was about 5 weeks ago. He joined us right before the Cleveland Browns game. He joined us before that. We was talking about, this is Shanahan's defense. Shanahan's a real defense coordinator, so I wanted to kind of dive into that as they bring in Chase Young. And the Niners, of course, will get the bye week. Nick Bosa apparently is staying in the Bay Area to get Chase Young acclimated to the playbook, to the defensive schemes. So we'll talk to Croc time at 8 o'clock. What this means for them.
I want to hear that conversation.
What's that?
The Nick Bosa, Chase Young. Well, so see, Chase, on this play, you got to experiment with some run stuffing techniques. And, yeah.
That's pretty good. They give you a 4 for that.
You got a good Nick Bosa. You have a very good Nick Bosa.
It also doubles as my Fast Times at Ridgemont High Spicoli. Did somebody order a pizza? Hey, tell me you've seen Fast Times at Ridgemont High.
I fell asleep on it.
No shirt,
you have
no shoes, no ties.
Fonte,
no, I've fallen asleep on it a couple times. Somebody tried to make me watch it.
It's one of the greatest pool scenes of all time.
Yeah, maybe that's.
You don't even know what I'm talking about, do you?
I fall asleep again. I fall asleep on that movie.
Are you kidding me?
A lot of time. I'm sorry, I haven't watched it. My bad. Howard Beck 920 to talk about the in-season tournament.
Have you seen Dazed and
the
Confused?
Warriors. No, I have not watched that movie.
These are coming-of-age flicks.
Are they? Are they? I guess it depends what households are in.
Bonte. I've got
coming-of-age flicks in my household.
Yeah, what are they?
Was Boys in the Hood.
Yeah, everyone's
New
seen
Jack
that.
City.
Yep.
What else?
Yeah, I've seen all of those.
Terminator, all the Schwarzenegger movies. My mom, I don't think she watched Dazed and Confused. Mama Tyndall, Mama Becky, moms, are you out there?
Can't Hardly Wait.
No, never heard of it.
Jennifer Love Hewitt, come on.
Never love it. No, she was overrated. Wasn't she?
American
kind of overrated.
Have you seen American Pie?
Of course I've seen American Pie.
Okay.
Now I've seen American Pie 1, 2, and 3. I've seen that. When was Dazed and Confused?
Can I be honest with you?
Dazed and Confused, when did that come out?
I don't know.
The
like
80s?
the 90s? It's one of the greatest soundtracks of all time. But Beat, I love you. Look, you're getting up there in age. You need to diversify your portfolio. Okay?
No, I don't. My portfolio's
when
fine.
when I look at the best portfolios, they're very diversified. And right now, you're very niche.
Well, it was working for me. It's working for me.
1993, by the way. Days and Confused.
Days of Confused. Yeah, I was 11 years old.
Bro, it's like a who's who. It's Matthew McConaughey. It's, what's his face?
Ben Affleck.
Ben Affleck. The guy who looks like Tim Lincecum.
I never watched it. It's one of the greatest soundtracks.
Yeah, it is.
I've never heard of the soundtrack.
very beginning.
I've never heard you even bring up the soundtrack.
Bring up Sweet Emotion.
All right.
Aerosmith right now. Play it for Bonte. This is the opening scene with sweet 1970s cars driving in the parking lot. It's one of the greatest intros to a movie of all time. And it's got the football coaches with the knee-high socks and the short. It's absolutely hilarious.
It sounds like it's a snitching soundtrack.
Just listen to this. Come on, dog. Aerosmith is all time.
Okay, that's all right.
Crank this. So imagine like a 67 Chevelle or like a 71 Mustang driving slowly through the parking lot. A bunch of dudes hitting a doobie.
You know what I think of when I hear this
Imagine
music?
my dad.
You know what I hear this? No, you know what I'm imagining right now? Smoking a blunt, looking at the waves at Ocean Beach. And the black and whites, a.k.a. the police, pulled up on you saying, get out your car. That's what I think of when I hear this song.
Wait till it hits.
A.k.a. snitching music.
Is it ever going to hit?
No, this is just the bed. I don't have it right at my fingertips. I just search the system. It's just a bunch of music.
I need the sweet emotion.
Yeah, but we're also going on a minute there. So maybe we get something.
No, I know that song. I've heard that song. Yeah, that song's not bad. That song's not bad. But greatest soundtrack. I mean, New Jack City, Above the Rim, Sunset Park.
Above the Rim had like 4 good songs on that soundtrack.
New Jack City?
New Jack City's a classic, but I'm just saying, Days of Confused literally
Sunset
is a
Park?
compilation of the greatest 70s songs ever.
Oh. Black Panther soundtrack was probably better than Days
Why
of Confused.
can't we be friends?
I'm getting a...
Absolutely incredible.
My guy, my Devo. What up, Devo?
What's he saying?
I brought up the weed. He goes, Vegas, Swisher, or Freak of Black and Mile.
Oh, man, I'm a roaster.
I'm gonna leave that alone. I'm gonna leave that alone, Devo. Vegas were done by like the late 90s. They were done.
Everybody like Vegas.
Yeah. Let's go back to the calls. We're talking about Steph Curry. 888-957-9570. Let's start off with Duke and San Brito. Duke, what's happening?
Guys, okay, Shasky, you opened up the can of worms with Fast Times. Vic Damone, I gotta go. I really gotta go.
Thank you.
No shoes, no service.
Thank you.
This is a hard time, Mr. Hand. Okay, enough of that. The Giants stink. Okay, Bonte, Shasky, you guys would never toot your own horn. But they're going to go after you guys because you guys are good. That's all there is to it. That you have to understand that. When you're good, they're going to go after you.
I appreciate that.
These guys, they cover for the Giants. The Giants suck. And I'm an old man. I'm the older demographic of your audience. Trust me. I've been there and done that. They stink. Keep doing what you guys are doing.
I appreciate that. And thank you for backing me on Fast Times at Ridgemont High.
Blood in, Blood out. I haven't seen Blood in and Blood out.
Blood in, Are you kidding me? You haven't seen Blood in, Blood out?
No, I said I have seen that. Somebody asked me. I said I've seen Blood out.
Classic.
Classic. So amazing movie.
American Me, Blood
in,
Blood out. You know what
was on last night that I was trying to go to sleep to?
Uh-huh.
And I was like, haven't you seen this movie before? It's like, yeah, a million times. Juice was on last night. It was Juice and Pulp Fiction on HBO.
Got the Juice.
And I was like, Juice. I was like, I can't stop watching
it's
this.
A classic.
And you know what I didn't even realize? After 100 times of watching Juice, Q, Omar Epps, Quincy, GQ, who was DJing, and he had the Juice, had the OG San Francisco 49ers bucket hat on.
Yeah, you didn't know that?
No, I knew it, but then last night I was like, damn, he's got the Niners bucket hat on. Tupac had a Raider sweatshirt in that movie. It's pretty cool. Pretty cool.
It's a great classic movie.
I couldn't stop watching it. I was like, all right, let me get to bed.
I just want you, when we're done with the show today, I want you to Google the swimsuit or the swimming scene where she's coming out of the pool. That's like one of the most iconic
Clear your history after you do it.
Yeah, I know. That's what gets me caught up, Big John.
NSFW right there.
Yeah, that's some Big John. It gets me caught up. I don't clear my history enough. What their sister grab.
Big John, you're a younger guy.
Having a meltdown.
Big John, you're a younger guy. You know what I'm talking about when I say the Fast Times at Ridgemont High swimming pool scene. Everybody knows that.
Yeah, of course.
Exactly.
Of course. But you gotta, you gotta clear the history, or incognito mode.
What did I do wrong?
Exactly.
Steph Curry, Curry thoughts? Uncle Gene in Oakland.
Hey, Gene.
Uncle Gene, what's happening?
Morning, fellas. Yeah, hey, listen, I love you guys, and the reason I do, Bonte, is because, you're honest, you're passionate, you're respectful, you tell it like it is. So, listen, social media, I can only take it in small doses.
Yeah,
There's a lot of nastiness out there. So, last thing about that is, listen, the older you get, the less you care about what other people think. So, it's one of the few things you have to look forward to as you grow towards my age.
No doubt about that, Uncle Gene. I'm starting to do that now at the young age of 40. What am I, 41 or 40? I forget. Go ahead, Uncle Gene.
All right. So as for Curry, I totally agree that he's not fully appreciated. I fully appreciate him because, I'm a long-standing Warriors fan, and, I suffered with this team for 18 miserable years out of 20. So when he came along, he was kind of like the Messiah to me. So, as far as I'm concerned, and, I've seen them all, but he's made my top 10 list, one of the greats of all time, best Warrior ever as far as I'm concerned.
Over Wilt.
But one thing. What's that?
Over Wilt?
Over Wilt? Yeah.
Wow.
Wilt wasn't here that long.
No, I'm taking your word for it, Gene.
And Barry was number one until 2 years ago when they won that game 4, and they won that the fourth. So, but there is one thing when you start comparing him to Joe Montana, who I totally idolize, as you know. There's one thing he's yet to do, okay, and that's make a do or die shot in the playoffs.
Ooh.
I think he's something like 0 for 11 or something like that. He's done great things in the playoffs. He's gotten them there. They wouldn't have come close without him. I got all that. And as far as these do-or-die shots, listen, much of the time he probably shouldn't have taken the shot.
Right.
I mean, they double and triple team him.
Right.
And then, of course, the famous one, 2016, he was severely compromised, as you've said. Nevertheless, I think he's ready. I mean, it took, as I recall, it took LeBron James a few times before he started doing that, and same with Durant. Durant didn't make do or die shots until he came to us. So,
that's a good point.
I look for that. I think he's ready, but that's what separates. In my mind, that's what separates Joe still from Steph.
Good call, Uncle Gene, about the game winner thing. Now, first of all, it's hard to get into those situations when you're blowing teams out, right? We got the stats of Steph Curry sitting out fourth quarters.
I mean, LeBron doesn't even have that. And like Ray Allen and Kyrie have those shots.
Well, no, LeBron has a game winner.
I'm saying in a finals,
right.
If I think of LeBron's championships, it's the Ray Allen shot.
Okay.
And then it's the Kyrie shot.
Why does he need to have a game winner in the finals?
No.
He had
but he has the block.
Right. But Steph has game 4 in Boston.
Yeah. I mean, the fourth quarter was.
How about Steph, game 4 Boston? How about Steph, game 5 against Cleveland in the 2015 NBA Finals?
Yeah, but Jordan has the shot against, Byron Russell. He has the pass to Paxson, the pass to Steve Kerr. I'm just saying, I'm just giving you the alternative. I don't agree 100% with it, but I'm just giving you, like, does Kobe have that signature? I guess the alley-oop to Shaq, but that was the Western Conference Finals.
Steph had the night-night against Boston.
Yeah.
He went night-night on them. He went night-night. You know what I'm saying?
Does Duncan, because we were talking about this, does Duncan have a signature put back or bucket? The one I was thinking of was the bank shot against the Lakers in the second round.
Right.
But then Derek Fisher came back and hit that .3 little catch and shoot, right?
I mean, yeah. Steph dropped 50 against Sacramento in a game 7. How about game 5 against the Cleveland Cavaliers where Steph dropped 37 to get the Dubs a 3-2 series lead? What about his game 4 in that same series?
Do we consider the back-to-back daggers in LeBron's face by Kevin Durant? Are those they're not game winners, but
they're game-winning shots, basically.
They're signature shots.
Right, they're signature shots. Steph Curry had the greatest overtime in postseason history against Portland on one knee. Does he not get credit for that?
No, he does.
But, we keep going to the last minute of the game. What about the first 47 minutes?
That's a good point. That's a good point.
You know what I'm saying?
But
Like
football by nature, I think it's tough to compare football and basketball because by nature, football, it does feel like these games come down to those final drives. Patrick Mahomes scrambling for a touchdown. Tom Brady marching his team in overtime to beat the Falcons, or down at the goal line, the Seattle versus New England. Like you have those moments. Joe Montana against Cincinnati, 89, January 88, or whatever, 88 Super Bowl, January 89, where he's throwing the touchdown pass to John Taylor. I guess football by nature has more of those climactic moments.
Right.
Whereas basketball, I don't know. Like, even the Kyrie shot wasn't the final shot of the game.
Right.
It was in the final minute.
Right.
Well, I think there was 35 seconds left.
So I just pulled up something from May 9th of 2023, and Steph Curry apparently now 0-12 in his playoff career on potential go-ahead shots in the final 45 seconds of a fourth quarter overtime. In Game 4 on the Tuesday, he missed multiple shots against the LA Lakers. That was the Lonnie Walker game. Look, okay, you want to dive on that? It feels like, to me, we're moving the goalposts.
Does Kobe, I'm asking, does Kobe have a signature bucket? I mean, I off the top of my head, the signature, when I close my eyes and think of Kobe,
Finals?
it's the Western Conference Finals alley-oop to Shaq in the Blazers series, where they were, I think the Blazers had a 15-point lead in the fourth quarter.
I was going to say the pass around Artest.
Oh, that's actually, you know what? That's a good one. That's a good one.
First round series against the Suns, 06, he has a game-winning shot. Kobe Bryant
but
they went up 3-1, and they ended up losing that series.
They lose that series, but that's the shot, that game winner that he had.
But what about his shot in the Western Conference Finals against Phoenix when he patted Alvin Gentry on the butt?
Yeah.
That was a go-ahead game-winning bucket. That was a night-night.
Yeah.
So, but again, I just feel like we're really searching, and I'm not.
We're searching to find something against Stephen Curry. So now we're searching in the last 45 seconds. Well, it's really hard when the defense is dictating. I would want to know Michael Jordan's shooting percentage in the last minute of a game, right? LeBron James' shooting percentages. I get you. I bet you they're all low.
Honestly, I don't know about others, but I don't really care. I know Jordan was great.
Right.
You know what I mean? I don't need that advanced analytics.
And that's my point with Stephen Curry.
To prove it.
We're going to knock him. When I think about Larry Bird, sure, he was awesome. I think Larry Bird gets better and better with time.
I think of him stealing the ball against the Pistons.
But that
again wasn't the finals.
What I was going to go to was 85.
Oh. Okay.
Or was it 85 or 87? Steiny would know this. 85 or 87. Steiny text in if I get this wrong. But I remember a Game 4 when Magic Johnson had the junior skyhook.
Mm-hmm.
Larry Bird missed a shot. He missed a shot to win the game.
All the montages I saw, he never missed.
Back rim.
But if he did, he rebounded it and finished it with his left hand.
Well, see, he's back. Yeah, no. Back rim, 87. Back rim. He missed it.
Yeah.
He missed it. Could have evened up the series. He missed it. Well, we all say, boy, the fact that Larry Bird was even close to making that shot.
Yes.
He gets credit for that.
Yes.
Steph Curry gets the Toronto Raptors Game 6 at Oracle Arena, the final game ever at Oracle Arena. It was a tough three-point attempt. We had this argument when I was back with Steiny and Guru, BS&G. Steph Curry missed a shot. It was a very, very difficult shot. Hell, the play didn't even get started because Iguodala almost threw it out of bounds. Or Draymond almost threw it out of bounds to Iguodala. Remember that? Game 6. No, Klay Thompson got hurt in that game.
I know. I was thinking in my head, what about that 3 against the Pelicans, that first championship run in the corner where everyone's like, ah! Remember that?
Oh, I do. They came back from 20 in that game.
I know they swept that series.
They came back for 20.
That was one of the greatest moments. I mean, God.
Was that not clutch?
And one that didn't get called.
Right. Was that not clutch?
Exactly. He got collapsed in the corner. And one that didn't get called. Right.
Exactly. This is a great point from Certified G on Comcast Business Text Line.
Give it to me.
Certified G. Tom Brady put his team in position to win, but someone else kicked those field goals.
That's a great point. It's a great point.
It
just feels like to me, we expect things to be storybook.
Right.
And in real life, it sometimes doesn't play out that way. Yeah. And you can still be excellent and great, and you close the game out, and yet you don't have that signature, final minute play.
Right. Let's go to, we'll get to Frank in Monterey in a second. Let's get to Justin on 680. Justin, good morning, man. Thanks for holding, man. What you got?
Hey, what's up, guys? I just wanted to talk about just a couple things real quick on the greats, Jerry Rice, Curry Bonds with the Walksman comparison to the Giants. how many of those were intended walks?
Yeah, I've got them all right here. It's incredible. It's
Jerry
incredible.
Rice, shorter season.
Yeah.
You know, and then Steph Curry's just an alien, you know. And then Bonte, real quick, for a movie,
Yeah.
Idle Hands.
Ooh, good one. I like
Idle
that
Hands?
one. Yeah, it's a classic. By the way, in one season, 2004, Bonds had 120 intentional walks. 120.
What season was that?
What?
What season was that?
In 2004.
Was that when he batted 370?
He batted 362 with 232 walks, 45 home runs, and 101
Batted
RBIs.
362.
My guy had 303 total bases. By the way, Bonds only struck out 100 times one time his rookie year.
Yep. Yeah, I know. That's the difference between Barry Bonds and King Griffey Jr. The strikeouts. All right, we're playing Know the Show. Something's going to happen on the show in the next 15 minutes. At 7:50, be the first caller to call in and answer the question about what happened on the show. And you will be on your way to Chase Center to play Knockout. That's right, the first ever 95-7 a game knockout tournament at Chase Center. Again, you got next week as well to qualify. If you don't qualify today, you got 3 opportunities today, 7:30, 12:30, 4:30, and then all of next week at the same times, 7:30, 12:30, 4:30. And you have to know the show. So if something's going to happen in the next 15 minutes, it may happen from Frank in Monterey. Frank in Monterey, what's on your mind, Frank? Good morning.
Good morning, gentlemen. How's everything today?
Can't complain.
Great.
Great. I'm very grateful. I don't like people who complain myself. So here we go. I know you guys are busy. I know you have a lot of callers after me, so here we go. I think something's going on in the 49er locker room that's not being reported. And I think they're on the verge of implosion. And this is my take on it. Here we go. I remember a long time ago when the Showtime Lakers were around, and Magic Johnson was on the old Arsenio Hall show getting interviewed, and he told a story once where Kareem Abdul-Jabbar would pick up 2 quick fouls in the first quarter on purpose if he felt he wasn't part of the offensive flow. So then fast forward, John Madden on the air, God bless his soul, he would say the same thing about Jerry Rice if he wasn't in part of the first 5 plays of the 25-play script under Walsh and Seifert. He would kind of like not feel a part of the offense. I feel that because we go to McCaffrey as often as we do, the other guys are going to sleep and they don't feel part of the game. Therefore, they're not trying their best. And I think that's why things are happening the way they are, because with the amount of guys we have on offense that can, dictate a game, I don't see them anymore. I'm curious if Mitchell is playing his way out of San Francisco because he gets the ball. He's not doing anything. Last time I remember him doing well was the Cowboy playoff game last year. Anyway, that's my take. I don't know how you guys think about it, but that's what I feel what's going on. You got to spread the wealth a little bit sometimes.
I hear you, Frank. All right, so we have Eric Crocker coming up at 8 o'clock. He's 49ers locked on 49ers with Brian Peacock, and does a great job. I see him. He's got a tweet right now breaking down all 22s of the scheme. But we're going to get into Steve Wilkes, whether or not he should, Pittsburgh yesterday, they got Matt Canada on the sideline. They brought him back. They brought him down from the booth. Baldy said, look, it doesn't matter. Just call the play. Execute the play. It doesn't matter. He's like, Dan Quinn's in the booth. Dallas's defense, they've been swarming.
Yeah.
They've been fine. Outside of the game against the 49ers, Dallas's defense has been creating turnovers and having pick sixes and fumble recoveries. They've been fine.
I'm mad at Matt Canada. Why'd you have to bring his name up?
Why?
You know why I'm mad at him?
Why are you mad?
Because I went up against Najee last night, and he scored 14, and I had George Pickens, and he had -2 yards.
Wow. I had George Pickens, too, playing.
I was pissed.
But I had Najee.
Drag that toe, George. Come on.
Drag the toe, man.
Don't even start me.
Drag the toe.
Don't even start me.
It's kind of a diva, but Najee Harris, I was hoping he got that second touchdown because I have him in another league. Now, one league, I've got, everybody on the bye week. This is one of those weeks for me where I just got to scrap and pray that the other team doesn't have the game in their life or whatnot. But anyway, we're going to talk to Crocky about the Niners. Now, I don't know if there's something happening in the locker room. We thought that the last couple of years when they got off the slow starts. I think the locker room's fine. Honestly, believe the locker room's
Okay, so
fine.
forget the locker room or the chemistry or the egos, but in terms of spreading the ball around is and not effort level. That's not what I'm saying, but do the Niners spread the ball around appropriately?
To playmakers? Well, look, they force-fed George Kittle, which I agree with. They force-fed Brandon Ayuk last week, which I agree with. I want my playmakers to get the most opportunities and get the ball in their hands. If Debo's out there with Christian McCaffrey, all four of those guys, I got no problem with all four of those guys gobbling up all the touches. Now, should you sprinkle in some Juwan Jennings or some Ronnie Bell at times? Sure, absolutely. I wish they had a second tight end they could throw to. It feels like they've been searching for a second tight end throughout the Shanahan tenure, whether it's Ross Dwelley, Croft, Braden Willis can't even get active, so he's not playing. And I like the young man out of Oklahoma. So, do they need to spread the ball around? I've got no problem with McCaffrey, Debo, Brandon Ayuk, and George Kittle gobbling off the targets. To me, that's fine. That's fine. And by the way, Debo's told Kay Adams yesterday on their podcast that Debo's ready to go. He's going to play against Jacksonville. He'll be ready to go. We'll get the sound in a second. So I don't have a problem with that. You want them to spread it around? Who are you going to spread it to?
I don't know. No, not that I want them to spread it around. I do think there is a conversation about overall touches for Christian McCaffrey. 400 is the number, right? DeMarco Murray, going back in the day, like you get over 400, like over 400 carries, there is a correlation to the depreciation of a player in terms of their physical peak when they get more than 400 touches. There are outliers. Adrian Peterson, physical freak outlier. Derrick Henry, physical freak outlier. Could McCaffrey be one of those outliers? Fine. I'll listen to it because he's a specimen, right? But I not that I'm worried or like the sky is falling, but I do think it's something to monitor. The most touches he's ever had is a shade over 400 in 2019. And the very next year, he was banged up. The very next year, he was banged up. Right now, 137 rushes, and that's missing almost an entire game because he came out early. And then he's got the 32 catches. So he's on pace for 350 or so to 400. Is that too many? I don't know. He gives you your best chance to win.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying. I don't want them off the field. Right.
I feel like they're in a tough spot.
Who are you going to spread the ball to? Now, was it unfortunate that Juwan Jennings went out there and exercised last Sunday, ran 33 routes with no target? That's a little unfair. It's a little unfair.
I would counter to anyone saying that Jennings needs to be targeted with. I don't love Ray and Jennings as my 2 and 3, given with Debo out.
Honestly, I was impressed with Jennings against Minnesota.
No, he was fine against
He had a little wiggle, which I didn't know because they never throw him the ball. So I didn't know. I was like, wow, okay, Juwan Jennings not bad. But then you're throwing key critical passes to him and you get it picked off. So whether they spread the ball around or not, they just need to sustain drives and get back to running the football. Run the football.
Yeah.
Whether that's with Jordan Mason, Elijah Mitchell, or Christian McCaffrey.
Something's going on with Jordan Mason. Like, how does this guy... I don't know. Like, how do you run for what he's run for this year? And maybe it's like, Joe, the context. They were up big and teams were giving up, and he had a couple of big runs that have diluted the numbers. Whenever I watch Jordan Mason, I'm like, he runs hard and he runs forward. I don't know why you can't find touches for a guy like that when short yardage and red zone situations feel so tough this year.
I don't know. I'm very interested to hear from Crocodile about this defense, about what's going on with the 49ers. Now, again, Frank and Monterey said there's something going on in the locker room. Is there tension? Probably with some of the play calls. There's probably tension because they lost 3 in a row. But think about their starts the last couple years. At this point, we were just happy they were 4-4 at the bye week last year.
What was the year prior? 3-5?
3-5, 2-4. They lost 4 in a row. And they had that life or death Chicago game where Jimmy Garoppolo was basically playing for his job.
Life or death.
Remember that at Soldier Field?
I do.
And everybody was hyper-focused. Look at Jimmy. They're not even celebrating with Jimmy after the touchdown.
The Debo play before halftime?
Right. No, or the third quarter.
Oh, the third quarter? Yeah.
The wide receiver screen.
Yeah.
So I think they've had more tension in the past. I think this locker room's in a good spot right now.
Was that the game they used Debo as a decoy to throw the underneath pass to Jennings?
Yes.
For a touchdown?
No, that was the Philadelphia game.
That was the Philadelphia.
A couple years ago.
Okay.
Week 2.
Yes.
Right before halftime.
Yeah.
And Debo said he lined up in the wrong spot.
Yes. Those games all blended in for me.
Jimmy Garoppolo.
I had a conversation with somebody the other day. Ray Williamson, his 2 sons are playing on our softball team, ballers, Justin and Andrew. And he goes, me and my buddy, we stopped being friends because of Jimmy Garoppolo. I go, you stopped being friends over Jimmy Garoppolo? He goes, we would argue about Jimmy Garoppolo. So now he's just firing texts at him of like Jimmy pointing in one direction, throwing an interception in the other.
I actually feel bad for Jimmy, but you know what? I don't feel bad for Jimmy because he started popping off this year saying, yeah, there's a lot of weird things happening in San Francisco. Yeah, you don't know weird yet until you sign up with the Oakland Raiders or the Las Vegas Raiders.
You're leading the league
Right.
in interceptions. You
And
haven't played 2 weeks.
Right, I know. So I'm done with Jimmy.
Spadoni's got to get in here on Jimmy. As a non-Niner fan watching from a front row seat, now that you finally have Jimmy, your thoughts?
Well, I mean, I've been covering the Niners now for years now, so I know the entire Jimmy Garoppolo experience. So I wasn't surprised by any of this. It's just wild to think after his starting career is over.
Yeah,
he's not going to be a starter anymore in this league.
Ever?
I don't know if he's going to be in this league anymore.
Forever?
He might be a backup in places, but he's not a starter
I don't even know if he's
anymore.
going to be in this league.
Why?
I think he might be playing because he has that I don't care type of attitude again. And reports are coming out again, and Martellus Bennett is one person, and so they don't want to listen to Martellus Bennett because he's crazy. They quote unquote crazy. Oh, the Bennett brothers just be talking. Well, then Edelman start talking. And then now there's other reports. This guy can't play hurt. And I swear to God, the first thing I said to Shasky in Philadelphia, you see Jimmy walk out the tunnel?
Okay.
There's no limp.
Here's the funny thing. I was actually showing video of the Niner team running out of the tunnel for Philadelphia. Who comes walking with no limp at the end of the video?
Jimmy Garoppolo.
And you can hear Bonte elbowing me. I swear to God, I should send them the video.
Right.
Jimmy looks good.
No way.
He's got no limp. That's
no
you
way.
Elbowing me as the camera is shaking, and you're talking about Jimmy in his Jordans. Look at them fresh J's.
Wow.
He did have fresh J's.
He did have fresh J's on. And then somebody screenshotted a picture yesterday of Jimmy Garoppolo smiling from ear to ear while the Niners are getting their butts kicked in Philadelphia. I'm sorry. I never played at a high level. I played in high school. I played Pop Warner. We're losing. Nobody was smiling. Nobody was smiling. I don't know anybody who is part of a losing situation and you're smiling about something. If so, that person would get checked. Well, Jimmy was smiling from ear to ear. And I know, now that the reports are coming out, I was like, that guy could have suited up and played for us, and he didn't. He was worried about himself and not his teammates.
If Jimmy's, I feel it's premature to say his career is over. I
don't know. I don't know a team that's.
But if he does, are we going to have a Jimmy Summit here at 95.7 The Game? I mean, for all the content that man provided us for many years.
He carried our station for a long time.
957 The Game?
Yeah. Shout out to Will Kiss of the Raiders. He used to go to the Coliseum, Will Kiss.
Hey, keep
He's
it
doing
real.
well. He looked at me, he goes, oh, Bonte, what's up? What's happening at 957 The Game?
Keep it real, though. You look at Shanny a little different after seeing how bad Jimmy struggled. Come on.
I do, but it also makes me very critical of Brock Purdy.
Why?
Because Jimmy Garoppolo's numbers is very similar to Brock Purdy's at this point of their careers.
I think Brock's way better in terms of processing information pre-snap.
Okay, that's fine.
And footwork.
But the numbers look the same.
I think he's a little more accurate, too.
The numbers look the same.
I don't care about the numbers. I'm going eyeball. I'm going eyeball.
And honestly, 2019, Jimmy Garoppolo did carry the offense at times. At various points in that season.
He was good. No,
he was good.
I don't pretend like he was never
I'm not
good.
trying to
He
take
was
that
good.
away from him.
But Brock, I think
Post-Super Bowl, Jimmy was not good. But 2019, Jimmy had a very good year.
He did. But Bonte, my eyeball, my naked eye tells me Brock gets to more progressions. He has a better feel for zone. He has better layered throws intermediately. Maybe I'm a prisoner of the moment. I think Brock's a much better player than Jimmy Garoppolo. They might be more closely together. Brock might be closer to Jimmy than he is Mahomes, but that's because Mahomes is nuclear.
Z Niner, the Jimmy Derangement Syndrome. He's calling it JDS. Jimmy Derangement Syndrome.
Jimmy, is it Jimmy G or Jimmy INT?
Oh, my gosh. By the way, this quote from Deshaun Watson today is not going to age well.
Deshaun Watson talked.
Deshaun Watson says not being out there on the field for his guys is weighing on him. Quote, this is the most guilt I've ever felt.
Oh, boy.
Oh, my God.
Oh, boy.
Absolutely incredible. Real quick, Ross and Benicia.
You just can't solve
Ross and Benicia, what's happening?
Oh, boy.
Yeah, man, that Deshaun Watson quote is crazy, right?
Wild.
But another thing, man, is why you guys still harping on Jimmy, man? The 49ers are losing right now without him. And so you guys are losing so much, it got y'all shook, man.
Listen, Ross. It's Jimmy PTSD.
Yeah.
If not treated, it will linger.
It will.
And it's lingering right now.
Hey, you know what? I'm a Raider fan, so I know.
Hey, if it lasts more than 4 seasons, see a doctor.
Hey, man, we're so bad right now. I don't even look at it, man. I come home from work, man, and I just go straight to hoop, man.
I'm not mad at you.
Yeah, man. So anyway, I'm just calling. You guys are gonna be all right, man. Just think, you don't have to watch the Raiders. So just cheer up, man. Buck up, guys. You'll be all right.
Do you follow Baldy? There was a video Baldy put out on. It was like 4th down, 4th and 1, and it was like a simple. Josh Jacobs is from here to Bronte. I mean,
4th and 2. 4th and 2.
He could have handed him the football, and he's looking right at him. And by the way, the design of the play was horrific. It was 3 double moves on a 4th and 2. Why are you shaking your head, Spadoni?
The entire game was just frustrating. I'm so happy that Josh McDaniels, it can't be worse than this. Whatever offense is going forward just can't be as worse as what Josh McDaniels is doing with Devontae Adams, Josh Jacobs, 2 of the best players at their positions, and you can't score 20 points in a game. It's unbelievable. It really
Josh
is.
McDaniels, 1 and done twice.
All right. You know what that means. That's the sounder. Be the first person to answer this question about the show correctly to win a spot in our first ever 95-7 The Game knockout tournament. Spadoni, take it away.
If you were listening the last 5 minutes, what quarterback does Bonte think will be out of the league sooner rather than later?
That's an easy one.
Don't put that online. He'll be in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, don't put that online. Please do not put that online. Kirsten Whitley or whoever's running our digital department. 415-523-4652. Again, that is 415-523-4652. Save it in your contacts if you can be the first caller to call in and get that question right. Who did I say would be out of the league in possibly 6 months?
And it wasn't Dylan Brooks.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't James Harden either. We got a special guest on the hotline. I've been waiting.
Special guest?
I've been waiting to hear from her. We haven't seen her since the great tailgate out at the Oakland Coliseum for the Teamsters. Had a really good time. Justin and the whole crew at Boxer and Gerson. It's our favorite, Hillary. Hillary. Good morning, Hillary.
What's up,
How
dog?
are you?
Man, 3 weeks ago, all you Niner fans were talking about how you may never lose again, but it's really starting to look like y'all may never win again.
Oh.
Thank God you have that bye week.
And thank God you have Jimmy Garoppolo, right?
Listen, it only took 8 weeks, but we finally got rid of your sloppy second, and we've turned a new leaf. We're playing the Giants on Sunday. We're favored. Next week, I'm flying to Miami to watch them beat the Dolphins.
Oh.
The locker room's got a new vibe. I'm pretty sure, actually, we're going undefeated for the rest of the season.
Are you going to bury a football?
We are going to have a better record than you guys will. And you know what the answer to your trivia question is? Who do you think will be gone in the league in 6 months? Brock Purdy.
Wow. What do you think of Brock Purdy? Now I want to know.
Oh, boy.
I have no thoughts about Brock Purdy. I'm worried about the silver and black, and I know that we are going to crush it now that we have whoever this new guy is, whoever this new QB is. I don't even know who these people are. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Handsome Jimmy is dead, and we are just moving forward. Blinders on.
Did Jimmy Garoppolo meet your expectations?
I mean, Jesus. Jimmy Garoppolo's dead.
Did he meet your expectations, Hillary?
Jimmy G did everything I thought he would do. Every time he threw it, it was either a pick six or a touchdown. And most times, it was an interception. He did exactly what he did for the Niners.
Have you ever heard the kids? They go, I'm him. He's him. They're him. Jimmy's ugh.
No, I don't know what you're talking about.
What's the latest and greatest in Boxer Girls? We miss you guys We miss you guys over there, Hillary. Seriously, we had a great time at the Coliseum. I know, didn't the A's win that game too?
They did.
They did win that game. They won that series.
Yeah.
Yeah, they won that series.
Yeah. Of course the A's won.
That was one of their 4
Can I give a
wins
shout out to Bochy for finally ditching the trash Giants franchise and getting a ring?
I mean, Hillary.
Hey, you know what? I have no problem with you crapping on the Giants right now. They deserve it. They do deserve it.
I know they do.
What's the latest and greatest?
Sure do.
Are you winning Lawyer of the Year again? Are you going back to back like Drake? Back to back.
Definitely. I mean, who would not nominate me for Lawyer of the Year?
Me? You're coming at the Dome today. Hey, is Steph Curry, honestly, is Steph Curry the greatest athlete in your life?
I mean, for sure.
For sure, right?
For sure. I mean, and I'm not biased at all.
Right. No, not at all.
We
But
got
seriously, Hillary, do we take his greatness for granted?
No, absolutely not.
Okay.
He is living and breathing legend right now, and he is leading us to another championship this year. We have great team chemistry. Whatever this NBA in-season tournament is that's starting tonight, we're going to win that too.
There we go.
I'm on a high, man. We're crushing it this
Have you
year.
seen Fast Times at Ridgemont High?
No. That sounds like the dumbest movie.
Hillary, that's why you and I are in lockstep. I don't know what that movie is. Days of Confused? He
Yeah.
said it was the greatest soundtrack ever. I have no idea what it is. Days of Confused?
Yeah, he played that clip from the song, and I thought it was the Home Depot theme song.
Hillary, you are made for radio. But we got to go, Hillary. It's good to hear. It's good to hear from you. You're in good spirits. I thought you'd be doom and gloom. Bye-bye, Hillary.
I'll be back after our undefeated season. Don't worry about it.
Let us know how South Beach treats you. If you need tickets, I may have a hookup for you.
Oh boy.
No, I'm serious. I wouldn't do you wrong, Hillary. Go out there to Hard Rock Stadium, have a good time. I know some people. Who knows some people?
All right, we got to go.
Oh boy. Thanks, guys.
Bye, Hillary. Thank you for everything you do, Boxer and Girls, and they really do support the station. I love what they do for us. And we have the injury report. Speaking of which, Spadoni, the Niners could be getting Deebo Samuel back soon. He's going to be reevaluated after the bye week after missing the last 2 games with a hairline fracture in his left shoulder. But he talked to Kay Adams, and here's what he said about his shoulder.
And you personally, health-wise, any update? Everybody wants to know.
I am ready to go.
Yay!
I am ready to go. That's Deebo Samuel. Let's go, Deebo.
100% Kay Adams is pulling the Pat McAfee. Somebody's paying these guests to show up. How does she have a weekly with Deebo?
I don't know.
How much does that cost?
We haven't got
job. I like Adams.
We haven't gotten
No, I'm not hating. I'm asking.
We haven't gotten a 49ers player on this show since the second day of training camp.
Just asking.
Hey, damn. I haven't gotten Fred Warner. That was so long ago. That was a lifetime ago. Anyway, the injury report brought to you by Boxer and Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping get your workers get their lives back for over 40 years. Coming up on the game, brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. It is Croc time. Eric Crocker will join us. Lockdown 49ers podcast. He knows it all. We're going to get the scheme, Steve Wilkes, this 49ers football team. Then we'll pivot back to the Golden State Warriors. 888-957-9570. Line them up. 8:30, we're going to start to talk about the Warriors again. Have we taken Steph Curry's greatness for granted? We'll get into that again. But first, Eric Crocker on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
At Bank of America,
Friday, non-payday Friday, whatever Friday you want to call it. Shout out to Twitch and YouTube, brought to you by, powered by First NorCal Credit Union, and of course the Comcast Business Sex Line. We love you. We love you. Love you. It is Football Friday, brought to you by First 5 California. Visit first5california.com to learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress. By the way, Nikki in Oakland, today's knockout contest winner on the Morning Roast. If you can, Spinoni, get time during this interview, give me all the names who've won this week. I'll shout them out. If we can. If we don't worry about it. But Nikki in Oakland, today's knockout contest winner. Nice. Nikki in Oakland. You about to get that work, Nikki. You get knocked out. Quick.
Have you been paying attention? I know we talking football, and there's all these NFL matchups, some really juicy ones this weekend. Obviously, you've got a Chiefs matchup overseas. That's a big one. But I don't know if you've been monitoring the whole Caleb Williams thing. We've been talking a lot about Caleb Williams this year, just in general. You know, they've got a big slate of games coming up. They need to win this weekend. There are rumors that if they lose this one, he might just shut it down and not come back. What do you think about that?
Well, Nick Bosa did it. He got hurt, and he shut it down after 3 games, and it worked out for him. McCaffrey sat out the Sun Bowl. There's guys who sit out bowls. I've seen enough on tape from Caleb Williams to know that he's going to be a top pick. I would have no problem with it, but I know how the media is going to take it. I know how some fans are going to take it.
Well, as a competitor, what do you think? Forget media and all that. Just I want to see him play some of these games.
At the time when Nick Bosa sat out, for example, for Ohio State, I didn't like it.
Yeah.
3 games, you got hurt, you shut it down. I didn't like it. I understood it. I didn't like it. Will I like it? Will I like it if Caleb Williams sat down? Probably not, but I would understand it. I would.
So there's an NIL factor to this as well. He's making a lot of money to play for USC right now. Now, not the same amount of money that he would make if he goes to the NFL, but there is an NIL thing attached to this, and there are a lot of people in both directions, both players not living up to their NIL financing, and both financing being promised to kids in the NIL that hasn't been paid off. There's a lot going on here in college football.
What do you think about it?
With Caleb?
Yeah.
It has a front runner feel to it if he quits. It really does, because things aren't going well right now for USC. And I want to see the kid play. I enjoy watching USC play. As flawed as they are, as bad as it's been on defense, I enjoy watching him play. The same way, like I tell you, when Victor Wembanyama's on my television, I feel attracted to continuing to watch. Caleb's the same way for me. I just love watching
and Victor Wembanyama
jealous,
played.
Selfishly.
He played, though.
Yes.
He knew he was the number 1 overall pick. He still played.
And he had injury issues.
Right. He is special, by the way.
Oh, I mean, I'm sure that, there's...
Look, the only
a video game
only doubts I had was, could he handle the physicality? Could he handle the speed? Check. He went toe-to-toe with Kevin Durant in back-to-back games. He got the best of Kevin Durant. And Kevin Durant's a top 15 player of all time. Victor Wembanyama single-handedly will have the Spurs in the playoff hunt. It's unbelievable. As far as Caleb, I've been on okay.
I know you've been very skeptical of Caleb.
I like Caleb at Oklahoma. He followed Lincoln Riley to USC, and then the hype just got crazy. And that's what I kind of take a step back. It's like, hold on, wait a minute. Let that guy play a full year. Yeah. Let the guy get to the NFL. We went straight from Caleb's the next Mahomes. It's like, whoa,
no. We said some of the things that he's doing reminds you of shades of Mahomes. There's a big difference.
Yeah, but a lot of people went straight to Mahomes.
Yeah, no,
it wasn't
you're right.
just you. I'm not just talking about you. Right. The national sentiment.
I mean, Baldy loves him.
He does. A lot of people love him. I mean, he's got talent. The kid can make throws. But I've seen a lot of guys with talent, and I don't know, man. I don't know about Caleb. Let's go to Chris. Let's get to Chris before we get to Croc time. Chris, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hi, Chris.
What's going on, former coworker? How are you?
Oh, what's up, Big Chris? Big redhead.
That's right.
What's going on?
It's a little off topic, but I think I'm an athletic director now.
Where?
Over at 2 charter schools in Vallejo, Mare Island Technology Academy and Griffin Academy. And I just, I know it's off topic, and I'm sorry about that, but I'm so proud of these girls because they were both first-year builds, and they're the 2 volleyball teams. They're playing each other in the championship today for the league.
Oh, man, that's awesome. That is awesome.
So what What's the league? What's the championship? Where's the game at?
Yeah, it's the Bay Area Charter School Athletic Conference out of the Oakland section. It's a voting block with the SF section as well, so you might have some familiarity there. And they're in a developmental league in the B division, but I think both of them should probably move up to A next year because year one disrupts the whole thing. Number one, number two, playing each other for the finals today at Ira Jenkins Recreational Center in East Oakland near the old Warriors home ground.
Very cool.
Love that.
Very cool.
Well, good stuff, Chris. I'm proud of you, man. You continue to do good work. Beautiful baby. Tell the wife we said hello. Good to see you, Chris. Chris Owens, a good dude. Really good dude. He used to work with him in promotions at that other station back in the day. He could talk with the best of them. Caleb Williams. Yeah, that's a weird situation.
Isn't it? His dad's been talking a lot.
That scares me.
You know,
part owner and all this and that. Like, dude, chill.
Yeah, the whole thing is odd. It's just something to monitor this weekend. They got a big game. They've got Oregon and UW coming up.
Well, they don't play any defense, so they're not winning these games.
Well, I mean, they struggled with Cal.
Yeah, they won 50-49. I mean, they were down in that game at the half.
Quick, name a Cal player.
Ott, the running back, Jeremy Ott. You didn't say name one player. I named you one player.
I love you so much.
One player. Don't ask me to name two. I'll name one. I won't name two.
Remember when we had a former producer and he thought that Justin Wilcox was going to get hired by the NFL?
Oh, Jeremy Curley said Justin Wilcox was perfect USC. Dude,
I think the NFL's going to get him, Shasky. I go, Justin Wilcox?
Oh, gosh.
This.
Man. Come on, get this crap off. We don't deserve to play that fight song. Win a game.
I will be in
Vegas. Play some defense.
I will be in Vegas for the final ever Pac-12 championship game. It happens to be that Friday night. I think me and the Trojan are going to go.
USC not going to be in it.
Well, UW might be.
And Oregon.
Get to go see Penix.
Oregon and UW for a rematch. All right, let's bring in Eric Crocker, man. Lockdown 49ers podcast. On his Twitter page, he says he's a washed-up football player, but I don't know, man. The guy looks like he's in incredible shape. Crocky does a great job of covering the 49ers, breaking it down, the all-22s and everything. I always learn something whenever he comes on the show. I really do. And that's why I appreciate him. That's why we always bring him back on the show. But Croc, welcome back to the Roast. Shasky, Bonte.
What's up, buddy?
The drill here at 95.7 The Game. A lot has been made about Steve Wilks, so let's just start there. Actually, let's start with the trade, and we'll get to Wilks, and we'll get to the scheme, whether or not he should be on the field or the booth and all that nonsense. Chase Young, your thoughts? Low risk, high reward move, obviously, but what are your thoughts on Chase Young, the player?
He's a guy that obviously coming out of college has extremely high upside, and it hasn't worked for various reasons. You know, my time in the NFL, I got to see a lot of really talented guys, that went really high, top 5, top 10. I was in the locker room with guys like Quentin Coples. He was a first-round pick, Muhammad Wilkerson, D. Milliner, and obviously guys like Antonio Cromartie and Darrelle Reeves. I got to see them too. And the one thing I'd say from guys, and Sheldon Richardson, who won Rookie of the Year that year. But the one thing I would say from the guys that are super talented like that don't work out, a lot of times it's something you can't really quantify throughout the draft process outside of you don't know how they're going to prepare once they get that money. And a guy like Chase Young, I don't know him at all, and I haven't heard anything about him, good or bad. But just kind of looking at a guy like that's that freakish, why doesn't it work? And a lot of times it comes to that work ethic, especially once you get that money. So if I had to guess, maybe he had to learn how to be a professional. And if you see this year, after they had already decided, hey, we are not going to keep his, we're not going to pick up his 50-year option. We are going to let him go after the year. So let's try to get something for him. But he's kind of having his best year so far, at least from a sack standpoint. So I think it's a good pickup for the 49ers. It helps the front end. It helps the back end as well, guys that need help in that secondary. So, low risk, high reward.
Who are the 49ers currently? Are they the team that won 5 in a row in blowout fashion? Are they closer to that, or are they closer to the team that looks discombobulated and injured right now on both sides of the ball?
I think everybody's trying to figure that out right now. This is a team that throughout the years has kind of been carried by the defense, right? The defense has always played very well. When the defense plays well, the team does good. I mean, you can go back to the Harbaugh years and see kind of how that whole thing worked out. And then you look at Shanahan and how the team is built. His first draft picks were Solomon Thomas and Reuben Foster. Like, they told you what they want to do. They wanted to build this from the front of that defense, and then everything you get from the offense is an extra. And I think over these last couple games, you've seen where they maybe need the offense to be a little extra because the defense didn't have their fastball, right? Like, the defense was off a little bit, and I know we'll kind of get to that. But I think ultimately it's a couple of bad games. I think they still are like that team that should be viewed as a contender. But this 3-game skid has people really questioning that and really kind of grasping at straws to try to figure out why exactly is this team looking like this? And, oh, man, now they're not a contender. Now they need to fire Wilkes. Now they need to figure out a new scheme, or Wilkes need to come down to the field and all this other stuff, when really it's just they just need to win a game. And I think they win the game, they go to Jacksonville and win, I think everything will change.
It's Croc time here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. Eric Crocker, of course, Locked On 49ers podcast, does a lot more breaking down the 49ers, knows the game inside and out. All right, let's get to Wilkes, because Crocky, I don't know if you agree with this, but I feel like Steve Wilkes has gotten an unfair amount of blame for what's going on with this defense. He can't tackle for them. He can't rush the passer for them. And we had Brian Baldinger on earlier this week, and he said, look, it doesn't make a difference whether he's in the booth or on the field. Look at Dan Quinn. He's in the booth, and the Cowboys defense is flying around. So what is your take on Steve Wilkes getting the blame? Let's just start there before we get into scheme and who should shoulder all the blame here. What is your impression of Steve Wilkes' defense so far this season?
I think he's being used as a scapegoat. Again, like, I think you're in a skid and people don't know how to handle it. We've seen this every year from the 49ers, a team that maybe starts off well or doesn't start off well, but they go through like some kind of lull defensively for a couple games. Last year it was the Atlanta Falcons, and I don't know why people forget this, but the Falcons threw one incomplete pass in an entire game against the Niners, ran all over the 49ers. The 49ers couldn't stop a nosebleed in that game. 49ers ended up losing 28-14. Then the very next week, remember, they traded for McCaffrey, but they got blown out at home by Kansas City. Kansas City put up 40-something points. And I know Kansas City, good offense, et cetera. But at the end of the day, 40-plus is 40-plus, right? So there was a 2-game skid there where they had to figure things out. And I think they're just kind of going through something like that right now. And I think Wilkes has been kind of the scapegoat of all this because people can't figure out exactly what's going on. But in my opinion, and this is why I say he's a scapegoat, I think if you want to be a Super Bowl team, right, and the question I've been asking on Locked On 49ers, and I've asked some other people, what are the best 49ers teams we've seen over the last 40 years, right? Like, defensively. You would probably say 2000, that Bowman and Willis years. You might say 2019. You might even go back to 1994 and say that was a terrific defense as well, right? But the biggest difference that we saw in all those years combined is in 94, they actually had an offense that can put up a ton of points consistently as well. Like, their offense complemented the defense and it was just as good, if not better. You got an MVP at quarterback. And right now, everybody thinks that they have to depend on the defense to just hold teams to 22 or less or 15 or less points. And if they don't, then, oh, man, you're going to lose. And the defense is just so bad. When really I feel like they've had a rough couple of games, but nothing that they shouldn't be able to overcome if they have a little bit better offense. And I think the kind of offense kind of let them down a little bit over 3 games, only scoring 17 points in each of those.
Yeah, I think we agree on that because Bonte and I have been kicking that around for almost 2 full weeks now. Like, this offense is supposed to be able to pick up this. It was 15 years. Right. The defense has bailed out the offense. And like 2 games in the last 15 years, I can remember the offense bailing out the defense. And one of those was Kaepernick at home in Candlestick. So schematically, though, you understand playing cornerback, playing defense. A lot of, common fans don't. Like, schematically, what are they doing different? It feels like the DBs, just my naked eye, they're laying back a lot, and we're hearing a lot of like, the pass rush isn't synced up with the coverages. Most of us don't understand what that means. Are you seeing different stuff that Wilkes is doing compared to years past? Are you seeing a drop-off in player production? Why does it look so different?
Well, first we have to remember that, when you look at Robert Saleh, he came in with Shanahan. Shanahan handpicked him. This is the defense I want to run. He groomed them to that, and then they transitioned into more of a 2-high defense over the years, right? Well, throughout that entire time, when they're going through those different transitions, who's also there? D'Amico Ryans, who eventually takes over as the defensive coordinator. Well, now you get Wilkes. He's an outsider, and I really feel like he's still kind of learning the guys, the players, how to utilize everyone. You think with so much talent, maybe it should be easy. And early on, we did see some success. Now I think he's just kind of going through a transition to try to figure out, like, all right, how can I figure out different ways to put these guys in the best situations? I feel like everything, almost like a rookie quarterback, is you're kind of going through it for the first time.
Right.
So, hey, man, I called this terrible third down call before the half against Minnesota. I won't do that again, and I won't put Charvarius Ward in that position, even though the ball hit him in the chest. But I won't put Charvarius Ward in that kind of position again, right? So you kind of continue to figure out what works, what doesn't, and I'd assume that you see a better version of him down the second half. Now, I heard what Sherm said. Too much man coverage, not enough zone. I've heard, some of the things that Shanahan has said as well. Well, nobody was complaining about the man coverage when they demolished the Dallas Cowboys. They probably ran more man than I've ever seen. A single high, just in your face, and they demolished the Cowboys, had multiple interceptions, took the ball away, held them to 10 points. Nobody complained about the man then, but now because you get picked apart by Joe Burrow and Cousins, who I think are both really good quarterbacks, now all of a sudden, got to scrap everything that we've been doing throughout the year. So the second half against the Rams, what they run, they were really soft first half, a lot of zone, a lot of off. Second half, a lot of man. What they get, multiple interceptions, and ended up winning that game, held the Rams to like 6 points in the second half.
Yep.
So I think right now it's just they got to get back to just figuring out, like, all right, let's block out the outside noise. What do we do well? Let's game plan. Stick to what we're doing. Wilks continue to learn the guys and get it rolling down the second half of the season.
Croc, this is why I love having you on, because you actually tipped us off. We had you on before the Cleveland game. We had you on before that as well. You mentioned how this is Shanahan's defense. He's really the defensive coordinator, which is what I've been harping on all week long. We've been mentioning that, saying, wait a minute here. Wilks is running Shanahan's defense. They didn't blitz in that first half against Cincinnati, as you just mentioned here. They blitzed, one time, and they actually generated a sack on that blitz. So I do think Wilks has been scapegoated. Nobody was complaining during the 5-game winning streak about Steve Wilks and whether or not he's in the booth or the sideline. Do you believe in that? Do you believe that's going to make a difference for this defense?
Nah, you know what would make a difference, man? The 49ers finishing up and getting these sacks. Last year, and people they gloss over this because of how great Nick Bosa was. But he really carried the defense, and he really carried the defensive line. That defense last year, I think they had 44 sacks. Well, 18 and a half, 19 of them were from Nick Bosa. There wasn't a whole lot of production outside of Bosa, but he was so great, right? But you look at a team like the Philadelphia Eagles, who were number 1 in sacks. Well, they had 70. That's a big difference, 70 sacks compared to 44, right? And 44, half of those coming from one player. So Nick Bosa this year hasn't been great, which he was last year. And he's kind of getting there, right? The pressures are there. His rush percentage, win rate, all that stuff is high, but he's not finishing. And I think ultimately last year kind of masked a little bit more of an average pass rush defense. This year he hasn't been able to mask that, and I think we're feeling the effects of that. If he gets home a few more times, right? Like I think he's at 2.5, 3 sacks right now. Let's say he had 6. Those 6 sacks are probably some real game-changing plays, getting guys off the field, getting stops, and forcing punts. If you force 3 punts, 3 more punts over the span of the Vikings and the Bengals,
right?
How they probably win, right? Like they probably win. So like that right there, I think is kind of the difference in the sense of just that consistency we're used to seeing from the defense.
Right. Crocky, it really ticked me off when Shanahan, I thought he threw Steve Wilks under the bus. It really ticked me off. Bosa throwing Steve Wilks under the bus. And I thought Fred Warner showed a lot of class at the last game by saying, no, it's on the players. We're taking accountability for missing over 30 tackles in the last 3 weeks. What did you make of Shanahan kind of calling out that zero blitz? We know it was a bad play call, but in my opinion, your offense didn't score more than 17 points for 3 straight weeks. Your offense threw 2 picks in the fourth quarter. Your offense has turned the ball over 5 times in the last five quarters. What did you make of Shanahan kind of throwing Steve Wilks out there, hanging him out to dry, when we all knew it was a bad play call, but he went out there on the podium anyway and still undressed him?
Yeah, you would like that to be a conversation that is, kind of kept indoors. And when you ask about it, right, like I really like the way everybody's different. Every coach is different. Every coach I've been around, I was with the Jets for a little bit. Even that little bit of time I was with the Jets, the way that Rex Ryan was and, in the media, and then compared to how he was around his players, like it was kind of different. He was going to put everything like on his shoulders. And I think for Kyle, he's been one to not, I don't want to say take accountability, But we kind of seen that when he gets asked certain things, he kind of gives a-hole answers. Or when he was asked about the injuries, he talked about that with the quarterbacks, like, well, I didn't do anything. It's just normal plays. It just happens, right? And maybe it just does. But it seems like there's certain things with him that just continue to happen, but then you don't quite see that ownership that he's taking, accountability for those things that are happening. So it was tough to kind of hear that from my standpoint because I wouldn't throw one of my guys under the bus. I mean, I coach high school football, but I'm not going to go to the newspaper and say, well, Lavelle Hawkins, he just, he didn't call a good game offensively. Or Desmond Bishop, hey, I'm just a DB coach, Desmond Bishop. I don't like the way he called the defense tonight. I wouldn't do that. So it's interesting to hear Kyle do that, but maybe he's just a little too honest.
20 seconds, we're up against it. What has happened to Charvarius Ward? Why is he holding everyone?
He's always been a grabby guy. He's been a guy that was grabby. Shoots coming out of college. Guys that are like him that are undrafted. And I was one of those guys, right? And kudos to him. I mean, I lasted in the NFL, 6 months or something like that. He's a guy that lasted, all these years and earned big-time contracts. So a lot of times guys like us, we got some like deficiencies a lot of times with the athleticism, lack thereof, or maybe size. For him, I think, you watch his turn and run, he kind of struggles with that a little bit. Then he's definitely a little grabby. And right now, everything is catered to the offense. Everything is catered towards offense, winning, scoring, keeping drives going, getting points. And when you're holding or you give the refs any reason, they will definitely throw that flag. He's one of those grabby guys. He likes to play more with physicality at the top of routes as opposed to playing with his feet, put him in position to make plays. So I think that's what we're seeing. We see that from Rashard Robinson some years ago when he was on the Niners, right? Like he grabbed a lot. I think Charvarius Ward, he's another one of those grabby guys. Hey, Legion of Boom years, he might get away with it. 2023, they're all over that.
Nah, no doubt about that. Crocky, man, keep up the great work, man. We love your insight. We always appreciate the time you spend with us here on the Morning Roast. Keep up the good work, man.
All right, appreciate y'all.
Anytime. Eric Crocker here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. We'll take your calls on the other side, 888-957-9570. We react to something that Crocker said about the defense and everything about that. He's not placing blame on Steve Wilks. Why is everybody else?
And there's sound you have to hear that will make you smile on a Friday.
Oh, boy.
On 95.7
I like smiling. I like smiling. That's brought to you by Caltrans Stormwater.
Let's change this to that by picking up after our pets. Reduce.
Right, and everybody's complaining about man defense. We can't play man defense. It's not going to win a lot of football games. You can't just sit in zone all day long. You can't sit in zone in this league with these great quarterbacks. You sit in zone against Brady. It's going to tear you up. I remember a clip when I was going back looking at old Giants and Niners stuff, right? And it was the Bill and Bill 30 for 30. Bill Parcells and Bill Belichick. And they were discussing how they prepped for the 49ers. And Bill Parcells was like, yeah, man, when it came to these big games, we were really buttoned up. And Bill Belichick used to always tell Parcells, look, dude, if we sit in zone, Montana's going to carve us up. The great ones carve. You want to run zone against Brady, he's going to carve you up. The Steelers try to run zone against the Brady. It did not work. So, you go man, right? You go man, you take your chances, you blitz a little bit more. And Crockett said it. When they played man against the Cowboys, they played a lot of man. They beat them 42-10. 42-10. Nobody had a problem with that. Nobody was complaining about that.
Well, the way I do things is like when I look at a business, whatever industry they're in, who's making the most? Don't get mad at the apprentice making a fraction of what the foreman's making, right? And in this situation, the DC is not the foreman. You know who the foreman is?
Who?
Javon Hargrave and Nick Bosa and Fred Warner.
Yeah.
The guys who make the most money on that side of the ball. Eric Armstead. And so, like, Steve Wilkes is making like $1 million.
Right.
Maybe a couple $1 million. And believe me, we would all love to make that kind of money. Nick Bosa got $51 million in cash this year.
But also,
Javon Hargrave, 25.
Right. But also, Steve Wilkes is not running his defense. He's told you, I'm learning the 49ers defense. Shanahan brought me in to run his scheme, so I'm still learning his scheme.
Yes.
You just heard from Crocker. He's still trying to learn the player personnel on his team. So why has Steve Wilkes become numero uno when it comes to scapegoating and blaming people on the 3-game losing streak? I think a lot of people don't know football, and I'm not saying everybody. I'm not going to discredit anybody's opinion or whatnot, but I just think it's real off base when the offense has scored 17 points a game the last 3 weeks. The offense had chances to win a game in Cleveland, in Minnesota, and again against Cincinnati, because that was a 17-10 game. Cincinnati dominated the football game, yet the Niners just still had a chance to tie the game at the end of the third quarter and tie the game at the fourth quarter. And what happened? Purdy on 2 straight plays through picks. So we still want to blame Wilkes for everything? Come on, man. Like that's it. Just to me, it's just off base.
Well, we're in a blame society right now. Like that's just in general. I think we always are looking for blame, and sometimes it's like, yeah, the other team gets paid too, and you get beat by, sometimes you just get beat. You know what I mean? Sometimes Buster Douglas catches you with a right hook.
Right.
And I don't know. Like you faced Joe Burrow before the season started. I said this going into the game. You can lose to Cincinnati. What does it look like?
Right.
What's the context of the couple of weeks before, the couple of weeks after? I think the combination and the totality of what they've been going through made that an exasperating loss.
Right.
It's not just that you lost to Joe Burrow. It's how you lost to Joe Burrow with the backdrop of the interceptions, with the backdrop of the week before, of the backdrop of the week before that.
Now, I'm going to make it clear. Wilkes has not been perfect whatsoever. The play call before halftime against Minnesota was all-time bad. He owned it. The defense also gave up 6 points in the second half. All right? They gave up 6 points in the second half. First half, they got Joe Burrow's doing 19 straight completions? Defense is not good. Well, Wilkes also didn't miss tackles. Greenlaw missed tackles. Hufanga missed tackles. They were in position to make plays. They didn't make plays. So the defense as a whole, because we did the same thing. I'm glad Crocker brought this up about DeMeco Ryans last year in the defense getting carved up in Atlanta, even though they missed 7 starters and they got carved up by Kansas City. A lot of people, oh my God, DeMeco Ryans.
It was
DeMeco Ryans.
Too.
Huh?
I think it was also the fact that it was like Mariota's best game ever as a pro.
So we went down this road with DeMeco. We went down the same road with Robert Saleh at one point. Let's just pump the brakes. Players got to play. And I'm glad that Fred Warner took accountability for that. But also, when the head coach, I'm looking at you. This is your scheme that you want run. Yet your offense is not picking up the slack. Yeah, Crocky's right. And I'll say this before the year. Maybe this is the year the offense picks up the defense. Because how long can the defense play at the level they've played at 3 the last 4 years? They've been really, really good. One of the best in the league. Can the offense pick up the slack? I'm glad you brought that up. Can the offense pick up the slack once, twice, maybe 3 times?
I mean, just think about the Harbaugh era and think about how many times that the defense was bailed out by the offense. Think about it. Okay, this is one of the big misnomers. The famous Saints game. I think the Niners had 4 turnovers. They generated 4 turnovers.
Yeah, they forced 4 turnovers in that game.
Yeah.
And they still needed a game-winning drive to win a game.
They were down twice.
Right.
With 6 minutes to go.
The game should have been a blowout.
Thank you. Now, the game against Aaron Rodgers the following year in the playoffs, the defense did get carved up by Aaron Rodgers, but they hung 45. After 7 of those points were a pick 6 by Kaepernick.
They also were down, 17-0 against the Atlanta Falcons?
Yes.
Defense is getting carved up in that football game.
Yes. So my point being is it's few and far between. When I think about the Shanahan era, how many times has the offense carried the defense? Well, the New Orleans game comes to mind.
48-46.
Right? Now, everyone brings up that Rams game in week 16 of that same season.
Right.
Fred Warner had a pick 6 before halftime.
Yeah,
and the D did not play well in the first half.
Defense did not play well.
But he did have a monster pick.
I would go to the 2 Arizona games.
Okay.
Halloween.
Okay.
Halloween. The Niners won that game with Jimmy threw over 400. Yep. Feels great, baby.
Yeah,
remember that was
4
coined
touchdowns.
right there with Aaron Andrews. Feels great, baby. That was Jimmy. The offense did a great job on a short week on Thursday Night Football, as well as the second Arizona game when they were down 16-0 and Sherman got called for a couple pass interferences in that football game. The offense really picked up the defense that game. So that's 3 games alone.
Now,
3 games.
Let's think about just the playoff wins in general.
Oh, gosh.
Oh, no, just 1 second. The Dallas game comes to mind. The Niners should have won that game going away.
Yeah.
Going away. That's the one on the road. The following week, they didn't score an offensive touchdown. They didn't score an offensive touchdown in Green Bay, and they won that game against an all-time legend. One of the biggest losses of Aaron Rodgers' career. All right? Then they had the lead in the fourth quarter and couldn't score more than 20 points.
Right.
Again. So, I don't know, man. Not that this defense is uncritiquable, but let's just call it what it is. Many, many more times than not, this defense has been not just reliable, elite. At some point, can the offense just meet me in the middle?
Carrying the football team. So, what does the offense need to do to get back on track as we look for solutions? Number one, they got to start running the ball again. All right, they got to get better at running the ball. Maybe that's a direct effect of Trent Williams being down.
I mean,
you
can't have 45 yards rushing for Christian McCaffrey week after week and expect to win.
No. So you got to run the ball better, which helps out Brock Purdy, helps out your play-action passing game. You look Cleveland. Cleveland's got one of the best defenses in the league, although some people say, man, he did up and score 38 against Cleveland. They had no problem running the ball. Well, because Cleveland, you average 4.3 yards a carry, but 25 carries, 108 yards, it looked clunky. It was not a great rushing day for the 49ers. It just wasn't. You look at Minnesota. Chris McCaffrey, we didn't even know if he was going to play. Guy's a slight tear in his oblique, all right? Slight tear in his oblique. You go to Minnesota. Minnesota's run defense at home, as Alex in Atlanta told us, 57 yards a game at home. Well, the Niners are not run the ball well against Minnesota. 22 carries, 65 yards, 3 yards a pop. And then last week against Cincinnati, I don't even know if you're trying to run the ball. You know what I'm saying? Like the first possession of the game, you ran the ball 3 times. You got stuff for on third down, 3rd and 1. You got stuff right up the middle because DJ Reader blew your play up and BJ Hill blew you up. So you didn't run the ball well against them. The numbers look good because Brock Purdy scrambled a bit, so it inflated the rushing numbers where they averaged 5 yards a carry. Brock Purdy had 57 yards rushing on scrambles, but really you didn't run the ball well. You didn't. And you didn't have a chance to run the ball.
Actually, I thought the last couple of weeks, your best offense was Brock Purdy scrambling around.
So,
I mean, seriously.
So can the offense get back to what I wanted this year, which is averaging 30 a game?
I think I told you that. I think heading into the year, I thought that was a little, aggressive, and that was with a full healthy team. Even though Debo says he's good to go and Trent's coming back, I don't know, man. I think it's really hard to be a high-powered offense in the NFL. It's really difficult.
Is it really difficult in today's game?
I mean, I think scoring over 30, it sounds easy. It's not a video game.
It's not easy. Nobody's saying it's easy. Well, when you open the season 30, 35, 42.
Well, you got a lot of stops.
And all of a sudden, you can't score more than 17.
Well, now
what's going on here?
Look at you're going to face more of your division, all right? Better teams in your division. Seattle twice. You're going to get Philadelphia here. I don't think Tampa Bay's offense is anything special, but they've got some elite players.
Well, the Niners are now at 27-3. 27-3. Give me close to 30. It's doable. Let's go to Gaines.
Doable.
Let's go to Gaines Official in Concord. Gaines Official in Concord. What's happening? You're on a roast.
Good morning, fellas. How y'all doing today?
Good, man. You got a radio voice, man. Make sure you. Go ahead, Gaines.
Okay, so I think that the offense is definitely going to get back on track once Debo and Trent Williams come back, because when looking back at the games on the run plays, Debo was he's a intricate part on the blocking scheme, and Juan Jennings and our other wide receivers have not been blocking on the outside, and a lot of our yards come from the outside when McCaffrey is in there. So you think about it, those 3 losses, we've scored only 17 points a game. Debo and Trent were mainly out. Well, Trent played one game, but wasn't really effective. But once Debo gets back in there, I think that 30-point game is going to come back. We're going to get closer to that because they are a very intricate part in our blocking scheme.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. But they're going to be missing Banks. So, Trent hopefully returns. Banks goes out the door.
Yeah, he's out for a couple of weeks with turf toe, right?
It's not good.
It's not good at all. That's not good. Let's go to George in Los Altos. George, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Morning, guys.
Morning.
I think the one missing piece to me is Elijah Mitchell. And the impact he had when he was healthy last year. I mean, the dude can run, okay? And not having him, I think, has really impacted our running game. And I 100% agree with you, Bonte. Unless we run the ball and control the clock, we're not the same team. And I'm hoping he's able to come back. And if he doesn't come back, then give Mason a chance to get in there and show what he can do. Because when he has played, I thought he's done very well. So I'd love to see Mitchell back because I think he's been the missing piece of the puzzle in the run game.
Well, it's interesting that you bring that up. Like when I think of the high-powered offenses, just not even just this year, just in general, they can gash you in a variety of ways. And the Niners can hit you with some deep balls here and there. But when I just look at their personnel, speed isn't like even Ayuk, who is a quick player. I would categorize him as quick. He's not speedy on the same level of a Jalen Waddle,
right?
Tyreek Hill, Devontae Smith. I'm just
a burner
highlighting certain guys. He actually is a good combination of quickness and power. I look at Debo, power, right? He can give you some speed, but he's power. Christian McCaffrey, speed and power, but speed isn't the defining skill set. He's quick and shifty, and skill is true. I think Kittle can give you some speed from tight end, but he's also more power. Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah.
They're a power offense, and when they're not power running it, it feels like they struggle to be able to gash you in the passing game.
I'm with you.
And so, like, when I look at the truly elite teams, when Kansas City was humming, they had the Cheetah, fastest player in the league, and Kelsey, who is not only powerful, but is also wide open at every single time, right? And then they have all these other little gadget players that they can get you. I look at the Miami Dolphins. I think they lack power, and that's why when they go physically head-to-head against Philly, who's powerful, and Buffalo, who's powerful, they look mediocre, right? But against the regular teams, their speed just blows you off the field.
No doubt.
Right? I look at Philadelphia. They're the template of combination of power with A.J. Brown, power with Jalen Hurts, speed with Devontae.
Well, I wouldn't. A.J. Brown has speed, too.
No doubt.
He's got power and speed.
But, like, that's why
he's got both.
That's why he's one of the best
Right,
players.
he's got both. I mean, A.J. Brown, I mean, you see the slant he ran against the L.A. Rams right before halftime, caught it with one hand, and outran everybody down to the goal line.
I think that's the element that what George was getting at there was, hey, Elijah Mitchell was the one speedy player on this team, and if he's not producing at all, they sure do miss that punch with that speed.
Yeah, no, they need a little bit. That's where Danny Gray and Ronnie Bell has to come into play. What is going on with Danny Gray? Is he ever going to be a factor on this football team? It sure feels like it's not. Because that's the one burner.
I mean,
and the one glimpse we got is Trey Lance throwing a touchdown pass to him in the preseason. And that's all we got from Danny Gray. I haven't seen him since. Where's he been?
I've seen more of Jalen Hurd than I've seen of Danny Gray.
Yeah. Wow. That's sad. That's sad. Where's Danny Gray? He was a burner out of SMU.
I mean, they
Now that's a name I've not heard in a long time.
Thank you.
And you also, too, if you want to get back to 30 a game, you simply got to stop turning the ball over.
Well, that is undeniable. When you have, let's say there's 10, I think there's 10 or 11 possessions, depending on the team in the NFL. You turn it over 2 times, that's an opportunity to score, 7.5 to 11.5 points, like, by the averages, depending on how good your offense is.
And look, Jacksonville, they've got a good team, man. They've got 11 interceptions on the year. They've only given up 11 touchdown passes, and they only give up 3.6 yards of carry on the ground. We'll break down the Jaguars next week. This is a very good team the 49ers are facing coming out of the bye week. So, Brock Purdy responsible for 5 turnovers in the last 5 quarters of football.
What do you make of this?
That's not going to win you a lot of games. It's certainly not going to get you to 30.
I believe Brock Purdy has 10 overall interceptions, and 8 of them have come on plays that were 10 yards or more.
Wow.
Do you make anything of that?
Yeah. Absolutely, I do.
What do you make of that?
The inability to stretch the field without throwing it to another player. That's not an accurate ball. That tells me accuracy is a problem if he's not doing that. And don't give me this DVOA stuff about the Niners having the 8th best passing offense all time. I don't care about DVOA, and I don't care about that stat. That is ridiculous. You tell me, anybody out there, Ray Charles, as Guru would say, Ray Charles could see that the Niners don't have the 8th best passing offense all time according to DVOA. That is laughable. Whoever came out with that to try to prove a point, that is laughable. There's nothing all time about this passing offense right now. So throwing interceptions with a guy, when you can't throw the ball 10 yards down the field, at some point you got to stretch this defense. At some point you got to space it out and make something happen down the field.
You put that more on. I mean, again, each interception is individual, right? They're their own story, if you will.
Right.
You put that on arm strength. You put that on. He likes to throw that anticipation throw. What do you put that on?
I put that on bad decision making. You can have the weakest arm, the strongest arm, the most accurate arm, the inaccurate arm. That's decision making.
Yeah.
And Cleveland, he got away with a couple.
No doubt. Even in this last game, the Bengal game.
And so I don't.
I had 5 interceptable balls.
So there you go. So I don't want to hear about concussions. Once you're cleared to play, that goes out the window. Once you're cleared to play and step on that football field, everything is fair game. We criticize Steph Curry for the 20. We were talking about Steph Curry early in the show, whether or not we appreciate Steph Curry or not.
Top 7-8 player of all time in the sport.
All time. We nitpick buzzer beaters, and then when it comes to 2016.
No, it has to be playoff or finals buzzer beaters.
But look, the reason why we don't make
feels a little nuanced
about the 2016 season, 73-9. Steph Curry came out and said, look, was I compromised? Absolutely. It's not an excuse for not winning the NBA championship. It's not an excuse for my poor play. Stephen Curry, we critique him for not bringing home the championship in 2016, which is ridiculous in my opinion because the guy was playing on one knee. But once he was on the court, everything was fair game. It was like, you're playing, there's no excuses, go win us a championship. That was So with Brock Purdy, same thing. I don't want to hear about concussions. He's responsible for 5 turnovers in the last 5 quarters of football. That's not winning football.
Did you see what he's responsible for this week?
What's that?
Did you see what was making the rounds on social media?
No, I didn't.
Brock Purdy driving a tractor. Maybe that's not the right name of it. I don't know. It's plowing corn. He's back wherever he's.
Oh, in Iowa?
Yeah, he's somewhere plowing corn this week.
Oh,
you didn't see that?
So what does that have to do with anything?
Well, you told me that Nick Bosa and Chase Young were staying.
Oh, earlier today.
Yeah,
oh, gotcha.
I guess he went away to clear his mind, and I'm not mad.
Maybe
at that.
Maybe they filmed that commercial early. Did he do that this week?
It's all over social media.
So
I thought it was accurate.
Let me guess. People are like mad that he's not in the playbook.
I'm not mad at all.
That's what social media is.
I don't even.
They're mad that Brock Purdy's filming commercials now.
I don't know what it is. He's in a tractor and there's corn. It was on his Instagram. I thought it was funny.
No. I don't know. I don't know what that. I don't even know what that means.
Spadoni, you see what I was looking at?
Yeah, I don't know what that's called. Like
what is
harvester? Like, is that what it's called? Because it cuts the crop.
Yeah, I remember it from Superman 3 when Superman had to save the girl who was going to get run over by the tractor in the cornfield. Okay, the Richard Pryor one.
So let me hold on because I'm
not a farmer.
Confused. Well, I'm just a little confused. So Bosa's staying back through the bye week. He should stay back. You know what? I wanted him to be in Florida. We just beat you in Jacksonville. But you know what? You missed camp. Stay here. Whatever. Make up on lost time, I guess. Whatever. So what does it mean that Brock Purdy's shooting a commercial? Is that a problem with fans? I don't have a problem.
I don't
with
think
that.
It should be a problem.
So is social media making? I'm trying to figure this out. Is social media making a? No, are they making a big deal about Brock Purdy shooting a commercial during the bye week?
No. So I guess what he's doing now, he's helping his fiance's family harvest corn.
Okay.
And I guess he threw it on his Instagram. I don't think it's a commercial.
Oh, that's cool. He did go to Iowa State, Ames, Iowa. They're known for cornfields, right? Nebraska, Iowa, they're known for corn.
Yeah.
All right. I got no problem with that. 650 Comcast Business Text Line. Brett Favre threw a lot of picks, so did Peyton Manning. Peyton Manning threw 25 picks as a rookie. All right. So now, okay, cool.
Here, Jenna Brandt, Purdy's fiance, this is from the San Francisco Chronicle, posted a 7-second clip on her Instagram story that was aggregated by everybody. So here we go. Of the 23-year-old Brock Purdy working her family's farm in Iowa.
Oh.
Is this heaven? No, it's Iowa. After scanning a field of corn, the camera pans to Purdy, who's operating a combine harvester while wearing a white 49er hat.
Okay.
The post is captioned, "Wrapping up Harvest 23" with a heart emoji at the end.
Wow. Okay.
Not mad at that.
Yeah, right. I didn't even know. I say it on social media. Giants fans were coming for my neck, so I had to leave it alone.
Can I, just for a second, there are aggregators out there on social media that aggregate everything, and I know they follow everything. Who is following Brock's fiance to find this 7-second? The internet is incredible. I mean, the sleuthing and the work that's being done. Who has the time?
Absolutely incredible.
Am I the only one? This thing popped up on my timeline, and I go, "What the? When was this? 6 months ago?
I'm not even gonna lie. I can care less. I'm still confused. Like, what social media? So they posted a clip of them, and so what? Okay.
Oh, people were all over the map. Some people loved it. Like, that's my quarterback. Other people were like, he should be studying the playbook.
Yeah,
I mean, he's only making $900. He's got to make some extra bread somewhere.
Yeah, exactly. Can't afford to have his own house in San Francisco right now.
I don't blame him.
So I guess.
He doesn't want to be one of us.
Yeah,
he doesn't want to stay in San Francisco off season.
I mean, he's doing Alaska Airline commercial. He's working the farm. What's next?
Toyota. He got a Toyota commercial.
See?
He took that Buster Posey commercial. Did you notice that?
Where's his love of the game at?
I don't care.
Where's the love of the game
honest
at?
Honest to God.
Love of the game?
Honest to God, I do not care. I swear to God, I do not care.
That didn't do nothing for you?
Absolutely nothing.
Well, I
don't care about players shooting commercials. I don't follow their wives.
No, I don't either. No,
I don't even follow. The only player I follow on social media is Mook Dog, Javon Kinlaw, because we followed each other at Chase Center, Stephen Curry, and maybe one other athlete. I follow the team pages, but I'm not following fiancés. I don't care what they do.
No, I'm with you on that.
Like, you know what I'm saying?
I'm with you on
that. I just want my quarterback to play well and not turn the ball over. He's got 5 turnovers in the last 5 quarters.
I'm more concerned.
That's what I care about.
With the Kardashian curse, with Bosa doing the underwear thing, just because of the curse of the Kardashians, not because Bosa's getting his money. Good for him.
Honest to God, I'm trying to find out whether or not we got the next Jimmy Garoppolo or the next comparable quarterback who could lead us into yesteryear. That's what I want to find out. He's got 5 turnovers in the last 5 quarters, and yet everybody's talking about Steve Wilkes. What about the quarterback who's turned the ball over 5 times in the last 5 quarters? That's what I care about. Not no damn cornfields, not his fiance. I don't care. Good for him. Good for him.
You ever been to a cornfield?
No. No, just go buy corn from Trader Joe's or Molly Stone's.
I do love sweet white corn.
You need to go to a cornfield?
The
for
white,
what?
The white
the cornfields.
Really
this is so fun. I have no ambition to go to Iowa.
With a straw hat? I can imagine it.
I could pull it off.
Welcome to Integrity Farms. I'm
I can pull it off,
Hill,
but
South
like
Park.
I don't really care. I just want to know, how is Brock Purdy going to bounce back from 5 turnovers in the last 5 quarters?
That's a good question.
That's what I care about.
I don't know.
How is Steve Wilkes going to bounce back from calling a terrible play in Minnesota? How's his defense going to bounce back from missing over 30 tackles the last 3 weeks? I don't care about farming. I care about keeping the ball and protecting the football. All right? Do we have the next Jimmy Garoppolo, or do we have a quarterback who could lead us to the Super Bowl? That's what I want to find out. Is he the guy who turned the ball over 5 times in the last 5 quarters, or is he the guy who won his first 10 starts? That's what I want to know.
I'm not a system player. I am a system.
Oh my God.
Don't even get me started.
Wait, was that James Harden? What did he say? Say that again.
I'm not a system player. I am a system.
Thank God he has.
You're right, Drew. I never played Farmville. I thought that game was dumb. I'm not calling people Farmville on a computer.
What?
I guess it was
Farmville. It was a Facebook game for a long time.
Yeah.
I never got into that. Okay.
Yeah,
it was called Farmville?
Farmville, yeah.
Interesting.
I played SimCity a little bit.
Yes, I did too. I played SimCity. Yeah.
That's about it.
Yeah. Farming is very difficult. I could never do it.
All right, we got some Curry questions. We got Niner questions. All right, let's take some calls here.
Let's do it.
I'm a little fired up here. I just
hey,
cornfields and Purdy.
Don't be corny,
protect the phone. I am corny. Corny is cool, actually. Girls love corny. For all you single men out
vegetable
there,
joke.
for all you single men out there, corny is cool. Corny could take you a long way. Antonio in Oakland, what's happening? You're on a roast.
Children of the Corn.
Hey, what's up, you guys? Yeah, man. Chase Young, I think he's gonna be a big help. I told you guys last week after the Vikings game, I said, man, we should go get Chase Young. You said, no, we got too many pass rushers. I was like, well, we got Chase Young, and I think his presence is going to allow Nick Bosa to get rest, because remember last year he went to the playoffs, he was tired, he didn't have no gas, looked like it. So, yeah, but Steve Wilkes, I'm not going to blame him like that. I mean, he had a couple bad calls this year, but Shanahan got to score with his offense, and Purdy, stop turning the ball over at the end of games, man. Go back to being a game manager. You're not Brett Favre. You're not Josh Allen. Just take what defense gives you.
Well, but you also have to understand, like, at the end of the game, you have to stretch the field. You have to throw the ball down. Like when he in both games, Minnesota and against the Bengals, these are game-winning drives, and you're not going to be able to just run the ball on every single play. You're having, especially in the Minnesota game when you have limited timeouts, you have to push the ball down the field. Last night, you saw the young man for Tennessee. They have no timeouts. He has to throw the ball down the field. It's hard. Like that. I don't know if people know this. Playing quarterback is difficult, like extremely. That's why it's so hard to find one.
Yeah, no doubt. No doubt. Will Levis actually made some really good throws yesterday.
And he's throwing to nobodies.
Yeah.
I mean, DeAndre Hopkins runs like a 5.5 40 at this
but
point.
Hopkins still could play.
No, he can still play, but come on, he can't run.
But he can run routes.
Well, that I agree. I'm talking about speed. He has no speed.
He can run some routes.
Who do you take in a foot race, Anquan Boldin or DeAndre Hopkins?
I don't care. Can you get open? And Anquan Boldin, can you get open? I don't care what 40 times is so overrated in football.
Keenan Allen,
my God.
Boldin, DeAndre Hopkins made a decade-long career out of just catching the ball.
Do you have football speed? Do you have 40 speed? Hopkins had no problem beating the Atlanta Falcons deep last week.
Yeah, he did.
So, I will take Hopkins right now on the 49ers. I'll tell you that much.
Over Ray all day.
Are you kidding me? Will and Moran, what's happening?
Hey, Will. Long time no hear.
Hey, what's up, guys? Thanks for taking my call. So I was kind of going down a rabbit hole last night and looking at stats, and I just have a quick Jerry Rice and Joe Montana question. So I was looking at Jerry Rice's stats, and you look at his stats, and you're just like, damn. Like, even without watching him play, you're just like, all right, I understand why he's the GOAT. I went and watched Joe Montana. I went and looked at his stats, and I saw that he had only eclipsed 31 touchdowns one time, and it was backed up by 13 interceptions. And you look at his numbers, and they're not that crazy. I'm asking you guys because I never really watched him. Was he just like, was it the fact because he was just like so clutch? Did he come up in big situations? Like, why is he just so highly touted? Because I feel just like Jerry Rice, if you like look at it on paper, I feel like he's the best 49er of all time. But like I see that Joe is like held on such a high like pedestal, and I hear Bonte even going, ooh, like you need to chill with that. I'm just
No. I'm saying no. Ooh, you're making a great point. Jerry Rice may be the best 49er ever. You're not far off with that, Will.
Yeah, because I was looking at it, and you look at Jerry Rice's stats, and you go, okay, like, there are records that may never even be touched. You look up at Patrick Mahomes, and he's already had 3 or 4 more years that are just, like, way better than Montana.
Wait. One second. Will. You cannot compare the passing of the 80s to the passing of the 2020s, and there's a variety of reasons. The freedom of movement.
You want to know why? Because if you compare the passing, then why does Jerry Rice have all of these records in a non-passing era?
No. Jerry Rice is incredible. No. That's what makes Jerry even more special, because you had to go over the middle when guys literally like Steve Atwater wanted to behead you at every single time. Like I'm elevating Jerry Rice. Okay, I'm elevating him. You could grab and clutch downfield way more than you can now. There's sophisticated concepts and passing routes now that never existed back then. You didn't do crazy bunch formations with get guys in motion before the ball's even hiked. Like Jerry Rice is unreal. Why is Joe Montana considered the GOAT? It's the comebacks. It's the beauty of it. And also, in terms of like touchdowns, the year he threw for 31 touchdowns, I believe that was in a 12-game season for him because that was the Scab season of 87.
And that's wild.
I know, it is wild. And if you look at it, John Elway got the John Elway got the MVP that year. It should have been Jerry Rice or Joe Montana in 87 of that year.
Well, Jerry Rice did win AP Offensive Player of the Year, I believe, that year. Yeah. He did win MVP. I thought he did win MVP.
I thought it was John Elway, 87.
I thought he won it.
I don't think Jerry won an MVP.
Sure?
I'm almost positive.
All right.
Well, I'll look it up right now.
No, I'll look it up. I got it. Ronnie and Martinez.
Yeah, it was John Elway.
John Elway?
See, there we go.
I thought Jerry Rice won AP Offensive Player of the Year that year.
Not MVP, though.
The alternative option was Jerry Rice.
There you go.
See, it says I got NEA MVP and the Pro Football Writers Association MVP for Jerry Rice in 1987. But whatever. Ronnie and Martinez, what's happening?
Hey, what's up, Bonte? What's up, Shasky?
What's up?
How you guys doing?
Good.
Second-time caller. Love listening to you guys' show. I just want to calm the waters a little bit with the Purdy slander. I think he's been playing great. The first 3 quarters, obviously, but when it comes to clutch time, he's been struggling. I think they've been relying on him heavily because they've been behind. Once Trent and Debo come back, I think we'll start to see that success again. I just think he gives us an opportunity more than Jimmy Garoppolo ever could. So I don't like the comparison between the two of them, because a lot of those plays, Jimmy he would just turn around and take the sack like he did on Monday night. Brock's making plays out of nothing, it seems like. So that's what I wanted to call and talk about.
I struggle with this because I'm with you. He played really good for 3 quarters, especially in the Bengal game. I thought he would have been sacked 7-8 times if he was Jimmy Garoppolo. And he made plays. He had a Steve Young-like run for 18 yards in that game. Not the famous run. But here's the thing. How do you weigh, and this is where I struggle, I don't know. How do you weigh the devastating interceptions? Like, does it negate all of the good? No, it doesn't negate all of it. But Jimmy Johnson used to say, yeah, when you turn it over, and then this is his perspective, it negates all the good you did because he was such a stickler on turnovers.
Certainly
Kyle
did.
Shanahan is kind of that way.
Well, it certainly did in Super Bowl 54. Right? Super Bowl 54, Jimmy was the MVP through 3 quarters. Then the 4th quarter happened. Erased everything.
Yeah.
Hell, he erased a great year for Jimmy Garoppolo to the point where we were ready to move off of Jimmy off of one playoff run. One postseason run.
Well, it was for Tom Brady.
You know, it
was for Tom Brady.
Well, even the coach said, yeah, Tom Brady's not good enough.
Yeah, well, he's
We're going
right.
to stick with Jimmy Garoppolo.
Love you, Kyle, but you were wrong.
And that's where we're at again. We're going to find out whether he was wrong or right about Brock Purdy. We're still in that load. Like, I know Kyle said Purdy's a real deal. And even this week on the conference call, he said, look, man, there's no quarterback controversy. We're not going to Sam Darnold. You're ridiculous. And I agree with that. But at the same time, we're going to find out later in the year whether Brock Purdy can be that guy, if he is the real deal. We got a schedule here coming up with Jacksonville, Tampa, Seattle, Philly, Seattle. You got the Rams again. You got Baltimore, the Ravens on Christmas Day, Christmas night.
You said you're not considering a quarterback change.
No, I'm not right now. I want to see how this works out with Brock Purdy.
I think a lot of us do. Almost all of us do. Well, A, we just want one guy there. Like, that's one thing. B, we love what Brock's done so far, and you want to see him mature and grow, and it's still a young quarterback. But what if they lose 4 in a row here to Jacksonville?
You still stick with Purdy. Unless he just throws like 4 picks.
Is there a record?
He looks unplayable.
Well, I guess that's my question. Like, are you watching the body of work? Is it the overall record of the team? What would indicate considering a change?
6-game losing streak. If he looks unplayable.
I mean, 6 would feel like unprecedented.
Well, I don't know. I personally want to ride out the season.
No,
is Sam Darnold going to save the day?
No, I don't think so. That's the other part. But they made such a big deal about QB2. Like, that's why Trey's not here, because they really liked Sam Darnold.
Man, how confident would boy? Oh boy, we're gonna find out.
Sam Darnold does make $5 more million than
I want to find out whether or not Purdy could be the guy. So I really don't want a quarterback change. I don't. I want to find out if this guy's a quarterback.
Are you?
Because if there's a quarterback change, that means we're going into another offseason with more quarterback questions. All right? That would mean we're 8 for 8 in the Shanahan era when it comes to all seasons talking about the quarterback. 8 for 8. I don't want to be 8 for 8. I want to be 7 of 8. I want to go through an offseason where we know who the quarterback is this season.
We all do. We want to have a guy for 10 years. Who doesn't want that? But at the same time, you can't lose 6 in a row, 7 in a row.
But I've seen enough from Purdy to where I don't want to see Sam Darnold.
I know. I don't want to either. I think it's a downgrade.
So, we may. That's why I want to ride with Purdy. Is he the real deal or not? The head coach said he's a real deal. He won his first 10 starts. Everybody believes in Brock Purdy. Now, it hasn't looked good the last 5 quarters. He's had 5 turnovers in the last 5 quarters. So all the good that he's done gets washed away because of the 5 turnovers. It is what it is. Let's be fair. We did it to Jimmy. We did it to Trey. We did it to Garcia. We did it to every quarterback here, Kaepernick, Alex Smith. So let's do it again with Brock Purdy. I believe Brock Purdy is probably the best quarterback we've had here since Kaepernick. But then again, let's see it through 20 games. Let's see it through 25 games. Because Jimmy's record, I know wins, losses. I don't get over that. Jimmy's numbers were comparable to Brock Purdy's. So I want to find out if he's a real deal. So I want to play this out with Brock Purdy.
But don't, okay. I agree with that. But isn't there also the other side of the coin where it's like every single move you've made has been to win a Super Bowl this year?
Yes, absolutely.
So doesn't I got to find out about this guy, it might contradict going for the Super Bowl?
Well,
and it feels dumb to even say
going to Sam Darnold
after a 3-game loss. I feel like
I mean,
I'm not rushing Brock out. I'm asking the questions out loud of what the team might be considering, thinking if they do have a 4 or 5 game slide and the offense doesn't turn it around. Like if you come out of the bye, like and your offense looks against Jacksonville again, and we're turning it over again, I think there is going to be a long pause. You owe it to your team. As much as you want to see the Brock Purdy thing out.
Wow, we're going back in time. I feel like I've had this conversation every single season with Kyle Shanahan and the 49ers.
I mean,
no, we're not going to Sam Darnold. We're riding out with Brock Purdy. This is his team. Okay. The players picked him as a captain. You imagine benching a captain on your football team?
Was Jimmy a captain?
When? With the Raiders?
Just in general.
Oh, that team's a joke. They were just giving C-patches out left to right. You can't compare that. But Jimmy was a captain.
I mean, come on.
He was a captain, but then they moved off in the offseason and they half-stepped towards Trey Lance. And I was like, oh, let's bring Jimmy back because guys in the locker room, we need Jimmy. Okay, fine. You want to play 49 football. Look where that got you.
Jimmy was a captain this year, too. Just got benched.
He was. But they got rid of the coaching staff.
I mean.
So, and he should be benched. Let's see what the future looks like. Your team's going nowhere. So that's the right move for the Raiders. Brock Purdy, you want to bench him?
No,
really? Are we talking about that?
I'm
come on, man. We're talking about Sam Darnold.
Look, if the cornerback continues to grab, I think about subbing him out. If the offensive lineman continues to struggle, I consider taking them out. That's all I'm saying. I'm
too emotional right now. Just let it play out.
They're in the middle of a 3-game losing streak.
Let it play out. Let it play out. Let it play out. We got time. It's a long season. It's a long season, boys and girls. If Brock Purdy's a real deal, you stick with him. You let him play through the struggles. That's what it is. That's what it is. Now, if you guys want to go see Sam Darnold, then, boy, you must love misery because that's not going to be any better for us.
No, I'm not saying that.
You bench Brock Purdy, that ride is over. Cinderella slipper officially broke. The heel is clipped. If you do that. So that's ridiculous. We're not there yet. I don't think we're even close. But you know what? Shanahan may think differently. 5 turnovers in the last 5 quarters. That's what I'm hell-bent on. How's he going to rebound? Forget the cornfields. Forget the corn commercials. How about you just win a game and not turn the ball over? I want to smile again. Howard Beck, let's talk some basketball. We were all good for two hours. Let's talk basketball at Steph. In-season tournament. Let's do that.
Can we play this sound that I want us all to laugh at?
We'll do that at some point. We could have played it this time. Instead, you took me down the commercial rabbit hole.
What? I mean, there's corn.
Yeah, it was corny. Howard Beck, brought to you by BMW.
Now through November 30th, during the BMW Road Home
Hey, Dub Nation, it's GP2 here. The Morning Roast with Bonte Hill and Joe Shasty is live on YouTube and Twitch right now. Time for you to like and subscribe.
I got money. Speaking of money, let's go to May Money real quick. She's been on hold for a while. May Money, our favorite. And no, I don't be blending into the couch anymore, May Money. Nah, that's not happening.
No, I noticed. Good morning.
Good morning, May Money. What's
your
on your
tie
mind?
was a little long. Your tie was a little long, though.
You know, you got to.
Damn.
Well, you know, I was trying
Why
to.
you like? What is going on here?
Well, I was trying to cover some areas here that TV doesn't know how to pan out of, so that's why. Can't be showing off to the world, if you know what I mean.
I mean, I think a long tie is better than a short tie.
Yeah,
right?
absolutely, especially with those camera angles.
Oh my goodness.
Go ahead,
Good to hear
May
from you guys. All right, let me get to my point for y'all get me off track. All right. So, Bonte, first of all, I don't know why you over here messing around with peasants. You walk with kings, okay? Them peasants on the XYZ or whatever they call Twitter now. No, we don't.
May, I just try to have conversations. I just sent out a tweet, and I don't know why people react the way they do to my tweets. I don't know. It baffles me. And they say things to me that I know for damn sure they wouldn't say to me in person, which makes it even more infuriating.
Yeah, I understand. You know what? That's called, how you say, being taken for granted. So, it don't feel good, but all the best people are usually taken for granted. That actually leads me to my second point. We're going to talk Dubs. So you remember the other day you was asking, like, who's responsible for the high vibes on the team this year?
Yeah.
I wanted to answer that question, but I couldn't call in. So I'm going to answer it right now. So I think, actually, it's a team thing because a formula, you can write this down. This one's free. So basically, high vibrational energy, like, I don't know if you noticed, but it takes a lot more work to, first of all, get there and then maintain that high vibe energy. So I think it's the whole team that's really like doing that, like that has the high vibes going right now. But, if it takes like one person or one little thing to bring down people down into low vibrational energy, because it's easy to be there. You don't have to work to be in low vibes. So that's why you can really tell that they're putting in the work to keep the high vibrational energy up. But that takes a team to be in the low vibes. I mean, anybody can do that.
Hey, man, money.
That's
I used to like
that's
just
the quote
getting
of the day.
It's Football Friday, brought to you by First 5 California. Thanks for the call, May Money. Visit first5california.com to learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress. Let's finish strong.
She blended into Tony there in Oakland for a second.
No. Hey, leave Tony alone, man. Tony in Oakland brings some good energy. I like Tony in Oakland. I like her vibes.
Definitely energy. Yes.
Yeah, definitely energy. Some takes. She has some good takes. And look, she was a former tennis player at Cal. I don't take that lightly. She played at a higher level than we ever played at, Shasky. That's for sure. NCAA.
Yeah, well, I didn't play tennis.
I played in the AAA, the Academic Athletic Association, San Francisco High School Public League. All right? She played in the NCAA, so leave Tony alone. Anyway, let's go to Howard Beck, senior NBA writer for The Ringer, and he's been, he's so good. He's wrote for some big time publications, the LA Daily News, New York Times, Bleacher Report, and Sports Illustrated. And, he's tapped in on the NBA. And I wanted to get Howard on today to talk about the NCAA tournament and his start for the Golden State Warriors. Howard, good morning, man. Long time no talk. How you doing?
Good morning, gentlemen. Good to be with you.
Good to be with you, too, as we get ready for the in-season tournament. Group play starts today with the Warriors and OKC. My buddy over here, Joe Shasky, is excited about that. He's excited. What about you, Howard? What do you think of this, man? I'm interested to see how it plays out. I think it could be intriguing. Maybe it works. Maybe it doesn't. But what's your thoughts on the in-season tournament, which starts group play today?
Well, I'm going to try to be as cautious and open-minded and kind as I can be, because I have been a skeptic, which inflames certain friends of mine at the league office, who I like very much, because I admire, I'm going to say all the positive stuff first. I admire their willingness to experiment. I admire the innovation. I admire the ambition. I admire the fact that they have recognized that the regular season, especially early in the season, needs to be injected with a little bit more excitement and intrigue, and to make the games feel like they matter more, because there are a lot of trend lines that suggest to both players and teams and fans that maybe they don't matter quite enough. So I'm fine with the premise of all of it. I admire the initiative. And here comes the but, and this is the part where my friends at the league office get a little annoyed with me. I just don't see why we should care who wins a fictional trophy that was created 5 minutes ago. Now, the response will usually be, hey, all these championships are fictional. Like, it's just all just a human construct, basically, right? We get to do a very deep philosophical existential argument, and fine. It's true. Like, 10 years from now, if this thing's established, we might think of it differently than 5 minutes after it's invented. I just don't see right now why players will care who holds that cup in December, or why fans will, or why 5 minutes after it ends, why we won't all just forget about it and go back to doing what we always do, which is waiting for a blockbuster trade, speculating about who's going to make the All-Star game, and then who's going to win the championship, the real championship, in June. And I just don't think that anybody years from now is going to even remember who won any of these, assuming this lasts multiple years. So that's my skepticism. That's not criticism. That's just skepticism. I don't want to say that I'm not against it. I'm agnostic. Right. I don't care that they have it or don't have it. The fans will ultimately decide. Either the fans will be really into it and the players will be into it and it's a success, or everybody's not into it.
Well, no, see, there's
nothing lost.
That's where
lost either way.
Let me cut you off here. And that's where I would disagree. Yep. It's not on the fans. It's on the players. Like, this is literally on the players. Compete. Like, not exhaust all resources. We know what the ultimate end game is. We all understand that. It's about winning the championship in June, July. You know, that's what it's all about. We understand that. But just try a little bit. You know, like the Elam ending was fun because in the All-Star game, they tried at the end. It felt like they cared a little. And so to me, let's just get down to the basics. Just compete. Compete and have fun, and don't rest everyone. I think that we're overthinking this whole thing. I'm here for it. At the end of the day, I want to see guys play slightly higher stakes basketball than walking through the dog days of December. I'm here for it. I'm excited.
All of that's fine, and I have always said on this particular topic that fans take their cues from the players. So you're right to the extent that fans will care if the players care. You're right, but it's going a step too far to suggest that the players weren't caring about these games before. Yes, the league has an issue with rest and load management. They've tried to address that in a variety of ways, including this tournament, but teams are largely responsible for load management and rest, not the players. Secondly, there are plenty of really good, intriguing, fun, incredibly competitive games early in the season. You guys have just seen a bunch of them because I know I've watched most of the Warriors games so far, and they've been really fun. And if you're a Warriors fan, very encouraging. So it's not as though NBA players just sleepwalk through October, November, December. Often it's the fans who sleepwalk through it because they're like, we're paying attention to the World Series and we're paying attention to the NFL and everything else. And then we'll start tuning into the NBA on Christmas or in January. So that is a fan issue. That is a viewership issue. And this potentially addresses that.
Yeah, Howard Beck here on the Morning Rush on 95.7 The Game from The Ringer. Does a great job covering the NBA. I'm kind of with you, Howard. I'm skeptical as well. We're promoting it big time on our pregame show, Warriors Pre- and Post Game Live on NBC Sports Bay Area. We had the whole breakdown of it, and we're still a little confused about how it's going to work out and whether or not players play harder because it's something at stake. Like $500,000. It's a drop in the bucket for most of these players.
What about professional pride? What about competing against someone? What about trying to have something that
That's
LeBron
what the regular
doesn't
season
have?
for. That's what the regular season's for.
Well, I'm just saying, like, we're acting like they're going to like kill themselves because they try slightly harder, 5% harder in December than what they normally would. That's all.
Extra travel to Vegas. What if the Eastern Conference team's like, boy, it's another flight. We get hurt. Something there's all kind of things. There's questions. You can't be mad at people asking for having questions about this in-season tournament. So we'll see how it play out. I'm with you, Howard. I'm going to be open-minded about it. I want to see how it works. I hope it does work to make the regular season more intriguing. But to your point, Wemby versus KD last night. Very intriguing. I didn't need the in-season tournament for that. Clippers-Lakers the other night in overtime. Very intriguing. I didn't need the in-season tournament for that. And then the Warriors have Oklahoma City tonight. Whether or not it's a group play or not, I'm intrigued because Trent Holmgren is playing, and I want to see what this kid is all about. What about you, Howard?
Yeah, well said. All of that. I mean, that's the thing. Like, I think this may also go to the question of the divide between the hardcore fans, which you guys clearly are, versus the casual fan who looks at the NBA as the thing that you watch starting on Christmas, right? And so everything you just listed, everybody who's a hardcore NBA fan was all on board with from the beginning. They want to see Wemby. They want to see Chet. They want to see, what Paolo Banchero does in year two. They want to see, are the Warriors up to the ability to still contend for titles. They want to see, how LeBron's doing. Like, everybody is intrigued by the usual storylines, the Suns super team, if those three ever actually play a game together. So there's plenty that's already of intrigue before we get to any manufactured tournament, right? Wembanyama versus Durant last night.
Phenomenal.
Wembanyama, period, last night was just great. Great basketball, great theater, really impressive. The kid is living up to every bit of the hype and expectations so far. And I think what struck me last night, and it's the same thing that has struck me every time I've watched him so far going back to the preseason, is they're not running a lot strictly for him. He doesn't force things. He's not involved necessarily in every play. I mean, his presence alone means he's involved because I think he's creating a certain amount of gravity and attention from defenses. But it just looks like the game comes pretty easily, or like the scoring opportunities come seamlessly. He's not hunting scoring opportunities. He's not forcing it. He's not like a lot of young NBA players or stars, especially when you come in on day one as a high pick and you're thinking, I've got to carry this team. I've got to, try to score on every play. He just does things within the flow, and you look up and he's got, 20, 25, 30, 35 points. Like it all feels very just not easy, just kind of like I say, seamless.
If I took health off the board as an option, what is your biggest skepticism after seeing 5 games with the Warriors? Because we're feeling really good about the Warriors. Not that they're going to win the championship, but they're in the mix. Like, we think that they're in the mix. Things got to break their way. They still have stuff to iron out. But what's your biggest skepticism if I took health off the board?
Whether they can beat Jokic. Because I don't have any, listen, every team you could say, oh, this team needs a little more shooting. They need a more defense. They need, back up this or back. Like, every team is going to have some sort of deficiency you can point to. With the Warriors, I've been on board with everything they've done. Like, I liked the pool for Chris Paul swap. I love the pickup of Saric. I think they've done a really nice job in, this team, this roster, as it stands today versus a year ago, I think it's just demonstrably better. And also, obviously, you've removed a major piece of drama, having separated Poole and Draymond. But having Gary Payton II back and healthy, from day one, and not force-feeding the young guys into the rotation, and not having Weissman there where they're trying to really, get him in there. So, and Kuminga, Moody are that much further along. So I just think they're in a lot better shape right now than they were a year ago at this time. And I think, I've said from the start, it's a, 5, maybe 6-way race in the West, but Denver has the clear lead on everyone, and it's up to everyone else to prove to us why they should be able to knock them off. I'm not so much worried about whether the Warriors can get past the Lakers, the Clippers, the Kings, even the Suns, whoever. But the Nuggets, until we've been, until proven otherwise, no one's figured out a way to really slow down Jokic in a 7-game series. So that's the question.
Interesting stuff there. OKC, no Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. I'm a little disappointed with that. But are they going to be this year's Sacramento Kings, meaning are they going to be the darlings of the league, surging from play-in or not even in the playoffs to, I know they made the playoffs last year, but surging into a top 5 spot? How talented is this team? Can they be the Kings of 2023-24?
They're really talented, and they're coming fast, and they will be in the mix before too long. I think this is 1 year at least too soon to expect that kind of leap. Now, if Chet Holmgren, like Wembanyama, like he's got a lot of unique, skill set and size combinations, and he looks ready from day one. And obviously, he had a year to acclimate to the league while he was recovering from injury. But if he can be a true impact player consistently throughout the season, that might change the way I view this. But they're super young, and youth does not generally win in this league. I mean, even the Kings, De'Aaron Fox and Sabonis, whether though they hadn't been together long, individually they've been in the league for several years. Like they had a nice runway before that breakthrough happened. Also, last year was just a really strange season for the NBA and in the West. I just don't think there's the same opportunity to make a big leap up into the top five. I think it's very crowded up there.
Well, we're running out of time. 20 seconds are left. What do you make of James Harden and his presser yesterday? I know, I'm laughing too.
I think that pretty well sums it up. I wish him and the Clippers well, but that was not encouraging.
Not at all. Albert Beck, we'll do it again soon, man. Continue your great work at the Ringer. I'm glad they picked you up. You guys are doing big things over there at the Ringer. Howard, thanks so much for the time today.
Always a pleasure, guys. Thanks.
Anytime. Howard Beck, longtime NBA writer. He's been doing it since before we were born, man. He knows this league inside and out. Not too keen on a mid-season tournament. Likes Oklahoma City, likes where the Warriors are at, but can they beat Jokic? We'll find out next Wednesday, round 1 against the Denver Nuggets. Round 1 against the Nuggets.
For something that's like, it's not the end-all, be-all. Everyone acknowledges that. I just find it so interesting why we're so abrasive to just, like, trying something new and trying something different. Everyone realizes that, the beginning of the regular season has its own little pop at the beginning, and then you get into a lull, and it's still like football season and stuff. And so, okay, you try something new, you see if it works. We throw some brackets out there. Right. Everybody loves a bracket eventually after pool play's over. Everybody loves to bet on things. There's a little more juice than the normal regular season. No one's saying it's the end-all, be-all. I'm just open-minded to it, and I'm excited to see how this thing plays out.
I'm excited, too. I'm open-minded to it, too. We'll see how it works out. By the way, knockout tournament. I'm excited to see how this works out. Nikki in Oakland was our winner today. You'll have another chance on this show Monday at 7:30 in the morning, but you'll have 2 more chances today. Tap into 95.7 The Game all day long for our first ever, or a chance to qualify for our first ever 95.7 The Game knockout tournament at Chase Center. You have a chance to win at 12:30. You have another chance to win at 4:30. Who's going to win in knockout? Who's going to win in knockout? You have a chance to beat the host. The hosts have a chance to beat the fans.
Well,
I can't wait.
As we go knockout talk, the Warriors are going to be paired up with the Kings, right? In that little pool. I'd love to knock them out.
That'd be fun.
Right? So these are the kind of little things that you can do throughout the year that, to me, they're little notches on the belt. It's not the belt buckle. It's not the championship belt that we're all looking for at the end of the year. It's just a little notch that you throw on your belt.
Honestly, you think teams are going to hang banners for winning that in-season tournament?
No. But
are players going to say put on their resume, hey, man, I won the in-season tournament? It's just as important as the NBA Finals.
No. That's like 75 steps too far. All I'm saying is like, if it's like 50-50 on whether you are actually going to play a guy an extra couple of minutes and crank it up defensively slightly more, guys have professional pride, right? So we're acting like they don't care every night. I think that they care. But when you have a little more at stake, putting a couple bucks on a hole, you and your buddy and you're golfing, it just cranks it up a little more. And these guys are competitionaholics. And so I want to see what it looks like.
So will the Warriors play hard? Now, hopefully they win tonight and we get the post-game interview, because I will ask a question. Was there more of a sense of urgency because this was at the beginning of group play? Or did you just want to win and continue the good vibes and win your 5th in a row?
I'm sure they'll say that.
What is the mindset going into tonight? Because this is the start of group play. Are they playing harder because this is part of group play, or are they playing harder just to continue the good habits to stack wins?
I do think, not to cut you off, Joe, real quick, if it gets to the semifinals,
that's what I'm saying.
The group stage is one thing.
Yeah,
but
exactly.
There's a possibility you play the Los Angeles Lakers early December when you wouldn't play them until the end of January. I think that would matter to a lot of Warriors.
Exactly.
All right. Them or not.
And let's say you face Phoenix,
vice versa,
or Memphis. We love knocking out Memphis, right?
Stink.
Whatever. I'm just hypothetically. I don't think it's the worst thing in the world. And I'm open-minded to it. And this is where I go back on the players. Look, they're highly paid. And I think we actually over-talk about how highly paid they are. But the reality is that one of the big talking points for the last 10 years has been, guys don't play, right? Fair or not, whether the teams are the ones doing it or not. So if you crank it up a little and you give some stakes, I'm hoping professional pride and their competitionaholics, that will kick in. And similar to the Elam ending, guys aren't pretending like it's Game 7 of the Western Conference Finals during the Elam ending. But I always thought that the Elam ending was a lot of fun.
It is kind of funny.
It felt more fun than the first three quarters.
Well, last year's All-Star game was a joke. Last year's All-Star game was an absolute.
Bonte, we're in agreement there. It's not the end all.
But no, hold on.
But it's just a little meta.
Hold on. It's so funny. I'm not even going to do it.
What?
I'm not even going to do it because in football, we'll say we need to limit this guy touches. Should he even play this week? And it's like 17 weeks. We only got 16, 17 games in football. Guaranteed. I get it. But then, these guys play a long time. There's a lot of cardio. It don't give you the stuff where they fly first class. Getting on the airplane and doing all that process and you're going flying back and forth, getting in at 3:30 in the morning. That's not fun. I don't care what you're flying on. You're still tired. You're still gassed.
Do you know why this was created?
82 games.
Do you know why this was created? This was not created.
It's a money grab, in my opinion.
No, it's not a money grab.
In my opinion, it's a money grab.
Bonte, it is to appease the television deals that you have in place and to entice other like Apple, NBC, who wants to get into the national broadcast, to get them in. Because when they buy in, why do you think we've added playoff games in the NFL, in Major League Baseball? It's to appease your television partners. So this is a way to hopefully appease the business partners. Why? So that there's more pie to give someone like Klay Thompson at the end of the year, and they could split up this CBA and give more money. This is all about more money to the table.
This $1 million for Klay is really going to help add to
I'm just using him as an example because his contract.
I hear you. No, I hear you. I hear you. I hear you.
You know?
I hear you. And
like
all that may be true.
For.
All that may be true. All that may be true. But then group play starts tonight. And who's not playing for Oklahoma City? Their number one player is Shai Gilgeous-Alexander.
Which is now the fourth game in a row that someone has sat because of injury or whatever against the Warriors.
The whole thing's a joke. The whole thing's a joke. Let's just put there. And I work with the NBA, and I can't believe I'm saying this. And I'm trying to pump it up, and I'm intrigued to see how it works. I want to see how it works because I get the vision of Adam Silver.
What's the downside?
What's the downside? Tonight, you don't get Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. First game of the season, Oklahoma City trying to make some paveway in the Western Conference, and SGA is not playing.
And what is the reason that they disclosed?
I was so distraught about him being ruled out that I didn't want to look. But I'll look now since I got my Warriors notes here.
I'm just curious.
Because I am curious.
Was there a reason? I mean, we don't even know, the severity or fakeness or realness of the injury. So I feel like we're speculating.
Let me pull my notes
Feels
up.
reckless.
I'll pull my notes up. You can filibuster. By the way, I know the Kings are going to play hard. And I know the Kings are tired of the Golden State Warriors. Our buddy Matt George, remember him? ABC 10 up in Sacramento. Jeff Hilborn's cousin.
Yeah, does the Kings Locked On podcast.
Yeah, Jeff Hilborn's cousin.
See, if you could get me 4 or 5 of these moments from across the league that the Warriors hand deliver to someone, listen to this man and how broken his soul is after a regular season game. Imagine what he'll feel like after the in-season tournament.
Listen to me very, very carefully. I'm going to make the point and message of this Locked On Kings podcast perfectly clear from the jump. I am sick and tired of the Golden State Warriors. There are 28 other teams in the NBA. Let the Sacramento Kings play those teams. In fact, let the Kings play each one of those 28 teams 15 straight times before they have to play the Golden State Warriors again. I've had enough of these two teams. Take the game that they're scheduled to play later on in November and either move it to 2024 or outright cancel it. I don't care. In fact, these two teams can't even share Northern California anymore. They can't handle being neighbors. I can't even handle those teams being geographically close together anymore. Let the Sacramento Kings have Northern California because Sacramento is the California capital. Have San Francisco blow up the Golden Gate Bridge, blow up the Bay Bridge, get a big gust of wind or a few tugboats to drag them out deeper into the Pacific Ocean and let them be the independent island kingdom of San Francisco ruled by Steph Curry and Klay Thompson. I don't care anymore. Get them away, as far away as possible from the Sacramento Kings. I've had enough of the blood pressure. I've had enough of the heartbreak. I've had enough.
I thought the only thing he missed.
Call the ambulance.
The only thing he missed was he's had enough of Looney punking Domantas Sabonis. Looney owning Domantas Sabonis. That's the only thing he didn't mention.
Did we just watch a guy have a midlife crisis on a podcast?
He had a meltdown. It's okay. He had a meltdown. That's what happens when you know you can't get over that hump. When you know that, damn, they just got our number. And I said this last year. And a lot of people up there in Sacramento, they mock me. There are levels to this. There are levels of being a first-round team, and there are levels of being a championship team. There are levels to being able to knock out a team in your own building in a Game 7, and there's levels to winning a Game 7 on the road, which the Warriors have done multiple times. And the Kings, well, you know what? You lost Game 7 at home, and you allow Steph Curry to drop 50 on you.
I felt like I was listening to Ned Flanders from Sacramento have a nervous breakdown over a basketball team.
I mean, come on, man.
The way he was delivering the message.
I've had enough.
I've
had enough.
If I could deliver that, like eliminate them from the in-season tournament, although it wouldn't be as good as eliminating them from the playoffs, like I'll take solace in that.
Once the in-season tournament is over, will anybody even mention the in-season tournament?
If we also win the championship, hell yeah, I will.
Okay. You'll talk about it all year long?
Clean sweep.
You'll talk about it all year long?
Quest for Chris.
You'll talk about it all year long. In-season tournament championship.
It'll be something fun. It's for a couple weeks.
I guess.
Something fun.
I guess it's fun.
You know what? Look,
I know how I'm open, man. It's not. I'm thinking about myself right now in the in-season tournament. If I could get to Vegas and watch the championship, sure. But also, I'm not going to name names. Well, some of us are looking, hey, if they do go to Vegas, we get 4 days off. Or if they don't go to Vegas, we get 4 days off. That'd be nice.
But B, if it produces, like, let's say, a Wembanyama versus KD showdown, let's just hypothetically.
I've seen that twice already.
I know, but you get Wemby hitting a game winner in KD's face in his early career. I think that would be really cool.
I've already seen Wemby go at KD twice already.
Yeah, but it was great. With something on the line.
Something was on the line yesterday. Suns trying to win a game against the Spurs.
All right.
Personal pride.
Okay.
Everything's on the line. You win or you lose. Every game, there's something on the line. Either you win or you lose.
So there's no upside whatsoever with this.
No, I didn't say that. I said I'm open-minded to it. But I've seen 4 banners get hung.
Well, I mean,
what is
of course.
Of
course. Of course. I mean, like, no. Again, no one is saying exhaust all resources.
I saw Wemby against KD twice this weekend. It was riveting. Whether they do it again in the turn, well, we get Wemby, Kings, OKC, Minnesota.
Yeah, and now if you're ABC, because you probably don't have a lot of Spurs games on your schedule, you're hoping that those guys advance so that you can get them on a broadcast. This, again, goes back to helping appease your broadcast partners.
Well, I'm sure people are going to be able to watch Wemby. I'm sure some Spurs games will get flexed in the prime
You
time.
would think. Now.
It's going to happen. It's going to happen. This guy is box office.
Because last year, I know for a fact that ESPN was really frustrated with some of the slate that they were given and guys not playing, and they felt like the NBA wasn't living up to their end of the bargain.
Now, when it comes to Matt George and Sacramento, I feel bad for them. I feel really bad for them.
No, you don't.
No, I do. There are levels of this. They're melting down.
I've had enough.
D'Lo told us he was ticked off about He was ticked off about losing the preseason game in which Steph Curry hit a buzzer beater. You know? Like, these guys are already distraught over the first week of the season, loses twice to the Golden State Warriors. All I'm thinking about is, boy, we won 4 in a row. Let's make it 5. So, anyway, Alan Styles, he has gone full beam. He had an interesting tweet about Klay Thompson. It's like, dude, you are. Styles, I love Alan Styles, but he's confused just as much as James Harden is. James Harden, right? We ended the Howard Beck interview about James Harden. I'll just play this.
I'm not a system player. I am a system. You know what I mean? So somebody that can have that dialogue with me and understand and move forward and figure out and make adjustments on the fly throughout the course of games, that's all I really care about. You know what I mean? It's not about me scoring a basketball, scoring 34 points. I've done that already. So that's what I meant by that.
He also said that Philadelphia had a leash on him. They held him back. Joel Embiid shot back and said, well, that's funny because he had the ball in his hands every possession. Held him back. No, we let him beat him. Again, I told you guys last week, and I'll repeat myself, I'd rather go 0-82 than have James Harden on my basketball team.
I can't believe Jerry West was a part of an organization that signed off on that. Doesn't he like strike you as like the complete opposite of what Jerry West is looking for?
I don't know how this is going to work.
It's a desperate move.
Is that what it is?
Feels desperate.
The Clippers didn't need to do it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
They got Kawhi and Paul George, and Russell Westbrook's playing well with that bunch.
Yeah.
You didn't have to go trade for James Harden. Just to bring him back home, and Westbrook's like, damn, this is the third time I got to play with this guy.
I didn't even think of that part.
He already got me bounced from Houston. So that's why, as we end the show and put a bow on this bad boy, we started off by talking about Steph Curry and the underappreciation of his greatness and how, we're going to appreciate him from every single moment, every single dribble, every single second, every single possession, every single game, every single quarter, every single half. That's why. Because you get a guy like James Harden who may have more God-given ability than Stephen Curry. But you get a guy like that.
He might. Yeah, that's...
We got Steph Curry.
I get what you're saying.
Steph Curry doesn't throw his guys under the bus. Steph Curry doesn't throw his front office under the bus. Steph Curry is why I laugh at guys like James Harden and their leadership. I can't believe James Harden's that tone deaf.
Well,
I'm not a system player.
We were talking
I
about
am a
perception of the NBA. I think James Harden, in particular, is one of the worst people in terms of influencing what the perception is in the NBA. What do we think of James Harden? I don't want to play here anymore. I want a max contract. I don't want to play here anymore. I'm selfish. Dribble, 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 dribble. Like, I think he kind of represents all of the negative perceptions, the stereotypes, when, in fact, the league is really dominated by stand-up dudes like Jokic and Curry, you know what I mean, Devin Booker, like people that are truly good people that try hard. I think that James Harden has kind of ruined the perception, and it's unfair because that's one dude, when in the reality, all the other dudes that are at the top are hardworking, grinded out superstars.
Wow. I want everybody out there who's listening, YouTube, Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union, Comcast Business Text Line, and your terrestrial radio, if you can get to it, Google the court at Paycom Center in Oklahoma City. Google the court and what it looks like. I mean, do you guys see this? Spadoni, go ahead. I'll let you get in here and describe it.
Yeah, I'm looking at
I'm blown away.
Shayna Rubin of the Bay Area News Group, San Jose Mercury News. She posted a picture of it on X. It looks pretty sick. I'm not going to lie. It's all blue. Has like the that whatever that blue is for Oklahoma City. You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Has the white trim for the out of bounds. I don't know. I think it looks cool. Black key.
Oh, dude, I think it looks really cool.
Come on, guys.
What, you don't like it? Something different.
Oh, gosh.
Would that come in the middle of the key?
City. That fits Oklahoma City.
Yeah.
John, what do you think of this court?
It's like Smurf turf, except on hardwood.
I've never been a fan of the extracurricular courts, even like University of Oregon, like those kind of like just give me some plain old hardwood, maybe some checkers like the Boston Garden.
Yeah, but that's for the regular season. I think there's 5 places that have never had alternative courts: Boston, LA, Chicago. There's a couple others that are all going to have this different colored courts.
That is hideous, man.
You don't like it at all?
Money grab.
Oh, my God. Money grabs. Money grabs. You got to make the court blue. Really? Dude, come on, man.
Yeah, but now we're talking about it.
Oh, my God. Well, I'm talking because it's content. I'm just wondering
Looks
what
like
you guys'
Boise
opinion.
State's
But of course,
football field.
I should have known.
If you were flipping channels, and you were going around and you saw a blue court, you wouldn't stop for a second? That's how Boise State got their recognition.
Yeah, I would look and be like, oh, my God, what are they doing? Oh, my God. Let me change it. Let me change it. Yeah, you stop for a second to laugh at it.
I'm going to be the pioneer of the in-season tournament.
Man.
Me, I'm the Pied Piper. I'm going to blow my little flute, and I'm going to see who wants to follow me.
I'm sure you're not the only
The
one.
Robin Hood of the in-season tournament.
Well, go ahead. You be excited about it. I will try to get excited about it. I just want to see good basketball. I'm seeing the Warriors win their 5th in a row.
Hi, I'm Bonte Hill, and I'm here live in Vegas on the floor. It is the championship game of the in-season tournament, and all the Warriors do is hang banners, so we want this one big time tonight. Ain't that right, Mully? Yeah.
CP3, you had a huge night tonight.
It already know Bully's answer. It already know Fezzy Fell's answer. It already know a lot of answers from most NBA players and personnel.
Chris Paul, you get your first championship in the NBA. How does it make you feel?
Well, see, what's going to happen is if the Warriors do lose, can you imagine? If you imagine,
I won the in-season tournament.
If you imagine, can you imagine Chris Paul losing in the semifinals?
Oh, my God.
Oh, get Chris.
Oh, Chris Paul still can't win the big one. Yep. This ain't that big, folks.
Hey, Curry,
we still got 50 games left to play.
Curry comes up short. I told you he can't win on his own. I told you.
Wow. Wow. That court is, oh my God.
Is it? But the Oregon
giving
one's
me a headache.
worse. It's Fast Five.
It's giving me a headache.
You know, Bonte, I love needling you today on this in-season game tournament because I know how much you're frustrated with it, and I just had to take the other side.
No,
I feel like
I'm not frustrated with it. I'm just, it is what it is. I just, you want me to go, woo, it's tournament, let's go. Shea Gilgeous-Alexander's not even playing tonight.
But he's hurt.
That's how OKC, who's never hung a banner, that's how much in-season tournament. If there's a team that wants to win an in-season tournament, it's a team like OKC. And their best players not even playing tonight at the start of group play.
I've had enough. After we win it all, we'll all be singing a different tune.
You may be.
In-season cup. In-season cup. Is that what it's called? I don't even know what it's called. They might call it the Curry Cup after he wins a couple.
In-season tournament. IST.
I like it, but it is
presented
what
by
it is.
Kia.
I mean, I'm only going to like it again if we get a Lakers-Warriors early December matchup. That would be cool. You know what else is cool? A lot of good football this weekend. We're playing in Germany on Sunday morning. I like all those European games because I get 6:30 football. I get 10 o'clock football. I get 1 o'clock football. And I get Sunday night football. Bills Chiefs. It's a great slate this weekend, folks.
It really is. It really is.
Big John, what you got?
Steph Curry is amazing. Never once have I taken him for granted. Never once have I wavered from this man. This guy, I mean, I hope he plays for another 6 years. Who knows? But the man is legit, and I cannot wait to see what he does this season. Hopefully he can keep it up and get another MVP.
Hey, John, are you aware of the group Journey?
Of course.
Forever yours.
Oh, also, we kind of brushed over shameless shout out real quick. I want to give
we did.
I want to give my my future mother and father-in-law a congratulations on their 42nd year wedding anniversary.
45. Damn, I forgot about that one.
Well, we got fired up. It was an audible. We were fired up.
Yeah, Steve Wilkes fired us up.
Oh gosh.
All right.
We should have done shameless shout-outs. I would have put a smile on my face. Steph Curry puts a smile on my face. The Warriors put a smile on my face.
The in-season tournament puts a smile on my face.
Internet Giants fans, do not put a smile on my face.
But do Steiny and Goo.
Sometimes.
Are they together? All right. They
that's
will
it
put a
for
smile
us.
on my
Styles
face.
Fast 5, brought to you by Xfinity. Next generation 10G network, only from Xfinity. The future starts now with Steiny and Goo.
iPhone 15 Pro on Verizon, iPhone 15 Pro on Verizon, and other gifts for the fam that they'll love this holiday.
Trade in your old iPhone and get a brand new iPhone 15 Pro and Apple TV 4K and Apple One.
All three of them. It's a great deal, don't sleep on it. Offer ends soon once again. iPhone 15 Pro on Verizon. Is this song stuck in your head?
This holiday, trade in any iPhone in any condition for the new iPhone 15 Pro with titanium, Apple TV 4K, and 6 months of Apple One. All on us with unlimited Ultimate. Act now. Visit Verizon.com. 6 months of Apple One, then $10 per month. $999.99 device payment or full retail purchase with new smartphone line on unlimited Ultimate plan required. Less $1,000 trade-in/promo credit applied over 36 months. Promo credit ends if eligibility requirements are no longer met. 0% APR. Apple TV 4K and Apple One offers require eligible phone purchase with activation on unlimited Ultimate. Additional terms and conditions apply. Visit Verizon.com for details.
When you wake up well-rested on a great mattress, everything becomes clear.
My life coach has a terrible life.
Things you missed when you were tired finally reveal themselves.
My passport is in the pocket of the duffel bag I took to Mexico.
It's the Black Friday sale at Mattress Firm. Get a king bed for a queen price and save up to $700 on Sealy. Plus, get a free adjustable base with select mattresses. And if you see a better price, we'll match it. The right mattress matters. We'll find yours. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
Black Friday is coming, and that's the smart time to shop for a top-rated TV from Samsung, LG, or Sony. But why wait? You can get those Black Friday TV deals right now at Video Only, and then enjoy Thanksgiving with your new TV. Still want to wait? Then how about better than Black Friday deals? The top-rated TVs at stupid low prices. Check out Video Only now before the rush, or you'll be sorry.
For today's show and tell, I present my phone. It's made with glass and various metals I can't pronounce. It's powered by Xfinity Mobile, so my family saves big. Take a handout.
Colin, what are these?
I'm quizzing the class on the material.
Switch to Xfinity Mobile and save hundreds a year with the best price for 2 lines of unlimited. Just $30 a line a month. Visit XfinityMobile.com to learn more. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Unlimited Intro Service and Xfinity Internet required. Taxes and fees extra. Reduced speeds after 20 gigabytes of usage. Data thresholds may vary.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-777-1979. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-777-1979. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-777-1979. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-777-1979, 800-777-1979, or biglou.com.
I'm Tony Kornheiser, and this is my show. What, you expecting something different? Whether you're looking for deep, insightful dives into the day's top sports stories, that's why we have guests, right, Nigel? Or simply how to get change for 100, you'll find it on the Tony Kornheiser Show. From football picks from the best prognosticators in the business, including a monkey, to real-time baseball playoff analysis, to traffic in an area where you don't live. We got you covered. My friends, come on.
They both have a great point. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is wow. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job. And together, they are Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
No, yeah, Goo. Evan said it right before the show.
What'd he say?
I like James Harden. I'm rooting for James Harden.
I am the system.
Yeah, that's right. That's how I'm coming out today.
I am the system of this show.
You know what, though?
I am the system.
I did notice.
How dare you?
I did. He let's be honest.
Go ahead.
He said, I'm a system.
Oh,
he didn't say I'm the system. So what's
I was
up,
in
man?
love with the dude. Happy Friday, Snotty, but he turned me off, man. I'm I can't believe Evan. I like the dude. He took less money to stay in Philly, and I guess he feels like they lied to him. He feels like they lied to him, Stoney.
Ah, you hate to see it.
I'm working on my camera, so you take over.
Okay.
Yeah. I got a bone to pick.
You didn't like how I greeted you today.
Evan, you weren't around.
It was very uncharacteristic.
Nobody's hardly in the office on Friday. Stoney comes down the hallway. What up, fool? And I'm like, my fist balled up like, you ain't talking to me. And I said, it's not. Lose that the next time you're around a brother. Come on, you can't do it. What's gotten into you? You had a good night, huh? Feeling frisky. That hip feeling good.
It's kind of weird today. There's nobody here in the office. It's like just nobody. Nobody's home here at the office.
I can't go Broussard, but I'm sorry, Evan.
About what?
I'm trying to get the camera. Yeah, but it wasn't up, so I couldn't see. How do you see where? Okay, all right.
Anyway, good morning, Bay Area and beyond. Steiny and Guru with you.
Friday edition.
Friday at 10:04. Chad doing?
We started 10.
That's my.
We weren't supposed to.
We were barking. We were barking early.
What you got, baby? Warriors tonight. New unis.
Tourney time. It's tourney time.
Can you explain it?
No.
Can anybody call us and explain?
You know what?
What goes down?
888-957-9570. Explain to Steiny and Guru what's at stake today.
And is Sunday's game part of it too? Sunday in Cleveland?
The 49ers?
No, they don't play.
Oh.
The Warriors.
No, that's not part of it.
See, that's what's
They're
makes it so whack.
specifically designated
This
games.
is whack.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. No Shea Gilgeous-Alexander tonight.
Dude, Norm
else?
said you were on one yesterday.
Michael Kidd Gilchrist won't be playing either tonight.
Shout out Falcon Chris.
Wait, what did Norm say?
You were a little negative yesterday.
I know I was.
Yeah,
I know I was.
He hadn't heard that Steiny in a while.
Yeah, my bad, Norm.
No, it's all good,
I'm not going to
baby.
apologize to your son, but I'll apologize to you, Norm.
Yeah.
No, a couple things.
I was with you.
Couple things just,
I hear you. The league is broken right now. Nobody balls anymore. We got Fabby and Fitz today. I want to run that by Fab that nobody balls anymore.
Okay.
Him being the rapper, play on words.
Oh.
I'll take credit for it.
Yeah, Bob Fitzgerald, 10:30, play-by-play man of the Golden State Warriors.
Fitzy!
He's going to be on a roll, baby.
No doubt. He should be.
He's going to, let's see, he's going to praise Chris Paul.
Okay.
And that's going to bother me because I don't want anybody praising Chris Paul more than me.
Dude, that's what really got you fired up yesterday. And it took Dr. Darryl to know what was going on.
No, it was mostly about nobody plays anymore in the NBA.
Yeah.
But, and then what was the other thing I was going to say?
This tournament.
The tournament. Oh, my gosh. I'm losing my train of thought already. It was, I got one word for you. Wemby.
I got another word.
We got a problem.
Spurs. How about that?
We got a problem.
They got some players.
Warriors better hurry up and get this title this year.
Oh, boy.
Because after this year, it's Wemby's league.
Look at him.
Mm-hmm.
Possibly.
Hey, the one thing I was thinking about the other day about Klay Thompson's shot. And I'm not saying everything changes if he misses it. But if he misses that shot, the last 2 days don't feel at all the same. And
I appreciate that.
I got into this a little bit yesterday, but I feel like I want to emphasize it today because this is going to be an interesting year for Klay Thompson.
It already is. Go ahead.
So through 5 games, he's taken fewer shots than in any of the past 9 years. He hasn't taken this few or averaged this few attempts since his 3rd year in the league. 2013, 2014 was the last year he shot fewer times per game than he's averaging right now. He's defending bigger players, which he's just starting to do for the first time in his career or has the last 6 months to a year. Like, the first 5 games, I think his approach has been phenomenal. He, last year at this time, was shooting him out of games. This year, he definitely is letting the game come to him. And let's face it, Goo, he's the one guy that a lot of us worry about because he can get inside his own head. What I'm getting at is, if he can play like this, he can help this team. Not that he couldn't help when he shoots more than he does. But look, he's not going to average as many points. It's going to be hard for him to get paid, I guess is what I'm saying. Like, I feel kind of bad because he may end up playing the perfect way to help this team, but his individual numbers will go down, and then maybe he won't get the money he deserves. Like, he's kind of in a tough spot. He's kind of damned if he does, damned if he doesn't. If he plays the right way and averages 17 a game, that'll look like he's on the decline. So he's in a tough spot, and I just want to acknowledge that he's in a tough spot, and so far, so good.
Yeah. You know what? Some days we go at it and throw pots and pans at each other, but I agree with you, but I do disagree on the last part of that take, Stoney. I don't think this is going from afar. If another team is looking at Klay Thompson, they know he's still lethal. They know that he's taking a step back, and they know that he's bought in. This is a different Warrior team, and it's come natural. I don't think anybody's went to management's gone to Klay Thompson and said, quit jacking. I think Chris Paul coming in, Klay knowing what time it is with him, he's a starter. He's been a starter in this league. He's taken on a different role. And I know Klay has more more gravitas because he's been here homegrown. But, Stoney, I don't look at Klay's lesser as that might be costing him ducats.
Well, it's going to.
I don't believe that.
Well, of course it's going to.
I believe if you step back and watch him play, and I'm another team, and you could be right, but I think I could be right too, they know that he's playing team basketball. It's not like physical limitations or a running back that, he can no longer tote the rock 30 times. So,
listen,
I feel like that the fact that he's bought in and he's doing something different and he's happy, like that can go a long way and
but
might not rob him at the end of the game.
It's not going to get him paid.
So you think and I'm asking, if he averaged, let's just say 27 points PPG,
27?
or 25 points around the league, you think he would have more of an opportunity to get a paycheck from somebody else as opposed if he averaged 17, 18 with lesser shots but just playing team ball?
I'm saying he made $42 million his last contract because he was a 23-point per game scorer and he was a great defensive player.
Yeah.
The next contract he has, he's not going to be a great defensive player, so that's already going to hurt him. And if you're telling me he's not the explosive Klay or he didn't have that role, then that is going to cost him money. It just is. And unfortunately, it might cost him money with the Warriors.
I just wish, because I love him hitting that shot, him sharing his story. But damn, Stoney, the Ronnie Lott that he's getting this year, I would be blown away. And people are going to come down my road. It's okay.
It's a contract year, Goo.
Yeah, but do you think you're worth more than 42?
It's not
this version of them.
Well,
that's all I would ask. Like,
but it's not about
3 for 90 should get you done and keep you here. But maybe he's looking at Guru 30 mil. You know who I am? Yeah, I love you, Klay, but damn.
Well, we don't know any of the numbers. All I'm saying is, he might get $20 million a year. He might get $30 million a year. He might get $40 million a year. I'm not sure. But I don't think he's going to get $40 million a year because the only way he's going to get $40 million a year to me is if he's averaging 22 a game and he's shooting 41, 42 from 3 and his defense is better than last year. I think that's going to be hard. So if he's going to take less of a role on offense and he's not going to shot hunt, then while he'll be far more valuable to the Warriors in terms of winning games, it doesn't mean it's going to get him paid.
Yeah. What if I told you all that, and I'm not saying you said it, but all that will take care of itself?
Well, But the reason I'm giving Klay Thompson credit for the first 5 games is because
I know what you're saying.
What?
That he's accepted less.
No. What I'm saying is I like the first 5 games, but let's not pretend like we all aren't worried about how Klay Thompson approaches this year in a contract year, in a year where he didn't get an extension that he wanted, and he is a free agent at the end of the year. Like many free agents, that affects their season.
No doubt.
Okay.
I totally agree, and that was
it doesn't
my worry.
look like it's affecting his season.
No
through
doubt.
5 games.
And that's all I'm telling you is I feel good. I know it's 5. They got a bunch more, but man, it feels good and looks good through 5. I know it's early, Steiny, but that's why I'm excited, and I think a lot of Warrior fans are.
Let's go to Sean in Oakland. What's going on, Sean? How you doing, man? You may explain the tournament.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Oh, he got the info.
Maybe.
Okay, yeah, a little bit, man. I Wikipedia'd it, man.
There you go.
That's fine.
I was thrown off for a minute. So they said to talk about, so it's like based off the European soccer tournaments and the WNBA Commissioner's Cup. So each player on the winning team will receive $500,000, and the winning team will, of course, receive the NBA Cup. It's kind of weird, but it's weird because like Tuesday and Fridays during November will feature group games against each of the other teams in their pools, like 2 at home and 2 on the road. So I really don't. I understand it, but it's like throwing me off.
Can you tell me this? Who's the next game for the Warriors in this tournament? Well, I guess it's next Tuesday. You said Tuesday and Friday. Okay.
Yeah, Tuesday. Yeah. Those are the 2 days in November. And then the semifinals and the finals will be played in Las Vegas.
Oh yeah, Viva!
Yeah, so there's a lot of stuff going on in Vegas this time, and they're talking about like each players on the champion team will each receive $500,000. Runners up would get $200,000. Players on 2 losing teams in the semifinals will each get $100,000, and players on 4 losing teams in the quarterfinals will each get $50,000.
Hey, we appreciate the effort, man. Look at our guys, Donnie.
Yeah, man. I'm trying to get the info, man, because this is the first time they're throwing some stuff in here. Like, so I guess the regular seasons is still going to be doing the regular seasons until they go to these finals and stuff where they're going to be transporting to Vegas. So,
exactly. They're having a Final Four in Vegas, and the winner gets money.
There you go.
Oh, yeah. And the coaches get money. Yeah. Thanks, Sean. Appreciate you doing some research for us,
Sean.
It doesn't mean anything.
I understand it doesn't.
In fact, if you win it, you play an extra game. For what?
$500K.
Okay. Well, that's really going to incentivize Steph.
Oh, a rookie like Wemby could use that little early extra change.
All about those euros.
That's a 4.
Why is it a 4?
All about those euros, Wemby.
What about him?
Because he's from Europe.
That's
a 4.
It's not even close
to a
Brett
Favre. That's a heaven. Keep up the good work. I got it.
That's not a 4.
Whoa.
It's like a 2, and it's barely a 3, but maybe because it's a Friday.
No,
might almost be as good as my Harden take.
Yeah,
dude, that shocked me.
What shocked you?
That Evan was in on him.
Hey, did you hear Steve Kerr? Did you hear him rip Bob Myers?
No, I didn't.
Yeah.
I was listening to Willard and Dibbs and Larry, and I got out
did
the
he
car.
lay into Bob
You got
Myers?
it for us?
I'm going to try to find it. Hold on.
Now I think you're trolling, Steiny. He won't rip his guy.
Shouts out bench on road success.
My new favorite announcer on
Clay
ESPN.
generally struggles. He's worried. Dre. Okay. Oh, here we go. You ready?
Yep.
Hey, Steve. Mike Dunleavy. He really he turned this roster upside down. Bob Myers had really effed it up, right?
What's different this year? I honestly, the biggest thing is the veteran experience. I got to tell you, Corey Joseph has barely played, but he has made such a dramatic impact in our locker room, on our team. We have such a better balance of veteran experience and kind of the right number of young guys, to be perfectly frank. I think last year we were overloaded with youth and, trying to develop too many people at the same time. And it was unfair to all of the young guys, that we had so many of them at one time. So I think that's where Mike and the front office and Joe have just done such a phenomenal job this year, is bringing in, Chris, Dario, Corey Joseph, even Jerome Robinson, one of our two-way players, he's just a grown man. He is a leader. He's every day he's getting the young guys together with Corey Joseph. Those guys are kind of leading the charge on the development front, and that stuff matters. It is dramatic how powerful it is, and I just think the balance of the roster makes all the difference.
Wow.
Well, what?
No, he wasn't offended. The roster was too youngish last year. Well, some guys are gone. Yeah, Poole's gone. Wiseman's gone. Lamb and Jerome are no longer here. But outside of that, I can't think anybody else.
Ty Jerome,
Lamb, I mentioned those
Green,
two.
but he was a veteran.
Yeah.
Oh, PBJ.
Well,
Ryan Rollins.
Yeah, those guys weren't getting much PT though.
But that's the problem. That was the issue, because that's all they cared about. The young guys. I'm not talking about Patrick Baldwin Jr., but this is what I think he's talking about. So last year, the Warriors come into the season with Wiseman, Moody, Kuminga, and I'm going to leave Poole off to the side.
PBJ.
But Wiseman, he's not going to play. Wiseman, Moody, and Kuminga. So you come into last year with 3 young players, all of whom are mostly concerned with their own playing time and how much they're going to play. Moody's an exception because he figured out how to worm his way into 10 or 12 minutes. But so last year, every time Wiseman and Kuminga come to the gym, it's real, and no fault of theirs. It's really about, am I going to play today? Can I play? Can I get on the court? I want to play. I'm not playing. I want to play. I'm not playing. And I just think it took a toll. And they weren't ready to play, and the veterans knew they weren't ready to play. So I heard Larry Krueger say something yesterday that I half agree and I half don't. He said, they got Podziemski and Jackson Trace Davis in here, and you know what? Those guys can play. Well, no, they can't. They can't play right now. But that's kind of the beauty of those two guys, is when they come to the gym as rookies, they're just looking to practice well, work hard, and when they're ready, go out and play. But they're not coming to practice moping about not getting in time.
So you think morale was that?
Yes, Kuminga and Wiseman were entering their second year. Wiseman, I think, is third. It's like they needed to get their career going. And by substituting the 2 rookies, both of whom also were not high picks, that's the other thing that happened. They got a 2nd pick and a 7th, a 2 and a 7 goo. Like when you draft a number 2 and then a number 7 and it's Wiseman and Kuminga, like everybody's going to say, they got to play, they got to play, they got to play. But when you draft Podziemski at 19, now you don't have to play him. Anyway, then you bring in Saric and Corey Joseph, I guess, and
who we ain't seen a lot of.
This team is different.
Sounds like you're saying they're more mature.
They're older.
Even the young guys.
They're older. They're more mature. They're more experienced. And
I appreciate you not faulting the guys. I'll say Wiseman or the young guys that want to come to the facility and play and find out how they get on the court. Like, I appreciate you saying that's not a bad thing.
No, that's the Warriors. Yeah. That's the Warriors' mistake.
No doubt. And Steve had nothing to do with bringing them in town. But I get that on every level. When you get to the gym, you want to find out, how do I get on the court? But I don't know if Wiseman has that strong of a presence. We saw Kuminga moping, and when the season was over, his group or the people in his camp writing a letter or whatnot, if that was real about, how he's going to be used in his playing time. But damn, Steiner, you telling me a disgruntled Wiseman had so much, his personality could drag you down?
I'm not saying he's an attitude problem, but he didn't help him. He didn't know how to help the Warriors. I mean,
they damn sure ain't playing now.
They just gave Podziemski and Trace Jackson Davis 15, 20 minutes the other night, and those guys, they played. They didn't hurt the Warriors. They played. They played within the system, and they did the right things, and they were part of a win. Like, Wiseman never did that. He didn't know how. They drafted a guy who couldn't play.
And
they drafted a guy who didn't know how to play basketball. But so Wiseman still may be okay.
Well,
but the problem is that he's
not getting on the floor with his new team. I know it's early, Stoney, but wouldn't you think just that he would be making some type of impression, or he would be getting maybe 5 to 10 minutes? He's DMP, and it hurts me every time I look at the box score. Like, okay, it was not a Warrior problem. It's what you could. It looks like it's headed in that direction. Maybe he can't play. I mean, he's on the Pistons, man.
I was more troubled by the game he got in.
Oh, I think you sent this.
He played 6 minutes and was minus 15. Like, I almost wanted to go look at that stretch of 6 minutes to see what happened to the Pistons during that.
This is James Wiseman. We're rooting for you, buddy.
Listen, again, it's not about James Wiseman or even Jordan Poole.
It's the vibes.
But it's about getting some young players in here who will know their roles, who know they're not going to play probably as much as they want. And I'm talking about Podziemski and, Trace Jackson Davis. But
Sarge reminds me of Bielitsa, Stoney, not just because of his skin color.
Can I?
Yeah. Uh-oh.
Can I say something about that? And I've been the guy who's a little worried that Sarge might not be able to make enough shots.
Yeah.
Sarge is better than Bielitsa. Sarge is better than Bielitsa, I think. I mean, Bielitsa, like Sarge, to me, could help you win games by playing 15 to 20 minutes if he has to.
That's what he played last game, 20 minutes against Sac.
10 minutes. 10 minutes, and that's it. And I'm sure Warrior fans will agree with me on that. Sarge is notch above Bielitsa, but that's just me. 888-957-9570. It is Friday. What you got afterward?
You and Evan, if you guys are available.
Okay.
Remember last week I was out, and then I shocked you guys. Showed up.
Yeah.
Look on your face.
Well, we had the usually when Goose says, Goo, you can ghost with the best of them, that's all. And you hadn't gotten in touch.
I can ghost?
You can ghost with the best of them.
I always say when I'm not available, I never fake.
No.
Fake is when you say you're coming and then you no-show.
Yeah, that's what you do.
I ain't done that since 2019.
You did that 7 times last year.
Stop.
All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Bob Fitzgerald joining us on the other side, play-by-play announcer for the Golden State Warriors. Also, it is time at 12:30 to give away another shot to play basketball on the Chase Center floor. You can play knockout at the Chase Center. 12:30 is going to be your chance to win. 12:30. We're going to give out 10 slots, as will all the shows. This contest is going to run for 2 weeks. So we're at the end of week 1. We'll be doing it next week. 12:30, you're going to want to make sure to listen. That segment was brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things that you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com. Bob Fitzgerald on the other side. asking.
Yeah, but you like it.
Not really.
Yeah, you're getting better at it.
Yeah, I'm gonna get everybody. Everybody's gonna get to see me now.
San Jose Jazz fan on the First NorCal Credit Union YouTube chat. Sarich doesn't make any mistakes and fits the scheme.
Fitz is in Bob Fitz?
Oh, I'm going to give you a damn, Stoney, you on one. I'm going to give you a 3.
Yeah, we're efforting Bob Fitzgerald, the voice of the Golden State Warriors on Comcast.
Don't
Comcast
say that.
Sports, not.
That's all right to drop.
NBC Sports Bay Area. NBC Sports Bay Area. I thought I told you about that, Goo.
How many kids you got?
Listen,
Yeah.
I know I'm just asking for your help.
Because you're Danny DeVito to
I'm
me.
just
I
asking-
feel like sometimes you don't know I am your Shaq if I just wanted to get
We got
rough.
Fitz?
Yeah.
All right, let's welcome in Bob
Fitzy.
Fitzgerald, play-by-play man for the Golden State Warriors, NBC Sports Bay Area. You can hear him. You can hear him propping up Kalena Azubuike. I'm just kidding. What's up, Bob? How you doing?
Fitz?
What's up, guys? How are you?
We're doing pretty well. Just give us some of your thoughts on the Warriors' 4-1 start.
Well, they've already got road wins, so that's a good sign. I know when the schedule came out, I kind of did are we really playing 8 games in 8 different cities? Like, is this really happening? And so we're halfway through, and the Warriors won the 3 road games, won the 1 home game, and then back on this road trip for the other 4. So, I kind of thought if they could be 4-5 or 5-4 the first 9, that would be great, and just kind of a survival thing. And we'll see on OKC tonight, and then Cleveland, Detroit, and Denver. But the chemistry and the camaraderie that was evident kind of in training camp and with the informal workouts with the guys got together in Vegas and LA, that's totally carried over because this team's having so much fun. The one good thing about traveling early is that the team dinners and the flights and a lot of fooling around, and you just see the personalities and see how people are interacting, and you're like, wow, this is I don't know if they're the best team in the league. There's a lot of teams, a lot of talent, but chemistry and cohesion wise, they feel really good.
Always a pleasure, Fitz. And with all my faults, the one thing that I do hang my hat on is I'm honest. And I got to tell you, when the news was announced that CP3 was coming into town, I was like, I don't know how he's going to take maybe coming off the bench. But to your point, I mean, he's done that and some, and it started before the season. What would you give me if I tell you, Fitz, I'm looking at these box scores, not just points, assists, and rebounds, but the minutes. I had to pour a drink in the non-Curry minutes years past. Now it feels like strength in numbers is like that's coming into focus again.
Well, I think you hit on it, Guru, is that, Steve Kerr sat everybody down and kind of did hey, we have 6 starters, okay? Now, everyone's not going to start because we have 6. One of you will not start. And then everyone's not going to finish. And so it's all got to be about getting the win. And I think that Chris Paul, bought into that because I think at this stage of his career, when you're older, you want to win. I mean, you don't want to be on some team that's middling. So you want to win, and he's smart enough to realize the combinations that allow them to win. And there are nights, like if you have Steph and Chris Paul playing together, the Warriors are very small. They're good offensively. They take care of the ball, and they got all kinds of Hall of Famers on the floor, but they're small. So if you're playing Milwaukee and they're trotting out Brook Lopez, Giannis, Bobby Portis, Jay Crowder, guys like that, you maybe can't play that small against certain lineups. And so it's going to be a night-by-night thing. And Steve set the tone on that. The guys all bought in. They had a meeting of those 6 guys with Steve. And so it's been great. And so I think the one thing, and the media does this, you guys don't because you both know basketball, but this whole, who's starting, who's not starting, like Zaza Pachulia started on Warrior Championship teams, so we all love Zaza. He never finished any of those games by and large. So the who starts thing didn't affect John Havlicek or Manu Ginobili or any of those guys. So, do you play enough minutes? Do you matter? Do you contribute to winning? And I think that's kind of the mindset of all the guys on the team right now.
Bob Fitzgerald joining us on 95.7 The Game. You can hear him tonight. Warriors take on the Oklahoma City Thunder at 5 o'clock. He and Kalena Azubuike will have a call. Let me ask you about Klay Thompson. Obviously, he didn't get an extension this offseason, and he's going to be a free agent. Not that he's necessarily leaving here, but how it is in a contract year, Bob, and he got off to a bad start last year. But I was just telling Goo, I like his approach. so far through 5 games. He's not trying to do too much. I think he's also having to adjust to playing bigger guys, which, may be a little adjustment period. But I thought last year, for the first time in his career, he hurt the Warriors a little more than he ever has. But the first 5 games here, I kind of like the way he's playing, actually.
Yeah, I think the thing is, Clay last year, a little bit up and down at times, but he still led the NBA in threes made. And when Steph was out and Wiggins was out, Clay kind of handled things. Like, he kept them afloat and hit a lot of big shots and really, still coming off the Achilles and the knee. I thought what he did leading the NBA in threes was really remarkable. So, yeah, the contract stuff, I'm telling you, like, the Warriors get this, Draymond played all last year and got his contract in the summer. And Clay and Steve Kerr are, going to get contracts. Like, that's likely going to happen. But when it happens, there's no deadline, by the way. I mean, they could decide to do it, whenever they want. So it gets into years and dollars, and then, the Warriors have to be forward-thinking on how they want to keep this group together and things like that. But, man, there's going to be statues in front of Chase Center, and I'm personally pulling for Steph, Clay, and Draymond to retire as Warriors and break the Spurs record of 3 guys that are together for 15 years. The Warriors guys have been together 12. That's the second best trio. The Spurs, they were together 14. I want all 3 of them to be 15 or more and retire together. I don't write the checks, but that's kind of what I'm pulling for. To your point, Matt, with playing, is that the thirstiness to score, my impact is to score, let it come to you a little bit. And I think that's what Clay's doing a better job of is, I got Chris Paul and Steph and all the attention and, they're going to throw it to these guys. I got Draymond back now in terms of passing. I'm going to get my shots. I'm going to take good shots. I'm going to be Klay Thompson. I'm going to help the team. And then defensively, they're asking him a lot. You're right. When they play small, he's got to guard bigger guys. But Clay's strong, and he's very proud. And the idea that he's going to just tip over or roll over defensively, no way. I think he's just an ultimate competitor, and I think he still plays at a very high level, and the Warriors are very fortunate to have him.
Fitz, speaking of proud, Stoney and I, we have a lot of fun on the show. And a couple years ago when the Warriors were playing Dallas in the Western Conference Finals, young Moses Moody got an opportunity. And I wasn't telling Stoney he's a superstar, but I like what Moses brings to, upstairs inside, the IQ. And physically, he's a piece. Can you just talk about what you've seen from Moses Moody? Because Fitz, I feel like this guy, again, he's not Steph Curry. They're not asking him to be that. But this dude is gifted in some areas, and he can help you win.
100%. And to me, I'm a diehard Moody fan just because of who he is as a person. But if you go back to last March and start looking at the three-point percentage, March, April, into the playoffs, preseason, beginning of this year, he's shooting almost 50% on threes, and we're getting to 80, 90 attempts. It's not just a one-off. And it's super hard, like a pinch hitter in baseball, to be 1 of 2 on threes, 2 of 3 on threes. He's not taking 10 or 11 in a game. So you see the athleticism, you see the definite awareness on defense, you see the cold-blooded three-point shooting. I think he's taken a leap. I think Kuminga's taken a leap, and I think they'll be needed. I think they're going to be needed. I mean, the Warriors are an old team in terms of the mileage on these guys, and so as the season wears on and you're trying to get through that 82, you need some of those fresher, younger legs, and I think Moody and Kuminga, along with Trayce Jackson-Davis and Podziemski, are great, perfectly suited to jump in like they did in the New Orleans game and play big minutes and help you win a game.
Bob Fitzgerald joining us on 95.7 The Game. You can hear him on NBC Sports Bay Area tonight when the Warriors take on the Oklahoma City Thunder. Bob, I know it's early. We've only played 5 games, but I'm just looking at the guys who are hurt and not playing. And I know Adam Silver's trying to implement, more incentive for these guys to play more games. But how do we I see Steve Kerr even said he'd love a 70-ish game season, but how do we get our guys, and I say our guys because it's our league, how do we get them to play more?
I wrestle with this all the time, Matt. The one thing that the owners say that I'm just not on board with, and I'd be much more in Steve's camp, is I think 72 games is the number. 30 games against the East, 1 home and away. 3 games against every team in the West. That's 42. 42 plus 30 is 72 games. You give me 72 games, that's plenty to decide which teams are good, but it's the 10 that the guys miss anyway. So, the way I would have done it is, look, you all have your contracts for the season, but now it's a 72-game season. But it's all the teams want 5 extra home games, and I mean, I live in the real world, so I know the money side of it. But I look at Michael Jordan at 40 years of age, played all 82 games. I don't want anybody to play injured. That's stupid. These guys have great careers and the whole bit. Like injured, no one's asking you to play injured. But after the first week of any pro season, nobody feels great. So, you're banged up, my shoulder's a little bruised, whatever. There's a mental toughness and there's a want to perform that the elite players really have. And I think, on the back-to-backs and, over the recent years, it became kind of cool to sit out. And I don't think it's a disservice. I think when you cheat the game, man, it comes back and bites you. So, Steph wants to play. Clay wants to play. Like, give me those guys. And Jordan is my touchstone for everything. It'd be a Tuesday night in Vancouver, and, he would have played, 5 games in 8 days. And he's like, no, someone saved all their money to bring their kids to see me one time. I want to play. And then also I'm going to play well just so they know the legend is real. And like, give me that, man. I mean, give me that. And they're doing it. Joe Dumars is doing it. Hey, it's an 82-game season. If you're not injured, man, I want you to play. And even on the teams like the load management, don't play 35 minutes and play 20 minutes, but at least play. So that would be kind of my, as someone who loves the game and loves these players and loves where the league is, it's just at its best when all the best players play.
Oh, man, that's 100 Fitz. Before you go, man, I feel like we're brothers, so I got to share this with you. Steiny's going to kill me for it. But I got to tell you my Steph Curry story. 2 weeks ago, we're doing the show from Chase, and I'm on the street, Fitz, walking into Chase Arena, and who do I see? Curry coming down the street. He's on the phone. So, I'm no groupie, Fitz. And I said, you know what? I'll catch him next time. My guy stops, says, hold on to whoever he's talking to. We exchange pleasantries, and he snaps a photo with me. And Fitz, that made my day and my week, man. But there's nobody like the chef to take a snapshot with your boy.
Man. Now
I had to share it with you.
Did he say, are you Rod Brooks, or did he did he know who you were?
No, I'm not that skinny. I'm on the soda weight loss, but I ain't that skinny. But he asked where we working there today. But my boss goes, you know what? I wonder if LeBron, no dig at LeBron or anybody else, would have stopped and took that photo. But anyway, the chef's playing good basketball too.
No, well, I mean, Steph Curry, it's not anything you guys don't know, the Bay doesn't know.
Yeah, man.
Like, our joke with the franchise, all the speaking things I do and the charity stuff, and I did a bunch of stuff with Steph this summer, is, people like, is Steph Curry that good? And it's like, no, he's better. Like, as a player, a person, the whole, he's better. However good you think he is, as a dude, he's better.
Hey,
we all should try to be Steph Curry.
There you go.
In everything we do in our own little roles in life. Try to put your best foot forward to beat Steph anytime you can. So that's the way to do it.
Yeah, we can't, Bob. There's only one Steph.
There's only one Steph.
That's why he's Hey, I know what I wanted to ask you. I know you're a big college football team. What do you, college football fan, especially in the Midwest, what do you think of this witch hunt going on at Michigan?
When Harbaugh's just blatantly cheating in every area, finally the chickens are coming home to roost. I'll tell you the thing nobody brings up. Why is Michigan playing 8 home games and they have their schedule strength is 111th? I mean, what are they, Larry Holmes? They're just ducking anybody that could punch back? What a joke.
Yeah, I want to know why
Harbaugh's going to the NFL because he just saw that USC is his first opponent next year. He's like, oh, God, we don't want to play a real non-conference game. Let's get out of here. So, no, Michigan's been great the last couple of years. You got to give it up to them. But your sign stealing, your illegal recruiting, your coaches getting suspended, what's going on, Michigan? Like, are they joining the SEC? Because there seems like they're going by all the SEC football practices.
I got to do this too.
I wanted to tee him up because I got to.
Can you give us the last 3 games? Your synopsis of Brock Purdy in the last 3. Fitz, are you shocked or is nothing to see here?
Brock Purdy is still excellent. I don't think the concussion thing helped. And I think that in the grand pullback, remember, he still hasn't even played 20 football games. So here's my thing with the Niners. If Fred Warner's still with you, then I'm with you. Because Fred Warner is my guy. And so he said, hey, do we need to take care of the football a little bit more? Sure, but Fred Warner's riding with Purdy all day. So's Trent Williams, all the leaders on that team. So am I. That's the way I would leave it at that.
All right, Fitz.
Take it easy,
Appreciate it as always, buddy.
Hey, great talking to you guys. And Guru, if I see you on the street, I may wave, but I'm not stopping to take a picture.
All right, Fitz. Stay off the internet. We know how you do it, Fitz. All right, baby.
See you guys.
Yeah. Oh, man.
What does that mean? Stay off the internet.
Remember, he's got the drop. Stay off the internet.
Oh, right.
Because that's where the picture was going.
I got you.
Yeah. Dude, Michigan, I'm out on Harbaugh for that. That's my – dude, guys just – they're dag dudes I've defended. Harbaugh, Harden, I'm kind of out on them. You? What you did yesterday doing the crossover. We'll get to it.
What did I do?
Nah, you did something.
We'll do it. We may as well do it now. Yeah.
So I'm telling Larry, my brothers Larry and Willard and you about Klay Thompson, and my phone rang right after 49er Frankie goes, Goo, that Klay Thompson didn't go over because Steiny goes, excuse me, but I'd like to get back to Chris Paul. The way you did it. And I said, you know what, that son of a, but you didn't do it on purpose. You just wanted to get your Chris Paul take on, but you never know how other people take it, what they hear. I go, that
49er Frankie trying to stick it to me.
No, he tried to stick it to me. He said they weren't feeling that at all.
Yeah, I wanted to talk about Chris Paul.
Yeah, you did a good job. Look at Fitz.
What about him?
Saying that they're an older team. He ain't blowing past that. Like, they're going to need Kuminga. They're going to need these youngsters.
Yeah, they are.
I don't know if Evan will let me know.
Sure.
Do I take the Moody lap now? The Moses Moody lap?
Oh, yeah,
because he's not a superstar.
Oh,
he's a piece.
Yeah.
And he's athletic. Remember, you're like,
he's not that athletic.
Steiny, he'll go bap on you and block a shot. Last game, he blocked somebody, shot at the rim. Like, he could create his own shot and he can shoot.
Okay. I don't see, this is what happens.
Because I'm not saying you hate on Moody.
I don't hate on Moody.
I think you rob him of
the reason Moody has played in the last, his third year?
Yeah.
The reason he's played more than Wiseman and more than Kuminga is because he's a player who's more trustworthy than both those guys.
But you earn that too, right?
Right, by not being an idiot and by fitting into the system and by deferring to the superstars and about walking out onto the floor and not thinking about yourself first and foremost, thinking about what you have to do to help the team. And if you do that, then you'll stay in the game. Like Moody was the lone of the 4 young guys. He was the grown-up in the room. Wow. That's why he's playing. Now, what can he be after that? I don't know. But I know that his whole game at this point is set up by everybody he plays with.
You know what is, real quick? Yeah. I don't know if they need him to be right now the way that the team is currently constructed. I don't know if they need him to be anything other than what he is right now.
Right. There's no role for him any bigger. I'll give you that. Like, if you say to me, I think Moody can do more, I would say maybe, but probably not on this team. They don't want him to do more on this team. Let's go to, Philmo Mike.
Our guy.
It says, hey, Philmo, what's up, buddy?
Oh, boy. What's up, baby?
Yo. Do you have the call or
No,
something?
I don't see what they freestyle.
Good. Go ahead, Philmo. All you, buddy.
Oh, man. I don't know. I don't know what words you was trying to use, but you might as well have been E40 talking about the hippopotamus. It's synopsis, not synopsis.
I said synopsis.
You was trying to say, brother,
I said synopsis.
Nah, you got to run the tape, blood.
Yeah,
you said something else that was
it was another word.
Not a word. But you know, I love you. I love you, though. I'm just looking out for you, man. I hate that I do it on everybody listening.
Go ahead, baby.
But you got to get it right. I'm more fresher than a hippopotamus.
Hey, Philmo.
But synopsis is a word. That's I used. I got that right.
You got
it was the word before. It was the word before I used
No,
it.
you said synopsis.
Oh,
you said you put an extra PO in there, blood. Right? Shout out to all the parole officers.
That's an 8. Damn.
Hey, Philmo, I'm gonna do
lay off.
I'm gonna do you a solid here, and I'm gonna let some people in on something. Your podcast.
Oh man,
it's called Wash Your Back, not Watch Your Back.
Is that what you thought?
No.
I figured it out a while ago, but I think there may be people that think it's Watch Your Back. No, it's like use some soap.
Yeah, that's the best thing going. Wash. Be clean.
Yeah. Scrub that bad boy.
Hey, I got some golf balls for you too, Mike.
Boyfriend to do so.
Mike, I got some golf balls for you too.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that, man. I'm going to have to go pick them up. We're going to have to go shoot some rounds.
The black golf clubs. Snotty looking like he don't know what's going on.
The colored ones.
Yeah, the Black Golf Association. The BGA. Yeah.
And we can't use the colored balls, Guru. That's just too stereotypical.
No. They're not colored balls. They're pink. They are yellow. They are green. And they are fluorescent in a way that makes them easier to find.
I understand that, but we can't do that. We can't go out like that, Guru.
I got you,
Anybody picks up enough white balls for us, we're going to have to rock some white balls and just find them.
I got them for you. We going to link up soon, baby.
All right, Philmo. Have a good weekend, buddy.
So were you just waiting in the weeds for me for my little blunder with the opposites?
Synopsis?
Yeah.
I didn't notice.
Well, I got that one right. He's laughing at a word I butchered earlier on my first. I can't remember the word, but it did come out.
Ernie Chavez will know. 888-957-9570. What was the first word that Guru butchered?
And I'm proud of you for letting me use my Steph Curry story. It fits. I thought that was going to set you off.
Well, here's the thing.
But you were like, cool, like a regular partner, a friend.
But here's the thing, Guru.
That's what I'm feeling you today.
The problem with that story is you never pay it off, as they say. Pay it off. There's no story there. There's no there.
The fact that the chef paused his phone call and took a snapshot with his boy.
Goo.
He's more
just
than
a guy.
It's a jag. We all are.
90, I mean, like.
It's not about
Steph
me.
Curry is worth so much praise.
Yeah.
Not for that.
To pause his phone call?
Please.
Steiny, you wouldn't have stopped. You would have been on your phone. I would have been like, I'm happy I'm on the phone. Whoever it is, I'm going to walk past him. I have no. He stopped. Y'all working here today? Where's Steiny?
So in other words, he did what somebody thought was civil. Right?
Well, I guess when you're in his shoes and people always like piranhas, they want your time. The chef is the man.
Yeah. But I just
let it breathe. That's my moment. He can't take it. He did.
It happened 4 weeks ago. Also, that's the other thing.
It too.
But the thing I didn't like about it most was you guys used that moment as a way to stick it to LeBron James. When the fact of the matter is, you have no idea if LeBron James would take a photo with you. He might actually like you, instead of tolerate you like Steph does.
Look at you. Fillmore, the vocab police, and Evan was laughing.
Philmo.
Yeah.
Hey, we got to take a break. Don't forget, in 90 minutes, you have an opportunity to play on the Chase Center floor, a game of knockout. We're going to be giving away a slot at 11:30. Also, at noon, Mr. Fab.
Yeah, Fabby Davis.
Fabby Davis coming in. He's a Warrior season ticket holder. And
with the good seats. Yeah.
I don't know where he sits.
Right. He's right behind the scores table.
Okay.
You see him on the TV.
Did I say knock? I said
knockout. You did it.
You said 11:30, 12:30.
I said 90 minutes. I may have said 90 minutes and then 11:30.
Okay. Hey, I don't.
Hey, Goo.
I'm your partner.
All right.
heard it.
888-957-9570 is the number. Steiny and Goo. You know who we are.
What I was told was bone on bone. I was going to have knee replacement, and I do not like surgery.
Desperate to
Can you give us the last 3 games, your synopsis of Brock Purdy in the last 3?
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
There it is. Yeah.
It's no big deal.
Yeah, synopsis.
It's no big deal, Goo.
Yeah. I want
no
it back,
big deal.
though. I want it back.
Filmo picking at you.
Yeah, your synopsis of...
Yeah. See, I
it's
bet
black
you thought...
on black crime. No, I wanted
you shouldn't have
anybody
done
else to call in, but not Mike.
I'll tell you what, I'm going to start listening to Mike's podcast.
Yeah.
He better not misspeak
It's
at
wash
all.
your back, Snotty. W-A, or for the people out there, wash it now.
So we got Mr. Fab coming up at noon.
Dude's doing everything.
Fabby Davis Jr. I'm looking at his... So he's a 3-time platinum artist.
Okay.
What's platinum again?
A lot of records.
Is that 1,000?
I think it's $1 million.
Oh, $1 million.
Yeah.
$1 million.
Yeah. Now he's doing
then what's-
stand-up.
Stand-up comedy?
Yes, he is,
Wow.
dude.
That's wow.
We got to catch one of his functions. He's invited us.
So, what, there's platinum albums. What else is there? Gold?
Gold.
What's that?
Triple platinum.
Is that 10,000?
That's below platinum, I believe. Yeah.
So I'm looking at it right now.
Yeah.
1 million units for albums, you get platinum, or 2 million for singles.
Gotcha. So he's a 3-time platinum.
Yeah, that's big.
Yeah.
He's
also
he's a steward of the community. Go ahead.
founder of Fava After Music and Dope Era.
Yep.
What's Fava After Music? Is that his record label?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because he's a 3-time platinum artist and songwriter.
Look at Fabby. And got the Dope Era store downtown.
Right.
You been in there? You got to go get some merch. You got your Jordans now. All you need is a Dope Era sweatsuit. You ain't ready.
What are you talking about?
Just to take it up a notch. Your style.
I have Jordans.
Dude, I'm mad I don't have them.
Well, what can I tell you? I got a niece that works for Converse, Nike, whatever. Want to take a call?
Let's do it.
All right. Let's take the call. You know, Spinoni's not really. Are we ready or not to take a call?
No.
I love it. Hey, KM.
Go ahead.
Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead and do your little riff. I know you.
No, I already did it.
Oh, hey, Spino.
I just had a caller calling. Fab stands for Forever After Bread. So there you go.
Wow.
Bread meaning money, as you know, Steiny.
Oh, and after meaning chasing. So Fabby's a money guy.
It comes with it.
Who ain't?
Yeah. Come on, Stein.
Well,
and he's got more than one name. It's Mr. Fab, Fabby Davis. That's his Twitter handle. Stan Pablo. Your boy he's doing it all, man. But the one thing about him that I'm looking at me. He's been on KTVU with Sal. He's giving back to the city of Oakland. Yeah, I'm on there talking sports. This dude's giving away backpacks to the less fortunate, trying to fix the town. Unlike, let me be quiet, I don't want to get fired.
Unlike who?
Some of these politicians ain't doing a damn thing. Oh, go to jail, you're out in 2 seconds. Oh, I'll go do the same thing again.
Jail and prison are different.
Well, I wouldn't know. I ain't watched Attica yet.
What?
Well, dude, you started Friday and didn't finish. Don't come at me about it. You know, come on, Steiny. The culture, streets didn't like that.
Go ahead. You did a little riff earlier. It was cute on Chase Young. Go ahead.
Little riff on Chase. Oh. Well, this goes to our meeting yesterday we had with the boss.
Oh.
No, I'm just in a world of as excited as I am to see Chase Young alongside Armstead, Hargrave, who you just brought into town, who was a monster with Philly, and the $120 million man who was DPOY, Bosa.
1-2-2.
There is a part of me, Stoney, when I was driving home, and I told 49er Frankie this, and when I told Larry and Willard, why did they need him?
Rich get richer?
No, there is a scenario on the chessboard. What if they don't get home with Chase Young? Then fundamentally there's something big, they should need Chase Young. So we thought. And I'm not hating, but there's something going on, I believe, that will rear its head if somehow the Niners against Jacksonville don't make life hell for Trevor Lawrence. You know what I mean? This defense was supposed to already be good enough as is. And I know you always want to try to get better, but these last 3 games, we can all agree, Bosa doesn't look like himself.
Okay.
They have, outside of Armstead, nobody's been getting home pretty much.
Okay.
What if they don't get home with this addition of Chase
What if they
Young?
do?
Then nothing to see here.
Okay.
But it is on the chessboard of there's something bigger going on. And I know some people, Bonte's one of them. My other friends,
what?
I don't know. Like, is it a Wilkes problem?
Oh,
some people are,
please.
no, and Evan was
Hold
saying,
on a sec
don't blame
here.
coaches. I'm not doing that.
Okay.
But when your
I'm not
unit
saying
does not
you're doing
perform or the classroom, their SAT tests are down, you got to look at the teacher. That's all I'm saying. And defensively right now, along with the offense, we'll get to that. I'm just, like, I'm watching like, there's no way this cannot work.
Did Jordan Poole have a bad year last year?
Yes, he did.
Did anybody blame it on Steve Kerr?
No.
Well, I'm not blaming it on Steve Wilkes. Bosa's not doing the job.
And I feel some of that. I do feel a lot of that.
I mean,
What if we heard Richard Sherman today? He said that Wilkes has gotten them doing too many stunts and all these little tricks rather than just pin their head back and get to the passer, get to the quarterback.
You should have. Rather than talking about it, you should have told Evan to put it on the board. And we.
Oh, I didn't even know we could use it.
Why wouldn't we be able to use it?
I'm talking now.
We had a meeting yesterday with Nahigian, and he says you guys need to utilize sound.
Oh, yeah.
Remember, he said that to us in a meeting. So we got to remember stuff that the boss says in a meeting.
I remember everything.
It's also called repurposing.
Oh.
Let's go to the coach in Vallejo.
The coach.
What's up, coach?
Call me a play.
Good morning, guys. It's been a while.
Yeah.
And
notice.
Yeah. First of all, I'd like to compliment Guru for not being Rod Brooks.
Oh, that was. Well, thank you.
You know who the Temptations is, and not who AC/DC is. So I like to compliment you on that. Also, I was wondering if you guys noticing about what's going on, because Guru, I marry you because you admit when you're wrong.
No doubt.
And I like that in a man.
I appreciate it.
That's very good, because you bought in on Jordan Poole, and as you can see, and as I have been telling you guys, the guy is getting booed in Washington right now. He's getting booed. He's playing horribly up there. The guy never was a good player. Okay? So, and the Guru, at least I saw you back off on that. And when you saw that, you admitted that you had bought into it too early.
No
so that's
doubt.
a big compliment to you. Now, on Kuminga, Steiny, I want you to think about this. I think Kuminga felt he should play because he could help the team, not because of personal accolades.
Yeah, it's fine.
If you see,
that's fine.
Because if you see him right now, Kuminga is doing everything he can. You know what? He takes great angles when he plays defense. He stops the guy from going to the hoop. He plays the tough guards at that size. You have to be an intelligent player. So, Steiny, I really would like you to give some good things about Kuminga for a change instead of picking out every little thing he does wrong. I'm going, guys, but thanks a lot.
Take it easy.
Well, he spoiled it at the end. I was going to meet you halfway, but now he stinks. Kuminga stinks.
I like that guy.
No, I didn't mean necessarily because he's selfish or not intelligent. I'm saying that as a young player in the league, a lot of guys, all right, look, man, go.
Speak on it. I'm listening. I'm all ears.
Yeah, I mean, heavily recruited at Franklin and Marshall College.
Oh,
and you know what? I get there my freshman year, and your boy thought, okay, I'm playing.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm playing, baby. I played 6 games that year as a freshman.
Come on, Steiny. Oh, boy.
That's
right. But
my point is, and then it's like that
did
whole...
you raise hell, though?
No,
Okay.
I was a freshman. But that whole year...
You were mad.
I was consumed with my playing time. Then sophomore year came around, and I started playing, I played more.
I got to ask, how did the team do your freshman year?
15-10.
Okay. All right, winning.
15-10.
Over 500.
Yeah. But what I'm getting at, then sophomore year, I was in the program for a year. I was splitting point guard time with a guy, got used to the role. Now, sometimes you got a lot on your plate.
Well, now look, it's working out for him. And what did I'm being serious, fellas. Spadoni, Evans, Steiny, put this in the cap. You don't even got to put it in the cap. When Steve Kerr shared with Willard and Dibbs last year, this was last year. This is what just hit me in the cardiac muscle. When he said Moses Moody told him he would rather be on the bench watching NBA basketball than be playing in his senior year in college, that lets you know he's a student of the game. That lets you know that's why he's the guy that you just commended him for, Steiny. You know, sitting back, whatever you need, I'll do it. But you don't have too many youngsters with that mindset.
No, he's a grown-up.
He's a grown-up,
and he only played 1 year.
What do they call that, an old soul? Yeah. In the black community.
P. Roke, DB, you and JK have nothing in common, Steiny. You're right. I played more in my first year than Kuminga did. Mm-hmm. Had 9 against Dickinson in the home finale.
But you remember the 9.
I remember everything. Like
so
Curry.
we had a donation, a $10 donation.
Yeah, but there's nothing there.
Han Gray Lee, he didn't write anything.
Yeah, I don't understand. Same thing.
Where do the proceeds go? The tips?
They go in the coffers of Odyssey. 510, talking about you, I think, Goo, is...
We'll decide.
The same callers said the same thing about criticizing Wiseman, like we knew better than the coaches with them every day. Yeah, no, I'm with you. I'm with you. What he's getting at is, remember how all last year and the year before, you just wanted to play the kid without having earned his time.
And he's not getting
James
any
Wiseman.
burn in Detroit.
No, it's because Monty Williams holds him accountable. They didn't give him everything under the sun
But when
like
he
the
got
Warriors.
there last year, that might have been his tryout. He was playing.
You're right.
I looked frantically on the keyboard. Wiseman, Detroit box score, DMP.
Do you guys...
The box score is beautiful.
Don't you get it?
You
know what is one of the most amazing sports coincidences of all time? I'm sorry, it is.
Bochy getting a ring in Texas.
No.
Dude, that's number 4. As many as Joe Torre. Go ahead.
I know 6 guys have won 4. What's the point?
Name the other 3. 4.
Casey Stengel.
You got one.
Joe Torre.
Look at
I would probably put...
it's getting harder now.
No, it's not. Just give me a minute.
Well, on every good game show, you got certain
Sparky
seconds.
Anderson. That's right.
I'm waiting for the guys.
Big Red
to
Machine
okay.
and
Detroit.
I don't want to do it anymore.
All right, go ahead.
Now I forgot what I was going to say. It was going to be profound. Oh. Don't you get what happened here? The coincidence? It actually is nothing like I've ever seen before. And I'll bet you nobody can give me another example of it.
Okay.
The San Francisco 49ers and the Golden State Warriors took the same guy, and the same thing happened to both guys. Trey Lance and James Wiseman are James Wiseman and Trey Lance. They are the same guy.
If you're selling that, I'm buying it. How much you want for that, man? That is
same.
You can't deny it. I got mad at you years ago saying that.
It's a perfect comparison. Wow, perfect.
Think about it.
It fits in dozens of ways. And I look at Evan right there, and he's trying to think about ways where it doesn't correlate.
You don't know what he's thinking.
No, I do know.
But you're right on that one.
Think about that for a minute.
It is incredible.
James, the San Francisco 49. Hey, man, we're drafting a guy who never played.
Oh,
Golden State. Hey, you know what? We're gonna draft the guy who never played.
And look how they both ended up.
That's what I just said. Everything.
But I'm saying it with passion. Like, it's amazing they didn't pan out.
Walter Alston. See. Part of the 6?
Oh, okay, the buzzer went off. Yeah, you can leave that alone. Well, you're not going to get credit even if you name the 4.
Casey Stengel, clearly. I will put Joe Torre, Bochy, I got to put Sparky Anderson in there. That's 4. And we could, we're probably going.
Oh, yeah, you're going. The one is way back.
Oh, I only do modern era.
See, that shocks me about you. You
Well,
do
it's
it
like
all.
Cap Alston, Cap Anston.
Connie Mack has 5.
Connie Mack.
Walter Alston 4.
Oh, there it is. Boom.
Joe McCarthy 7.
Oh, I didn't have Joe McCarthy.
And Casey Stengel, who you mentioned. Evan got them all.
Hey, by the way, can I bring something?
It's our show, buddy.
Well, this is a touchy subject.
Don't get us in trouble, though.
This is about Jordan Poole.
No, because I had something to say about him.
Okay, so I came in yesterday and I didn't watch any highlights or anything, but I hear everybody in here making fun of Jordan Poole about a backboard pass and this, that, and the other thing. And
well, they were down 100.
Who cares? No, they weren't. They're down 20. But you guys made it sound like he messed it up. So what if they were down 20 and he put a ball off the backboard and Kuzma dunked it?
Did you see the other video where he shot the 3 and did the Steph Curry and turned around and looked at the bench?
Okay.
The Nick Young.
Okay.
And that lets me know you ain't taking it serious, youngster. I know you played with the chef and I got your back, but you're not there yet to even do that.
Why not?
Because you're not that guy.
He's got a
and
ring.
now you're a meme and
got a
Shaq
ring.
in the Fool. You've been on there like 3 or 4 times. Jordan Poole's got all the talent in the world. Quit being the little kid in class that I thought you weren't, putting tax on people's chairs and, stealing the test from the teacher. That's wankster stuff. Go down there and lead and show us what you learned from these guys. You got a ring, Jordan.
That's right. Now it's time to get 30 a game.
Which we thought he was going to get.
He will.
It's been some rough nights in D-Town.
Larry Krueger called his game broken.
Hey, his legacy is set.
No doubt.
Well, I'll tell you what, because somebody said it here. Let's put the rat on the table. Oh, I got Pest of the Month. Yeah, coming up next break. Hey, next block. What if the punch ruined him? I'm being real. What if he can never get back from that? No matter what uniform, what city, what court, what if he can't get back from that, Matt?
I
wouldn't even be mad at him. Because nobody can tell you how to come back from that.
I'm not blaming.
That's how heavy that was.
We don't know that it was the
He was a
punch.
victim of embarrassment. I'm being real.
I know.
No, you got to ball out, though.
He has to ball out, but you'd understand if he never came back.
You know what? I think
So
I'm
which
there.
one is it?
I think I'm in the middle.
Do you want him to ball out or do you want
No,
him
I
to
want
pack
him to
it
ball. I
in?
want Wiseman to ball. All former Warriors. Your Trey Lance and Wiseman thing, Stoddy, that it's scary. Hey, why are you rolling your eyes?
You know what's funny is I was the first guy to make that comparison too.
Well, you came up with the timeline.
No, I actually didn't.
Now that bothers me. You did.
Was it?
You said, "Goo, they're trying to do 2 timelines," and then Bob pointed it out. Myers. Then you kind of cowered. You didn't want to take claim to it. And then Joe said it. Joe Lakeup. There's a 2 timeline thing. I don't know where it came from on the Kawakami podcast. I was like, that's tiny.
I don't know. I'm not sure.
Now that's when you should say I'm having a hell of a year.
Well,
you would think, but okay.
Put that in there, put that out of there. It doesn't matter. I'm having a hell of a year anyway.
It's
You know what I'm
almost
saying?
over too.
What?
The year.
Yeah, but it's a wraparound year. It's like the PGA Tour.
And Willard and Dibbs told you really nothing's in that year. You got one thing right.
What are you talking about?
The Chris Paul you got. You won't. I'm bowing down.
Well,
to
not
you
only
on that.
I not only got the trade, I got that he would fit in.
It's 5 games, but look at you.
That's a win.
Oh boy.
In
We
any
got our
league.
picks coming up, Steiny, at about 1 o'clock.
I'm not looking forward to this because last week was a nightmare for your boy. I can feel
What
it.
happened?
Losses.
Nothing good.
I'm the one that went against my team and they score 100.
Good for you. That's good. Serves you right. That's what I wanted to say. Serves you right.
We'll get into Spadoni, what he did in fantasy last night.
He's sabotaging his own team.
I think, wow.
I want to hear this sound because I just saw it. I just saw it in print, and I didn't like the way it read. So I wanted to hear it in person,
Yeah. I'm not a system player. I am a system. You know what I mean? So somebody that can have that dialogue with me and understand and move forward and figure out and make adjustments on the fly throughout the course of games, probably really care about. It's not about me scoring a basketball, scoring 30, 34 points. I've done it already. So that's what I meant by that.
Yeah, Nutrisystem. What you mean system? Oh, my God. Dude, you got big-bellied and let your team down and hammies. That's my guy, but you can't do that right now, Steiny. Come on. And you needed soda, Nutrisystem. That's the system. You can't. Kobe wouldn't say that. Mike Bird, Kareem, Giannis.
He said that he was on a short leash in Philly.
Now I'm not a system player. I am a system.
Nutrisystem. Oh, my gosh, James. I am the system of this show. That dude, wow.
Gotta love him.
Well,
his head is bigger than Jack in the Box. Jack. 2 tacos, 99 cents.
Just watching him, again, walk into the Clippers locker room just like he owned it.
I watched it again. It was
incredible.
Awkward.
It would be like if...
Speak on.
Like some has-been would walk into this room. Like, hey, I'm the
Move over.
I'm the new...
Move over.
And we're like, I don't even know who you are. The guy that was in a final 7 years
ago. This is a guy
ago?
I defended till the end, man.
That's all right. Well, hey, I'll never take anything away from what he did in Houston.
Well, that's when I was in love with him.
It was a long time ago. Long time ago. Hey, we're an hour away, ladies and gentlemen, from giving away a spot at the Chase Center to play Knockout.
Let's go.
That's 1 hour from now. We also have Mr. Fab. He's coming up at noon. Talk some Warrior basketball with him. I also want to get into some of this Steve Kerr sound. It is tourney time, and the Warriors with I did realize that.
I was like, it's not March.
They can lose tonight, and they're still not eliminated, actually. They're not.
Wow. Well, they're not going to lose tonight. Your boy's not playing. Their best player.
They're in a what do they call a bracket?
Yeah. Spurs are in there.
Group.
I think they're bracket
yeah.
too.
Yeah, group.
Warriors are with all the young teams.
Who the hell's
too.
guarding Wemby for the Warriors?
Dude, that was the quietest, easy 38 yesterday, Evan.
Not Drew Eubanks, I'll tell you what.
Why do I like him?
He stinks.
I don't know. Did he take a lot of shots last
No,
night?
he plays hard. He ain't the most talented. And he puts his body on the line, and Evan just rips him. I told Norm.
I'm with Evan.
Yeah, you out on him?
No.
Drew Eubanks
yeah.
trying to guard Victor Wembanyama was like me trying to pitch to Barry Bonds.
Well, give him a number.
Hey, when I was coming out to a doctor's office, I heard Evan say that he goes, what's the most famous venue you played at?
Yeah.
Evan goes, I played at Tecali. And then he goes, I didn't want to tell you what I did. I wanted you to follow up like, did you go 3 for 3? But Evan being who he is, he goes, he didn't have his best day.
Yeah, we got to take a break. Hey, did you tell everybody why you missed Tuesday? I'll ask you during the break because never mind.
Oh my gosh!
Don't forget,
Motor mouth.
It's a Football Friday. Brought to you by First 5 California to learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress. Go to first5california.com.
I'm not a system player. I am a system.
Yeah, Nutrisystem.
My little brother's friends have been camped out at our place for 2 days straight. 3. It's because of the Xfinity 10G network. Internet that can handle a house full of screens at once, with basically no interruptions. And it's only getting faster. When I was their age, internet like this was a pipe dream.
You sound like my grandpa.
Please go home.
The next generation 10G network only from Xfinity. The future starts now. Now through December 21st, new customers can get 1.
I am the system of this show. Yeah, Nutrisystem.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Steiny and Goo. I don't know. We're talking about Harden. I got somebody on the YouTube chat says, who would you rather have, Kyrie Irving or Harden? And I started thinking we should have a draft. And if you draft a guy, it means he'll never play on your team. And then what you want to do is you want to put together the worst 5. So, for example, if I had the first pick, let's say we get these guys you never want on your team. My number 1 pick, with the number 1 pick, Matt Steinmetz selects Russell Westbrook. Westbrook as his number 1 pick.
He's been great as a
guys who will never play on my team. Guru, you have the number 2 pick. Who you going
I don't
with?
like this at all.
I love it.
No, I don't have a pick.
And it could be brought to you by First 5 California, as you know, to learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress.
Yeah, I did that right before the break, too.
Yeah, but I'm just saying this. You could also sponsor.
Who you picking, Goo?
I don't like this.
I don't care.
You can't make me say a name.
Play the game, Goo.
Because I'm being used.
Play the game.
Nope. Because those guys would play if Phil Jackson were the coach. Kyrie didn't want to play because of the needle. We get
Kick
that.
somebody. Gutless.
They have to be currently playing?
No, we can play. No.
And they ain't got to be hoop.
Yeah, you play the way you want to play. 888-957-9570. Spadone, you know the game we're playing? I just came up with it.
I don't like it, Spadone.
He hates it.
Oh, I got a name.
No. Hold on.
Oh,
I got to explain it to Spadone. Somebody said, who'd you rather have, Harden or Irving, Kyrie Irving? And nobody wants either man. So we're having a draft. And
You're having a draft.
I had the number 1 pick. And the rule is you're picking guys that you would never, ever have on your team.
I got one.
So by picking them, you ensure he'll never be on your team. So I have the number 1 pick. I'm taking Russell Westbrook. You see what we're doing here? All right, Goo, number 2
Number
pick.
2, Ben Simmons, step on up.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay, see, you can do this.
All right,
you can do this.
Benny.
Evan.
I think I got to take Kyrie here.
Ooh.
God, I get mad at you guys sometimes.
He's killing every season.
This is tough. Now, we're taking these players at their worst.
Oh, absolutely.
You just don't want to see them on your team play.
Oh, man.
Man, this is a great question. Is it just NBA?
It could be anything. Yeah, all across the board.
Except you can't take Garoppolo.
I just knew that's what he was going to say.
I was going to say Antonio Brown.
That's not a bad one.
Wow.
I could see, yeah.
Man.
In the second round, yeah, I'm taking Nick Young.
Oh, man.
Absolutely taking Nick Young. Goo?
You know what? I am taking...
Mark Jackson's my coach.
Dude, yeah, man, see, now Ben was all I had. Go ahead, Evan.
I might take PJ Carlesimo.
We traded our pick. I don't like this.
No, I don't know too much about him off the court, but just from the little I've had a chance to watch him play, give me Eddie Curry.
Wow.
The guy from the Bulls?
Chicago's finest.
Mainly from the Knicks.
That's true. All right. Yeah. See,
Somebody put Rudy Gobert.
Oh, actually, I apologize. Sorry. Give me Dwight Howard.
Oh, gosh. You know what?
Well, prime Dwight is probably going to get him to the Hall of Fame.
Yeah, but that's not the game we're playing.
Right.
The game we're playing is these players at their worst.
Wow.
I would have actually taken Dwight Howard ahead of Nick Young.
Yeah, but you messed up.
I did. A lot of people saying Jordan Poole. You know what?
See,
I'm starting to get the sense that a lot of Warrior fans are going to root against that kid.
Well, they blame him for last year and the fact that the team didn't get back to the finals, even Western Conference Finals.
I mean, here's what I'd like to see. I'd like to see Jordan Poole average 28 a game and Washington be better than people thought.
He's off to a terrible start.
Yeah, so what? He's off to a bad start.
But is he taking the game serious? I thought he would be professional. When you turn around looking at the bench and you break a shot, that's Nick Young stuff at the end. Come on, JP.
He learned from Steph Curry. He learned all his mannerisms from Steph.
Well, master them before you go use them.
He's got a ring. And you know what, Goo? They don't get it without him.
Oh, there's no doubt.
And I don't care what happened last year.
No doubt. I appreciate this, My boy Hawk is coming down my road about Poole.
What about him?
That I'm defending him too much. He's nothing. He was a product of the system.
Product of what system?
The Warriors. No, he helped them.
Of course he did. Kevin. Kevin's in San Francisco. We're talking toxic players.
By the way, my owner would be Donald Sterling.
That's a good one.
I don't understand why do they come to my... That's my Donald Sterling. That video. He was sounding like that. Look at you. Dude, you look speechless. That's how he sounded.
Who the hell was that?
Donald Sterling.
What was he saying?
Why do they come me? I don't like coming to the game. That's how it sounded to me. Dude.
Oh, Kevin's in San Francisco. Hey, Kev, how you doing, man?
I'm doing well. You guys, great show. I'll see you guys at your Warriors event a couple of weeks back.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming out.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, it was amazing. So how about Chris Washburn for a guy you would want to have?
Oh, man. That was my guy, man. Chris Washburn.
He scored a lot of points.
Maybe you can throw in Todd Fuller.
Look at him, Kobe. Yeah.
Todd Fuller
Kobe
was a great citizen, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, that's great. We don't need any more of those. We got plenty of those.
All right.
Take care, man. Have a
Thank
good
you,
day.
Kevin. Appreciate it. Hey, Todd Fuller, a devout Christian. Hey,
He was a lefty, right?
This has nothing to do with you.
What?
Hey, Evan, you know what I just remembered? Remember this guy?
Oh, yeah, I did. Yeah.
Evan and I.
From the cafeteria.
Evan and I met somebody who is.
How did Evan see that from all the way over?
Well, he just knew. He just saw the napkin.
2020 vision, Gil.
Why did you write it down?
I didn't write anything down.
Y'all been holding out.
We hope he's not listening. I think we met the greatest name dropper of all time on Tuesday.
Is drops per sentence ratio the highest I've ever seen of any human being?
It was unbelievable.
How y'all gonna hold that off till? Well, I wasn't here with it. I mean, how?
I actually wanted to mention it to Evan a couple times. I just forgot. What was the capper where Martha Stewart came up and I think he said, "Oh yeah, my brother dated her." Or something like that.
Every single famous person that we referenced or brought up, he either knew or had some sort of relationship
It was so bad that we just started kidding him about it. Like we couldn't hold back.
You got to give me his name. He ain't listening.
Well, first of all, he started off the conversation with, so I just got back from giving this presentation in front of like the country of Sweden.
That's right. He came back from Scandinavia. He's giving talks.
We'll just call him big time. Yeah.
Did you believe any of this, by the way?
I did believe him.
Spadoni.
I believed him, but he wouldn't tell me how much money he made.
Oh, you went there?
Oh, yeah. I said, so how rich are you?
Dude, I ain't mad at you.
He downplayed that.
Yeah.
Possibly.
He downplayed that.
I'm trying. It was uncomfortable, but now I'm trying to think some more guys that I just hate.
Well, hate's a strong word. Let's go to Zachary.
Zach.
Or Robin. You want to go, Robin? Let's go to Robin.
Our girl.
Robin.
Robin.
In San Francisco.
Hey, thank you. I know I've been on once this week, but you know what? And just hear me out, you guys. I can't stand Draymond Green. Draymond Green. I can't stand Draymond. I hate Draymond Green. I really do. I really do. I know hate's a strong word, but you know what? Draymond Green, you have to peep game if you've been out here in these streets, okay? And my kids call me educated hood because I do have a college degree, but I got street. I know people like Draymond Green who do stuff, set stuff in motion, and always come out smelling like a rose because people make excuses for Draymond Green. And so Jordan Poole, he didn't play well last year, but you know what? Draymond Green set that all in motion. And let me tell you the last thing about what he finally did. The other night at the press conference, or the post conference, whatever it was, when he stated last year, whatever, that was backdoor shade too, Guru. You know what I'm talking about?
I said it, Robin. I said it.
That's backdoor shade. We call that dry snitching. And then that that day, I was watching ESPN with Stephen A. Smith, and they got it all using his comments, and they all using it against how the Warriors didn't want Jordan Poole, how he was toxic, just labeling that boy, and then saying, and then Stephen A. Smith saying, yeah, well, I talked to Draymond Green and Jordan Poole ain't all as innocent as everybody thinks. That is the kind of stuff that Draymond Green does, and he got people fooled. I cannot stand Draymond Green. Bye, you guys.
Wow, that was a mic drop. Why don't you
ask Fabby's tight with Draymond, right?
No, I had that as just about the whole situation, not to bring up Dredge.
No,
Fabby's a real one. We'll get into that. Yeah. But Robin, I love when a person just can freely express themselves. And that was shade by Dre. I wanted Draymond to say, if you were going there about the work environment, was, you know what, guys? I was a part of it. You know, I wasn't perfect, but it was hard to come to work last year. And I know I was a lot of that was on me because of my actions. That would have went I would have been, oh my goodness, look at Dre. That's what I'm talking about. Just some accountability, but not acting as if you did just Mike Tyson somebody. Come on, man.
Yeah. But you were talking about how it's a beautiful thing to, like, whatever.
To get it off your chest.
Right.
Because we're married. Yeah, we know about it.
Well, you could do that too if you wanted.
I do it every day.
No, I mean, if you would stop feeling beholden to certain people and organizations, then you would be able to speak freely.
See,
you know what I'm saying?
It's Friday. We feeling good. I'm the guy that said I wanted Kyle fired. Okay, we'll leave that there. I call people out when they need to be called out. I called the Warriors out for not suspending Draymond Green.
No shade, Draymond.
You still hanging on to that one. Dude, I'll say, go ahead, Evan.
Well, no, we were just talking about toxic, starting fives and players at their worst. Where do you think Draymond would get picked in that draft?
Ooh. Well, Robin would pick him first.
Well, yeah. But the organization would pick him first. I mean, they wouldn't pick him because he essentially got rewarded for being.
Yeah, you say rewarded,
Steiny,
and I don't like that word.
All right.
Because the alternative was to sabotage your own organization. And they weren't going to sabotage their organization to spite Draymond Green. That wouldn't have made any sense.
How about this then? What will you, Evan and Spadoni, and the listeners give me for this? And I'll get back off of Jordan Poole. I'll rest it. When this initially jumped off, I was flabbergasted at the Warriors, everybody involved. I even put Steph in there. Like, I just didn't understand how nobody didn't think from afar how bad it looked that he didn't get disciplined for that. But the more tea leaves I see and read, Steiny, not that he deserved to get hit. There were a lot of people in that room that thought young man was feeling himself. And maybe it's because of how I'm seeing him act in Detroit. I'm like, oh, he probably was rubbing guys and gals the wrong way. Now, does that mean it was warranted for him to get hit in the kisser?
You're playing it both ways.
No, I'm keeping it real.
You're right in the middle. I got you.
No, but I wasn't in the middle before. I was in one way. Now I'm seeing him act this way in Detroit, and I'm like,
Washington.
Washington, thank you. That's probably why they didn't discipline Draymond. Not that they're saying Draymond go do it, but he was asking for something.
What Jordan Poole's doing in Washington has nothing.
Wow.
Doesn't change my opinion of Draymond a bit. He sucker punched the guy. Period. Cold cocked him.
I appreciate you saying that.
That's like, to me, nothing's changed.
Nothing happening in Washington has anything to do. I appreciate that view.
Mr. Fab's coming up in 15 minutes. Mr. Fab.
Fabby.
Three-time platinum artist and songwriter.
And you two Oakland residents.
Dory in San Francisco. Hey, Dory, how are you?
Yep, Steiny. I got a couple of names of guys who I think actually you're the only one who will really know these guys, but I hope I'm wrong. But I think they're up your alley because they're a bit way back.
Yeah, I love this.
But I think memorable.
Okay.
Memorable in terms of incredible skill, but just trouble followed them. every which way. I'm talking about Marvin Bad News Barnes and Roy Tarpley.
Oh, boy.
Maverick.
No,
Roy
both
Tarpley.
with some drug issues, both of them.
The White Horse.
Right, but Marvin had this famous story.
Correct.
And I'm reading this. I wanted to make sure I was right. So read this right off of Wiki. He says Barnes once refused to board a plane from Louisville to St. Louis because the flight was scheduled to arrive Central Time before its departure time, Eastern Time. And he famously said, quote, "I ain't getting in no damn time machine." And he rented a car to go to the game instead.
Yeah, that's correct.
Both of you, yeah. What do you remember about Tarpley or Barnes? I'm sure you might have a story or two.
Roy Tarpley was a great player, great rebounder. Went to Michigan, but just had a drug problem.
And they had his back too, Steiny.
So Marvin Barnes was going from like St. Louis to Louisville.
Okay.
And it was 11 o'clock. It was a time change. So the flight was at 11 in Louisville, and it got to its destination at 10:45 because it was a 30-minute plane flight, but they had to change. So he looks at the ticket. It's like, we leave at 11. We get there at 10:30, and he's like, I ain't getting into no damn time machine.
That should be, yeah, wow.
Steiny thought, no, okay. Let's go to, Marcus in New Orleans says, relax on Draymond. Okay, Marcus, talk to us.
Yeah, man. I mean, what's up, y'all? Yeah, it's just, after a while, I've gone from being a guy who was upset at Draymond for causing a bunch of crap last year to a guy who's going, you know what, the dude is taking more than his share of lumps with this whole thing. Every time this is brought up, it's, oh, Draymond this, Draymond that. And now we've got to the point where we're acting like Jordan Poole was an angel who wasn't a kid who everybody on that team, and they've made reference it slightly, who everybody on that team was saying this guy was out of control. He wanted to do more than he was capable of doing. He clearly made everybody on that team angry with his on-court antics. Let's not act like this is just what last year was messed up because of a number of different reasons. And Draymond getting up there again on stage and taking the blame for what happened last year ain't going to change anything. He said that he's been blamed many times for it. How much before we say, you know what, the dude was just answering a question that was bring it up.
Yeah,
we get the gist of where he was going, but Dre wasn't taking the blame.
I mean, the way I look at it, though, Marcus, is okay. If you think Jordan Poole messed up last year, okay, well then he's messed up one season. How many's Draymond messed up? 3. I mean, the issue isn't that Jordan Poole is
innocent.
Exactly. The problem is that why are we giving Draymond a pass for patterns that have happened over the course of his career? Let's go to Bobby in Los Altos. He completely disagrees with Marcus.
Bobby.
Hey, Bobby.
Hey, fellas, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm sorry. I didn't hear that click this time. Hey, so, 100%. Counterpoint. I don't know why we treat Draymond with kid gloves. Even that Steve Kerr interview where it was, the chemistry's better. Draymond was a big part of the chemistry problems, and even he would admit it. Right. As if, you gotta give him credit for admitting it. Like it's some magnanimous gesture that he will admit that he was part of the problem. The guy, look, at the end of the day, what you deliver on the court will always trump your behavior. That's just how sports is if you are a star, right? And, I never liked him, but he was on our team, so of course I tolerated him. And then I thought he became an elder statesman a couple years back when, I can't even remember this guy's name. He was on the team for a hot minute. He was from Oregon, but he did some sort of, end of game off the backboard dunk that he missed.
Jordan Bell.
And Draymond said to him, hey, it's okay. We all miss shots. And I was like, oh, my God.
Right.
Draymond is maturing. He's maturing. But since then, he's nothing but a punk. I mean, on the court, of course, he delivers. But and then Robin said something like backdoor shape. backdoor? There was no backdoor on that. That was just 100% against Jordan Poole. Who is he talking about? PBJ?
Right.
I mean, who else would he be talking about? So either the chemistry is better because Jordan Poole is gone, which is exactly what he said, or that Chris Paul is just created so much extra vibrational energy or whatever some call said this morning. So he gets no passes. I mean, I can't stand the guy, quite honestly, but he's on our team and he helps delivers, whatever you call it in basketball, like a positive war. So, there you go. He's a bad guy. We all know he's a bad guy, and we'd hate him if he wasn't on our team.
Thanks, Bobby. Appreciate it. I'm going to have to push back a little bit.
Yeah, I am
bad
because they love him. They love him, Sonny.
He does a lot that I don't like.
Him, Rodman,
bad guy.
Draymond,
I'm not ready
irritants.
to say that. I'm not ready to say that about Draymond.
They're all time. I need two more. I'm trying to. Gary Payton. You hated
Draymond's
those.
Different though to me.
But Draymond he'll spit in your face without spitting in your face. He wears he's a junkyard dog. There's no doubt the Warriors don't win without him.
Well,
Not
nobody's
one of
saying
these
that.
titles. Yeah.
Nobody's saying that. The question is the price too high at some point?
Well, I'll just say this, and I've ripped him. I'll say this. He's got 4 in his tenure here. You got 4, the organization.
Okay.
You should have 5. I'll leave that alone.
What are you talking about?
It's 2016 when they were through.
What is 4 titles?
No, when you say, was it worth it? That's kind of where I was paraphrasing what you were saying. I'd be like, hell yeah.
Hey.
And they rewarded him with a contract. They had a chance to part ways. They didn't.
Why?
That tells me a lot.
But no, it shouldn't tell you a lot. And I would not read into that. Like, do you really think they were going to let him go for nothing?
Okay,
no chance.
I give you that, but give me this real quick. In a work environment, non-sports related, in any environment where you work with others, if that other person is so overbearing and you have a chance to part ways or bring them back, if it's that bad and toxic, you sever the relationship.
What about Steph?
And the Warriors had a chance to do it. Bob even said on TV,
right.
I called Steph, and what do we want to do?
Steph said keep him.
No doubt about it.
Okay,
so that says a lot about.
Well, maybe the organization didn't want to
bad.
keep him, but Steph said keep him. And what if he did have a bigger offer from another team? Well, the Warriors weren't going to match. Let's say he got $30 million a year from Sac, but he wanted to stay with the Warriors.
I could see that.
Well, then the Warriors got over on him. The Warriors said, "We're not giving you $30 million. No, we'll give you 25. Take it or leave it." Go ahead, go to Sac. But he didn't want to go to Sac. You know why? Because Draymond Green knows if he goes anywhere else, he ain't Draymond Green anymore. Mr. Fab coming up on the other side on 95.7 The Game, and then we're going to give away a spot for Knockout, Chase Center. That's in the half hour.
Brought to you by BMW.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Steiny Guru.
This is Fabby, Steiny.
Put the rat on the table.
Bye, Atco.
What's that? Oh, camera. Hold on.
Yeah, I'm looking. Ooh, Steiny, get it off you.
Why, was it in my groin area?
No, the stomach. But you ain't got, oh, boy. Yeah, there you go. Robert Redford.
Let's put the rat on the table. Oh, what's the pest? Let's go.
Yeah, we got two. Rats and mice. They're back. Yeah, rats and mice. Pest of the month. Billy texted me yesterday, Steiny.
All right.
Yeah.
So
they must be getting big. It's cold, so they coming in the house. I gotta believe.
Yeah.
They need shelter.
Huh. Oh yeah, I think okay. So I'm gonna put the rat on the table about Draymond Green. Because it's starting to hit me now. Remember how he said he had more money from somewhere else?
Sack.
I don't think he said sack, but we assume sack. But
I mean, like $30 million a year.
$30 million a year.
I think Gelt's higher. Yeah, our guy. Brian.
You know what? And we kind of laughed.
Yeah.
I think I'm going to believe him. I actually believe him.
Okay.
And the reason that Draymond doesn't go anywhere else or didn't go anywhere else is because he knows. He knows.
And there's nothing wrong. He don't want to leave. He wants to wear one uniform. All that.
No, but he knows that
he would help Sack.
If he goes anywhere else,
but
he's irrelevant.
Okay. No, that I get.
Okay.
But Sack is on the come up. I believe he can help them.
I'm not saying he couldn't help.
Okay.
He goes anywhere else, and he ain't the same player.
Yeah, you're leaving the Beatles.
Exactly.
Why would you want to leave?
Okay. Yeah. Well, that's what I'm saying. Okay. That's what I'm saying about Draymond.
Never go full Jeff says facts, Steiny.
Yeah, he's smart. Hey, we can't say, hey, Draymond's really smart. Draymond's really smart. Draymond's really smart.
He is.
You're darn right he is, and he knows. He knows he'd probably be half the player he is somewhere else. And you know what? Think about that for a minute. Let's say Draymond would have gone somewhere else. First of all, there's 20 teams that have no use for him because they got young players on the roster.
You got to be ready to win.
But the fact is, if Draymond Green had gone somewhere, let's say he got 4 years.
Help Sabonis? Oh, my God.
Oh, my God, what?
He would help Sabonis. He would cuss Sabonis out.
That would be good.
That would be good. We'd get a more tougher Sabonis.
And then what about when De'Aaron Fox said, easy, old man. Easy, old man.
No, they would. I believe D would have respect for Dre.
Draymond Green couldn't be the player anywhere else that he is here, and I don't think he could be the person. Maybe. And you know what? And this is exactly what I was going to say. If Draymond left, we'd probably be looking at him like Jordan Poole. I mean, Draymond knows. He knows. OG Filmo. What's up, OG Filmo? How you doing, man?
Oh, man, my God, I got a bone to pick with y'all, man. For real.
All right.
Man, listen here, man. Basketball is basketball. And everybody got family, right? That family, that's the bad actors, right? You know what I'm saying? Listen, man, this man is a winner. And what he do is don't stand for the drama. He's the big brother. You know what I'm saying? In the house, you got to have the outfit. Wherever you go, you got the outfit. You understand what I'm saying? So you got the little boy that got the bag, right? You know what I'm saying? And then he want to start acting up. You know what I'm saying? So they put him in his place. Even Steph put him in his place, right? You know what I'm saying? So here we go. I wouldn't want Jordan Poole on my team, Ben Simmons, Anthony Mason, you understand me? And I wouldn't want it's one more.
Wow, he said Mason.
James Hart.
Okay.
James Hart. And one more thing, because I love y'all. You know what I'm saying? Y'all got good content, man. But, man, y'all fall back on Dre. Because Dre's a winner, man. Dre's a winner, man. And he's a beast. Okay? All right, y'all have a good day, man.
All right, I love it. But, Stoney, you came down my road because I say
relax, OG Filmo.
They don't win without Dre.
Of course not.
But just about the Poole thing, And again, Steiny, I'm not advocating anything that happened. When you look around and now I just hear and read stuff, I'm starting to think behind closed doors, there were some people, maybe even coaches, that were like, he finally got what was coming to him. And I hate that I'm there because I didn't do this from the jump. And that's why Dre didn't get suspended. That's why he got brought back. I know you could say, they couldn't let go from that. Okay, it's some of that. But still, when a guy does not get disciplined for knocking somebody out, that you got to read the room is telling you something.
Well, it could be telling me that Draymond Green runs roughshod over an organization. That's what it could tell you. It could tell you that despite everything you've heard, Warriors leadership ain't all that, because this guy has done it time and time and time again to the point where some of the fan base is done with him. That's all. And I don't believe.
OG Philball, he said you got to have the alphas, and that's what he is to this team.
I don't believe for a second Draymond could go to another team. Like, first of all, he wouldn't be able to go to any other team and be who he is right off the bat. Even Sacramento. Like, he couldn't go in there as Draymond Green and behave exactly like he would have to. As somebody said this on the text line, 415, Dre would have to rebuild his equity up with another team. He would.
And I don't even think he'd have enough time to do it because he's been here. They've won. They've been through drama. But he is what did he say, big brother? But he is their dude, man.
Steiny, not picking a bone, genuinely. I agree Dre wouldn't be nearly the same player, but what do you mean by wouldn't be the same man? Or could? I don't think other organizations would allow him to behave like this. Not from day one if he went to another team. That's what I'm talking about. Like, he would have to buy in, fit in.
And everything would be different. The relationships.
Like, you wouldn't sign Draymond Green unless you did have a really young team, to alter your locker room. Because
But like, how many teams do we say he would, like Boston? Maybe they need Draymond Green.
Yeah.
Well, Sack. I don't know.
See, and I think, I think this is.
I'm giving him credit when I say he would make Sabonis tougher.
But this is the dirty little secret that I truly believe. And it's this. Yeah, if he went to Boston. Yeah, okay. He might help Boston. But the reality of the situation is, I believe that Draymond Green and his personality turn off a guy like Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown, because Draymond comes in there chirping about championships and titles, and Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown, even though they've never won a title, can look Draymond Green eye to eye and say, oh, give me that, man. You played with Steph and Durant and Klay Thompson. So, yeah, we're going to respect your rings, but don't wave them in our face.
But I'm just devil's advocate.
That's the bottom line. And I know if I were a superstar player in the NBA, that's what I would do.
Okay. Now, let me just tell you this. Being devil's advocate, I know Draymond Green is smart, Steiny. Nobody's perfect. But I'm saying, if it were to get to that, we don't know what side of Draymond Green he would show to his new team. And I don't think he would come in like James Harden walked in that Clipper locker room. He's got hardware. You know what I'm saying? Like, Dre can read the room.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I'm just saying.
Okay.
Well, he's read the room good enough to remain here a Golden State Warrior through his trials and tribulations. I'll say that.
Okay. We've called him out. The room when he threatened to kill Steve Kerr.
But what did that
just
cost
one
him?
time.
No, he came back from that.
Exactly.
He came back from everything.
Right.
Because there's some good that he does.
Well, there's also a price you pay, and maybe it's the reputation. What if Bob Myers is like, you know what? Can't do it anymore, Joe. I can't do it with this guy anymore. He's embarrassing us at times.
I can't say that you're wrong, but I can say that you're wrong from this sense. We talked to Bob Myers, point blank range, and we talked about his relationship, which he opened up about having with Draymond Green. He was the Draymond Green. He was the guy.
Doesn't mean you don't get sick of him.
Yeah, no doubt, but that's across the board. My thing is, after watching that presser with Lacob, there's no doubt in my mind Draymond Green is not the reason Bob is not with the Warriors. I'll just let that there.
Well, you have to leave it there because you got no proof one way or the other.
But either one of us don't have the proof.
I never said I did. Like, that's what I'm saying. I just said, what if?
Yeah.
Because everybody's always, like, bending over backwards for Draymond Green. Maybe there's a faction in the Warriors organization that's sick of it.
But nothing's ever leaked out, Steiny, about a player being...
The punches on the phone.
No, that...
Well, that was a leaked video.
Right. No, that I get. But you know what I mean.
Not
even
really.
Iggy, and even, Iggy had his back, he had Jordan's back, but nobody's ever came out, former player in another uniform. I get Jordan won't even bring up his name or mention it, but nobody's ever said, this dude's just is hell playing with them. We assume... And they reward him with the contract. He's earned everything he's got, man. You got to give him that.
The Warriors.
Yeah.
The Warriors.
Yeah.
Fans don't owe him anything.
No, but that's what I mean. That's why we got Robins of the world. But.
D8?
Hey, I was just going to say, guys, do you want to hear what Steve Kerr talked? He addressed these comments from Draymond Green specifically on Willard and Dibbs yesterday.
Every season is different, and for Draymond, last year was a tough year in a lot of ways. But he'll be the first to admit that he created some of that himself, and so I think this team has responded in a lot of ways to where we went wrong last year, and Draymond is at the forefront of that. I think he understands this year that he's got to be a better leader. I think he's doing a great job. I think from the summer on, he's really tried to get the troops together and really connect everybody and keep everybody's spirits up. So, yeah, last year was tough in a lot of ways, but, the great thing about adversity in sports, if you've got a veteran team, if you've got guys who are willing to learn from mistakes, then that's what we're doing. And we are all doing a better job of connecting the group and creating better chemistry.
Mm-hmm. There it is, Steiny.
Well, I would take an issue with one thing. Draymond, he would be the first to admit to you. He isn't. Because he just talked for 2 minutes about the chemistry last year and how effed it was, and he never said a word about himself. Yeah. So he's not the first he's not going to be the first to admit it. In fact, we got a little gaslighting going on here is really what we got.
What happened?
We got by the midseason, Jordan Poole will have thrown a punch first at Draymond Green, the way the story's going to go.
Oh, okay, gotcha. I was lost. What?
Draymond wants to. Diego and Marin wants to talk about Draymond. What's up, Diego? How you doing, buddy?
Hi, thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
I just wanted to say that I don't think Draymond would work anywhere else because anywhere else already has the floor general that Curry needs him to be, which is also why Curry wouldn't work anywhere else unless it was a stacked team.
Go on a little bit there.
Draymond averages 8 assists per game.
Right.
Curry averages 6.5 for his career, and he's never averaged more than 6.5 or 7 during their 8-year run.
Right.
And consistently, Draymond has averaged 7 or 8 more per year than Curry. So now they have 2 floor generals with Paul and Green. That's why the second unit is so efficient and works with Draymond on the floor or Paul on the floor with Curry. And if you put either Green or Curry anywhere else, it wouldn't work unless they had players that can do what they can't.
I got you.
Yeah, I don't. Well, I'd love to call. Thanks for the support, but
thanks.
Yeah, come on now.
What don't you get?
The Curry part.
Oh, no. No shade.
Yeah, no, dude, you gotta let that. We're done with that one.
Well, we're done with it until you walk the.
Now, let me read this to you.
Until you Olga Corbett it or
From
Nadia
the land of Hella, because I can't break this down. Hold up. If Draymond mentioned the incident, he should let it go. Then when he doesn't mention it, he should mention it. Y'all some weirdos.
If he mentions it, he should say, first and foremost, it was me.
That's all.
If he's going to bring it up.
That's all I wanted. That's what land I come from, man. Maybe I came from the wrong spot, but that's where I'm from, Steiny. If you're going to say that, say I was a part of it. That's all. It's not a mandate, but I'm checked out on everything else that you say. And Robin was right. That was shade, backdoor shade. It was obvious. But okay, it's cool. They're focused on this season. He got the team together, and right now it looks like it's all good. And right now, if I were Draymond Green, Steiny, and my adversary or a guy I didn't like is not at my job any longer, I'm going to be whistling Dixie, skipping to work because I know that person is no longer there.
Here's what I think, and maybe I'm wrong. Some Warrior fans can tell me if they think I'm wrong or not. But this is the way I think some of the fan base is right now, and it's kind of the way I'm leaning that way.
Tell us.
Especially because, okay, so Jordan, like, this is what kind of bothers me. Okay, so Jordan Poole was a problem last year. Okay, and everybody's...
We don't know that.
Oh, my God, I almost said shut up.
Oh, we don't know that. Put your glasses back on.
You've spent the whole show saying half the team may have wanted him punched.
Yeah, the word is may. But
so the point is we are hammering Jordan Poole right now. We have given Jordan Poole more responsibility for last year's chemistry issues than at any other time.
But Steiny,
you said you realized something yesterday when you realized something watching Jordan Poole that maybe he did kind of sick of everybody.
Right, but we're doing what ifs. And I said, maybe what if it was that? Just like you did your last statement.
Well, let me finish. Okay. So you're telling me that Jordan Poole, the same guy, by the way, who we praised as an organization for 2 freaking years because nobody went into the facility more than Jordan Poole.
Facts.
And Jordan Poole wasn't even an NBA player, and then he turned himself into a great player, and then
he got paid.
Last year,
he got paid.
Yeah, and he got punched. So you're telling me that was the problem. That was a big part of the problem. Jordan Poole, but it's not a guy who has a track record of problems. That's what really bothers me. It's like, and this is what Bobby in Los Altos was saying. It's like, wow, I messed up the year. Like, it's not a magnanimous thing for Draymond Green to take responsibility for last year. It's like what he should do. And it's like everybody, all you guys who believe in Draymond and Poole and Draymond's a dog and he's an alpha and this and that. That's all fine. He is, and he's a winner. But why is the guy who was a problem once gets no benefit of the doubt now that he's gone? You laugh at him. But Draymond Green, who's been in the center of a dozen of these, now he's right. Draymond's right. It's all Jordan Poole.
Okay, I hear you.
It's a joke.
Well, I'll tell you what's not a joke. Is what you said is not across the board. And that's why Klay Thompson could have went for the bait and he'd said, I had fun coming to work last year. And last year's morale or the energy was the same. That was some love to Jordan Poole. So I stand on that. And then also, too, the fact that Steph Curry and Klay Thompson put on video working out with Jordan Poole. So the guys that count the most didn't go down that road and said Jordan Poole is the culprit. Now, I will double back and say this, Steiny. These are facts, the words coming out of my mouth. For what it's worth, Draymond Green did a podcast with his coach and said, had I not punched Jordan Poole, we'd still be playing. So, only reason I bring that up is that some accountability. We would still be playing basketball had I not punched Jordan Poole.
That's just a line.
Yeah.
That's just a line.
I gotcha.
It doesn't mean anything, whether I believe it or not, whether he believes it or not. Like, no. And that actually makes it worse to me.
That's what I said at the time.
Okay. fine.
But I don't. But just real quick.
This is a joke.
I feel like you think more people are throwing. I'm saying, Steiny, the more tea leaves I read,
right?
Because I'm still Team Jordan.
Right. But so you're taking more responsibility off of Draymond.
No, I'm wondering.
The same guy.
Wondering if Poole.
Well, you just said.
Yeah, but no.
No, I don't want to do this.
Right.
Hold on. I don't want to do that. You said this or that. What I'm saying is, I think what's happening with Draymond Green is since the punch.
Where's the
to
scoreboard
now,
coming from?
It's all of a sudden now more Jordan Poole
and forget
and
me.
more Jordan
Where are you getting that from?
And that's
the calls or the text? Like I'm just asking you, what makes you feel that way?
You this morning,
I did.
Said you watched,
but
Jordan
I didn't say
Poole.
I was 100% in.
Willard said. He wasn't an intelligent player.
Right. But he didn't
what
say.
You just asked me. I said twice. You said, where am I hearing it? You and Willard.
But Willard said that months ago. Nothing new. Willard hasn't said anything new.
What did I say? Over the last few months, there is more and more out there that is blaming Jordan Poole. Okay. So that's a bunch of crap. Yeah. Why does that get to happen? Because Jordan Poole can't talk in Washington or doesn't want to talk? And all I'm saying is, let's be honest. Jordan Poole was a Warrior for 4 or 5 years. He was involved in one thing. Draymond Green's been a Warrior for 10 or 12 years, and this happens every year or two with Draymond Green. So just miss me with the, Draymond, he's a new Draymond, and he's gonna be a leader, and he's always been right. Get out of here, man.
And I came in Tuesday telling you I didn't like I didn't like the audacity for him to say that.
Well, then you
not put himself in that.
Well, then
like
you
I
shouldn't
still
have.
Stand on
well, then
that.
you shouldn't have said that. The more you think about it, you think players believe that Jordan had it coming. Like by even saying that,
coaches,
without knowing it, you're taking responsibility off of Draymond Green just by saying it.
Well, I'm not trying to do that. I'm just telling you how I feel. And again, Steph and Clay aren't those two that I'm thinking about, but I do wonder. And listening to OG Filmo, I think that's what set you off about. But I love that you just said not today. You said, "Goo, this is months."
It is. It's been.
He was the problem, and that's why you talked about just because he's gone doesn't mean the locker room is fixed.
Thank you. And I'm not going to believe Draymond. I'm not going to believe the locker room is fixed because Draymond says it's fixed.
I just wish he would have said I was part of why it was hard to come to work and our stuff was off.
He doesn't think that. I don't believe he believes that. You want to play something, me or?
Yeah, maybe best to save it for the other side.
Okay. We got Fabby coming up. He was at we got.
Okay.
You okay?
Yeah, no, we'll accommate Fabby.
You okay?
Whenever he wants.
Is that a political action event?
We don't ever do that?
In Oakland?
No, we can. Tell him to give us the time.
Evan's got it under control.
It'll be in about 10, 15 minutes. Mr. Fab's going to join us, talk about the Warriors. But on the other side, I do want to get into what Steve Kerr had to say about the unfairness that's been coming towards Jordan Poole.
We got to do knockout, too, on the other side.
And maybe you can listen in to hear something that Mr. Fab has to say.
Okay, there we go. You want a chance to play knockout on the Chase Center floor? You got to be able to answer a question about the Mr. Fab interview on 95.7, The Game.
My little brother's friends.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, let me get situated. Yeah, I got to get the...
Yeah, Fab was at a Tupac tribute, Steiny. He said he'd give us a call, man.
I got to get this camera, bro. Keep talking.
Dude, no, it's like a video game. I'm looking at you. All right, there we go. I got your back.
Wash your back.
Dude, that was not watch your back.
Nope.
Which we all need to do, but wash
all right,
it.
that should be it.
There you go. Yeah, Nutrisystem.
That's probably the best line of the week.
Well,
what? The month.
It was yours.
That thing has other few ones that were worthy, but
not like that. Because
yeah, I got you.
You were similar to I think Will Levis. When you're scripted, you're pretty good.
No,
but that one was
Kyle. Yeah.
No, but that one was
yeah.
That one it felt unscripted.
Yeah.
All right.
Busting wood.
Look at our guy. I'll film on Mike wanted some golf balls he hit me last night. I told him I'll hook him up with some of that I have.
Yeah, you got a bunch. Drew's in Oakland.
Drew.
Hey, Drew, what's going on?
What's up, fellas?
Talk to us.
What's up, fellas?
Hey,
I think Draymond did take accountability last season when he talked about how he wasn't connected with the youngsters. I think that was him addressing that. And this year, you can tell that he says, like, when he says the connectivity is a little bit different and he's connected with the young players, him and Jonathan Kuminga got a little handshake now. I don't know if you guys have recognized that.
Dude, that's the stuff I like. I didn't notice that.
Well, we are.
I got to watch.
Well, order the rings.
Nah, I like that.
No.
Nah, I'm being facetious. Hey, Drew, appreciate the call. Oh, here it is. Here's your chance to play knockout on the floor of Chase Center. Here's what's going to happen. Goo and I are going to converse like we always do, and maybe Mr. Fab will join us. And then we're going to ask you a question at 12:50, and if you know the answer, you get to play knockout on the Chase Center floor. Same court where Steph Curry does some damage. And we're waiting on Mr. Fab.
Yeah, I don't know if you saw last week. I know you're on IG a little bit. Vallejo named a street after E40. You know, Oakland's done that with Too Short, and right now Oakland, the streets by Lake Merritt, naming one after Tupac. So he's just finishing up. He'll hit us.
Why don't you ask me how many streets are named after me in Reading?
I know the answer.
How?
0.
That's wrong.
How many streets are named after you in Reading, PA?
It's an alley. It's a back alley.
I don't even believe it's an alley.
Well, you're right. There's none.
But you always wanted one.
I'm ashamed to admit when I was in 11th grade, I was driving with my friend Dominic Parisi, and we stopped at a stoplight, and I looked to my right, and it said Steinmetz Avenue.
I would have took it.
I took it.
No.
I ripped it.
Look at my guy. If you ain't cheating, you ain't trying.
Put it in my room. Dad saw it.
He didn't tell you to go take it back.
Oh, my God, yeah.
But we need more parents like that. Yeah.
And we were in it was like Brecknock Township, and he's like, you got to call the police chief of Brecknock Township and tell him what you did. I'm like, you got to be kidding me.
That's like the commercial where the kid tells a ref, ball was out on me. If somebody should be fired for that commercial. Ref, I went out on me. I touched it. Oh, boy.
George is in the jungle.
Yeah.
He's Team Warriors. Hey.
Gentlemen.
Yeah.
Gentlemen, good afternoon.
Hey.
You know, I'm seeing all this Team Jordan, Team Kevin, Team. What about when Steph said, come on and join our team? Not my team, but our team. And everybody got together. And we lose focus to that. You never hear Steph say, this is my team. You never hear Clay say, this is my team. You never hear Dre say, this is my team. It's always our team. The problem with both Kevin and Jordan is they both came in looking for, hey, this is mine now, right? I'm going to get this. And that's why they're not here anymore. We get team players that come in like GP2. I can't wait to see GP2 guarding Wemby. I think that's going to be hilarious. I think he's going to do a great job because he's going to bother him down low. You know, because he's a team player, he'll do what he's asked. That's why we work well together. That's why we're the Warriors.
We're Warriors. I like it, Stoney.
Well, we're not. They are.
Well,
we're Warriors.
I'm a Warrior. You see what jacket I'm in.
I know, but you're really not. Like a Warrior, you don't carry around a sheath of armor.
Well, no, but it's underneath.
Bayonet.
But the theme of, you just talked about it because you gave Clay love. We'll rest Draymond, Stoney.
Thank you.
We gave Clay love because you said he's doing a different role and he seems okay with it. I don't think it's going to cost him bread because you couldn't look me in the face and said, D, for Daryl, if he scored 35, New York would give him $50 million. It'd probably help, but I feel like they know what's still left in his tank. Right now, the theme to me is, and we talked about it with Bob, Stoney, they're getting contributions like a good church from everybody, man.
Right, because of Chris Paul.
Well,
because of the guy who fits like a glove.
You're going to hate
OJ
this,
glove,
Evan. You can chime in. 5 games in, Warriors MVP through 5.
Chris Paul.
Evan, well, can we do it for 5 games?
I don't know who else you'd pick outside of Stephen Curry.
And there's nothing wrong with
done?
Stop.
He is he is just all Curry's doing is playing at his normal level.
That's MVP.
He hasn't. Curry's doing nothing special for himself.
Nah, he's setting the tone, man. But all of them are doing it. I'm looking at these box scores. Curry's playing 32 minutes. Keep it up. We'll see.
Let's go. No, go ahead. Rob and San Leandro. Hey, Rob, how you doing?
Hey, what's up, fellas? Hey, I just called you, man. I just wanted to wish you guys a happy weekend. Be safe out there. Go Warriors. Go Niners. And also, too, you guys always say, if you ain't cheating, you ain't trying. Well, I did 22 years in the Army, and they used to, my drill sergeant to tell me, if you ain't cheating, you ain't trying. But if you get caught, you wasn't trying hard enough. And I'm out, fellas.
I'll keep
Rob.
Boy.
Thanks for the call, Rob. But
Jim Harbaugh.
Damn, if some kids out there might take your verbatim.
Yeah.
That's just not, it's not the society I want to live in.
Well, we're in it now, times 10.
Don't give in. See, you're giving into it. We can't give into it. You know what I mean? We can't be Jim Harbaugh. We can't.
Oh, well, I don't cheat in real life. I cheated like games.
We can't
domino
approach that slippery slope.
You see what we're doing now in society.
I'm
not in the carpool lane anymore.
You can change it. You can put your imprint on it.
Oh, my kids don't cheat. And I told them don't cheat.
No, but
when I'm around.
One more, and then I'll do my part. And then maybe even Lucas will try to do one good
When's the next picture you're going to take not on your tippy toes? Like, that's cheating.
That's not
But to you, it's okay.
No, that
You're
doesn't.
cheating everybody watching that picture.
Who is that hurting?
Everybody that thinks you're tall. Like,
nobody thinks I'm tall. That's the point. It's funny now.
But why are you to see Chris Paul do it? It hurts. You are cheating.
No, I'm not.
But in your world, in your bubble,
Not
you're
even
like,
close.
it's no big deal.
Not even close. And actually,
there's people you can talk to for this stuff, man. So, Matthew.
Like what?
Why do you get on your tippy toes when you take a photo? And you can tell them what you're trying to do.
Okay.
Well.
I'll tell you, Doc. You know why? Because I found myself between Daryl the Guru Johnson, who's 6'4", and Bonte Hill, who's 6'5".
Yeah.
So that's why. I saved the photographer.
Oh, boy.
Let's go to Chucky in Oakland. What's to talk
That's
about
our
Steph
guy.
Curry.
Yep.
See, the one thing I don't want to do is
it's already been.
I don't want to take. Hey, Steph Curry's great.
Chucky.
He's incredible.
What's up, baby?
How great, Steph Curry. He took a picture.
I've been enjoying the conversation. Hey, look, I just wanted to, Guru. I can't agree with you on this one, man.
Okay, baby, I need it.
If I'm not, I don't want it. If I got to cheat for it, man, I just don't want it, man.
Well, that might not be me. Right? Okay, I got you.
Me neither.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, but as far as I wanted to say, Draymond, with all that talking, Sonny made a comment saying that he came by in on it yet, talking about Draymond, talking about with the chemistry.
Yeah.
And I got to agree with that as well. Because I just believe that something gonna happen. to where him and Chris Paul, it's something gonna happen like it happened with Durant. I feel it's gonna happen with CP3. But I got a question for you guys though, man, and I hate to go this route with it. It's about Steph Curry. I need you guys to chime in on it. Evan can chime in on it too. Steph is great. Shout out Tony Tiger. He's great. You know what I mean? And he's in good. He's a good person. Yeah. You know, but for the GOATs,
rip him, Chucky.
At the top of their profession, they do make a lot of sacrifices, man.
Well, that wasn't me, Chucky. Yeah. See, when we do that, somebody needs to be the opposite of Draymond Green and take accountability. You don't want to, Evan?
No, that was my bad. I'm sorry. I just couldn't tell. By the way, Chucky's the St. Mary's Panther. There was one that just won a World Series the other day. His name's Marcus Semien. Shout out.
Bruce Bochy. The one that got away.
Nobody cares.
Oh, dude, the Bay should care. Look at the mess that the Giants are, and this dude goes on and wins the World Series. They're a mess. They got a Pasoy problem.
What's funny? You know what's funny? Every single show we met, the Warriors 2 years ago, they won it. How many times do we say, wow, it was just 2 years ago they won 107. I notice you don't use that
because that ain't a bling bling.
Yeah, well, neither
that
is
a ring ring.
Oh, please,
ring ring.
I'm gonna ring your.
Yeah, you try it.
I might.
I'm here. We're Warriors.
You wouldn't.
You wouldn't what?
No, the first thing about being a Warrior.
Oh, I thought you wanted to tell him the tape, you and me.
Hey, tell Fabby he can hold up the show more if he wants. I mean,
you can tell him. Dude,
let me guess.
It's Tupac.
Okay, yeah. And what's he at now? Biggie's funeral or Biggie's memorial?
I'm going to give you a 0.
How about Bob Marley? That'll take us to 12:55. Bob Marley.
Respect the dead.
Yeah. What about...
I didn't like this bit. Keep going if you want. Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah.
It's not a bit.
But when you talk about the dead.
What about them?
You got to have respect.
You know,
pour out a little liquor.
You know, it's funny. I was talking to my dad and my partner, Susan. I'm talking to my dad. And this is a couple months ago. He said, I don't know. So I think I'm dying. I think
he said that.
Yeah. And I said, get out of here. You're going to make it till you're 90th. Hit the pike. You're not dying. So I relayed that conversation to a friend. And they're like, why? Why'd you tell him that? Like, why is everybody so afraid? It's like it's natural. It happens.
Right.
Like, why would you? Yeah, you're definitely going to make it. 90. 90.
Right.
Might be time to go night-night.
But it
might
not.
What I'm saying? Right. It might not.
See, I would focus on he's 90. Why even talk about the end? Well, he did when he said
exactly. Exactly.
Well, be positive. Not like, let's go pick out your coffin. That's what it sounds like you're ready to do.
No, I answered him like everybody would answer him. Oh, Dad, you're going to be fine. Yeah, you're going to be fine. Well, he's not going to be fine. He's 90.
Right, but
his days of being fine are over.
But he's deserved to say, I feel like this or that. Right. And you're supposed to, a regular person would, not prop him up. Be like, dude, you're going. You don't know.
Right, but I think it's about everybody else. Just let go.
All right.
Like, it's for us to let, like.
I hope you didn't say, well, did you write your will? You sound like that's what's there. Let's pick out some coffins. Well, you don't do that.
Well, he took out a will a couple years ago.
I know that.
At my behest.
Yeah. Like, this is a boy.
Quite frankly. Okay. There it is. Your chance to win. A chance to play knockout on the Chase Center floor. Yes, sir. Here's the contest line. I'm going to ask you a question. 415-523-4652. Here's the question. In the last 15 minutes, Guru said that this player was his MVP on the Warriors.
Yep.
415-523-4652. Who did Guru say was his MVP for the Warriors? 415-523-4652.
Boom. I do really want to hear back to the end of that conversation.
Which conversation?
With Pops. Like, you kind of leave it at, like, dude, you're on a great run.
No, I said you're going to make it. You're going to make it. And what my partner was saying was, like, it's okay. It's okay. It's a natural, it's going to happen to everybody.
All of us, Steiny.
Yeah. I don't know. I tell you what.
Hopefully Dallas will win a Super Bowl by the time I'm done.
Well, that's why you got to get to heaven. Because, see, apparently if you get to heaven, it's everlasting life.
Now
that freaks me out.
No, why?
Oh, my God.
Got the remote, watching the games? Yeah.
Oh, my God.
Partying?
It's really weird.
Fired up now. Like, if I get there.
That's what they say. If you're Catholic, you live a good life. You're going to heaven. Okay, what's up there?
Yeah, a lot of people.
Everlasting life. That
that
is such a scary concept for me.
Not if you're around your loved ones.
What if you're not?
Boy.
I'm a big I choose to believe in reincarnation. That's what I'm hoping for.
Well, that's why you watch these dark. What was the first school shooter yesterday?
Oh, my gosh.
I'm like, this dude's dark.
How did I bury the lead?
Evidence Spadoni knew about. I had to Google. What was her name? The first school shooter. I'm like, how does this dude find these?
Barbara Spencer.
Wow. What state?
California. There's a surprise.
Oh, boy.
All right, hold on. I'll tell you.
Yeah. Dude, I check in on my guy and see what Spadoni's watching, Evans watching. Steiny says, I'm watching the doc, getting ready to fire it up.
Actually, it's not. Okay.
I thought it was Barbara Spencer.
Hey, congratulations to Devon in Oakland.
D.
He is playing knockout on the Chase Center floor. Your next chance to win is with Willard and Dibbs at... You sure? You sure it's 4:30? I think this... Warriors played 5. Warriors played 5.
Oh, boy.
OKC. 3:30.
There you go.
I tell you what. You tell me I don't know this station. I know this station.
I'm going to give you a dub for that.
This is my house.
I'm going to count the bucket. I saw you thinking.
Yeah. Where was I?
Oh, your doc last night. Oh, you got her name, Barbara Spencer.
Brenda Spencer.
Oh, Brenda.
Yeah, first back in 1979. And down in San Diego.
Jeez. And look at it now. It's gotten worse.
Yeah. Let's
I know.
Let's
death and shootings. I get you. Move on.
But I know what I wanted to bring up. And it happened again last night. Sometimes, Goo, I feel like I complain sometimes.
You're a natural complainer.
No.
It's a part of your personality. It's not a bad thing. That's who you are. It's your truth, but you complain. So much so where when I get around you, I complain. Like it's rubbing off on me. No, I'm being real. Go ahead.
Okay, so I'm watching, and here's one thing I think is interesting. So I think the Spurs were playing the Suns last night. Yeah, I didn't watch that.
Oh, my gosh.
I went Titans, Steelers.
Oh, I had multiple. Okay.
Well, I went Titans, Steelers. So I'm watching the game, and Goo, this happened 6 times. And you know what I'm going to say. And I guess it's a complaint, but it's more, 3rd and 7 from the Titans. All right. Levis, back to pass, incomplete. Oh, it looks like the Steelers got a hold. Oh, no, they didn't. There's a flag on the
Did you hear
flag.
Al Michaels? He was making a mockery of it.
You can't.
Yeah, man. I don't know, man. You're messing up the continuity of the game.
So let's say I'm a 49er fan, and we're going against, who we playing next? Jacksonville. Yeah. And Jacksonville's got 3rd and 10, and Trevor Lawrence throws a pass, and it's incomplete. It's like, don't celebrate. You got to give it a good
that's how
30
I watch the
seconds. It's incredible, Goo.
And the Niners lost the game to Cleveland with the 15-yard, he was targeting penalty, which it wasn't. It was shoulder to shoulder. I forget who hit him. But, Steiny, it's bad, and I can't believe you're just now coming to that. I watch the games on delay with my mind, and sometimes the thing won't even drop down and say flag.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, no, I thought there was a punt. But Al Michaels was clowning. Oh, there's a flag. What did you expect? Did you hear him yesterday? Mm-hmm. He was sick of it. And in a sport where you could call a flag on every play,
I'm with you.
Don't you think? When do we throw the last flag? Shouldn't that matter almost? When did we throw the last one, Bobby? Maybe good Lord.
What happened on Tennessee's, last drive? They're trying to drive down, no timeout. 4th and 10.
No,
incomplete.
Yet.
No, holding, defense.
It's incredible, Matt. It is. But you're late to the party. It's been this way. I gotta wait to celebrate.
Between that and the NBA guys not playing.
Now you're not complaining then. These are two things that are legit.
Right.
Even Fitz talked about it. He said, I thought long and hard about how we finish it. Yeah. And you want to see guys ball. The stars. Nothing wrong with that. You pay a ticket to go see Bruce Springsteen, the boss is going to be up there. Not at the NBA game.
Yeah, well said. Well said. Man.
That was a gripe. That was good, though, Stoney, but I'm way past it.
It's just so tough. It's so tough to watch football. You got, After every play, you're just holding your breath. I mean, third downs are just excruciating.
And I don't know if
fan.
ABC or Fox or CBS is better at throwing the drop down of the flag to let you know right away, as opposed to the delayed ones. I'm in the kitchen thinking, all right, first down. What happened? Okay.
Exactly.
Wow.
I gotta say it, and listen. This is where I gotta own it. But I'm doubling down. I don't care. Pittsburgh stinks. I don't care. I don't care.
They don't care that you don't care. They're 5-3.
They stink, and I stand by. They will not make the playoffs.
Now I'll take that bet.
No, that bet was made, I think.
Not with me.
With one of you guys.
It might have been Evan.
I've been betting more with Evan. I've been betting more with
feeling good.
Well, I've been betting more with Evan because he'll actually, if he loses a bet, we'll pay.
So the $100 you and Evan did drink on my dime, I'll wait.
You had a dime?
I had $100, however many dimes in $100.
When's the last time you had dime? On your dime.
Alan, Evan, and I went out, and I just got the bill.
That day off.
And I woke up Saturday. I've been robbed. And I forgot. Hey, come on, dude. I paid the $100.
For what?
For the Warrior bet. Anyway, why do I fall for your tricks?
Even Steven.
Yeah, but you act like I didn't pay. I didn't like it.
You kind of
Last time you got a bill. Dude, you used to go get it, man.
I know.
You were like Rodman with rebounds. Give me that check. And now it's like, here you go, Goo. I'm like, he'll get it.
I don't,
hold on.
I know you don't like when I bring up money.
Go to the bathroom
that's
and
what
come
happens
back.
when you got to take a pay cut. That's what happens when you get a pay cut. You know what else happened?
You never told me that. Is that what happened?
Yeah, and just for you so you understand both sides. Yeah, you know what?
You never told me. That's
sometimes what happens when you take a pay cut, you don't pick up the bill. Now, what should happen is the guy who gets the raise should start picking up more, right?
Please. Who's that guy? Oh, boy. You're something else, man. Now it makes sense. Now
this guy went from a rookie deal to Jordan Poole's contract.
Okay.
Still can't get a shot at tequila.
Oh, boy. Hey, stop him, boy.
All right. Let's see. What are we doing here?
We got Fabby. He coming, Donnie. At the 1 o'clock hour. Yeah. Now, why is that so fun?
Because
we've had guests kind of reschedule. Come on now. He'll be here.
All right. Let me.
It's Tupac.
Hey, that last segment.
Oh boy, you're something else.
It's a Football Friday. First off, brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com. That segment also brought to you by Consumer Cellular. Freedom calls.
I broke my back.
Consumer Cellular offers the exact same.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Did you just say, I need you to be quiet for a sec? I don't know if you know this. I'm on the radio.
And would you like me to just tell the people what you asked me?
I feel so much better real quick. I thought he was saying it to me. I go, Evans never said that. But I knew he was working.
No, sorry,
so that was
because
to you.
the new studio, anytime you talk back, I cannot hear what's going on over here.
Wow.
What do you need to hear? It's just that same old music we play every.
That was
coming in every break.
Can you feel it?
If you can hear it, I can't.
Oh.
What do you need to hear it for?
That there's something going over the air.
I'm shocked you didn't know that.
What is going on here?
Fitzy.
Somebody has a line here that I think is kind of
clever.
415 says Steiny's going to come back reincarnated as a Dallas Cowboys jersey. I guess that means like there'd be an afterlife, and guess what? We have to be together all the time again.
I think you're putting way too much on it.
It's.
I think this was Dallas. You had Dallas in 5 when they played the Warriors.
That's not what it is.
Evan, if you had to vote.
I thought it was Dallas in 6.
And you know what? Mother. Hey, I did say pest of the month. They were rats and mice.
Yeah.
It's getting cold.
What is that? First of all, it's not really getting cold.
No, it is getting cold, and they try to come in anywhere you got cracks or crevices, you got to tape them up or get them fixed. Even on your roof, Stoney, they got the little holes atop they'll go in that stuff and be in your attic.
Goo.
I'm telling you.
Oh, I know. The first thing they have to do, it's a 3-step process, Goo. First thing they have to do is patch up any hole in the house.
There you go.
But then...
Can't have no trees on your roof either.
But then, Goo...
Limbs.
You got to make sure... But then, no rats can get out either once you patch them up. So if there's rats in your house, you patch.
Now you're bothering me.
Then you set traps for any rodents, mice.
So far, we ain't got no visitors, but now you're like, whoa.
And then...
we got Rich in Fremont works for Atco. He knows how to do it.
Then you let about 3 or 4 days go by.
And you check them?
Yes, and then you...
I couldn't see you picking up something that had something in it.
Hey, get that. You know what I did the other day?
No,
this was an upset. This is serious. You're right. You and I both, we hate mice and rats. Sitting on the couch the other day, watching about 10 at night. No, not 10 at night. I'm usually in bed. About 8:40 at night. And
you hear something.
I hear the cat. We got a cat, goes indoor, outdoor all the time. And I look and I'm like, oh no, she's got something in her mouth.
Oh man.
It was a bird.
Bird flu.
Dead bird.
Yeah, man, I don't like that. She had it in the house?
Dude, the bird was like not very big. You'd be surprised at how many feathers are on a bird, even a small bird.
Man.
Dude, there were feathers all over the family room. But you know what I did? I went into the kitchen. I got a dustpan.
I know. I was about to say it.
I scooped it and scored.
Any bleach?
For what?
Where the bird was on I
didn't clean it.
Yeah, oh boy. I would have.
The feathers are still there.
Oh, boy. GP2 has hands like a cat, man. To get that bird, you got to be quick. Cats are quick. Shocker.
Let's go to Dez in Berkeley. Hey, Dez, how you doing? Desi.
I don't know if you mean Doug, but if you mean Doug, that's me.
Okay, Doug, I'm sorry.
Dougie.
You know what? I'll apologize for Evan. He won't.
Hey, listen, a tip. Here's a tip. There's an ultrasonic pest detector device called Neat Master. Neat, like neat and clean, Neat Master.
Uh-oh.
It's got 3 modes on it. And you put a couple anywhere that, you think that the rodents are getting in, and you wait, a few days, you'll hear a bunch of noise. They're scooting out. They don't like it. They get the heck out, and they don't come back. It's called Neat Master.
And it just makes noises to where they hate it.
Yeah, and you can't hear. It's got 3 modes. The first 2 modes, low, medium, you can't hear. The medium one, if you put a few around, you'll get them out. The high one, you don't even want to be in the house because it's a real irritating noise. But they don't like it, and they leave. They may come back once a few months later just to see what's going on, but they don't come back.
Nice.
Wow,
it's
man.
It's a side thing, okay?
Yeah.
Neat Master. Anyway, you guys were talking about about the top worst.
Toxic team.
The top worst. I got one from the way back, and then I got a comment about the Warriors. The one from the way back, talented but never lived up to it, embarrassed in the 1980 NBA Finals, Chocolate Thunder.
Daryl Dawkins.
Yeah. I mean, he was talented, but he just didn't do it.
Yeah, he's a man child.
Yeah,
he got a ring though. He had a Warrior.
Thanks, go ahead. Yeah, I think he was on that Sixer team.
Anyway, and the thing about, I don't want to beat a dead horse, but Steve Kerr has not developed one young player. Moody and Kuminga remains to be seen. The only young player who developed himself in the G League was Jordan Poole, and he's only like 23. He's immature. We get it. But give him a break. Let's see what happens over the next few years. Thanks for taking
good stuff, Doug. Yeah, no,
he gets no credit for Jordan Poole. Come on, man.
Jordan Poole's 23. He's immature, as opposed to Draymond, who's 33 and he's just very mature. Draymond's mature.
What about Kevon Looney?
Oh my gosh, good one, Evan. I mean, nobody brings him up when they bring up
St. Loon.
Man,
I bring him up.
Well, no, not as a plus for Kerr with the young guy argument.
Talking about the guy we were talking about guys you wouldn't want to see.
Oh.
He's on my Mount Rushmore guys who.
Well, I'm talking about Kerr developing young guys. Kerr and the young guys. Looney's done fine. I'm giving Jordan Poole a win. And right now, Moody looks like he's on his way. Kuminga, too. Watch out.
For what?
Pajinski and Jackson Davis.
With all due respect to our last caller, Doug in Berkeley, I still trust Atco Pest Control a little more. And you were quick to move off Atco. and you, hey, there's Rich in Fremont.
All right.
Oh, hey, Rich.
Atco.
Hey, Rich. Oh, now you're back to Atco.
What's up, Rich, baby?
Oh, okay.
What's up? Hey, man, y'all talking my subject. That last caller, that particular device that he's talking about, it will work on some, but it won't work on all of them.
Oh.
Okay? What he doesn't understand is there's certain rats that have sensory blockers is what they call them. Okay? They get to a certain age, and there's certain sounds that they're able to tune out. So it's not going to work on every rat.
Wow.
Okay? And then the other thing is this. I'm going to tell you right now, when it comes to rats, I'm going to tell you something. When it comes to rats, I'm the guy. I catch rats. That's what I do. I get paid to do that. Okay? And I can tell you right now, the best way to catch a rat is you use a rat trap. That is the best way to catch them. And when you catch them, you have to give them what they want depending on what season it is. Now, if it's in the summer, then you give them candy because they need the artificial sugar, which allows them to be able to have more energy because when it gets hot, they sweat more. Now, in the winter, they want protein.
Fridge, we're talking about the rats.
Well, I'm telling you, look. I'm telling you, and this is, and Steiny, you ain't got to believe me. That's fine. But I'm telling you right now, pest control is technical. It is, and I can tell you right now, in the wintertime, when I'm ready to catch a rat,
peanut butter.
My go-to, teriyaki beef jerky.
Oh, Rich, this is crap.
Rich, is somebody putting you up to this?
I know. What is he doing?
Okay.
What about mice?
Turkey is let me tell you something. Rats are partially blind. A lot of people don't know that, but they are. Their sight is terrible. If you ever see a rat fall from the ceiling and hit the ground, the first thing he does is zigzag and goes back and forth because there's nowhere to go. The moment he finds a wall, now he has direction. He takes off.
Wow.
So what I do is I use the teriyaki beef jerky because it's the smell. They can't resist the smell. And the moment they smell it, they go right after it, and the trap goes off. Case closed, it's over.
Wow, because they got a lot of new stuff,
Appreciate
these houses that electrocute them, Steiny. And I'm like, all the technology, he's saying old school. But the protein. Evan, yeah.
God, I hate him.
Yeah, I can't
Not
stand
Rich.
Him. Yeah. But he knows about their hearing. Like, come on, boy. Not bologna, teriyaki. Oh, boy.
So if we saw a rat in this studio right now,
I'd go out we're on the 10th floor, I'd jump.
Please don't.
My question is, how would Rich catch the rat? Can you catch a rat without a trap, is what I'm saying.
Well, there's one restaurant, I won't name it, where the owner grabbed the rat by it with his bare hand. I sent it to you on IG. I wouldn't touch it. Rich is talking about setting traps, Donnie, like deer hunting.
Well, what kind of traps? The kind that they walk in the house and they never come out?
They got those.
Or the ones that...
Yeah, the old school one where blood is.
On.
Yeah, and blood. That's what he's saying go to.
I'd rather do the one, I
don't want to see it. I
don't either.
I want to do the house.
You want those big black traps they have outside factories and stuff like that.
They look at you. Jesus. Dude, I'll be alone at home and then I hear a noise. I'm like, it's a rat.
I know.
I feel it. It's watching me.
I hear you.
Somebody said you'd be reincarnated as a Cadillac to come back and drive me crazy. That's a 4.
It's not bad.
I don't think you get it.
Not really. Not really. What do we got? About an hour left, Goo?
Dude.
What?
We're flowing. We got a game tonight. Where are you watching?
That's a great question.
Why is it a great question?
Because I don't know. I got played a little pickleball last night. You know what that means?
So you're not retired.
From what?
Basketball.
Pickleball.
It's just, come on, man. I'm so sad.
I'm hitting around yesterday, and Susan goes, why are you so mad? This was after about 20 minutes. I'm like, I'm not really mad. She's like, you look mad. And I realized,
you're hurting?
I'm just fat. I'm slow. I've got no quickness anymore. I can't get the balls. It's just, I'm a shell.
Well, I know how to compartmentalize and still play because I'm all those things too. But you were out there being active, though.
Barely.
Yeah.
I mean, barely.
So full court, you really couldn't do with me.
No.
I just hate when good pass, OG. What you mean, OG? I want to stop the game and get the ball. Like, you look older than me. How did you know?
Yo, you're the oldest guy on the court.
That's what I don't like. Like, how do they know? It ain't like I'm Snow White up top.
No, but you got a lot of wrinkles.
Damn.
All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Steiny and Guru with your Warriors. Hey, we got the in-season tourney. Burying the lead.
Game 1.
Oklahoma City Thunder in Oklahoma City. You ever been to Oklahoma City?
Yeah, my cousin Billy. You just asked me a yes or no question. He worked for General Motors, and they moved. They moved him to Oklahoma,
right?
And we went there. Nothing there. Nothing.
That's not true.
Well, when I went, I was
they
miserable.
have
I was 13. I was miserable.
Don't they have the haunted hotel? Like,
see, I'm out
the
on
players
that.
stay in, supposedly. That's the only
nice try.
Hotel,
That's a nice try.
No, I think he's right.
He's not right. He's either talking about the Pfister in Milwaukee.
Shout out, Doug.
Or he could be talking about the Peabody Hotel in Memphis where they have the Ducks.
We're talking about haunted house, right? Haunted hotel.
Okay, 2 things.
I'm doing.
Which do you want me to start first? Because education, more the better, and you educate. Isn't that what comes?
Memphis.
Okay.
Oh, the Skirvin, the U.S. most haunted hotel in Oklahoma City. It's right.
No,
wow.
That is a point.
Wow, Steiny.
Foul on Steiny.
You've never heard of the Skirvin Hotel in OKC?
There's no hotel by that name.
There is.
I'm looking at it right here, bud.
On One Park Avenue.
The most haunted hotel.
That's New York City.
The Skirvin Hilton.
Get him,
the Grand Dame of Oklahoma City.
Yeah, just admit you're wrong, Draymond.
Okay, quietly, you've read 7 paragraphs, and they haven't said anything about it being haunted.
Oh, the U.S. most haunted hotel.
You just picked a hotel.
The title of the article
he's
is
Draymond right now.
The U.S.'s most haunted hotel.
The century-old hotel is rumored to be haunted by an amorous Prohibition-era
vixen?
No.
Charlatan?
Mike might be listening.
Synopsis?
Chambermaid.
I think we're reading the same article.
Steiny, you're wrong, bud.
BBC.
I was like, Evan don't really miss too much. Look at Evan. Evan, did you think you got it messed up? Did you think you maybe they?
Yeah, he had me thinking for a second.
You know what?
I do consider what Steiny said.
Well, I mean, this is the beauty. I'll just take a page out of Draymond Green's book and not acknowledge it at all. I didn't do anything wrong. I wasn't wrong.
I fired that baby up.
Our chemistry last year was terrible.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, just
the Claremont in Berkeley is not haunted. Stop it, guys.
Okay, so you've heard about the Ducks in Memphis, though, right?
No.
So there is a hotel in Memphis called the Peabody, and they actually have in the lobby a big what's it called? Pool.
Yeah.
Like fountain pool in the lobby inside.
Oh.
And then they have another pool on the roof of the hotel. And every day at 4:00, they march the Ducks from the pool in the lobby. They walk out of the pool. They walk into the elevator. They take the elevator to the roof, and then they spend the night at the pool on the roof.
My only question is why?
And then in the morning, they go up and they march them back down so that during the day the Ducks are in the lobby and all the visitors can see them.
Oh, no, you're right. I have passed by this hotel, and yes, because my aunt told me to go see the Ducks, and I had no clue what she was talking about at the time.
So
why?
I don't know. It's just a tradition, probably from 100 years ago.
That is quacky.
It's actually right next to that hotel's adjacent to a great minor league ballpark.
Yeah, the Memphis Redbirds.
Yes, sir.
AAA affiliate of, I want to say, the Cardinals.
I think you're right.
Actually, that's the Louisville Bats.
I think you're right. Oh, this is a new one. Hey.
No.
888.
Heartbreak Hotel.
The what?
Heartbreak Hotel.
What about it?
That was Fabby.
Oh, great.
It hit him. He went out.
Okay.
Yeah, you know what? Hit him now. We'll give him 4 minutes.
We're talking Ducks. We'll feel fine. We can fit him in.
But
we got him.
I'll gladly take him. But
we'll do it. We'll hit him after the break. We'll get him there.
No, but that's 12. That's a lot. I mean, he's really a guest worth about 4 to 6 minutes.
No, I'm gonna give you a 1. We'll do him at the 1:30.
Hey, no.
Don't inside baseball me.
Just have him tell us when he wants to do it.
Dude, we're talking Ducks. we need Fab. Yeah. Dude, I don't understand why I love it. Why they're like it's a thing.
I don't know.
They get on the elevator.
They do.
How many?
About a dozen. It's quite.
Quite quacky.
It's and I think it happens like at 4 p.m. And there's
people saying you got a fat ale, but we're past that with the hotel and okay. Oh, we got him.
Yeah, why don't you introduce him?
It's Fabby.
What's up?
What's up, baby? Let me just tell you this because I was bragging to Steiny. E40 got his a street named after him. You're the mayor of the town. And today you were where? Tupac has a street in Oakland along with Too Short. Talk to us.
Man, they had a beautiful day today, man, to come out and rename one of the lakeside posts over here around the lake, the MacArthur, lakeside of MacArthur, Tupac Way. And it was just amazing to see all of the people that have been significant in his career over the years, very instrumental, influential. To see MC Hammer come out and speak and tell some stories that have never been told before. It was amazing, man. So for me to just sit up and watch that, it was like a child in a dream to be able to be living that. And I just enjoyed it, man. It was beautiful today.
Appreciate it, Mr. Fab. Hey, you want to talk some Warriors?
I love to talk some Warriors. We're looking good. We're giving a lot of stuff to talk about this year, too.
Let me ask you, because Guru's come around, were you skeptical of Chris Paul? And if so, are you feeling better now, or were you not skeptical at all?
I never liked Chris Paul. I felt like being all of the years that we went against him. And most of the people that I never liked was the reason because they played exceptionally well against us. I never liked Kobe Bryant. I never liked Chris Paul. There's several other I never liked in those early Warrior years, man. But Chris Paul, knowing what he would be able to bring to the table, I knew that it would be a great fit because of the way the guys have responded to previous players that have come over. When we first got Iguodala, when we first got KD, all of the players are so comfortable with who they are as individuals and what they can bring to the table, that they would have no problems with a player like Chris Paul bringing in his leadership, him being a veteran and knowing how to assess the game flow. So definitely happy to have him over here with the Warriors. And as I thought in the infancy stages when we first talked about getting him, that it would work out, and it's working out thus far in the early infancy stages.
Hey, Fab, I don't want to bring up old stuff, but, we're on the outside looking in. And on this show, all I do is try to talk to Steiny about if I were in these player situations. And I know you got a relationship with Draymond Green, and I have to do this because I'm just curious on your answer. But when the punch happened up until now, Fabby, could you understand with the punch with Jordan Poole, could you understand any Warrior fan, upset at that demonstration of leadership? And when you look at it now, it looks like Dre has come back from that. But share with us your thoughts from then until now when it comes to this Warrior chemistry.
You called it the punch, like the Dwight Clark catch.
Yeah, no doubt.
Punch.
Yeah.
Oh, it's famous now. It's famous. Nah, man. One thing about Dre, anything that Draymond does will be ostracized. And they'll continue to overemphasize him and make him be the bad guy. He's been demonized by basketball critics, by people that don't like him already for his style of play, his aggressiveness. And so anything that he does, they're going to put emphasis on it, which is unfortunate because Draymond he plays a very instrumental role in this team. Our success would be not what it is if it wasn't for Draymond. So him being able to have to walk on pins and needles last year, after the incident of him and the teammate having a fight, it kind of messed up the chemistry of the game. As he alluded to the other night, it was just it was a circus inside of that locker room. But now him being able to get back to playing basketball and worrying about competing for winning a championship and utilizing the remainder years of his career for a winning dynasty to secure that and that legacy, which is already secured, but to kind of like patent the stats a little bit. Unfortunately, man, I'm pretty sure that in all sports team, being a person who may have played sports, you get into it with your teammates. You get into it. You may fight. You may argue. It's just we live in a social media age where an argument can result into being a video leak that changes the trajectory of your team.
Hey, let me ask you this, Fab, before we let you go. What are you working on? What do you got going these days?
Everything.
Well, I'm doing so much, man. But the thing that I'm focused on right now is it's called Thug Therapy, and it's a mental health wellness workshop. We meet. And the Thug stands for Teaching, Healing, Uniting, and Guiding. And what it's about is just a lot of brothers just coming out and revealing to heal whatever it is that we have going on. Whether getting some of that childhood trauma out, being able to talk about a resolve, working on sharing resources, and the development of maturing. Some individuals have gotten older, but they haven't matured. And what we witness in our communities far too much is older guys who still are in their second childhood, taking over the role of the immaturity is getting their immaturity becomes amplified. And in that, we have to address those things, and we have to learn to start changing our points of address of saying, man, what are we proud about? We've been proud about the poisons, and we've been proud about the things that have plagued our communities for far too long. And now it's about us changing, realizing that we have to be able to look at ourselves and say, listen, what have I done that has contributed to the destruction of the community around myself? And then hold ourselves accountable and be responsible in changing more for it. So Thug Therapy has been beautiful, man. We had a meeting. We have meetings every first Wednesday. Couple hundred brothers came out, and I was just, I was excited about it. And then this Sunday, we have something very similar for the girls, and it's called Tea Time. Teaching, empowering, and advancing. And as you know, being a girl dad, I play big on that of being, being my daughter's first love, but also being a person that she looks at as not only a safety spot, but a teacher, and having the ability to guide her correctly, and the courage and temerity to continue to prolong it, regardless of how old she is. She'll always be my daughter. So Tea Time is a woman empowerment seminar that we're going to host, and it's free. All of these events are free, and we're just trying to continue to keep building and in our community with the boys, with the girls, and with the men and with the women. And to me, that's far more important than any music that I've done. That's more important than any clothing line that we have and anything of that. And I'm proud of those as well. But, hey, man, at this new level in life, this is what I'm excited about. And Thug Therapy and Tea Time, man, furthering those things for the development of our community.
Fab, you a real one, man. We're going to let you go, but I almost got tears in my eyes. Keep doing what you're doing, man. You're giving back. I'm for real.
Steiny, man, I heard you was say, man, listen, man, I'm rocking with you, Steiny, man. I pardon my delay. But listen, this is what I want y'all to help me do, man. This year, I hit Ray already. This year, I want to call a game. I want to call a game with Oz and Fitz. Even if it's just a quarter, man. That's my dream for my birthday. My birthday is January 23rd. I want to be able to say, man, I want to call a game. I need y'all to help me push that, man. We're going to push that initiative to call a game, a live game, and I think I could do it, and I think the ratings will go through the roof, man. It's going to be exciting. It's a childhood dream of mine. I would love
There it is. Appreciate it, man.
Take it easy, Fab.
Man, love you guys, man. Thank you so much.
All right. That's Mr. Fab. All right, on the other side, we'll come wrap it up on 90.
This is the lunch rush at your local deli. Orders are flying in.
I'm not a system player. I am a system.
Possibly. Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right. Thanks to Mr. Fab joining us last segment.
Giving back to the community, Steiny. Thug therapy is what I was trying to explain to you before, and he did it well. Now he's doing it for the women, too. So awesome.
Yeah,
Fellowship.
You know,
oh boy.
Can you ask me what one of my dreams is?
Steiny, what dreams do you have?
What I've always one of my dreams has been is to do a game on TV like an analyst.
But you've never told a soul.
Right.
So how could it happen?
I don't want Fabby to jump me in line.
Well, see, that you're what's wrong with the world.
What do you mean?
Now you're worried about, you haven't said anything to anybody to make this manifest, and now a guy calls and says this is what he wants to do, and instead of celebrating, not that you're hating.
No.
You're worried about him jumping you, but you haven't even started to, all the times you've talked to Raymond and Fitz, and you ain't got to say, hey, can I do, but you could, because I'm going to help Fabby. I'm going to just, I don't have the power. I'm going to be like, hey, Fabby really trying to call that game on his birthday. And I would help you, but it's not a dream if you don't tell anybody. Well, that's not necessarily true. You haven't done anything to make it come true.
I was hoping to get discovered. Like a rock star.
So all this time we talk about Evan. You're going to be doing a team, the WNBA. Evan could do the Warriors, but they got, they're great, but he's that good. All of a sudden you let us know that that's on your bucket list.
Well, I could, look at those both guys back there.
I can only see one.
Grandy and Evan. They both can do play-by-play and analyst.
I can too?
No, you can't. I can't either, so don't feel bad. You can't.
I don't feel bad.
You can't do play-by-play. Neither can I. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's fine.
Well, I think both of you guys could do both.
I don't.
Did you hear Bob Myers? He was great.
That's not.
He was color. I know he was color.
He's got to work on it a little bit.
But why can't I do play-by-play? I used to do it when my friends played Madden, which looked like the real game.
You're not.
Or NBA. Yeah. Tell me, I'm not.
You're an analyst. You're more of an analyst. You can't.
Giddings brings the ball up court, throws to Steinmetz. Steinmetz in the paint, turn around, in and out. Here comes a rebound. Grandy brings it up court, throws to the wing.
Too busy.
Johnson in the corner. Count it.
Yeah, that's too
Lakers
much.
down 3. Here we go. Foul. Yeah. Fight. They're fighting. Yeah.
Yeah.
Dude, I can do it.
All I can say is I told you.
Look at Evan giving me thumbs up. He didn't, but anyway.
You couldn't keep that up for 4 quarters.
Are you kidding?
Nor should you.
I'm a walking Red Bull.
Yeah.
Well, but that's part of it. You don't want to be a walking Red Bull, though, because not all parts of the game are as important.
Well, you know what, Evan? Maybe it ain't the job for me.
You got no feel for tempo.
That doesn't mean you can't do it. Just like he might not be as good as Fitz. Neither am I. Or we might not be as good as Mike Breen or.
But you're better than
Kyle Draper.
You're better than some of the dudes I hear, man. Go ahead, Evan.
Don't, but
no, it's real.
Okay, who's he better than?
Oh my gosh! Have you heard the Hornets? The guy that works with not Steph's dad, the guy that does the play-by-play. Pelicans, they got our guy Joel Myers. He's great. Him and what's my other guy's name? Antonio Daniels, Bonte and I-Tex, incredible. But there's some sorry ones, and I'm not throwing shade. Evan and Grandy, you're on your way. Just don't forget me. I think I need 4.
I'm a much different broadcaster than Eric Collins, but I wouldn't say that I'm better.
Yeah, I can. It's a skill. Portland's got some good guys. The Mavericks, they got their guys that do the radio.
The Mavericks guy?
I want to say McMahon. I forget his name, but
he covers the team for The Athletic.
And he may, hold on.
Chuck Cooperstein.
And there's one more guy. He does a radio show.
Followell.
And Ben, what's my guy?
Ben Simmons.
No, Ben Rogers.
Ben
Rogers, Grandy.
Who?
Ben Rogers. He used to have a show, Skin and Ben, on 105.3, our sister station in Dallas. But now he does the game. He's like the Mark Jackson of the broad TV.
No, he's not. Because he's doing more games than Mark Jackson. I know that.
Boy. Anyway.
Oh, that's all right. He'll get a coaching job soon.
Goo can definitely do Thursday night football. Dude, it's a snore fest, man. But your boy wasn't happy with the flags yesterday, Michaels. I appreciate it.
What's up, Evan?
No, I was just going to say, you could absolutely add some juice to the Amazon broadcast.
Well, that I could do.
Like it was funny, Spadoni,
play-by-play.
Like Spadoni asked how hard it is to do a game, like a blowout game. Football absolutely would be the toughest blowout game to do because there's not enough time to fit different stories or things in. Like you have to stick to the action. I think Goo would be good at that.
Sticking to the action?
Look at Evan popping me out. That's my young bull. Yeah.
Talking about the amount of energy he'd add to a 40-0 blowout.
Okay, Michael Irvin can do a color on the football games. I can do something. I know when to shut up, Stoney. But are you fast enough to do it with because I know the play-by-play?
No, I can't do it.
But I hate that you say you can't.
I can't.
Have you tried? No, seriously, because you try on Madden, the games look like the games. You could practice.
It's all right. I'm doing good. I'm all right. I used to practice with a tennis racket like I was a bass guitarist.
That's different.
Used to do that.
Yeah.
Sing into my hairbrush. But
a hairbrush?
But every kid did that for sure growing up. I'll tell you what. 925. Hit the pike.
What'd they say?
Just hit the pike, 925.
Hey, Goo, what are you going to ask the boys on the other side?
Oh, boy.
Oh, just about something I read last night or this morning at the breakfast table.
It's something actually, Goo, that didn't read well.
Oh, well, I'll give you that's inside baseball. I'll give you one. But yeah, don't give anybody any tip. It was just curious.
I will not spoil
I can't say this enough, and Evan, you know I'm mad at the politics in the Bay, the politicians, with everything that's not going on, citizens not safe. But Fabi's giving back, Stoney. I just appreciate the dude. But anyway, go ahead.
Well said. Yeah. All right, that segment was brought to you by Xfinity, the Xfinity 10G network made for streaming live sports. Crossover on the other side.
I am the system of this show.
Individual rates, offerings, and savings may vary, subject to terms and conditions. Not available in all states and situations.
Hey, small business owner. Are you ready to have the best year ever in 2024? When's the last time you checked your work?
I'm not a system player. I am a system.
I am the system of this show. Yeah, Nutrisystem.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Steiny and Guru joined by Mark Willard and Larry Krueger. It's
the guys.
It's the crossover. Hey, gentlemen.
What's up?
How we doing?
Up. Well, just getting excited for this tourney.
I tell you what.
Yeah, right.
I was just in the other room, and I wanted to take one more once over on the rules and how it all works, because I could not be more excited. Am I fooling anybody?
Yeah. No.
I wanted to read the rules again because I do feel like it's part of our job today to be able to share that with the audience, because I know that absolutely none of you listening, none of you,
we threw it out there,
could tell us what the hell is happening starting tonight.
We dared them all show.
Anybody?
One guy called Snotty. What did you give him about B-, C+?
About that.
Yeah.
I mean, somebody could go look it up.
Well, he said he was doing as much.
It's not that complicated.
Tuesdays and Fridays, the game.
It's like you know what? It's like a
there
world.
You go, Larry.
It's like the World Cup where they have different groups.
Yeah.
And then somebody's going to emerge out of a group, and then they're going to go to Vegas.
Right.
It's a
and a few teams will go basically into an extra. Is it 8-team tournament?
Yeah.
Right. 4 teams.
Wild cards.
Two couple wild cards. 2 teams from each conference. 6. Is it 6?
Oh, by the way,
4. 4 total.
We can quit being sarcastic. I did think it was funny though when you did ask Kerr yesterday. So I forget how it was phrased, but are you going to coach any differently? And you can tell all these guys have been schooled not to denigrate it.
Right.
There's
so
no doubt.
So Steve's answer for anyone who didn't hear it, and I'll paraphrase, was kind of like, and you could tell when it was like the NBA injected quote had to be said, and then he came out of it, which was like, no, like this will be something different, be exciting. We want to win this thing.
But we haven't talked about it yet.
And no, I'm not changing the lineup one damn bit. Steph's not playing 40 minutes. So it's like, yeah.
Let's take a listen to it. It is pretty funny.
Okay.
Go ahead, Grandy, all you.
We want to win. I mean, there's something to play for. Our guys are the ultimate competitors, so we want to win this thing. We're going for it, but it doesn't mean I'm playing Steph 45 minutes. I'll tell you that. We've got a picture on it too.
Are there any changes at all, or is it just? I guess you want to win it, but you're coaching this as a regular game like you would any other.
We haven't even talked about it yet. We're flying to OKC today, and we'll have our coaches meeting, and it's something we're going to discuss. But my gut is we go in with the same rotation. We've got a good groove going right now. We've won 4 games in a row, and I don't foresee doing anything differently. But maybe the competitive juices will get going, and maybe I'll bring Steph and our vets back a little sooner. I don't know. We'll have to wait and see.
Wow.
They're going for it. They want it.
Fired up.
They debuted the new jerseys tonight.
It's going to be amazing.
The black ones.
Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, can't wait. Wait till you see what he's wearing tonight. He's going to break out a collared shirt. That's what he's going to
He's not playing tonight.
Man.
Well,
Exactly.
the thing that I think I learned it yesterday from you guys' show is the courts are going to be different.
Yeah.
Like the actual hardwood courts are going to be
special colors.
Well, they're trying to.
It's not going to be the OKC normal floor. It's
what are you saying right now?
Because they're trying to make it. They know that it's when you have the same old thing, you got to change the packaging, right? Otherwise, it literally
Larry,
is the same old thing.
Same old issue. Where are we at? OKC. I want to see OKC on the floor.
No, you're going to see like the NCAA tournament. You know how? Which I thought was the worst thing they've ever done. Remember when the NCAA tournament now has universal floors, so you can't tell where they're playing.
Right.
Yeah,
right.
that's
I would just always love to try to figure it out.
But they're trying to they want everybody who tunes in to be like, this is different. This is different.
100%.
No doubt.
Yeah. The floor is different because they want to send the message of tonight,
Tonight is one of these nights.
Yeah.
But I mean, Tuesdays and Fridays. Like, what is this, open mic night in the NBA?
Dude, that's how it feels. Good call.
Totally. And so it is. It's 8 teams, but it's 4 from each conference because somehow, whatever, it's the top 3 and 1 wild card come out of each conference and go to a quarterfinal round. And then even the losers of that will play each other a little bit. And then there'll be a Final Four in Vegas in December.
When is it? Oh, it's in December.
Yeah. So this will be starting tonight, Friday games and Tuesday games.
There you go.
Will operate as the in-season tournament games. And I think every team gets to host 2 and plays 2 on the road.
I want to see Chet Holmgren tonight. That's what I want to see because Chet, to me, guys, looks so breakable. I love Chet, and I think Chet's going to be good. But Chet looks like catastrophic injury waiting to happen, man.
What about Wemby?
Wemby has a little bit more thickness to him. Like, he looks like he might be. Chet looks like if anybody falls into his legs at any angle, he's just cooked.
Right. Yeah. Wemby has a little of that, too, but
Did you see Wemby last night?
He should get bigger,
a quiet 38.
He should get bigger.
Dude, Lucas just sent me a picture of the court. Get the number 2 pencil. I'm a racer. I love the court, man.
It's blue.
It's blue with blue.
It's bright blue.
Let's go.
It's like black. Is that black or dark blue?
Black.
Through the middle of the court?
It's black.
And then at the center, instead of just the OKC logo,
I'm in, Larry.
It's a big graphic of the trophy that you get.
Wow.
And I know how excited we all are about that.
I hate that this excites
Somebody's going to get a trophy.
Somebody in the league office said, well, wait a second, guys. How are we going to make this look any different?
$500K winner.
What are we going to do? None of the fans don't care about the money, and nobody really cares. It's in season. What are we going to do? We got to make the court look dramatically different.
Crazy. Wow!
So you're going to see wild courts.
Can we back up for a second? What is the league trying to achieve here?
Okay, let me read this.
Let me read this.
It's embarrassing to me.
Let me read this text to you because I soccer guy here. It's from the Comcast. Yeah. Mid-season tournaments are part and parcel to the game of soccer.
Yep.
The traditional American sports fan might start as a curmudgeon, but after a few years, they'll get with the program. People are going to love it, albeit probably a few years from now. Maybe if there is something tangible to gain from it.
I'm going to push back on that with the idea that maybe I'll be wrong someday. Maybe I'll be proven incorrect, but I don't put a basketball game and a soccer match on par with one another with regard to those respective fan bases. A soccer match is more special than an NBA game. So if you're talking about whether it's in-season tournaments, international friendlies, the things where there's a special matchup and something different that is provided by those one-offs, if you will, as opposed to this, which isn't even that. This isn't a one-off. This is a one-in. This is something we were already doing anyway, and you painted the court.
No, I heard Adam Silver do an interview on this a month ago. He basically said, hey, we just want more juicy matchups and this and that, but that's the same matchups as you said. So really, I think what they've looked at is there's this common wisdom around the country that opening night is not really now. Opening night is Christmas. And that they look at their ratings and probably see that there's a lot more engagement from Christmas on than there is between opening night and Christmas. And so they're juicing this part of the schedule up.
Well, Stoney said this. Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, now you also know why. Why do you think they chose Fridays and Tuesdays? Give everybody one guess.
Well, no football.
Thank you.
No football.
It's 2 nights. So if this is all just a ratings play, and you're trying to create some faux urgency to the games, I would argue that this is not going to do that. Like, if you're a Warrior fan, are you?
I'm watching anyway.
Of course you are, right? We are, but like, are you like, oh, I was going to go out tonight, but in-season tournament.
I saw that LL Cool J hype video, and I'm hyped.
Missed it. Cool J.
We'll play.
Mom's going to knock you out.
So let me ask you a question. This court that Lucas.
Oh my gosh.
So is that court only going to be in Oklahoma City?
No, Miami has its own version of Crazy Court.
Okay.
Yeah,
so
everybody
team,
has its own.
Chase Center will too.
That's incredible.
So there's going to be 32. Somebody made 32.
Yes, sir. I would imagine.
And they're going to be very, very colorful and discussion worthy.
Yeah.
Right?
And Steiny brought this up.
You think the NBA has some money?
No, the regular season in the NBA, and I've been in denial, is dying. It is dying, and the players don't play. And that's why Adam Silver said, like the FBI, we're going to crack down and make players play. Well, early on through 5 games, I feel like players are making a mockery of sitting out of the games. So it's almost like, Adam, you already look like a joke. But to me, Steiny said this, and I hate that it coincides with last year. Where did the Miami Heat, who got to the finals, where did they end the regular season? Where did the Lakers? They were both playing. It's almost like we can half-ass, and then if we feel like we're a good team, Larry, we can get hot when it matters, get in, beat the other teams. And I hate that guys like Steiny can point to last year, and I'm like, well, maybe that was just fluke. But right now, the regular season is not cared about, not by the is and the ratings, but even the players, because they treat it like it's nothing.
Well, the biggest problem they have is the biggest voice for basketball is Charles Barkley, and he's bashing players for what they make and how little they play. I mean, he's literally openly just saying, you know what, these guys are making $30 to $50 million to play twice a week.
But doesn't he have a point?
He's bashing them.
But doesn't he have a point, Larry?
No, I'm not saying I disagree.
Okay.
I agree with him, basically, but he's such an independent voice, so powerful, so independent that he's speaking his mind, and it's the truth. And people are sitting there going, well, why should I care then?
Well, go ahead.
Yeah, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
I would argue that the second that the NBA has to make moves like this, you're already in a bad spot.
And boy,
it's not whether the players play or not, but when you start making moves and doing new things, whether it's that rule about, right, if you've been an all-star,
what is that?
You can't sit more than 2 or 3 of them in any given game. You got the in-season tournament. When you start doing that, you are now amplifying the message to your fans that we have got to twist the arms of our players to play. And that right there, forget whether they actually play or not. You're amplifying that we have to pull teeth in order to get you to come to work and actually work. Think about, and I know these are way too easy when we do this and we compare sports to our jobs, but think about that, all of us at our job or any of your jobs, anybody who's listening right now. Think about that at your job, what it does for morale, what it does for your customer base if you have to twist your employees' arms
almost
to come do your job.
And look at it. I mean, what's the most popular sport in America? The NFL.
Yeah.
There's no, hey, you know what? Brock Purdy's healthy, but he's sitting this one out. It's just Sam Darnold now.
You can't keep him off the field.
Yep. There's a culture that exists in the NFL that even though it's, exponentially more violent, that if you can get out there, you do.
Oh, and there are players in the sports where there is load management who bust the stupid narratives. Did you see the thing on Marcus Simeon with the Rangers?
No.
They played 187 games this year. Do you know how many he played in?
All of them.
187 games.
Now, damn.
It's a Bay Area kid.
Yeah, Hayes had him.
The Kevon Looney of Major League Baseball. And he produced, and they won a championship.
And he didn't get hurt.
And everybody else who said, well, you can't, age, analytics, this, that, the other, our bodies. Well, what about that guy?
Wow.
Give me that guy.
Yeah.
Every single day of the week. Give me that guy on my team.
Yeah. And you got the ticket prices going up. So the fans are sitting there going, wait a second. And you got, to me, the two conflicting concepts are dynamic pricing and then load management. You can't have dynamic pricing and charge people a premium to see the best players and then have load management and they can take those games off even when they're not hurt. It's a bad combination.
By the way, I'm sitting here to the YouTube audience.
What you got?
If you want to hop on YouTube, I got a diagram of what the Warrior Court is going to look like.
They already have it out.
Yeah, that's the Warrior Court.
Wow, boy!
Right here, that's the Warrior Court. The main color will be brown. The main color, you'd think it'd be blue. The main color is going to be brown.
That bothered me
with a big gold stripe. The gold, like this is going to be the thing. Every team picks its base.
Is it brown
color.
or is it looks muted gold?
No,
almost.
it's brown.
Like for Indiana.
The main color of the court will be brown with a big gold strip from hoop to hoop, and then that sought-after trophy that's going to be at center court. So to our YouTube audience, I'll hold that right up to the camera so you can see what the Warrior court will look like. And by the way, just in my random sample of seeing some of these around the league, this is about as muted as they come. Like
Miami's going to look like a hot dog with mustard and ketchup on it.
What color is usually the hardwood?
Blue and gold.
No, but like the hardwood. The wood is kind of brown. And the Warriors are like, you know what we're going to do? We're going to make it brown.
I didn't give me, come on, man.
Okay. Yeah, but that's the Warriors
Boise
court.
State. Yeah,
exactly.
You can't add more teams to the playoff picture but expect the regular season to mean more.
Right.
It's the most incongruous pair of thoughts, but that's what they're trying. Like, I look at last year.
16 teams make the playoffs in the NBA.
Somebody said last year, well, Steiny, the Nuggets didn't load. Okay. Well, look at where the Nuggets were. They got hurt the year before. They kind of came out with something to prove. They won it. 2 years ago, the Warriors got beat by
Memphis.
They got beat by Memphis or whatever. They had something to prove. Started 18-2. They went through that year like they went through that year. But last year, the Warriors, like, the difference between winning 42 and 48 for them means nothing. They would much rather get there healthy at 6 than be banged up at 2.
Right.
Well, to me, that's what the NBA needs to work on.
Exactly.
You can create a play-in tournament. Well, you incentivize the top seeds the same way the NFL has. There has to be more of an award for winning the regular season. We're sitting here talking about incentivizing the regular season. To me, it's rather obvious. Then incentivize the regular season.
Well, it's like the NBA season's literally a marathon where the winner is the person who runs the fastest 26th mile. You're going to run 25 miles, but then whoever runs that 26th mile the fastest, that's the champion.
Yeah,
then wouldn't you host?
Whether people
the first 25?
Every time this comes up in sports, I chuckle, which is the idea of less games or fewer teams making the playoffs. It's flat, never going to happen. Owners will not do it. So we're not turning around. We're not going the other way. Just forget that argument. So it's not going to be fewer teams make the playoffs. Fine. Then make the 1 seed get this, and the 2 seed gets this, and the 3 seed. You've got to make that worth something.
Exactly
We're sitting here in week 5 and 6 of the NFL season freaking out about the Eagles. Why? Because the 1 seed is an award. That's what the NBA needs to do, man. Because the 1 seed, 2 seed, 3 seed, 4 seed's all same crap.
And I don't understand.
They don't care.
I don't understand why the NBA felt the need to be symmetrical with 4 7-game series.
Right.
No other sport does that.
You know when they changed it.
They used to have buys.
They changed it from 5 to 7 when Sacramento. It was the year Shaq took the year off and had the surgery on the toe late.
Weber.
And it was going to be Sacramento and the Lakers in the first round. It was going to be 5. They didn't want 5. They wanted 7. It was a marquee deal. And then all of a sudden, it's like they changed it, if you remember, in season.
Yep.
They didn't change it in the offseason. They changed it from 5 to 7 in the middle of the season.
Like, we get that money.
And they just stayed with it. But why not 5 in the first round?
I don't know why. Okay, best record in each conference, they get a bye in the first round.
What?
What's wrong with that? Well, that's what happens in football.
And what about this? Like this, and again, spitballing here, but Major League Baseball made it such that now you have playoff teams that don't get a home game in that first round series.
Which I can't stand.
Okay, but what if that was some sort of an award for the teams that make 1 through 4? And I know people would go, well, now the owners of the other team don't get any home dates. Well, set up a revenue share then. Well, what if? And maybe the NBA won't like it because it'll lead to fewer games because the better team will just sweep through if all their games are at home. But there's all kinds of ideas that will present something that's there to go get. in the regular season. To me, that's the fix.
I think the fix is this. You give the top teams, whether top 2, let's say, you give them a first-round bye, and then you get rid of this 8-1 matchup that you have and have – because the one thing they like about the NCAA tournament is the winner go home. And, you win, you move on, you lose, you go home. Create that the same way baseball had the one-game wild card. For the bot, if you're an 8 seed, you don't get a 7-game series. Well, you get a one-and-done situation.
I love it. And in fact,
think about how exciting those games would be.
I would argue, if you go back to the way the playoffs look now, the most memorable games that we watched where your favorite team is not involved are the play-in tournament games.
Right.
Because of that. Because you automatically are getting either
do or die.
It's we're going to lose, we go home, or if we lose, now we're down to a lose or go home. Like there's urgency there. So I would actually be in favor of an expansion of the play-in tournament, not meaning more teams, but make 6, but 5 and 4 and 3, make them play the winners of the play-in and expand something like that to where the whole thing is a staircase leading to the top 2 seeds.
If you did this too, by the way, this would solve your other problem of guys not playing, because now Steiny just said it a couple minutes ago. If you're a Warrior fan, you'd rather get to the playoffs healthy than care about your seed.
Of course.
In this situation, let's say you gave the top 2 teams in each conference a straight first-round bye, and you made the bottom seeds actually play a 1-game deal, then suddenly seeding kind of matters, and now you wouldn't have as many guys taking nights off because it's like, hey, we don't want to be a 7 seed.
Man. I mean, the irony is that there's urgency to the play-in games, but the play-in concept has made the regular season less urgent because
Get it done there.
If we get it, look, the Lakers were 7. They were a play-in team.
Yep.
They're one, they lose 2, get it done. So, if you're LeBron James, you're saying, we'll take our chances. We'll take our chances with a game or 2.
It's interesting, though, because wouldn't you also argue the Warriors and the Lakers, they made noise, but they also crapped out. And they ran out of gas. So this idea that
Lakers got to Western Conference Finals.
And then crapped out. I understand that they made noise, but the Lakers looked tired in Denver. The Warriors looked tired in L.A. Like the effort, I don't know if I buy what.
But if
you're right, but I don't know if I buy that it's actually doable.
But if the Lakers, let's say, were healthy last year and they were 3rd seed and ended up against Denver, I don't think they're beating Denver anyway.
Maybe not. Maybe not. And maybe the Warriors aren't beating the Lakers. I don't know.
I hear you. But I just think, especially with veteran play, like the Warriors, they're just 4 or 5. That'll be fine. As long as we are healthy.
Well, and the play-in tournament has now created a week off for everybody who's not in it. So if that, you could tell, by the way, that was an incentive the last week and a half of the season last year.
Right.
Avoid the play-in tournament. That was a major incentive.
You want those 4 or 5 days off. Yeah. Absolutely.
Problem with that is the teams who went against them were like, whatever.
Well, not Major League Baseball.
All their babies.
We saw all the guys that get the rest lose. And we were blaming it on they were rusty.
All right, gents.
All right, we'll be
It's that time. Have a great weekend, everybody. Willard and Kruger on the other side.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now, these 2 homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
I'll tell you what, I'm not going to feign excitement about this whole thing. I read it when it came out. I felt familiar with it all off season. I sat down and read it again this morning to make sure I was all gussied up. And so here we are, Larry Kruger. If you would like to understand how the in-season tournament works, call us right now and we will break it all down for you. Oh, how come the lines aren't lit up?
What? We're breaking it all down?
Yeah, how come the lines aren't lit up? I don't understand what's going on here. This is embarrassing.
Light them up.
I don't know what to do. Yeah, your in-season tournament headquarters.
We'll take
right here on 95.7 The Game.
We'll take them in the order they come in.
Now the phone's ringing a little bit. Yeah, I don't know what to say about this, man. I really don't. Like it's just it's a thing. The court will look different. Okay, that's fine, but I think that the NBA is made up of very smart people. I actually think that Adam Silver's a pretty good commissioner. I really do. I think he's done some interesting things. Smart people sat in a room, quite frankly, for years, trying to figure out some new ideas. The fact that this is what they came up with is kind of a head scratcher.
What we need to do.
This is what we got, honestly.
Come on, they're grasping. They're grasping, right? I mean, they're grasping at straws. They're just dipping their toe in the water. They're trying to figure out what's going to work, what's not going to work. There's several things with the league that need upgrading. All-Star Weekend is a tire fire. The dunk contest is trash.
Totally.
But everything else with All-Star Weekend is just, I mean, it's a snooze. It used to be like,
I agree.
Must watch. You can't miss the dunk contest. Now it's like, I'll DVR it.
Yeah, but the All-Star thing, I mean, give me the sport where you're still into the All-Stars. Give me.
My kid, young kids. Maybe that's an age thing too.
No, my sons love sitting down and watching the home run derby. Well, they absolutely do.
Okay, but but
not the game. They're more into the derby.
Baseball
than the game.
screwed up. Baseball screwed up because you can't identify a lot of baseball players, and I think all these All-Star the leagues have screwed up the All-Star game because people want to see the different uniforms, and instead it's like they're all going to wear drab uniforms that we all put. I mean, and there's going to be a little patch on their sleeve that says Mariners. It's like okay, great baseball. The only identifiable guy in your All-Star game last year was Aaron Judge. Everybody else, if you're sitting in the upper deck, you're like, I don't know what I'm watching.
You can feel it as a Giants fan. When they announced Alex Cobb, you're like looking around going, is anybody like,
where is he?
Yeah. You've heard of Alex Cobb?
I mean, one of the coolest things as a kid was being able to see the uniforms, seeing your team's uniforms. And so they got to bring that back in baseball and in basketball, I think. Basketball, the format's bad. What do I care who LeBron picks first or who KD picks first? I don't care. I don't know KD and I don't know LeBron and I don't know the inner workings. And they might be picking their buddy who they have the same agent or some guy that they used to. I mean, it's somewhat interesting, I guess, if you're super, super into the gossip behind the who likes who and that whole thing. But I think the whole format is a snooze. So the NBA is grasping, and I think we kind of hit on something though in this last conversation, which is college basketball owns March because people love the format. When you tune into the tourney, no matter what game, no matter what round, the basics before you sit down. Even if you're in a sports bar and you're looking at the screen, if it's the NCAA tournament, the winner goes on and the loser's season is over. Mm-hmm. And there's a simplicity to that format that doesn't have to be explained. You don't need a piece of paper. No, it needs nothing. And it creates urgency. The NBA doesn't have that. Now, the season's so long and you can't make the whole playoffs that way. But if you're going to have 16 teams, if you're going to have 53% of the league making it to the playoffs, then I kind of would be in favor of giving the top teams maybe a first round bye and playing that win and move. You win, you move on. You lose, you go home for the bottom of the playoff seeds. And yeah, it's one game, but that's why you got to be a top 4 seed. And that right there would eliminate, I think, a lot of the load management, because now it's like if you're the Warriors and you got the players, we'd like to be the top seed. We prefer to be a top 4 seed, but you know what? If we're a 5 seed, we're a 5 seed. We can do it. You want to have you want those seeds to be like golden. Like we need the first round bye.
Mean something,
and it's got to be punitive if you don't. so that you're like, hey, you know what? If we get into a 1-game situation, our season could be on the could end tonight.
You know what?
Because if we just don't play well tonight, and
right,
I think,
but the more I think about it, as I'm listening to you talk, you got to be real careful here because and I know that maybe this is skewed because we live in the Bay Area. It's not a college sports market, but how many people do you know? And you can expand well beyond the people you know here who are like super diehard college basketball fans.
Nobody, but there's tons of people who. My wife is not she's got a bracket,
right? They have a bracket, but here's what I'm getting at. Do you know why we like the March Madness format?
Because of the bracket.
Because we don't care. Therefore, when a team that went 30-4 and is ticketed for the title goes out there, has a bad Thursday in the middle of March, and gets knocked out by Lehigh, we don't give a crap.
Okay,
if that happened to the Warriors, we would freak the hell out. You're going to tell me that we're going to make this all about one night?
Let me ask you this.
One NBA game, Steph's off, and now our whole season is over?
I hear you.
We wouldn't accept that.
But you got it's a trade-off.
You got Braves and Dodgers fans.
Do you like load management, or do you want guys playing the regular season with urgency? How about take the top 4 seeds and give them, they're moving on, or and the bottom 4 seeds. I mean, how many teams in the last 20 years have won the NBA title out of the 5, 6, 7, or 8 seed? NBA title.
How many years?
Last 20 years. What would you guess? I don't know the answer. I hate it.
I feel like it's only happened once or twice, and it was not in the last 20 years.
Right.
I would guess 0.
So these teams, it's not like you're taking a title away from a team.
It's a show. We know it's a show.
And what you're trading is the urgency of the one and done for, buying back the kind of the credibility of the regular season.
Well, but maybe that's a problem with the ideas that we're coming up with, though, because
they're never going to cut the games, so that's not an option.
I know, but we're saying, we got to make the 1 seed this thing where you get a bye and it's worth more. Maybe the 1 seed is like, we're not stressed about the 8 seed. We know we're going to beat them. It's the NBA. The 8 seed almost never beats the 1 seed. Shout out, we believe. I see you. But you know what I mean?
But I mean, reward. I'm saying forget the 8-1 seed. Cancel that whole thing.
I agree with you.
The Warriors beat the Mavericks in 07 or whatever. But I mean, other than that, I mean, the 8s don't beat the 1s. So maybe give the top 2 seeds a first-round bye.
How are you making up the money?
You're making up the. First of all, I'm not that concerned about the money for one reason.
They are.
Well, you shouldn't be because you're just tapping into a gold mine of gambling right now. That's a whole new revenue pie. And I think where the payoff is you're making the regular season more urgent. Their ratings would be better in the regular season. This whole tournament that we're going to start tonight is born out of the fact that nobody gives a damn about the NBA until Christmas.
Yeah, but
I do, you do, but the public doesn't. So that's why Silver's got this thing going.
Right. I'm tapped into tonight. Why? Because the Warriors are playing.
Right.
I don't know if I'm going to get to see the whole thing live. I have. You want to feel old
hot
with
date?
me? I do have a hot date.
Do you?
She's coming with me, but we're going to see some other people too. You want to know what we're doing tonight? It is my 30th year high school reunion.
I just had my 35 year. Yeah. What high school?
San Mateo High School.
San Mateo, class of 80.
Shout out to all my Bearcats coming to see few hours from now. We'll get together. I'm looking for a Manhattan on the rocks, and let's catch up a little bit. So if you're listening, I can't wait to come see y'all. But yeah,
you're class of 93.
Class of 93.
Class of 93. Yeah. So you're 5 years behind me.
Yeah. So anyway, I don't know, but my larger point.
Those are fun though.
No, but
you sound like you don't want to go.
No. Of course I want to go. I can't wait. There's a bunch of people I can't wait to see.
Is it just like mine was just the class?
Yeah, just the class. What are we inviting 94 also?
No.
Give them an appetizer?
Like, are you bringing a date?
Yes.
Well, so it's not just your class. It's your class and your dates.
You can bring plus ones. Not everybody is.
Yeah.
I happen to like my partner, so she's coming with me.
I went to St. Ignatius, was an all-guys school, and it was just dudes.
So none of you had dates.
So none of us had dates.
You couldn't get dates.
Well, most of us are, who knows? Who knows? Maybe some could, some couldn't. I won't judge it. But we just had it the other day at the Italian Athletic Club, and it's good to see the dudes.
Yeah, how was it?
It was good.
Everybody looked great. Everybody's got their hair. Everybody's got their health.
No,
of course not.
No, I would say. I would say I was shocked. The thing that was the most shocking to me is how many guys are just Adam Silver.
Gone. They went bald.
Not just sort of bald, but I mean,
shave that sucker.
Just nothing.
Well, don't do that hoop around the back of your head thing. If it's gone, let it go.
Okay,
I'm with
you're
Dibs.
Right.
If I ever get there,
right?
If I've got that horseshoe around the back of my head, it's gone.
The monk look.
Yeah, we're out. I don't need to do that. Paul Feinbaum or whatever that crap is.
It's kind of shiny.
Yeah, don't do that. Just let it go.
But it's all about your head, man.
Yeah, I mean,
it's what kind of head you got. You know, I mean, if you got a good looking head, you know, that's one thing.
I don't know what's under there. I did wear a ball cap.
Have you ever shaved your head?
Yes. In college. In college, what did
it look like?
I was the most handsome man I'd ever seen.
Really?
No, whatever. It looked fine. But that's college.
Yeah.
Shave it, it's back in a week and a half.
Yeah.
No big deal. But anyway, I digress.
We digress, yes.
The point is that
a lot of bald dudes.
I believe there will be some, yes. Yeah. But I mean,
it was a co-ed school for you, so then you can get
exactly.
Did you have a high school flame? Who is she going to be there?
I had many, Larry.
Look at that.
No, I actually didn't in my class.
There's a dynamic at your reunion that's going to be quite spicy.
Look, I already had
Lori.
I already had my 20th 10 years ago.
Yeah,
and yes. Some of those old
people
dynamics. I don't know what they did when they left. My point is, snap of a finger. It's like you two still get a room, get out. Like, what is the matter with you? You all have kids. Some of you you're already divorced or whatever. Like, what are you doing?
Right.
But like the minute they walk in the room, it's like it just rekindles and it just
all of a sudden
5 seconds.
Yeah.
It's like, oh my God, look at these people. Anyway,
I've never stopped loving you. I've thought about you constantly.
Listen,
I want to call you. I've driven by your house at night.
Exactly. I staked out across the street last week.
That's me with the binoculars.
After 3 drinks, people will do anything.
Oh,
so anyway,
it's going to be juicy.
But I
can't wait to hear about that.
We work.
I'll be here Monday for this. This is going to be awesome.
Full update. But we work at the home of the Warriors. We're tapped in every time they play.
Yeah.
But is anybody more into this tonight because the court's going to be blue? And the Warriors might end up in Vegas. We live in a time where sports are so hyper aware of injury. Think about that now. A lot of what we talk about when we talk about analytics isn't whether or not you should bunt with a runner at second. It's about the human body. And when the Lakers mentioned it last year, they talked about Anthony Davis having a, quote, scheduled night off right in the middle of the race for the playoffs. And Laker fans were like, what gives? And they're like, oh, we set that schedule back in October. Like, wow. I guarantee you, some of these NBA teams have a map already.
How many season ticket holders, upon hearing that, would like to have a scheduled night off for their season tickets? Hey, you know what? I paid $2,700 for the pair, but you know what? Tonight I'm taking a scheduled night off.
That's right. I'd like $2,000 back, please.
It's my financial load management.
I would love to load manage.
Seriously, that might be the answer to load management. Is let the season ticket holders load manage.
Maybe, but that's
they'd never do that.
No, we're so hyper aware of health that I would argue as a fan, I don't want the Warriors to do this. I don't want them to win. I don't want them to play extra games. You're already sitting here telling me you won't play all the games that we've got. Now you're going to add more? So if you win the in-season tournament, does that mean you're taking the regular game that I bought tickets to off the next week? You better not. So I'm not rooting against the Warriors because I don't root against the Warriors, but I don't want them in this.
Well, but they can load management through this too, right?
Oh, God. Of course they can.
I bet you there's some internal memo there's some internal league memo. Please do not load management
for sure
against, in these tourney games because we're telling everybody, come on. And you're like, hey, you know what? I'm sitting this one out.
Knockout at Chase Center is special today because of Warriors basketball being early. So at 3:30, 1 hour from now, your chance to win your way into Knockout at Chase Center. We'll do it every day next week as well. We take your phone calls next. And wait until you hear, we grabbed something that Steve Kerr said to us yesterday about what makes potentially this year's team different than last year's. And we wonder in a small sample what you see. It's only been 5 games. But what do you see that makes you think that this year's Dubs are different than last year's? We'll get to your calls. Larry's in for Dibs. It's Willard and Dibs.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip of every Warriors game throughout the season.
to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Look at you guys working your butts off behind us. Hey, everybody get over to YouTube and say hi to Lucas and E-Dog. And there's E-Dog's butt. Looking good, Evan. Can tell that you've been working out. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, please get over to YouTube now, because those of you, and I know, I think the lovely Christy has been listening, and she will be at the front of the line here, because every day I get home, she's like, will you guys get something on the walls? You know how, especially, and I don't want to paint with a broad brush here, but you know how ladies are. They're like, they're all interior decorators. You got a bachelor pad, it's just walls. You're like, hi, this is my house. There's a couch, there's a bathroom, there's a bed, and a TV. It might be sitting on boxes. I don't care. Like, you go in like a lady's touch. And so it has been suggested that our brand new digs here at 95.7 The Game need a little bit of an interior decorating touch.
I kind of like the clean look, though. You know, it's a kind of a cleaner, nicer.
It's got a little bit of a what's the Matt Damon thing? The Bourne Identity. There's a little bit of a Bourne Identity feel to the room. Which, do you remember where that opening scene where you go back to how they put a bag on his head and basically erased his mind and turned him into a trained killer?
Okay.
The room looked like this. Just white walls everywhere. So it's a little spooky. We got some TVs up, makes it okay. But anyway.
Little flat screens, we got some windows.
We have got.
This looks sharp.
We have got. You know what you just did, Lucas? That right there, that's a decoration sensation, is what that is.
Cha-ching!
Cash me out one time.
Do not steal from Tim Roy.
No, that's what we do. There is now Warriors paraphernalia over my right shoulder, and I've never been happier in this seat. How long have we been here? 2 weeks? 3 weeks? For the last 3 weeks of my life, this is my happiest moment.
This is your happiest moment?
Professionally.
Wow.
Not personally.
Yeah.
Professionally.
Because you're a very happy guy off the mic.
I mean, what's not to be happy about? Yeah. I'm like Klay Thompson. You get to wake up. There's a job. There's food. I got people who I love, who love me. What the hell could be bad ever about a day ever?
You got a great dog. You stole my dog's name.
Totally. I took your dog's name. It's worked. Yeah, we got the whole thing going. Got a couple people on YouTube who hate my guts. Good for them.
Hey, you know what? The opposite of love is not hate. It's indifference.
That's a good point.
There you go.
Ain't nothing going to break my stride.
If you ain't got no haters, you ain't popping.
Yeah. Wow. I get uncomfortable when you say stuff like that. I really do. Yeah. When you try to be street, it gets very...
Robert Sala, me, you know, we're that's where we go. I rode Bart today, so I can do that.
Listen to Kruger. He's got 3 straight days on Bart. He walks in. You ain't got no haters? You ain't got no haters? Fantastic.
There were some guys listening to loud music, and I was going to be like, turn that the F down.
Is it loud in here?
I mean, what the heck?
That's what we're going to do at our 30th reunion tonight. Is it loud in here? Can somebody? I can't hear you. What's your name again? Anyway, 888-957-9570. Take a listen to something Steve Kerr said to us yesterday, and then we'd love to take your calls. A little bit less than an hour. Give away another knockout spot. And Warrior basketball coming at you early tonight. 5 o'clock tip. Warriors Live will start at 4. We'll get you part of the way there and then hand it on over to everybody at the arena in OKC for the biggest night of our lives. Ladies and gentlemen, round 1 of the in-season tournament. Maybe more interesting, though, is what Steve Kerr said when I asked him yesterday, hey, Chris Paul, Jordan Poole, we all see that. Maybe Dario. He mentions Dario. But I go, what else is different? What else is different about this season? And he had, we thought, an interesting answer. Here it is.
What's different this year? I honestly, the biggest thing is the veteran experience. I got to tell you, Corey Joseph has barely played, but he has made such a dramatic impact in our locker room, on our team. We have such a better balance of veteran experience and kind of the right number of young guys, to be perfectly frank. You know, I think last year we were overloaded with youth and, you know, trying to develop too many people at the same time. And it was unfair to all of the young guys that we had so many of them at one time. So I think that's where Mike and the front office and Joe have just done such a phenomenal job this year, is bringing in, Chris, Dario, Corey Joseph, even Jerome Robinson, one of our two-way players, he's just a grown man. He is a leader. Every day he's getting the young guys together with Corey Joseph. Those guys are kind of leading the charge on the development front, and that stuff matters. It is dramatic how powerful it is, and I just think the balance of the roster makes all the difference.
Okay, so that was one part of the answer, but there's another one, and that was when I asked him about pace. You remember last year that was a big, the Warriors' pace is too fast. Score a lot of points, turn the ball over a whole lot, felt a little frenetic, chaotic at times. But people also questioned, well, how's Chris Paul going to keep up with that pace? And I think Steve's point was, hey, maybe we'd like to slow down a little bit and meet in the middle. So we asked him about that yesterday also, and listen real close to this answer because this is interesting.
Steph, at the end of the Lakers series last year, he said we didn't have a changeup. We only had a fastball. And I thought that was such a perfect comment. This year, I feel like not only do we have a changeup, but, we got a slider too. We got a repertoire with Chris coming off the bench. It's a completely different look. We are going from sometimes frantic and hectic to totally under control. Last night, Chris had 8 assists, no turnovers. I think his numbers on the year, something like 41 assists and 6 turnovers. I mean, it's insane. And we just have a much better variety of ways to play. And Chris and Dario are definitely at the forefront of that.
I think that's really interesting. Steph says last year we only had a fastball. This year we've got a changeup, and Steve chimes in and goes, and a slider too. And that, I think, we're only 5 games in, but that's something I really want to tune into going forward with this Warrior basketball team, are the different styles that they can present when the moment calls for itself within a game.
They're a smarter, more veteran team, and the young players they have are young players that are ready to play. And I think overall there's more, they can win different ways. I do agree with that idea that they have like multiple pitches. And I think a lot of it also, is if there's one thing that stands out to me, it's on the defensive end. I mean, the Warriors have held their opponents under the team total in every single game thus far this year. So teams are not going off on them offensively, and they're playing pretty consistent defense. They're 4-1. They're off to a good start. The team feels more united. How many times did guys say the word connected?
Yeah.
I mean, that's
almost felt like a PR campaign, actually. Right. Somebody definitely gave them that word. Hey, Raymond Ritter, we love you. Like somebody gave them that word, and they all just hammered it.
Or they actually just really believe that is that is what they're seeing this year.
I don't think they don't believe it, but the fact that all of them chose the exact same word,
connected.
I mean, that was obviously something that they wanted to share.
Have you ever done an interview where you use a word and then the person that you're interviewing uses it back to you?
Of course.
Are you guys really a lot more connected this year? I think we are more connected this year, Larry. It's like,
It's a great interview, Larry. I thought you did great there on both sides of it.
Right.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think the Warriors are deeper, smarter, and they can play more. And when you have more basketball players who know how to play, I mean, that was the emphasis. Get more guys who know how to play. I'll say this: I think you gotta tip your cap to Dunleavy. Dunleavy did a really nice job. I mean, they added 5 new players. Paul is the headliner, but Pajemski, Trace Jackson Davis, Saric.
Thank you. Actually, he thanks you. Dario Saric.
Yeah. And Corey Joseph, standard pronunciation.
Yes, it's not Corey Joseph. It's just Corey Joseph.
Corey Joseph.
Thank you.
No, but who knew that Corey Joseph was having that kind of an impact? I didn't know. I mean, and I've been watching a lot of games.
Yeah.
But I mean, I'm just saying that they added some younger players, they added some older players, but the one thing they all have in common, they know how to play. And when you know how to play, you can play up tempo, you can play slower tempo. The only thing I would say is before we start, just celebrating, the Warriors, this is going to be awesome. The big question with Chris Paul was man, 38-year-old player in a sport like the NBA where it's a marathon, where the season starts at Halloween and you're not really getting into the nitty-gritty of the playoffs until May and June. What's he going to have left in May or June? I mean, and we're really excited because it's November the 3rd and they look really good. Chris is in great shape. Let's see. Let's see where how the hammies hold up. Let's see how the quads hold up. Let's see about the soft tissue injuries. Let's see if he can play. Do they play a faster pace? Can he play that faster pace? Or do they play a slower pace? So, I mean, there's a lot to be decided. But so far, the early returns, as they say, very, very good.
Well, I'd say, what's funny about the concern of Chris Paul's age? Oh, he's 38 years old. Boy, what's that going to look like at the end of the year? Do you know what I noticed about the way it looks now?
What's that?
He looks 38 years old, but he can pass, and he can set the table for others. He can't shoot. His field goal percentage is terrible.
Well, and when those shots start falling for him, he's gonna look even better.
He is a 47.2% shooter for his career, all field goals. This year, 38. Wow. That's terrible.
Yeah.
That's a terrible field goal percentage. Now, it's a small sample. That's not what I'm getting at. What I'm getting at is that kind of stuff, your outside shot in moments, second half, whatever, coming in, energy off of the bench, that's often about legs. And so, to me, Chris already looks 38. But you know what he's going to be able to do when he's 48? Set the table, pass the ball, know where people are supposed to be, and get everybody into the offense.
And free up Steph.
So, in other words, I think you're already seeing his age, but it doesn't matter. The Warriors don't need Chris Paul to score 17 points a game. They clearly do not need him to do that. They need him to do exactly what he's been doing, which is be the leader of the second unit, come in there,
direct traffic,
be an adult, get everybody in position, and as Steve pointed out in that cut we just talked about, be awesome with your assist-to-turnover ratio. Be awesome with it, because Jordan was not. We don't want to make today all about Jordan. I do have some stuff that I want to get off my chest about where this all has gone over the last 24, 48 hours. But Jordan was not good at that. And that is Chris' strength, and it's really the only thing the Warriors need him to do.
To me, this team has always been about Steph. So and then what I love about Paul more than anything, he can bring the ball up against pressure. And he plays with poise. And if you get a fourth quarter deal and somebody's putting a run on you, instead of panicking and, becoming more part of the problem, I think he's going to give the Warriors kind of what Sean Livingston gave the Warriors, which is that guy who can knock down a mid-range shot that's high percentage to stop another team's run. I mean, you're not going to fluster Chris Paul. And there's a calming influence. But I think there's also a tangible influence in that he frees up Steph Curry to not have to bring the ball up against pressure the whole game. And if you can keep Steph fresh, you need Steph's marks. He's a marksman. I mean, they need that. And if he's beat up or tired because he's brought the ball up, court against pressure all night, he's not the same player. So I think Paul's presence is going to free up Steph.
I think he's going to average double digits in points, but I'm not even sure. He's not right now.
Right.
He's averaging 9.4 points per game. Great. 41 assists to 6 turnovers. If he does that, the Warriors are going to have a great season.
And look at the Warriors plus minus when Steph's on the bench compared to last year. I mean, that's the thing. I mean, it just felt like last year when Steph was on the bench, you were always looking at the clock. How many more minutes till Steph comes back in? And there's pressure that goes along with that. The Warriors' second unit is sometimes growing the lead, and that takes pressure off Steph. So, I mean, overall, they just have more guys who know how to play, and there's 3 guys on the end of the bench every night that Steve's not playing, that if he had to play, could play, and that's a good feeling.
It's Football Friday. We are bringing it to you by First 5 California to learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress. Go to first5california.com, and we do have some Niner stuff for you coming up a little bit later as well. Anthony in Concord on with Willard and Kruger. Hey, Anthony, what's up?
Hey, Willard. Thank you for taking my call. I just wanted to talk quickly about the NBA making it more meaningful throughout the regular season. I liked a lot of the things Larry was saying with the bye weeks and whatnot, although the one-game thing, I agree with Willard. I mean, fans would go nuts if the Warriors lost a one-game thing. I think a better solution that would kind of make everyone happy is make home court advantage really more meaningful in the NBA. And instead of having it be a 4-3 split, have it be a 5-2 split. Then teams are really going to be, gearing up to try to make sure they get into the top 4 seeds. So they have a real home court advantage when it comes playoff time.
Anthony, it's a strong enough idea. I think there are so many. I'm sort of in this space where, and thanks, Anthony, I feel like we could come up with 100 ideas by the end of this show, and I would settle for just pick one. All I care about, NBA, is that you offer something to the fans. $500K for your favorite players. Like, on my list of things that I care about, I would have to get all the way down past restaurants in a city I'll never visit before I get to my favorite player getting $500,000. Honestly, don't care. How about this?
So you're not walking down the street going, dude, Kevon Looney just bought a boat.
I mean, honestly, right?
Yes.
I don't care. I don't know why I would.
Sharich is getting a third vehicle. Yes.
Like if Brock Purdy got $500,000, I'd be like, okay, that's kind of cool. That kid deserves it. But other than that, I don't care about anyone's salary.
Dude, GP2 just got an annuity.
Yes.
Get over here, man.
Tyrese Halliburton just said this. What do you think? The greatest incentive, this is a direct quote, the greatest incentive for everybody to do it would be an automatic playoff bid. If it was a playoff spot, I think everyone would take it very, very serious, right? I think the older teams would take it very serious. That's from Tyrese Halliburton of the Indiana Pacers.
Okay, but once again, an automatic playoff bid.
Yeah,
okay, think about that for a second.
Yeah, I disagree with him. In other words, if you've got the ability to win the in-season tournament, you're already going to go. You're going to go to the playoffs.
So now we're de-incentivizing the quality of the regular season because now the team that wins the tournament can just basically just putz around the rest of the time.
Right.
We're going to the playoffs, man. Yeah. It doesn't matter. We've lost 14 of 17. But it doesn't matter. We won the tournament. We're going to the playoffs.
Who's not going to the playoffs, by the way, though? That's
I know. That's
your
the
argument.
other part of it.
Your argument's a very good one, but I would argue anybody who's got the ability to win this tournament is already going to the playoffs. The Pistons are not winning this tournament in any way, shape, or form. They just don't have the ability.
Joe Dumars is not walking through that door, is what you're saying?
He is not. He is not. I don't even know if he's walking through their doors anymore.
Yeah.
So I get where he's coming from. At least I get
that's weak.
It's weak, but I give Tyrese credit for at least his head is in the right spot of can you do something tangible? Do something tangible to the fans, whether it's competition-based or, as we talked about yesterday, actual fan incentives. Your team wins and tickets are cheaper or whatever, something tangible for fans. You've not created that. And what you have created is you've incentivized players by offering them the thing they've already got the most of.
I think one great thing, I mean, if you're trying to think you want to have the fans win, right? But you also want to have the teams win. What's a win-win is how about you just get a good size amount, good amount of money to spend only at the team store, because if you're Joe Lacob, I'm sure every time he walks around town, he sees somebody wearing Warrior garb, Warrior gear. He's like, yeah, I love it. Well, now you've got all your fans wearing more Warrior gear that they got for free, and there's airplane hangars full of free Warrior garb, not free, but Warriors gear. There's endless amounts of Warriors gear out there that the team has. I mean, you could go into any team in the world has an endless amount of gear.
Well, but the issue is both sides need to be incentivized. And let's just say something honest. We're not going to all be incentivized by the same thing unless you are making it about a competitive advantage. There's only one area where Warrior players and Warrior fans will meet, and it is with their results. But I don't care about Kevon Looney's money the same way he does not care if I get a free jersey. So we've got to blend those things or offer more than one thing. Incentivize the players with their thing, incentivize the fans with their thing. I also still have, every time you bring that up, I have the same question about how do you know who is, like, do we have to get a business card? How do we apply to be a Warriors fan that is recognized when the Warriors do well in the in-season tournament so that we can get the benefits? And how would we stop anyone who's living here in the Bay Area but they're actually a Suns fan? How would we stop that person from getting into the team store and taking the gear?
They obviously have more money because of the tournament. Did you see today what the coaches are getting?
No.
Yeah, so like if you're the head coaches, they're going to earn bonuses. If you make it to the quarterfinal, Kerr gets an extra $50K. If you make it to the semifinal, Kerr gets an extra $100K. If you're a runner-up, Kerr gets an extra $200K. So that's a lot. I mean, it's a good scratch as far as bonus money.
Right. Do you think that is going to change Steve Kerr's Friday even the slightest bit?
Well, what does he make?
I have no idea.
10 million or something?
Millions of dollars.
Yeah, let's say he makes $10 million.
Millions of dollars for a number of years in a row. Millions.
What's $100K to somebody who makes $10 million? I don't know.
Like offering these guys money for the in-season tournament would be like offering you a Krug Show T-shirt if you did a good radio show.
I've got one, though.
You've got boxes of them.
Right.
Boxes and boxes of them. And you're like, yeah, but I could get another one. You could.
I could get another one.
But are you really going to...
freshie.
You're really going to die for that ball?
Yeah, no, I know.
Die for that ball?
I know. Well, why do it at all, then? I mean, why incentivize the coaches at all?
I don't know yet.
Yeah.
I don't know yet. I haven't seen this yet. And so I'm at least open-minded enough to say, maybe I'm wrong.
Well, why would... Okay, let me ask you this.
I can't tell yet why I'm supposed to even try to care about this.
What, I mean... Why would you already have money allotted for the players, money allotted for the coaches, but you're really trying to incentivize the fans to watch it, and they're getting nothing?
Because they're trying to do it indirectly. Their basic idea is if we incentivize the players will care.
They'll just be better competitions, and that's it.
As we've watched, I think, right? We love the Warrior vibe this year, right? Why? Well, because whatever it is they're showing is bleeding into us, and we get inspired by it. I think that's what they're trying to do. If the players play hard and they care, we'll start caring. I don't think it's going to work because I don't think they're going to care. What's going to look different? The Warriors will take the floor tonight, and other than the actual floor itself, what is going to look different? It's going to look like a Warrior game.
Man, it seems to me that they make these, somebody said to me that the future of sports fandom in America is going to be where the ticket prices still continue to go up, but that eventually food is like part of the deal, like, food and drinks.
And I think that's a great idea.
Why not? You have these incredible relationships with your food and alcohol and soda providers. Why not give all fans, vouchers for, that? So the only way they can take advantage of those vouchers is if they're going to the games. Well, so that's more incentive to have people go to the games. What do you want a packed house if you're Joe, for the atmosphere, for the revenue. But if you've got some deal with your food provider, what do you care if the fans all have a voucher for a hot dog? You don't care.
I think there's actually a clue on how the NBA needs to go about doing this, and it's right in front of our faces. I'll share that with you next. We'll take some more of your phone calls. Gus, why don't you stay right where you are, 888-957-9570. We're presented by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises. We're a half hour away from giving away another spot into Knockout at Chase Center. Larry's in for Dibs. It's Willard and Dibs.
O'Reilly. It's See Better, Drive Safer month at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Replace your worn-out wiper blades and get up to a $20 O'Reilly gift card after rebate when you purchase a pair of select wiper blades.
1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
I got a chalupa.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, we'll get to your calls here in a sec. 888-957-9570. Football Friday, brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com. I think both of us experienced some things, and this is normalcy, by the way, just some things on social media that they're eyebrow raisers. What was your Brock Purdy thing that happened today?
Well, there was a picture of Brock that he had been going to Iowa with his fiance and maybe helping out some farmer. And I'm like, is this guy for real? And it's like all those people are just like ripping me like I was ripping the guy. I wasn't ripping the guy. I just trying to say, here's this guy instead of, on his week off, he's flying out to Iowa, probably because I think it's homecoming weekend at Iowa State.
Yeah.
But probably helping out some farmers, probably in some way, shape, or form. And it's just like, dude, the guy is he's just a solid human being, man.
Dude, right,
really
right.
good dude.
So cue this.
And people were like, why are you ripping him? I'm like, I'm not ripping him.
No, but they will next week if the 49ers lose.
Right.
Watch this. 3, 2, 1. Go ahead and cue all the people who are like, maybe you should have been in the playbook instead of traveling back home during the bye week, you jerk. I love it. If I were an athlete, I would never put any travels on social media on my time off. All you're doing is setting yourself up to get torched. Odell Beckham on the boat.
Right.
That was why he dropped the ball apparently a week later in the playoffs. Tony Romo and Jessica Simpson, remember that one before a playoff game? When they went on a trip together.
Well, it's even beyond that, Mark. It's kind of like, I don't know that if I was an athlete, I'd want to throw any details at all about my life because people just use anything they know about you to formulate whatever narrative they want to come up with, whether it's good or bad. If they love you, they're going to say good things, but if they hate you, there's going to and he was, by the way, he was in New York the other day and seeing a play. I mean, come on, what's he doing watching, Come on, people. Twitter's just a bastion of hate.
They have lives. That's what he's doing. They have lives.
Right.
And their jobs are just like ours and yours. Many of us do a good job, and that does not mean that your face is in a book or studying round the clock. You have to eat. You have to see your family. You've got to go somewhere, and that's what the bye week is for. And so that's what Brock Purdy's doing. My thing that I just wanted to mention real quick, this got a whole lot of run on social. The quote that I had about Jordan Poole yesterday, which saying that he's just not a very intelligent basketball player.
Right.
And I understand the way that it reads. I know what the conversation was that we had. I'm not running from the quote. I did say it. It's interesting what has come from that. There is a continued conversation about Jordan Poole. Steiny and Goo touched on it. I think it came up briefly on the roast. And I know there's a faction of fans who are like, why are you still talking about Jordan Poole? And
let it go, Willard.
Well, it's not that. We can talk about whatever the hell we want to talk about. It's not obsessing about Jordan Poole. What I am currently trying to do in my mind, it's time to separate the Jordan Poole experience from the punch. What happens, I feel like, every time this name comes up is we end up in the same cycle. Whoa, what were you saying that Draymond Green was in the right? Are you victim shaming?
Right.
No.
We got some of that yesterday.
No,
you guys are going off and criticizing a guy who got, punched in the workplace.
I am not talking about
it.
Right. I'm not talking about the punch at all. I'm done with the punch. I wonder if you're done with the punch. We have been through the punch over and over and over again for now almost exactly 1 year. It's been over a year since that happened. I'm not talking about the punch. My realization is in this moment, so it's very fresh. I have watched these Warriors play 5 times, and I've watched Jordan play 4 or 5 times. And a couple of things are incredibly evident, which is that A, Jordan is now going to be, surprisingly, a lesser version of himself in Washington, not the better version that everyone predicted, because, right, the handcuffs are going to be off. It's going to start. It's going to be that dude. It's going to be about that guy. It's going to be all him. He's going to average 28 a game. No, he's not. I don't think he's going to, because there's also now the defensive focus is all on Jordan Poole. And you're watching him with the ball in his hands even more, make even more turnovers. He's even sloppier in Washington. So translate that to then what we're watching with the Warriors now, who have a replacement who's walked in, put up 41 assists and only 6 turnovers. The team looks more mature. They look more buttoned up. They look happier. They look like they're having a hell of a lot more fun. And I find all of that to be incredibly relevant in this moment. And what it says to me, forget the punch or any relationship. It tells me that Jordan Poole comes from the Stevie Francis factory and all of those NBA players before him who are very talented and can put up numbers, but they can't play winning basketball because they don't think their way through a game. They just go with raw physical ability. That is my read on Jordan Poole, and I find it to be relevant with what we're watching with the Warriors right now.
Everybody fascinated. It's kind of like, when you watch a game and all of a sudden a fight breaks out, people start talking about the fight. They don't talk about the basketball game. What happened is that Jordan Poole is a broken basketball player. But we talk tons about the fight, tons about the relationship, tons about Draymond and this and that and the feelings and all that, because it's a sexier topic. It's got more layers. It's more interesting. It's easier to relate to. But what was going on, but partially what led to the discontent with Jordan and Draymond is he was a broken basketball player, broken. And that reality has followed him to Washington. He's still a broken basketball player.
Looks even more broken.
The guy has an ability to put the ball on the deck and beat basically anybody in the entire league off the dribble, but doesn't want to. He doesn't want to drive in because he doesn't want the contact. He could live at the line and make 95%, but he doesn't want to play that game. He wants to play this, man, it looks fun to be Steph Curry, so let's shoot step back threes and heat check threes. Well, that's great if you're Steph, but when you're not Steph and you're making 18% in the playoffs and you're shooting 25% from 3 in the regular season, now you're doing a lot of things on the court that you're not good at. You're not doing what you are good at, and suddenly you're a lot less valuable.
Yeah.
That was the rub. So he had to go. The Warriors realized it. Credit them for realizing it, that it wasn't just, hey, you know what, we're because they know that they didn't want to side necessarily with Draymond for punching him, and they didn't. But they wanted to side they sided with Draymond because Draymond's a basketball player, a better basketball player, and Steph, and the whole tie to Steph, and they wanted to play better, smarter basketball. And it's clear. Yeah. The Warriors have moved on. They're playing better, smarter ball. Jordan's moved on, and he's still the broken player that he was. He's just doing it in the Wizards uni.
I'm totally ready to move on from anything personal here. This is no longer about relationships. I heard it all day. I heard it last night. It's like, well, wait a minute. Steph and Clay worked out with him after he was traded. Yeah, they don't hate him. They hated his basketball. We're having a hard time getting over this little barrier here. It's not about that anymore. Draymond punched him. He was wrong. End of story. Let's talk basketball. That's the choice the Warriors made. The Warriors did not choose Draymond's demeanor over Jordan's demeanor. They chose Draymond's basketball over Jordan's basketball. And as I've said about 20 times the last 3 weeks, if you think Steph Curry didn't greenlight the trade, you don't know how the NBA works. He greenlit the trade, and then he worked out with him 3 weeks later because he doesn't hate him, but he could see both financially and basketball-wise is a move the Warriors had to make.
And, Steve, when you asked him yesterday about Draymond and the drama and this and that, he didn't run from the fact that Draymond caused a lot of the drama.
Absolutely.
He's not Steve's not living in some revisionist history. He's not sitting there going, well, we're going to blame it all on Jordan because he's not here. No. Steve's real. That's what I love about Steve. He's real. And he came out and just said, there was a lot of drama, but Draymond caused a lot of that.
Yep. This was the comment he made to us yesterday.
Every season is different. And, for Draymond, last year was a tough year in a lot of ways, but he'll be the first to admit that he created some of that himself. And so I think, this team has responded in a lot of ways to where we went wrong last year. And Draymond is at the forefront of that. I think he understands this year that he's got to be a better leader. I think he's doing a great job. I think from the summer on, he's really tried to get the troops together and really connect everybody and keep everybody's spirits up. So, last year was tough in a lot of ways, but, the great thing about adversity in sports, if you've got a veteran team, if you've got guys who are willing to learn from mistakes, then that's what we're doing. And we are all doing a better job of connecting the group and creating better chemistry.
So that takes us to where I think the conversation goes next. And it's a little bit of a question like, are we getting ahead of ourselves? Sometimes that's a funny question in sports media because the answer is always yes.
Right.
It's just an omnipresent answer. Yes, we are getting ahead of ourselves. Remember when the Niners were going to be 17-0? I can't wait for the Super Bowl, and the NFC title game against the Eagles is going to be amazing.
I already booked my hotel.
Are we getting ahead of ourselves? Yes, we are. Yes. So we're totally doing that with the Warriors also. But I do think there's a real interesting conversation with regard to, okay, it's only 5 games, but what do you see that either has you excited or you believe is so much better than what the Warriors were doing last year? My answer to that is almost the same way I sort of drafted my argument through the months about Trey Lance and why the 49ers weren't into him anymore. Because people would go, but he hasn't played. How can you say that when he hasn't played? And I said, well, the Niners have seen him play. So I'm not drafting my opinion based on what I see. I go to some practices. I don't go to most. So, and I'm also not an NFL scout. So I can look at him and be like, yeah, okay, good arm, good legs, got size, seems to be a good dude. Like that. But my opinion was based off of my assessment of what the Niners were telling me.
Because all we're getting is glimpses.
And not through their words, because their words are always going to be glossed over.
They're going to be pro until the day they move the player.
Totally. They're going to support the guy.
Right.
So I say, hey, Niners, what are your actions telling me? So let's do that with the Warriors. Forget that they're 4-1, and maybe they've got some good metrics and spots, some bad ones, too small of a sample. I'm excited about this year because of what the Warrior body language and action is telling me. It's telling me that you have got peace of mind. You've got a group that already understands one another. They're gelling. They're excited to play basketball. It's the kind of thing as to why the Giants have been so unexciting the last couple of years. Because you look at them and their body language and you're just like, I got nothing. You're giving me nothing.
And, mix in no power, no speed.
Right. Yes, lack of talent.
No athleticism.
But the Warriors, even last year, you're drunk with talent, but your body language is telling us, this is hard for us to get inspired. These 5 games, very easy to be enthralled with what they're doing.
Yeah. No, I more than anything, too, is that you need a blend of young and old. We know they've got older players. The question is, can they have some younger players? And they found a couple younger players that know how to play. And that's really so exciting. I'm really excited for Podziemski. And I did an interview with him this summer in the Summer League. And then when I watched him in the Summer League, I was like, I don't know, man. He just turned the ball over in mass. It was like the quickness and the length of NBA defenders was something that he took a couple games to get used to. But now, between then and now he just, he looks like a guy who, he looks a lot like Dante DiVincenzo to me. He looks like a guy who's going to rebound the heck out of the ball, and he knows how to play, and he's asking lots of questions, and you can see Steph kind of tutoring him on the side. And then Trace Jackson Davis was just, I don't know how that guy wound up at 57.
That is wild.
It's amazing. His dad played in the league.
A late second rounder in the NBA is usually a complete flyer. Somebody internationally who you're like, maybe in a couple of years we'll have access to him.
Maybe some guy who played well in the Sun Belt Conference. Totally. This guy did it for 4 years in the Big Ten for a powerhouse, iconic program, and he's a shot blocker, rebounder, passer. The guy knows how to play. I mean, you can see. I mean, he knows more about how to position his body than James Wiseman. And Steve said it to us yesterday, and it's plain as day when you watch him. If he had to play, let's say Looney had some kind of injury and you had to play Trayce Jackson-Davis for 3 weeks, I think he could do it. I really believe he can do it. So I think that's a part of it. You got to have some youth on your roster because they're seeing things for the first time, and it kind of brings you a level of enthusiasm and newness that's really refreshing. But you also want rookies that make a ton of mistakes that cost you games and you can't put on the floor. They've got the best combo. They got these rookies that are sponges, want to learn, but can be depended on for rotation minutes if need be. So I think their mix is really good. And you got to credit Dunleavy because Joe's probably a hard guy to work for. The microscope is intense. Every move is going to be measured and analyzed. And he put together kind of the right puzzle pieces. At least it looks like it.
Yeah,
so far.
yeah. That's exactly the word that was in my brain. It's a puzzle right now. The pieces absolutely feel like they're fitting together. 888-957-957. Get on over to YouTube. Very, very exciting day. We've got Warriors paraphernalia now behind my right shoulder. So it is a whole new world and a whole new look. And speaking of YouTube, I want to shout out one of our viewers/listeners on there. I think if I'm reading the username correctly, his name is Peter Manor. He said it's his birthday today.
Happy birthday, Pete.
Would love a little shout out. So happy birthday, Pete. And it also caught my eye because today is my dad's birthday as well.
What's his name?
Tom Willard.
Happy birthday, Tom.
A lot of our listeners may have had him in class for years, a Burlingame High School math teacher. He now lives in Orange County. He is 81 and taking care of my mom who broke her leg. He's also getting a haircut today, so he's coming in high and tight.
What was his math of choice? Algebra, geometry, algebra 2,
algebra
calculus?
3-4 guy. Algebra 3-4 guy. He was also
trigonometry,
the technology coordinator for the district. Very, very forward thinker. Now he just sits around on a couch and watches football and does crossword puzzles.
There you go.
81 years old today.
He's earned the right.
Yeah.
And he put up with you.
Dude, seriously, don't ever take your slippers off. Just seriously. Go to the store with them on.
Seriously.
What the hell's anybody going to do? What are you going to do? I'm 81.
Yeah.
What the hell are you going to do? I love it. I can't wait to be 81.
Oh,
I hope I get there.
Seriously.
I'm just going to be like, I don't care. Why? Sir, you're not allowed to cruise out in your underwear. Why not?
Why not?
What are you going to do about it?
Yeah, seriously.
What's your problem?
They say the older you get, you become more like your actual self.
Yes, because you stop caring about the rules and other people, what they're thinking, right?
Yeah.
Haven't you?
You're not doing anything for effect anymore. You're doing it because that's who you are.
Do you care what anybody else thinks? Do you care what I think of you?
I do.
Oh,
I do.
You're not old enough yet.
Yeah, but I care less. As time goes on, I care less and less.
When I first got here to the market, when I came back home, and the first time we did a show together, did you care more about what I thought of you then or now?
I thought, man, this LA guy. Because I'd only heard you. I didn't know you were a Bay Area guy.
Do you remember?
To me, you were an LA guy. I'm like, oh, this freaking LA guy.
I hate that. I'm so not an LA guy.
You're such,
I mean,
who's that new guy, Krug? Oh, he's an LA guy.
Stupid LA
he's
guy.
Freaking LA guy.
Do you remember the
guy's walking around Manhattan Beach thinking he's all that?
Do you remember the first argument we got into during a commercial break? Do you remember?
No. Was it over the Giants, probably?
Totally. You thought I was pinning you. This is back whenever it wasn't cool to hate Farhan. And you thought I was pinning you into making it sound like you didn't like Farhan. You're like, we're an afternoon drive, and you're making it sound like I got something at Farhan. If only you had known how forward-thinking you were.
You did go with I'm going to cozy up to Farhan. I think you started with a cozy up to Farhan.
I still support Farhan Zaidi. I'm not saying he's done a perfect job.
Yeah.
But I'm not on some sort of a fire Farhan train.
No, I'm not either.
Let's see what happens next.
But I would say it. I mean, I have said it on my YouTube channel, and I will say it here. Farhan is so bright that he's never understood sales, basic sales.
I think this is a good point.
And sales is It doesn't matter if, like, we're doing sales right now. You're making a point, you're selling it to the audience. I'm making a point, I'm selling it to the audience. He has to realize that even though he's this great almighty think tank, you got a plan? I'm sure he's got a plan. You got to sell it. You got to sell it to the players. You got to sell it to their wives. You got to sell it to the owners. You got to sell it to the fans. You got to sell it to the sponsors. That's 5 groups of people that you need to sell. And he goes about things at the trade deadline in the offseason, over-promising and under-delivering when you need to do the exact opposite. Say nothing. Don't say Shohei Ohtani. Just announce that you signed him. Well, there'll be plenty of time to analyze it later and get people excited. Plenty of time to hype it. Don't talk. They talked Aaron Judge. They didn't deliver Aaron Judge. Learn that lesson. Understand sales. Under-promise, over-deliver.
So far, so good. They haven't mentioned him. Probably because they're probably not going to get him. I think Yamamoto.
How about Cody Bellinger?
And Cody Bellinger.
Yeah.
How about that?
Matt Chapman, I'm hearing.
Maybe. Yeah. All right, before we go to the calls here, defensive play of the week time, and it's brought to you by East Bay Law Practice. When you need the best defense, you need to call the Bay Area's top criminal defense attorney. Visit eastbaylawpractice.com today. The Warriors were in a battle with the Kings on Wednesday at Chase Center, up by 2 points. Final 6 minutes, fourth quarter. Drama, like the in-season tournament. The Kings trap Steph Curry at half court, and they force a turnover, leading to a Kevin Huerter fast break bucket until, my guy, Moses Moody, tracked him down from behind like he was LeBron James.
Curry down the right sideline. Curry stops at the elbow. Double team. Stolen away. Harrison Barnes. Another turnover for the Warriors. Huerter goes up. Blocked by Moody. Moody hustled back and blocked him right at the rim. What a play by Moses Moody.
There it is. Our guy Moody, or I should say my guy. I think I'm more excited about Moody than you are. He only had 1 point in this game, but he had that. He had that defensive play. Game-saving play, Larry, because they only won by 1 point.
How dare you try to downplay my Moses Moody enthusiasm? I have great enthusiasm for Moses Moody.
Exactly. So, well, now you can yell at me in the next commercial break. You made it sound like I don't like Moses Moody.
Listen, man. When I see Moody and he comes at me, no, but I like Moses Moody.
I do too.
I'm a big Musselman fan. Musselman was a big Moody man.
Yep. Moody will never be a star. He's going to be a consistent rotational force, I think, in the NBA for a long time. He can do everything. I'd say he does nothing great, but he does everything well.
I think that's well said. I also think that he is going to be a guy that you're going to be able to depend on in big moments. I think he's going to be, I don't know if he's going to be a 6-man, but he's going to be a guy that you can get regular rotation minutes out of and have a pretty good expectation of what you're getting.
I've got a big moment that's about to happen. Which Bay Area Moody are you most faithful in? Which Moody for a big moment? Moses or Jake?
Moses.
Okay. That was firm. That was firm. That's why he made the defensive play of the week, which is brought to you by East Bay Law Practice. East Bay Law Practice knows how to go the distance for you by providing the defense you need to help eliminate your penalties. Visit eastbaylawpractice.com today. Okay. Your call's next, 888-957-9570. But also, here we go, folks, okay? Warriors back in action at 5 o'clock OKC. That means Warriors Live is at 4. Brought to you by Xfinity. Xfinity 10G network made for streaming live sports. And also, your chance to play Knockout at Chase Center is next. So get ready. We'll get you all set up. That's coming up next on Willard and Dibs.
We do yoga.
Jim Gaffigan here with some more Straight Talk. Now you can get a Walmart Plus membership, plus not pay for it, because it's included with Straight Talk Wireless.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, we're counting down toward Warrior basketball, which Warriors live in a half hour. Game itself is in 90 minutes. And I tell you what, the world will never be the same. It's an in-season tournament game for the Golden State Warriors. That's right. Tonight on 95.7 The Game, something that has never happened in the history of ever. It is in-season tournament basketball, and you can only find it right here on the home of the Dubs.
There you go.
Okay.
Chet Holmgren. Go watch the thin man do his thing.
You're always so excited about young players.
Well, I love Chet. So my brother's kid goes to Gonzaga, and he is kind of, my brother was a newspaper writer. Now then he was a lawyer, and now he's a judge. His son is very much kind of following in his footsteps. So he covers Gonzaga hoops. So, Thanksgiving and Christmas, I got to hear about, Julian Strother and all these, Jalen Suggs. And now I've heard a ton about Chet. Man. And I'm kind of a Chet head. I'm a little bit of a Chet guy, but I'm worried about Chet because he looks like he's going to break.
Yeah. I'm not worried about Chet. I'm not a Chet head.
You should be. You should be. Chet's got some serious game, man.
I like the sound of that. I'm a Chet head.
I'm a Chet head. I'm a Holmgren knight.
I don't know why that strikes me as so funny. I'm a Chet head.
Yeah, I'm a big Chet head, man.
So the kid is following in his footsteps and he's going to be a judge?
Well, I don't know. Eventually he'll be judge.
Scary.
But young Henry Kruger is up in Spokane covering Gonzaga hoops. And he's a good little reporter. I'll say that. He's a good little, he's a good little reporter. So if you see
that word little out of there, that's offensive. Offensive.
Well, he's a good youthful
you're sunning him.
reporter.
Yeah. All right.
Very bright young kid.
Who wants to play knockout at Chase Center? It is officially time. You are in the window. So as long as you're listening for the next 15 minutes of this show, when we play this sounder, I mean, if you guys are going to be all over me to do the read, then maybe be ready with the sounder. You know what I'm saying? I don't want that pause in there. I'm just saying, if you're going to rip me,
last
you know
time
what I mean?
you didn't want the sounder because you don't want to confuse the
that was
listeners.
a different day. That was a different. Look, you're the ones that
there's a little Bill O'Reilly to Willard, isn't it? We'll do it live.
Oh, now I'm offended.
We'll do it live.
Now I'm truly offended. Do not call me Bill O'Reilly.
The way you're handling
Willard,
the staff.
we just had someone call the contest line because I played the sounder.
They always call the contest line when we do this.
Well, don't.
Jeez, you're totally entering a spin zone. This is sports radio. All right, 3, 2. You're in the window. When you hear that sounder that Grandy just played, we're going to ask you a question about something that you hear that will happen over the next 15 minutes of this radio show. At that time, you will call the contest line. I'll give you the contest line then, because I give it to you now. You'll call. Grandy will get mad. We don't want that because you also won't win. Okay? So I'll give you the caller line for the contest line in 15 minutes when we ask the question. You be the first to call in with the correct answer. You're in knockout at Chase Center. So just make sure you're locked in for the next 15 minutes of Willard and Kruger action.
I love that sounder, by the way. Does that sounder have a name?
Don't ask him to play it again.
I won't. I'm just asking if it has a name.
Does it have a name?
We call it the air horn.
Air horns.
Air horn. Yeah. I like that. It's annoying. It's loud.
It's a DJ horn.
It's less annoying than when it used to happen at a ball game. I don't know if they let him in anymore, but you couldn't go to the stick without somebody, and it would be just so random. It actually used to make me laugh.
The air horn?
It was like, what is it even signifying? Especially at a baseball game. You're just like, okay, ground ball, second base, you pick it up, can of corn, throw it to first. And everyone's just sitting there and you're like, popcorn. What the hell was that? Like, just fly out of your seat. You're like, it's almost like the Vuvuzela at the World Cup. You're like, what are you doing, buddy? You just pull that out of nowhere in section 142? What did you just hit me with that for?
You know what I used to remember at the stick? It would be like July 18th or maybe the first homestand after the 4th of July, and somebody would throw like a M100 off the upper deck. Boom!
Just like,
what the heck was that?
I always laugh because I'm like, you waited. You packed that. You brought it to the game. You're like, I got one shot.
Right.
And I always turn around to those people like, you chose now? Like, that had no effect on anybody. It was
some barrel bomb.
Just rando bomb. Let's go to Gus and Tracy. Gus has been patient. Hey, Gus. You're on with Willard and Kruger. What are you doing?
How you guys doing today?
What's up?
Good, man. It's Friday. Feeling good.
Oh, yeah, me too. Hey, so about the tournament, I think you guys are so right about, incentive of giving those guys more money when they already have lots of money. That incentive should be so they could donate it to their charity of their choice. That's what I think. They don't need any more money. You know what I mean?
Well, I
agree with that.
I agree with that, but I still don't know. Like, Gus, let's say, like, for instance, I do stuff with pediatric cancer. And if one of the Warriors was like, I'm taking that $500 or $500,000 check and I'm donating it to pediatric cancer research if we win the whole thing, I would be like, that's amazing. That's really awesome.
Right.
Am I like yelling at my TV set fired up for the Warriors to win the whole thing because of that? I don't think it has that kind of effect. I would really be excited about it, but I don't know. In a way, if you're one of the really big guys, like Steph Curry makes over $500K every time he suits up. So I might be like, well, just do it anyway.
I think the callers are totally right, though. I mean, if the whole purpose is to get, from what I can tell, the whole purpose is to get the fans excited about NBA basketball between November 1st and Christmas. Okay, if that's the game plan, there's multiple ways to go about it. You can give the players extra money, the coaches extra money, and maybe they'll play with more passion, more whatever. But as you said, they're already incredibly rich. If you had every player had their, like, I like to volunteer at St. Anthony's dining room, right? In the Tenderloin. A couple times a year, I'll go down there, bring one of my kids. I try to give them the kind of that experience of like, you know what? The gift of perspective during Christmas.
Yes.
Right?
I think that's awesome.
And because, whatever. So that's my charity of choice. I think it would be really cool. I think people would be more into these games if they felt like there was this huge effort to give back to the community. Now, let's be honest, these teams do a ton of that. So it's not like, oh my God, right. They're all rich and they many of the Niners, the Giants, the Warriors, the Sharks, they do tons for the community.
Absolutely.
They're constantly giving back. I'm not suggesting they're not, but if you really want to excite the fans, the greater good of, hey, the Warriors have these 15 players and these 15 charities are going to be getting money, that would be kind of cool. And I think people might watch those games in greater number just for the idea that they were supporting these guys' charities. I think it ties everything together.
I think it'd be very cool. However, all charities tug at the heartstrings a little bit. And so if the Oklahoma City Thunder come in and they're like, and we're playing for these 15 charities, I'd be like, well, I want them to get money too.
Right.
You know what I mean? So
there's no losers.
Right. I don't know if that creates the fan experience. It's a great thing. I'd love to see them do it anyway. This is what I notice about fans in 2023. Why do you think fantasy sports is so popular?
It's gambling.
Okay, then take it to gambling. What do we see? What is the basis of gambling? And I know from a simplistic standpoint, it's like we're trying to make money. I would argue that one of the things that really gets us going is not just the gambling aspect of it, because quite frankly, fantasy football in most leagues, even when you win, is a terribly lengthy, cheap,
it's penny ante gambling
bet.
Right.
It's like I put in $100 and now I'm going to wait 4 months. And if I'm lucky, 1 out of every 10 years, I'm going to win the kitty and get $1,500, and then we'll do it again next year. It's like it doesn't.
It's good for trash talk.
It's good for trash talk.
Guru said he was going to beat me earlier this week.
And what did you say to him?
I said, hey.
You're not going to take a comment like that sitting down.
I said, Jahmyr Gibbs Monday night. Put that in your pipe and smoke it.
Wow, that's high-level trash talk.
Yeah.
Boy, I bet he went home with his tail between his legs.
Yeah, he's pretty nervous when he sees me.
But I would argue that there's a dynamic going on with fantasy sports, which is that we're taking this game that we're watching that's out of our control and we're building it into our control. In other words, we're setting up our own
interactive.
team.
It's interactive.
Right. Like, even though we think, I think it's a total joke that some of us think that we have control of our fantasy teams. It's like, dude, it's 95% luck. Did you play or tear an ACL or not? Is where this usually ends up at the end of the year. But we feel like we're building our own team. We're taking control of the content. That's a huge message in 2023. It's why Draymond Green and Micah Parsons have podcasts and don't go on anybody else's radio shows. We're in control of the content. And so that's what I would be studying if I were the NBA and I'm looking at the in-season tournament. How can we create something out of this that the fans can literally participate in a way that they don't in all of the other games? And there are all kinds of ways to do that. I believe that sports...
But they haven't come up with any, and they
haven't come up with it.
The game starts tonight.
Correct. It's too late.
They came up with a way to compensate the players and the coaches,
right,
who are all millionaires, but they still haven't come up with any idea to actually add some extra juice or give the fans a seat at the table. They're just kind of assuming, hey, you know what, if our guys play hard, then the fans will dig it, and that's all the fans get.
Again, spitball here. Fan base versus fan base. What if the Warriors were playing the Kings tonight, and there was a way to sort of account for the fact that there are a lot more people in San Francisco than Sacramento? Like, I think there are more Warrior fans than Kings fans. But the Kings fans...
There might be more Warriors fans in Sacramento.
There might be. But the Kings, I do think, have a passionate fan base. If there were a way to account for the difference in just broad numbers, if there's some way to have fan base v. fan base in some sort of competition leading up to the game, okay? And whichever fan base wins, that team starts up 5-0. I don't know. Like, make this participatory. Like, incentivize
as far as the scoreboard?
Why not? Why not?
Because Warrior fans voted. The Warriors are up 12-0.
Not just voted. I don't know what, again, spitballing here, but some sort of metric where there is competition that we get to participate in. We get to participate. I don't even know necessarily what that looks like. It can be games of knowledge, games of skill, something that it's almost like all-star voting, something that fans can participate in and have that be measured and beat the other fan base and have that actually have an effect on the game. Participatory culture is something that is taking over content in America right now. That's actually a thing. Guy's name is Dr. Henry Jenkins. He came up with participatory culture. And when you watch The Voice, how do you go about voting? Well, I download an app on my phone, and then I'm going to see all the advertisements on there, and I'm going to have my second screen in front of me when I watch The Voice, and I'm going to vote, and then all the stuff's going to come up on the screen, and we can see who's voting, and we're competing, and we're competing.
To me, that sounds so exhausting.
Well, but that's
download this QR code and
brother, do you want young people involved or not?
I guess.
You remember that QR code commercial in the Super Bowl 2 years ago? Remember the QR code commercial in the Super Bowl?
Right.
2 years ago.
Yeah.
Broke the internet. Still don't know what the hell. I don't even remember what the ad was for. But like boom, put your phone to the TV screen. Everybody downloaded that thing. That's where this is going. Like it or not.
Well, there's no question. I mean, if you say something that's, hey, you know what? You hear people say, and it's interactive. You know, I mean, interactive is popular. People want to interact. So I do understand that. As far as, to me, it seems like a lot going on. I don't need to interact with my NBA basketball. It can just be entertainment.
I know, but we're not of that age.
I know.
Like do your sons watch TV with no other gizmo in their hand?
You know, to be completely honest,
do they even watch TV?
Yeah, I mean,
there you go.
Most people are unplugged. I mean, it's like, they're not watching TV.
Well, I would argue most people are totally plugged. They're just plugged into something else.
Well, they're not watching cable television.
Right.
They're watching streaming services. They're watching whatever they're watching.
But it's something on some screen with another screen in their hand with a screen on top of that.
Yeah.
Like that's what this is now. So I just think, again, I don't have all the answers.
Is that where this is going? Are we gonna have people interactive telling us? I'd like Willard to make a point here about the blah blah blah.
What do you think's happening on YouTube right now?
Let's interact.
What do you think's happening? There's a bar down the right side of YouTube right now
with the chat going on.
Ernie Chavez.
People making donations.
Willard is wrong. Ernie Chavez again. Willard is high. Ernie Chavez. This should be the Krug Show. This is all. This is happening right. This is participatory culture. These listeners have decided don't want to just sit here and listen to the show anymore. I would like to watch the show and all communicate with each other. And these people on the right side of our YouTube bar right now make up 50% of the audience when we go do these summits every time. They are the most engaged, connected. We now have personal relationships. They have relationships with one another. This is participatory culture happening right now.
I do streams and people it runs away on its own.
You've got a channel.
Some people will sit there and give you a $50 donation. Some people will give you a $2 donation 25 times to have 25 different comments in the chat. And it is. I get you. It's the interactivity of the whole thing is they feel like they're part of it, and then they are part of it. I mean, if somebody donates 25 $2 donations to the channel as I'm going, it's like 25 times I'm saying their name in the middle of the show.
I mean,
it's a lot of mentions.
What could they do within the game tonight that would make it something you were even more interested in or more likely to watch? I mean, think of what they do in all-star games. They mic up the right fielder and talk to him in the middle of the game. Is there something like that could be created? I know hell, on an NBA court, the trash talk is so intense. I don't think you could mic someone up live and just air that.
Well, someday NBA teams have an interactive coach. Steve's got a bunch of coaches. He's got one coach who's got a headset, and he's like, Steve, 90% of the audience is saying call timeout right now.
Or run this play, or run that play. Like,
get Looney a touch.
There was a football league. What was the football league that Manziel was a part of? Where this was the concept.
The NFL, I believe it was called the NFL.
No, it was well after things went sideways. No, but if there was a football league where the concept was like fans could sit at home with a piece of electronics and vote for what the next play should be and call the play.
Yeah.
And the coach has got a headset.
It is kind of cool.
I did fan-controlled football.
Fan-controlled football.
Yeah.
FCF.
When I was doing the sideline reporting for the East-West Shrine game, and Mac Brown was the head coach, right? This is like 2004 or something like that. And we're getting late in the fourth quarter, and he's calling the plays to the all-star quarterback, and I'm interviewing him on the broadcast. And he's like, what do you think we ought to run here? I mean, seriously. I'm like, hey, can you guys do a flea flicker? Can you go with an end around? Yeah, we worked on that. Yeah, we're going to work on that. And he literally called an end around, I think, in the middle of the game because I was talking to him. And I said, hey, how about an end around? And I remember walking away going, that was freaking cool.
How'd it go?
I think he got stuffed in the backfield.
Stuffed for a 3-yard loss.
Yeah, exactly. All right. Wasn't a great moment.
All right, there it is. That is an air horn. It is also the moment we have been waiting for. So, about to ask you a question. If you know the answer, call our contest line. Here it is, 415-523-4652. 415-523-4652. Your chance to play Knockout at Chase Center. Here is the question. Most of this segment that we've been doing right here has been about audience engagement, also known as blank culture. Blank culture. Fill in that blank. Win your way into Chase Center to play Knockout. Contest line right now, 415-523-4652. 46-52.
The 203 says, honestly, that sounds like a terrible idea. I really don't want to see the game played as dumb as most fans think.
Right, but so what?
It's 4th and 1 and you're going flea flicker.
So what? Like what? So what? If an NBA team can tell us throughout the year, our best players don't need to play tonight, now we're all acting high and mighty like we can't call one play.
Well, especially in these secondary leagues.
Because it matters too much.
Right.
If it matters so much, then play and stop having to come up with cockamamie in-season tournaments for us to get engaged in this.
That'd be sweet, though. Blitz Jair Brown now.
You would love it.
Oh, it'd be awesome.
You would love it.
Are you kidding me?
It's like playing Madden, but in real life. It'd be incredible.
It would make the post-game pressers awesome.
Steph, go right.
Question, Steve Wilkes, how you doing? Nice, Steve. Late third quarter, when I said blitz Jair Brown and you didn't do it, what was going through your mind there?
No, even better. Steve Wilkes comes, post-game press conference. Hey, Coach, why'd you go 0 blitz with 14 seconds left? Well, Larry in Alameda told me that that's what we were supposed to do, so we did it. Jordan Addison scored a touchdown and we lost, but Larry in Alameda, come on down. You're the big winner.
Excuse me, you had 8 men on the field for that last play? What was going on there? That was Hal in Alamo who said go with 8.
What is up, David in Novato? That is our winner this hour. He's headed to Chase Center to play knockout. He was our very first caller to get through, and he got it right.
Look at that.
The answer was participatory culture, and the communications class that I teach over at Academy of Art is now coming to life on 95.7 The Game, because that's the only reason I know who Dr. Henry Jenkins is and everything he said about participatory culture, because it's module 2 of the class that I teach on Wednesdays.
I'm hosting this show with a professor.
Damn right. At 2 universities.
Do you have office hours?
Better put some respect on it.
Do you have office hours?
I want you to. I'm not telling you my office hours.
You do have office hours?
You want to show up and learn something?
I remember the teachers that really didn't want to help. Yes, we have office hours every 4th Friday from 4 to 4:15.
That's mine. Mine are like, this is 2:25 in the morning on Mondays. If you can make it, I'll totally be there.
Yeah.
Like, oh, that's not good for me.
Yes, I could. I'm not sure if I can do that.
No, I usually am just like, just call me. If you need something.
Around the clock?
Not around the clock. I'm not a doctor. You're not having a heart attack. But, like, just call me. We'll figure it out.
You're at a movie.
Yeah.
Excuse me, Professor Willard? Yes.
They'll call me tonight. I'll be like, look,
I'm going to the Cal Poly football game, and I didn't do my homework. Is it okay if I
I'm at my 30th,
turn it in later?
My 30th reunion right now. I'll call you back on Monday, okay? It's not that big a deal. It's just school. It's not going to be the end of the world.
Are you an easy grader? You look the kind of guy that'd be an easy grader.
I tell everybody on the first class, just handle your stuff. You're going to get at least a B. That's
you say that?
Yes.
It's a wrong message.
No,
man.
it's not. Handle your stuff. Turn your stuff in on time. Put your effort in.
That's not the way to talk to kids.
Yes, it is.
I remember when I was at Sac State, the teacher came in and he goes, if you do not take 10 to 12 pages of notes every day, you will not pass this class.
Oh, thanks, Bobby Knight of teaching. Like
seriously, the guy. That's so funny you said that.
That's a terrible message.
The guy, it was a history class. The guy got dragged away halfway through the semester to teach history, U.S. history at West Point. So that Bobby Knight comment was right on the money.
I'm not trying to have somebody's hand fall off at the end of class. I'm trying to teach you something and handle your stuff, stay on time, be accountable, and you'll be fine. Don't turn your stuff in and be a moron. You're going to get a D. But I'm not here to ruin your GPA. I'm here to teach you something.
A first day of class would be like, if anybody's parents ever call me, you get an automatic F.
Automatic F.
I don't want to hear from your parents.
I've never had a parent call me. We're presented by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. And guess what, everybody? Warriors Live in-season tournament version is next on 95.7 The Game.
Warriors basketball is back. Steph Curry, Draymond Green, Klay Thompson, and Chris Paul. 60 minutes before every game, we get you ready for tip. It's Warriors Live, and it starts now.
Here we go. Warriors Live, sponsored by Xfinity, the Xfinity 10G network made for streaming live sports. The official countdown is on. Mark Willard, Larry Krueger, as we get you ready for the Warriors at OKC tonight. And, Larry, this time it counts. The in-season tournament, there's going to be a blue court. You're going to see a big trophy right there at the middle of the court. And this time it counts. For what? I think most fans still aren't quite sure. But Fridays and Tuesdays here in the early part of November, these are the in-season tournament games. And tonight will be the first.
And what is the spread in this game?
Warriors are favored by
6.5.
Yeah, not surprised.
That's way moved in the Warriors' favor. It was -1.
How recently?
I saw yesterday was -1.
Might have been before Shai Gilgeous-Alexander was announced as out, which we will get to the injury report shortly. But Oklahoma City will be playing without their leading scorer. So that's probably part of it. I will add this, though. This is going to shake your trees. I don't know if you saw this, Larry.
What do you got?
Developing news from the Warriors. And it is the news that I think more than anyone else I know on the planet, you will be bothered by.
Oh, I know. I know what you're going to say.
Oh, my goodness.
Trace Jackson Davis and Pods are going to be in Santa Cruz.
Yep, Santa Cruz bound for the 2 draft picks of the Warriors this year. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry for your loss. I'm sorry for your loss. That's all I can say.
Damn it.
For the whole road trip. For the road trip, they will be in Santa Cruz.
It's obviously, I like watching those 2 guys. But, this is one of the great things that the NBA has created. If the NFL had this, Trey Lance may still be a Niner. I mean, the reality is that you get run. It's beautiful. These guys will play, and then all of a sudden when they do need to be leaned on, maybe for a game or two in a week or two, they've played. And overall, that helps your product. I love, especially when, the G League's so close, right? They don't have to go anywhere. They just bust down to Santa Cruz, play a few games, and next time Steve goes to them, they've actually gotten some run. I think it's an advancement for the league for sure.
The Warriors actually sent out an official news release assigning Trace Jackson Davis and Brandon Podziemski to Santa Cruz. Jackson Davis with his average of 6.5 points, 5 rebounds per game in 2 games so far for the Warriors. Podziemski making his NBA debut back on Tuesday night in New Orleans with 5 points, 8 boards, 2 assists in 23 minutes of action. But they are now down to Santa Cruz, and the news release does say at the end, Larry, for more information on the Golden State Warriors season, visit Warriors.com. So if you'd like answers as to why the Warriors are doing this, I suggest you go to Warriors.com.
I want the truth.
Yeah, that's where you're heading now.
You can't handle the truth. No, but I mean, Podziemski and Trace Jackson Davis. If you're down in Santa Cruz, wouldn't be a bad little show watching those 2 guys because they'll light it up.
No doubt. Yeah, I think that is kind of a fun way to see them, and good, by the way. I think for people, well, wait a minute, here we go with the young guys again. Look, you want to get run, and if you're going on the road and you're fully healthy and they're not going to get a lot of run, I know Podziemski's fun to watch over there on the sideline because he's really into the game, but get these guys some run. Get them some play. That's what's going to keep them the most fresh and ready to contribute here down the road.
And the Santa Cruz Warriors, if I'm not mistaken, they run the same system that the Warriors run, right? So aren't they basically playing? I mean, it's always going to be a little different. You take away Steph Curry, but
sure.
But I think it's the same system. So, it's a real developmental league, and good for them.
Let's hop into the injury report. Today's injury report is brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. For more info, visit boxerlaw.com. This is part of why those 2 gentlemen were sent to Santa Cruz. The Warriors' injury report tonight is nada.
They're fully healthy.
No injury report for the Warriors. However, for the OKC Thunder, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, as we mentioned, a left knee sprain is what they're saying. Left knee sprain. for Shea Gilgeous. He is out. So is Kendrick Williams with low back spasms. They are out. Jalen Williams active for the first time this season after missing the first 5 games of the year because of a hamstring injury. So Jalen Williams back in, making his season debut for OKC.
And if there's one trend in this game, the over-under, by the way, is 225.5. The Warriors have held their opponents under the team total in every single game. I would imagine that's going to hold true again tonight. And the Warriors have scored under on their own in 3 of 5 games. So if you're leaning one way or another, I'd say lean no Shea Gilgeous-Alexander, and the Warriors keeping teams down and also going under quite a bit themselves. Go under 225.5.
Wow. Okay. There it is. Your live gambling advice from Larry Krueger getting ready for this game. I'll tell you one thing also that's on my eyes, because I really want to see how sustainable this is. Very, very impressed, no matter who the opponent is, that the Warriors already look like this on the road. That road trip to go 3-0. I know that, the Kings, that was their opening night. The other 2 opponents, New Orleans was a little hampered by injury. The Rockets are nothing to write home about. But these are road games that the Warriors could not win last year. And if you remember, often on the road for the Warriors, it wasn't just we lost on the road. Do you remember, you'd get to the end of the first quarter.
They'd be done. They'd be 10 down,
it was
12
48 to 29. Every time.
Getting left in the gate.
It wasn't just down by a lot. It was the other team just came close to a 50-burger in the first quarter on you. They're getting blown out of the gym. Now, to flip it back the other way, to see what they're doing, double-digit victories on the road, to really be able to get the game flow in their favor early, I think speaks to so many things. We asked Steve yesterday why the better play, especially early on the road this year, and this is what he had to say.
Well, this is my 10th year, and I think we've been a great road team. 7 of my first 9 years. Last year we stunk, and then the one year when we were wiped out by injuries, we didn't win a lot of road games. Every other year we've been a great road team. So that's the rule. The exception was last year. So I don't even think twice about this team winning on the road, because we've got a lot of talent and we got a lot of experience. And these guys know how to get it done.
He may say he doesn't think twice about it. He may have assumed it was going to look like this, but it means something to me. Because you can go ahead and assume those things all you want. As fans, I don't think we do. We look at what happened last year, and we were left scratching our head all year long to look at a team. And even though you go, it must be chemistry issues, and people would go, gosh, is it? What's going on there? The numbers were so intense. They were so good at home, and they were so bad on the road. Even if the chemistry thing was granted, you're still come on. What is going on? You can't have one good night on the road. So I am pleasantly surprised that it looks this good this quick.
Yeah. I mean, it does show that they're more united, I think. And also, I think that he's just kind of said it there. It's the experience factor. Veteran teams are not as bothered by being out on the road, where the Warriors last year had, 5 or 6 guys that were 22 or younger. And maybe that bothered them on the road. That's all I can really put my finger on. It'll be interesting to see how the Warriors play on the road as the season progresses and, the fatigue starts to creep in. But right now, early in the year, when they're fresh and they're rolling into these games with veterans, you got to like their chances.
Speaking of those struggles on the road, let's do eye on the stats and focus on the Warriors' road struggles last year compared to this year. Last year, they lost their first 8 games on the road. They were 0-8 away from Chase to start the year. This year, as we mentioned, 3-0. Kings, Rockets, Pelicans were the opponents. If the Warriors do win tonight, they will start 4-0 on the road this year. Last year, Warriors did not win their 4th road game until January 13th.
Wow.
January 13th. We did Halloween. We did Thanksgiving. We did Christmas. We did New Year's Day.
That's
amazing. All of it before the Warriors got their 4th road win, and they might get it tonight.
On the 3rd day of November.
Exactly.
2 months earlier than last year. That's dramatic.
Well, and again, to sort of bring back one of the things we talked to Steve Kerr about, because a coach always knows the intricacies going on that we don't. I think a lot of fans look at this, and it's the obvious stuff. You go, well, Jordan Poole's gone, Chris Paul's here. Add in Dario. That looks like it looks. Saric looks like it looks really good, especially alongside Chris. They've got chemistry, and we go, okay, those are the differences. Well, you know that there are more. You know there are all kinds of little aspects with the team going on that are helping them so far this year. So we asked Kerr, what are the differences this year to last?
What's different this year? I honestly, the biggest thing is the veteran experience. I got to tell you, Corey Joseph has barely played, but he has made such a dramatic impact in our locker room, on our team. We have such a better balance of veteran experience and kind of the right number of young guys, to be perfectly frank. I think last year we were overloaded with youth and, trying to develop too many people at the same time. And it was unfair to all of the young guys that we had so many of them at one time. So I think that's where Mike and the front office and Joe have just done such a phenomenal job this year, is bringing in, Chris, Dario, Corey Joseph, even Jerome Robinson, one of our two-way players, he's just a grown man. He is a leader. He's every day he's getting the young guys together with Corey Joseph. Those guys are kind of leading the charge on the development front, and that stuff matters. It is dramatic how powerful it is, and I just think that the balance of the roster makes all the difference.
One thing he's also talked about that I think is just one of the things in sports that there's never anything for a fan to do with this. You're not supposed to use injury as an excuse. We say things like, if you're out there, you're healthy. You've got to produce. Well, that's fine. Your wonderful New York, Philly, Boston opinion is fine. You're out there, you produce. Rub some dirt on it. But that's not life. That's not the way it works. Your body will get in the way of your production if it's not right. And so he has brought up a number of times that the GP2 that we are looking at right now is the GP2 that we know from 2 years ago. Last year, it just wasn't. It wasn't. And I know the genesis of how this all came together and how it did not feel good at the time for the former number 2 overall pick in the draft, James Wiseman, to turn into 5 draft picks that were then basically flipped for Gary Payton II. Even though we love Gary, that never felt like the kind of deal. It's like sending Trey Lance out for a 4th-round pick. Like, that's not great analytically. But the further we get from that, I think the more comfort Warrior fans are going to have with this guy who fits in so well, being with this team again for the foreseeable future, and now being his healthy, full self. I think that's going to have a big effect. His defense is off to a great start this year.
Well, he just looks so much healthier. I mean, and when he's healthy, he's one of their best players. And in the early going, look at his scoring. He's scoring over 10 points a game on the road. He's only scoring 2-something at home. So I just think Gary, we watched so much ball last year when he wasn't healthy, that to see him this year fully healthy, it's like, wow, he really looks dramatically better. I mean, he finishes inside better now that he's healthy. He just, he's moving better on both ends of the floor. What a great addition he has been. I mean, they let him get out of town to Portland. Now they brought him back in the Wiseman deal. Yeah, he's one of my favorite players to watch.
That is an eye on the stats, and it's brought to you by Goodman Eye Center. When it comes to your vision, be sure to go with a winning team. Go with Dr. Daniel Goodman and his team at the Goodman Eye Center, the choice of champions. Schedule a free consultation at GoodmanEyeCenter.com. The other thing we've talked a lot about today is what the league should do with regard to making this in-season tournament something that actually resonates with fans, actually matters with fans. Here's Steve Kerr yesterday, his reaction on coaching in this tournament for the first time.
we want to win. I mean, there's something to play for. Our guys are the ultimate competitors, so we want to win this thing. We're going for it, but it doesn't mean I'm playing Steph 45 minutes. I'll tell you that. We've got a picture on it, too.
Are there any changes at all? Or is it just, I mean, I know, yes, you want to win it, but you're coaching this as a regular game like you would any other?
We haven't even talked about it yet. We're flying to OKC today, and we'll have our coaches meeting, and it's something we're going to discuss. But my gut is we go in with the same rotation. We've got a good groove going right now. We've won 4 games in a row, and I don't foresee doing anything differently. But maybe the competitive juices will get going, and maybe I'll bring Steph and our vets back a little sooner. I don't know. We'll have to wait and see.
I tell you what, I almost feel bad for the head coaches in the NBA or people who are asked about this because, come on, what are we talking about here? Of course, he has to say, yes, we want to win. There's something to play for.
We're going after this.
We're going for it.
Going for it.
We're going. Okay, so what are you going to do differently? Well, nothing.
Going for it.
That's right. We're going to, try.
We're going to really go for it.
I mean, I love the comment. We'll talk about it in the coaches meeting. No, you won't. No, you won't, Steve. You know what I mean? Like, with all due respect and much love, and I don't blame you for saying it the way you did. You said it perfectly, but the NBA is forcing you to say it that way. Do you honestly believe that coaches meeting, which probably happened, an hour and a half ago, maybe 2 hours ago, they gathered either at the hotel or at the arena. Okay, guys, in-season tournament, what do you think? If he
We're
did,
going for it.
Yeah, if he did say that, it would have been followed by laughter. Like, that was a funny one, Steve. All right, cool. What's the game plan tonight? Let's talk about beating OKC. This just isn't a thing. And it stuns me, to be brutally honest with you, it stuns me that the NBA has talked about this for so long, and that after all of that talk, these smart people and this multi-billion-dollar organization came up with this. This is what came out of the lab.
I know. But you know what? I think they'll make adjustments to it, right? This is where it starts, but they'll make adjustments to it as it goes. The one thing that's great to see early on, though, is Steph Curry's taking and making a lot of threes. What's he, 56% from the field, almost 50% from three, over 90% from the line. So he's gotten off to a great offensive start.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So you look at this thing tonight, and by the way, we can throw it out there. Our take it to the bank prediction, Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. Here's what I'm going to go with tonight. 30 plus for Steph Curry. Even though the floor will be different, Larry, remember, this is a building where he's got tremendous memories. This is bang, bang. Oh, what a shot by Curry. This is a building where he's got wonderful, wonderful memories. The whole team does. Obviously, Clay has incredible memories in this building. So the Splash Brothers historically have loved to shoot it here. Steph has been right out of the gate, very strong early in this season. And so I got 30 plus for Steph Curry tonight.
I'm going 30 plus for Klay Thompson. He's averaging 14 a game at home, 18 a game on the road. And game 6, Klay. I think he loves this building. I think he's going to go off tonight.
Yeah. So Warriors would be looking at a 4-0 start on the road, a 5-1 start. I'll bring this point up as well. You go back to the championship season. The Warriors' season sort of felt like a reverse rainbow, where if you got to the end of the year, and I'm trying to remember, they were the three, like a bowl, if you will, an upside down rainbow. And what I mean by that is they started off incredibly hot. And then they really, you didn't notice it because their record was good the whole time, but they sort of lollygagged the middle of the year. The January, February, March was just kind of like, yawn. If you just spotlight their record in there, it wasn't that impressive, but they had built up such leeway because of the way they started the season that they were able to kind of cruise to the 3 seed, and they weren't worried about winning on the road in Memphis. And they did. And I think, look, we're not there yet, but we might be a handful of games away from talking about that again this year, which is let this start really buoy you into what can happen next, because it's a lot easier to take your foot off the gas and rest guys or go through an injury if you've just banked all these wins early in the year.
And they have, obviously, largely a veteran team. And the great part about a veteran team is that you're not as bothered by being on the road, but it's also about availability. And right now, they got their veterans all available. So you're right. They should probably get off to a hot start.
Have a great weekend, bud.
Hey, I will.
Okay.
Do the same.
Yep.
See you
we'll
Monday.
do it again on Monday. Warriors Live is presented by the Xfinity 10G Network, the best way to stream live sports. For Larry Krueger, I'm Mark Willard. Let's get you out to the arena next.
Ladies and gentlemen, the weekend.